However, all 12 of them had the same thought. It was impossible for a leopard to change its spots. As long as they remained rulers of the Freedom Federation, their ruthless natures could resurface at any time. It was unlikely that the rest of the Freedom Federation's royalty would listen to the Mirror God and God of Fools now that their power did not threaten them. The Freedom Federation had planted the seed of its downfall long ago. It was hard to change its trajectory once the seed had been planted. The heads of the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families had another reason for gathering in the Radiance Federation aside from showing their respect to the Moon Empress. Now that the Freedom Federation was under the Radiance Federation's control, there was no question that the Radiance Federation would supply more resources to the Freedom Federation. This was understandable. If they were the ones calling the shots, they would also divert more resources to the factions under their control. The Azure Federation had no means of resisting the Dead Spirits crisis. Given that they needed to be fully reliant on the Radiance Federation, the best course of action would be to submit. The heads of the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families were prepared to offer their loyalty to the Radiance Federation. After the second major Federation Union meeting ended, the 12 of them sought a private audience with the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was not at all surprised by this. Frankly, she had been waiting a month for them to do this. They were offering their loyalty later than she had expected. It was not just the Azure Federation. Many Federation leaders who were part of the major Federation Union decided to ally with the Radiance Federation by becoming its subsidiaries. The Radiance Federation had become the heart of the human territories and strategies. The Moon Empress did not have a lot of time to facilitate the Radiance Federation's adjustment of these federations' mindsets. However, now that they were in the midst of the disaster that was the Dead Spirits crisis, the Radiance Federation maintained this model of interaction with the other federations. This would ensure that after receiving resources, these federations would do their best to work with the Radiance Federation to tackle the Dead Spirits crisis. The Radiance 100 sequence selection was still ongoing. None of the teams had reached the main area and joined a leader. However, almost a day had passed. According to the schedule of the test, the Dead Spirits crisis had officially begun. One after another, Dead Spirits wells popped up in the test ground. An ocean of dead spirits burst out from the Dead Spirits wells and began spreading out in all directions. Among their ranks were dead dimensional life forms that injected death aura into the ground and contaminated the earth. The concentration of death aura in the air was so high that it almost seemed as though the air had solidified. The vast ocean of dead spirits stunned the Star Web audience. Both low-rank spirit chi professionals and regular people did not have the chance to witness such a sight in their daily lives. During the Dead Spirits crisis, they could only stock up on resources and seek protection from stronger experts. The setting of this Radiance 100 sequence selection allowed those who did not have the opportunity to interact with the Dead Spirits directly to understand the true horrors of the Dead Spirits crisis. Aside from shock, the spectators also felt incredibly glad and powerful. They were lucky to have the members of royalty protecting the Radiance Federation. The spirit and city guards were also dedicated to protecting the citizens and tirelessly fought the dead spirits. All of the spectators' level of respect and admiration for the Radiance Federation's troops reached a new high. The audience was watching from the outside and was in a state of frenzy. However, those in the midst of the Dead Spirits crisis had been negatively affected by the explosion of dead spirits, regardless of whether they had directly encountered the dead spirits. The explosive wave of dead spirits caused the participants to be submerged in death aura. Due to the difference in each person's physiques, the members of Yang Nuanxin's team all had different resistance to death aura. Previously, those with weaker resistances were still able to barely hold on. But now, all of them were showing clear signs of deterioration. Their faces were pale, and blood seeped out of their eyes, noses, and ears. Yang Nuanxin was extremely resistant to the death aura because of the cleansing rain sky crane. Although the concentration of death aura was higher than before, she could endure because the cleansing rain sky crane cleansed the air around her. The other two spirit chi professionals who were slightly capable of cleaning death aura from the environment were unquestionably outdone by Yang Nuanxin. The area covered by the rain summoned by the cleansing rain sky crane was completely clean. This resulted in competition arising in the team of more than 1,000 people. Every single one of them hoped to be nearer to Yang Wanxin. The area covered by the cleansing rain sky crane became a resource that the people on the team needed to fight over. Previously, Yang Wenpeng saw Yang Wanxin as nothing more than a brat from a collateral branch of his family that he could dictate as he pleased. Yang Wenpeng gathered all of his close comrades in the team before instructing Yang Wanxin and the cleansing rain sky crane to stick with him. Yang Wanxin was extremely unwilling to do that. There was no doubt that she preferred her friends over Yang Wenpeng and his close subordinates. They took care of her when she was still in school, and she received significant help from them. Now that she was capable, she definitely preferred to help them. At first, Yang Wenpeng only wanted her to join his team. The two teams only united because Du Xing made a concession. The people from Du Xing's team were already extremely upset with Yang Wenpeng's actions. In the half a day that he had been leading them, he had forced all of the work of doing combat and clearing the dead spirits out of their path to the people who were originally from the other team. He would only continue doing the same during the latter portion of the dead spirits crisis. All of them were members of the younger generation who were participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The level of their power did not differ greatly. Yang Wenpeng's actions incited the rage of many members of the team. The strapping young man next to Du Xing roared, "Yang Wenpeng, just how shameless are you? Is this how you're going to lead the team?" The cleansing rain sky crane can lower the concentration of death aura in the environment by bringing forth a shower of rain. But you are only keeping the rain over yourself. The death aura is harming the other members of the team. There are many members from your team who are going to collapse at any time. Can't you see them? Yu Rui abhorred wickedness. There was nothing he detested more than injustice. Yu Rui was Yang Wanxin's teammate, and he felt uncomfortable seeing her being forced into a corner. He knew that saying something now would lead to conflict blooming within the team. There was also a high possibility that the spectators would think of him as short-sighted and narrow-minded. However, he could not hold on anymore. Immediately after Yu Rui spoke, 10 more members echoed their own displeasure. Once unhappiness was triggered, it would grow and spread swiftly. Du Xing was also displeased with Yang Wenpeng's actions. He resented Yang Wenpeng with his entire being. Still, it could be said that compared to Yu Rui, Du Xing had a better sight of the big picture. Du Xing knew that this test involved all of them doing their best to battle the dead spirits. Any infighting in a team would lead to horrible effects. There was a high chance that this would result in the complete destruction of the team. Du Xing was about to say something to stop the storm from brewing when he heard a voice with an instigating tone say, "It's true that the cleansing rain sky crane is not spreading road over the entire team, but only the few hundred people at the center. I agree that the Yang team is being selfish. But we have to understand where they are coming from. They have also made significant contributions in order to lead us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to kill all the dead spirits from the second group we encountered." Wei Haodong was the one who had spoken. He sounded as though he was trying to play the role of the peacemaker, but he was essentially speaking nonsense. It was easy to ask them to understand where Yang Wenpeng was coming from. But how were they actually supposed to do that? All of them were competitors. They were rushing to the key areas together so they could look out for each other. It was not truly because they wanted to be led by someone. The first few statements were not sufficient to cause widespread discontent. But what Wei Haodong said made Yang Wenpeng into enemy number one. The second wave of dead spirits had been ferocious, and there were far more dead spirits than in the previous wave. Frankly, battling the waves of dead spirits did not necessarily have to lead to such a result. There were a few spirit chi professionals in the team who were skilled at scouting. All of them had already used their phase to clearly investigate the environment. They had discovered the presence of dead spirits and reported this to Yang Wenpeng. He could have instructed the team to avoid the dead spirits. However, Yang Wenpeng wanted to exhibit his heroism and insisted on leading his team into the fray of dead spirits. This had caused more than 400 members to lose their lives and be eliminated from the selection. Yang Wenpeng's authority was thereby shaken. This was fine when there was no internal conflict. However, once conflict arose, it would cause Yang Wenpeng to run up against resistance. Yang Wenpeng, you only managed to become the leader because you are one of the older people on the team. When the team was formed, you were part of it and fought for the leadership position. This is not because of your strength, but because of the trust that others put in you. However, you have let us down. Since you don't care whether we live or die, we should just get rid of you. As more and more voices of disgruntlement rose, Wei Haodong's lips curled, and he remained silent, since he had already stirred up the winds of discontent. Saying something else now would make him as stupid as Yang Wenpeng. Du Xing frowned at Wei Haodong. This was the second time that Du Xing was seeing Wei Haodong drive a wedge between members of the team. Although Wei Haodong's action seemed smart, it could not be any dumber. He was even a larger cancerous tumor to the team than Yang Wenpeng was. Moreover, Wei Haodong could only play tricks and was not actually intelligent. Since Du Xing was able to see through Wei Haodong's actions, the Star Web audience had an even better view. Even if there was only a small group of people watching his team and who had noticed Wei Haodong, news of what he did would spread quickly. Du Xing really wanted to know how Wei Haodong felt when he found out that his careful scheming had entrapped himself and caused his rating on Star Web to be tanked. Wei Haodong had accurately grasped Yang Wenpeng's bad-tempered personality. After being publicly challenged by so many people, he would definitely blow his top. It was just as Wei Haodong expected. Yang Wenpeng immediately summoned his two main fays. Two black and muscular leopards with sleek bodies appeared in front of him before releasing two ear-splitting roars. The two leopard species fays released the aura of platinum/fantasy phase. Yang Wenpeng's power could be considered top-notch amongst the participants of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was also naturally gifted. Otherwise, he would not have been able to comprehend two willpower runes despite only being a little over 20 years old. However, this did not give any advantage to him during this test. Night Leaning Moon just happened to be watching Yang Wenpeng's team. When she saw that he, as the team's leader, had summoned his fays to threaten his team members, Night Leaning Moon said seriously, "Go and check how this person managed to gain eligibility to participate in the selection. How could he fill a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence with such a character? Go and check on the one who started the commotion as well. It looks like we need to tighten our restrictions on the Radiance 100 sequence's eligibility criteria." The people in this team were weak and exhausted. Many of them were covered with injuries. All of them were in a lone wolf state. In such a state, their mental conditions were very sensitive, and they lost a lot of confidence in the test. Many of them were not threatened by Yang Wenpeng. Instead, they summoned their own main phase in order to protect themselves. The members of the teams who benefited from sticking with Yang Wenpeng had no choice but to help him and ensure that he remained the leader after this conflict ended. Wei Haodong, the instigator, blended into the crowd. Du Xing let out a sigh. The waves of dead spirits had already popped up all over the test ground. The best evidence of this was the rising concentration of death aura in the air. This was the worst time for such conflict to break out. Du Xing said reproachfully, "The waves of dead spirits have already appeared. We are joining forces to look out for each other during the journey and give each other the best chances of surviving until we make it as the final candidates. Don't lose sight of our initial goal. This conflict is getting in the way of our journey. The wave of dead spirits could drown us at any time." One of the main motivations for Du Xing's action was his sense of responsibility. He had been the leader of the team that later joined forces with Yang Wenpeng's team. There was not much that Du Xing's team could have done, given the strength in numbers that Yang Wenpeng's team had. But now, Du Xing needed to take responsibility for the team that he had decided would join Yang Wenpeng's team. Otherwise, he would never be sticking his neck out at such a moment. Yang Wenpeng was fuming. His rage had been mostly directed at the group of people who had challenged him. But now they had blended into the crowd. Yang Wenpeng's fury had yet to be satiated, and what Du Xing said caused him to fly off the handle. "Du Xing, don't forget what you promised when you joined the team. I make the decisions for the team, and you have to listen to me. They were the ones causing trouble. But instead of helping me to quell them, you are trying to tell me what to do. Who gave you the right to do such a thing? If you continue running your mouth, you can leave this team and take on the waves of dead spirits up ahead on your own." Most of the people in the team did not want such a conflict to break out. Each youth who made it as a participant of the Radiance 100 sequence was the cream of the crop. They were grateful that Du Xing was trying to step forward to stop the conflict by preventing the confrontation from escalating. Du Xing's words were an olive branch to Yang Wenpeng. Alas, not only did Yang Wenpeng reject the olive branch, but he even blamed Du Xing, who had offered it to him. Yang Wenpeng's actions did not sit right with the crowd. When Du Xing heard what Yang Wenpeng said, he knew there was no point in trying to say anything else. Also, he did not want to fight with Yang Wenpeng in the first place. He never wanted to fight over the leadership position of the team. Du Xing said decisively, "I will leave this team. Do any of you want to leave with me? I welcome anyone. I can't promise that I will be of much help against the dead spirit waves, but I will definitely do my best and stick by you to the end. I will never abandon you just because the dead spirits prove to be too fearsome." While Du Xing spoke, he looked at Yang Nuanxin, and they locked eyes. He immediately looked away. Du Xing knew of the position she was in. Regardless of anything else, he could not force her to do anything at such a time. Du Xing came from the main branch of his family and knew of the influence that the main branch of the family had over a collateral branch. If he insisted on inviting her to leave with him, it would undoubtedly put her on the spot. There was a high chance it would cause her to come under fire from Yang Wenpeng's temper. Yang Nuanxin continued to look at Du Xing even after he averted his gaze. There was not a single part of her that wanted to remain with Yang Wenpeng's team. Firstly, she hated being coerced. This cousin from the main branch of her family couldn't care less about her and saw her as nothing more than a tool. Furthermore, she knew that if she stayed with Yang Wenpeng, her cleansing rain sky crane would only be allowed to clear the death aura around Yang Wenpeng and his cronies, regardless of how outstanding her phase death aura clearing abilities were. This would seriously affect her standing in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Du Xing's words struck a chord with many people, and almost half of the team walked over to him. Even the original team he had been leading before the union of the two teams had not consisted of this many people. With almost 500 people clustering around him, Du Xing's camp now rivaled Yang Wenpeng's camp. This tip in the scales caused Wei Haodong, the originator of the disgruntlement, to panic. He had secretly caused trouble to drag Yang Wenpeng down and take over the team. But now, the team had split, and he could no longer become the leader of a team of more than 1,000 people even after dragging Yang Wenpeng down. This unanticipated outcome was completely the fault of Du Xing. Wei Haodong redirected his hatred to Du Xing. As long as he could get rid of Du Xing, the newly formed team would lose their leader and have no choice but to rejoin the other team. At that point, he would be able to make use of Yang Wenpeng's selfishness and bad temper to cause conflict within the team and push Yang Wenpeng out. With this thought, Wei Haodong yelled, "You have to think carefully. The members of the team who are able to clear death aura are all on this side. If you leave, you will die from being infected by all the death aura you take in, even if you don't encounter another wave of dead spirits. Yang Wenpeng's management of the team does have many issues. We can reduce his authority and select a few people to co-manage the team together. Du Xing, it's clear that you have great influence and can even tear apart the team with a raise of your hand. I'm sure you'll be able to become one of the managers." Wei Haodong had brought up both sides of the coin and distorted the facts. The one thing that Yang Wenpeng cared the most about was his authority in the team. His words undermined Yang Wenpeng's authority and were no different from plunging a dagger into Yang Wenpeng's chest, setting his fury alight. At the same time, he used Du Xing's leadership and protection over the team to subtly suggest that he was seeking to gain authority. Those standing behind Du Xing felt the latter was manipulating them. Du Xing realized what Wei Haodong was trying to do and was about to rebuke him when Yang Wenpeng snarled, "If you choose not to side with me, you will suffer eventually. Don't come crying to me then." At this point, Yang Wenpeng took a deep breath. Yang Nuanxin is a distant cousin and has no choice but to listen to me. If you join me now, you will be able to receive the cleansing rain sky crane's protection. I will give you 30 seconds to ponder your decision. Yang Nuanxin had been suppressing her anger, and it was bubbling within her. She had already betrayed her friends and had been forcefully recruited by Yang Wenpeng. But now, Yang Wenpeng was using her as a bargaining chip and even sounded as though he was looking down on her for coming from the collateral branch of the family. Yang Nuanxin took 2 steps back and summoned her other fae, the Cutting Wings Sword Swan. She grabbed the Cutting Wings Sword Swan's feet, and it carried her over to Du Xing. The Cleansing Rain Sky Crane moved over to join Du Xing's side so it could follow its contractor. Yang Nuanxin did not instruct the Cleansing Rain Sky Crane to protect only the side she was on. Instead, she instructed it, bring rain down on everyone. Try to cover every person. After giving her instructions, she said coldly, Yang Wenpeng, I was wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't have allowed myself to be threatened by you during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I wasted so much time allowing my friends to be forced to join you and watch you go off your rocker. You are selfish and unsuited to control a team. As for those around you, none of you thought of sharing your resources in a time of crisis but are fighting over it instead. None of you are fit to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Yang Wenpeng seemed easygoing but hit the nail on the head when she lost her temper. Naturally, she shocked Yang Wenpeng and all the people around him. Yang Wenpeng never expected Yang Nuanxin to side with his opponent. She had even turned around to stab him by saying that he did not have the character befitting of a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Her words would definitely catch attention once it was broadcast. But as angry as he was, Yang Wenpeng still had clarity of mind. Hence, he did not begin insulting and threatening her. Du Xing understood Yang Nuanxin's reasons for making her previous choice and did not blame her at all. If she had sided with him, then Yang Wenpeng would definitely have used his status as a direct descendant of the main branch to make things difficult for her family. This was a common occurrence. There were many collateral branches that were relegated to grunt work after offending the main branch. Some even ended up eliminated by the main branch. Yang Nuanxin had just opposed Yang Wenpeng and thrown down the gauntlet. This would become one of the Radiance 100 sequence selection's biggest pieces of news. As long as someone paid attention to this matter, the Yang family's main branch would not make things difficult for Yang Nuanxin's collateral branch, even if she did not manage to clinch a position in the Radiance 100 sequence. Yang Wenpeng was easy to anger and could only see what was right in front of him. He was not capable of much higher-order thinking. However, the other members of the Yang family's main branch would not allow Yang Wenpeng to do as he pleased. Moreover, Du Xing saw promising potential in Yang Nuanxin. Given that most fays were unable to do anything against Death Aura, Yang Nuanxin's ability to clear Death Aura using the Cleansing Rain Sky Crane made her worth nurturing. Yang Wenpeng glared at Yang Nuanxin maliciously, and she could not stop herself from feeling a chill run up her back. At that moment, soft sounds could be heard in the distance. They were not coming from individual entities but were clearly coming from an enormous group. Oh no! There is a wave of dead spirits rushing here from the south. We must leave as soon as possible. There are millions of dead spirits in this wave, and there's no way that our team will be able to handle such an army. Why is luck so bad? Why did we have to encounter such a giant wave of dead spirits? The scouts' shrieks immediately halted the internal conflict in the team. The millions of dead spirits would easily swallow a team of more than 3,000 people. Only teams that consisted of more than 5,000 people would be able to stand a chance. However, trying to take them on by force would not lead to a positive result. They were initially unaware of whether they were going in the right direction. Now, they had no choice but to go in the opposite direction from the wave of dead spirits. Since this sudden disaster outbreak had stopped the conflict, Yang Wenpeng was still the team leader and had yet to be replaced. However, those who chose to side with Du Xing would no longer listen to Yang Wenpeng's instructions. They were only going to listen to Du Xing. The team was only maintained because Du Xing took the high road and invited Yang Wenpeng to issue instructions. Previously, Yang Nuanxin was helping Yang Wenpeng, and his main group of subordinates did not have to face the threat of the Death Aura. But now that Yang Nuanxin was siding with Du Xing, the faces of Yang Wenpeng's close subordinates were slowly becoming paler, and blood began oozing out of their eyes and noses. All of them were participants of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The people around Yang Wenpeng were willing to bootlick him when he was able to provide them with benefits. But now that he could no longer do so, all of them began thinking of betraying him. Yang Nuanxin's importance to the team heightened when they directly took on dead spirits. Du Xing was well aware of this. He did not ask Yang Wanxin to protect him exclusively. Instead, he saw her as an important combat resource for the team. Thus, he assigned 10 support-type spirit chi professionals to her to help her recover her energy. The cleansing rain sky crane produced rain continuously and serviced the entire team. This not only referred to the 500 people around Du Xing, but even those who had not decided to join him received Yang Wanxin's protection. Regardless of how strong the cleansing rain sky crane's cleansing abilities were, it was only a platinum fey. With the inclusion of Yang Wanxin, many of the participants were affected by the death aura. But with the cleansing rain sky crane around, the group could continue moving forward. Du Xing led the group in assigning their positions. They managed to avoid the wave of dead spirits by moving in a C formation. Given that the dead spirits were currently exploding out of the dead spirits wells continuously, a wave of millions of dead spirits was insignificant. The scouts in the team sent their avian-type phase further and discovered a few groups of millions of dead spirits. Once those groups of dead spirits encountered each other, they would fuse after a small scuffle. After the scouts discovered the tens of millions of dead spirits, they immediately lost the courage to continue moving forward. The team could already sense the violent tremors even before hearing the scouts' reports. When Yang Wanpeng said that he would do the same as Du Xing did to avoid the tens of millions of dead spirits, Du Xing suddenly felt the urge to leave the team. Any person who had been part of an adventurer group knew how to use the C formation to avoid an enemy. When an adventurer group was trying to avoid small groups of dimensional lifeforms, they often employed the C formation. However, the C formation was only suitable for avoiding such small to medium enemy groups. There was no way they could form a diameter large enough to cover a wave of tens of millions of dead spirits. They would definitely end up clashing with the dead spirits. The only way they could survive now was to try and charge directly through and pray that one of the leaders was nearby. After Yang Wanpeng issued the order, Du Xing pointed forward and said, "If anyone wants to achieve better results in this test instead of dying here, charge forward with me. Try your best to coordinate your phase and prevent the dead spirits behind from catching up." Du Xing ignored the reactions of the others and summoned his main fei, the burning ground yak. He leaped onto the burning ground yak's back and rushed to the front. Most of the Radiance Federation's younger generation had experience with surviving in the wild. After last year's Radiance 100 sequence selection, where the test had been changed to a survival format, many members of the Radiance Federation's younger generation went to train in the wild over the past year. Many people noticed that Yang Wanpeng was a bumpkin. Although the elders in his family had brought him out to train in the wild, he had not paid attention to the knowledge involved in surviving in the wild. Otherwise, he would not be unaware of the fact that a C formation was not suitable for avoiding a large group of enemies. Rather than staying here and suffering and dying with Yang Wanpeng, they stood a better shot of surviving by going with Du Xing. Given the circumstances, there were no better options. Thus, those who realized their circumstances left the team with Du Xing and rushed forward. Yang Wanxin grabbed the teammate next to her, who was about to leave with Du Xing, and said, "Little Dong, give me a ride on your nimble moose. I'm leaving with the rest of you. The cleansing rain sky crane will be able to protect us during our journey." The young man Yang Wanxin addressed as Little Dong helped her up onto the nimble moose's back. He also intentionally sat behind her to prevent her from slipping off. Qin Dong and Yang Wanxin were good friends, and he could understand that she was in a difficult position. Hence, just like Du Xing, he did not force her to stay with them when Yang Wanpeng was trying to poach her. "Wanxin, now that you have made your decision, let's hurry up and catch up with Big Brother Xing. Otherwise, he won't be able to join him. With the possibility of encountering dead spirits at any moment, it will be better for us to find strength in numbers." Although Qin Dong was speaking with Yang Wanxin, he did not slow down his actions. Rather, when Yang Wanxin first told him that she wanted to leave, he instructed the nimble moose to charge forward. He was afraid that Yang Wanpeng would try to stop her and prevent her from leaving. Qin Dong was not making a mountain out of a molehill. He knew how important Yang Wanxin was to the team. The best way for Yang Wanpeng to secure his control over the team would be to control Yang Wanxin and utilize the cleansing rain sky crane as his signature. It was true that this was how Yang Wanpeng felt, but he had acted too slowly. By the time he instructed his Fae to get close to Yang Wanxin, she was already seated on the nimble moose and had dashed far away. There was no question that the people who left his team to join Du Xing felt hostility towards him. Yang Wanping dared not send his Fae too far. When Wei Haodong saw this, he was so enraged that he wanted to scream. He had sowed discord in the team to take over the leadership position. But now, the team had separated, and there was no meaning in becoming the leader of Yang Wanpeng and these few hundred people. While Wei Haodong was in the midst of disappointment, a black figure flew toward him and slammed into his back. Two giant forces also immobilized his Fae. When Wei Haodong recovered from the impact, he saw Yang Wanpeng staring at him coldly and with menace. Wei Haodong shouted, "Yang Wanpeng, why did you attack me? The dead spirits are about to reach us. Why aren't you instructing your men to flee? We are a team of comrades. Don't you care about the consequences of attacking me?" Wei Haodong assumed that because they were all here to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, they would never do anything that clearly harmed their image unless they were lunatics. Yang Wanpeng was not a lunatic, but he had just suffered a chain of blows. At first, he was in the glorious position of leading a team of more than 1,000 people. But now, that large team had broken apart. He had also lost Yang Wanxin's cleansing rain sky crane, which caused his authoritative aura to suffer further. Yang Wanpeng knew that although there were only 300 to 400 people left in his team, they would never allow themselves to be fully controlled by him again. He had fallen to this position because of Wei Haodong's provocation. Du Xing would never have had to step forward if he had not tried to provoke him. Yang Wanpeng could never sit by and watch Wei Haodong take over as leader of the team. "Of course, I am going to lead us away from the sea of dead spirits. Don't forget that I was the one who suggested we hide from the dead spirits. You have been continuously stirring discontent in the team and pulling us down. I must teach you a lesson. You can stay at the back of the group and use your phase to clean up after us." The moment Yang Wanpeng spoke, the black leopard's tail, which was akin to a steel whip, landed on Wei Haodong's body. The whip did not seem strong, but it still caused the bones in Wei Haodong's knees to crack. As a result, he could still stand but not walk quickly. Yang Wanpeng also used his phase to cause serious damage to Wei Haodong's phase. Wei Haodong's chest tightened. He knew that Yang Wanpeng could not kill him directly out of consideration of his own image. He was trying to use this method to eliminate Wei Haodong by leaving him to die at the hands of the waves of dead spirits. The immense rage caused Wei Haodong to glare at Yang Wanpeng with bloodshot eyes. "Yang Wanpeng, aside from the slight amount of power you possess, you are nothing but a jerk, a hopeless jerk." Du Xing managed to avoid the swarm of thousands of dead spirits by retreating in the C formation. "So you copied him to take on millions of dead spirits. You must be mad. You attacked my Fae and me and stole my ability to flee. Do you really think a black-hearted fool like you will be able to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence? Wake up and get real." Wei Haodong felt refreshed after saying that. The hosts and audience on Star Web must have seen all the twists and turns that had happened to their team. He had revealed the harm he suffered at Yang Wanpeng's hands in front of so many people. Even if he couldn't get back at Yang Wanpeng in this test, the consequences of his actions that would come after the test would be the ultimate revenge. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. Wei Haodong thought he had hidden his provocative methods well. He had no clue that the audience watching from a bird's-eye view had seen it all clearly. The conflict in this team had generated passionate comments on Star Web. The matter became even larger of a sensation once Poison Beauty picked up on it. The more popular a host was, the less suitable they would be to express their seemingly objective opinions on Star Web, which was a public platform. This was because a person's opinions were almost always subjective, and expressing them would lead to many negative consequences. Poison Beauty always kept this in mind. However, after watching everything that had transpired from her bird's-eye view, she had the right to express her opinion as a host who had been specially invited as a commentator. The Radiance 100 sequence selection was an honorable event. The Radiance Federation intentionally used the participants' names as their identification tags. Wei Haodong incited discontent in his team and is a malignant tumor to the team. A person like this would harm any team that he is part of. However, his actions also exposed Yang Wenping's issues. Who knows how many people the evil dictator Yang Wenping has bullied in real life. He actually publicly coerced his cousin from a collateral branch of his family and maliciously attacked other participants. Because of her personal experiences, Poison Beauty felt more disgusted with Yang Wenping than Wei Haodong. Poison Beauty also came from a collateral branch and was constantly bullied by an older male and female cousin from the main branch. Later, her father managed to use his capabilities to form a connection with a powerful chamber of commerce. This allowed them to finally break free from the control of the main branch. After joining this chamber of commerce, Poison Beauty's father built 2 merchant groups. However, the Chamber of Commerce eventually went bankrupt, and Poison Beauty's family only managed to stay afloat by relying on the 2 merchant groups. At the very least, Poison Beauty did not have to worry about having food to eat and clothes to wear. However, Poison Beauty needed to earn her own resources to nurture her phase and could not rely on her family for much help. Later, because she was matched with Lin Yuan on Star Web and fought a few battles with him, she managed to become a popular Star Web host. It was only after signing a contract with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to help them with their sales that Poison Beauty finally gained financial freedom. When the main branch found out that she was thriving, they immediately contacted her. Poison Beauty only had one stance toward them: to get rid of any plans to leech off of her. After Yang Wanxin was overwhelmed by Yang Wenping's status as a direct descendant of the main branch, Poison Beauty felt a sense of relatability to her. This was why Poison Beauty intentionally mentioned the part about the main branch of the family coercing the collateral branch. She hoped she could use her influence to help Yang Wanxin avoid any negative repercussions from Yang Wenping. Lu Shuang was partnering with Poison Beauty for this live stream. She also shared her thoughts about this matter. Her words were full of harsh judgment toward Yang Wenping and Wei Haodong. Lu Shuang had been part of an adventurer team in the past. She left the team after 6 months because there were people in the team who were constantly stirring trouble. By that time, Lu Shuang could already support herself through her channel. She did not want to be forced to participate in unnecessary socializing and become embroiled in negativity. Hence, she decided to leave the team. Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's judgments of Yang Wenping and Wei Haodong were met with boisterous agreement. Returning on wind. People like that are disgusting. Who hasn't encountered dictators and trouble-stirring jerks in their own lives? People like that aren't fit to become part of the Radiance 100 sequence. Hopping Tall Mountain. I can't be bothered to waste my thoughts on such people. I would rather pay attention to Yang Wanxin's cleansing rain sky crane. Aren't the creation masters doing research into phase that can treat death aura? Why don't the creation masters focus their efforts on the cleansing rain sky crane? The cleansing rain sky crane's ability to cleanse death aura is amazing. To the Moon Empress and the entire Radiance Federation, Yang Wanxin's cleansing rain sky crane was the biggest surprise to come out of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It was evident that the cleansing rain sky crane had mutated from another Fae. There were many reasons for a Fae to undergo a mutation. Unless the external factors were fully replicated, reproducing or creating the mutation was not guaranteed. The Moon Empress wanted to meet with Yang Wanxin personally after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended. She would ask Yang Wanxin and the cleansing rain sky crane to stay with her for some time to examine her Fae. If she could recreate the cleansing rain sky crane's mutation, she could keep one above each city. The regular people of the Radiance Federation would thus not have to worry about being killed by the death aura when Tower Cannon brought out even more moves. As the topic gained traction, Du Xing and Qin Dong were mentioned. Du Xing especially received significant praise. Not like the past. Du Xing is truly a good captain. He didn't want to engage in conflict while they were in the middle of the journey and chose to give up his authority. When his people were being disadvantaged, he stepped up to fight for them. I hope to be smoke. What does he mean by using a C formation to avoid the dead spirits? I think even I'm better than Yang Wenping when it comes to surviving in the wild. Du Xing made the right choice. Given the circumstances, charging forward is the only option. Love eating sweet beans. Luckily, Du Xing and the rest aren't too far from the main area. Judging by their current direction, they will be able to reach Lord Lin Yuan. Poison Beauty read many similar comments saying that Du Xing and the rest were very lucky. However, she did not share their sentiment. The audience felt that Du Xing was lucky because he could join Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had become a symbol of faith in the Radiance Federation, so anyone who had the chance to make contact with him saw themselves as lucky. But in Poison Beauty's opinion, Du Xing's luck came from Yang Wanxin's decision to join his team. In order to properly comment on the Radiance 100 sequence selection, she intentionally went to experience the dead spirits and stayed in an environment concentrated with death aura for some time. Thus, she was well aware of the impact that death aura had on the human body. As the dead spirits continued cropping up in the test ground, the concentration of death aura also rose. If Du Xing and the rest did not change their direction, they would be almost 500 kilometers away from Lin Yuan. However, they would be able to reach Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers in another 300 kilometers. Without the cleansing rain sky crane to cleanse the death aura in the area, less than 1/10 of the almost 700 people in Du Xing's team would be able to make it to the Sea of Flowers. Poison Beauty did not think that Yang Wanxin made her decision because of Du Xing's charisma. She believed that Yang Wanxin did so because of how she felt toward her friends. In this aspect, Yang Wanxin was doing much better than the Poison Beauty of the past. After Yang Wenpeng received verbal abuse from Wei Haodong for crippling his legs and the front legs of his fei, he felt a strong urge to kill him. However, Yang Wenpeng managed to control himself. He still had some restraint after the wave of impulsivity passed. If he used his phase to kill Wei Haodong immediately, the nature of his actions would change. Given Wei Haodong's current situation, there was no way he could survive the waves of rampaging dead spirits. Once the waves of dead spirits swallowed Wei Haodong, Yang Wenpeng's goal would be met. Yang Wenpeng sensed the tremors below him intensifying. He waved his arm in a large arc. Let's immediately move sideways to the right and try our best to avoid the wave of dead spirits. Those in charge of scouting should investigate the positions of the dead spirits so we can avoid them in the C formation. Yang Wenpeng did not care if these people were truly willing to follow his direction. There was no way they had chosen to stay because they wanted to steal the leadership position from him like Wei Haodong did. Yang Wenpeng believed that as long as he could lead the team to avoid this wave, his image as a leader would be boosted. At that moment, a hoarse voice coming not too far from Yang Wenpeng said, "Big Brother Peng, our team no longer has any scouts." The Spirit Chi professionals who were in charge of scouting all left with Du Xing. Yang Wenpeng froze. He understood the meaning behind the scouting Spirit Chi professionals leaving him. Originally, most of them had been following him. There was no reason to assume they were closer to Du Xing. This happened because those scouts did not think they could escape the wave using the C formation. But he was already stuck there. He could not change the plan now. Furthermore, even if he wanted to change the plan, he would not know what to change it to. Luckily for him, those who had not left had yet to lose all hope in him. They were also those who did not have many opinions on their own, as well as those who had yet to see the reality of the dead spirits wave. The team of more than 300 people truly intended on moving in a C formation and hoped that this would allow them to avoid the tens of millions of dead spirits. Lu Shuang sighed and told the audience in the live streaming room, "You will all soon see how a wave of dead spirits swallows a group of more than 300 people. I did not expect Yang Wenpeng to push on with the C formation to avoid the dead spirits. He didn't pick up his survival skills properly but wants to call the shots. He is not only harming himself but also the entire team." Poison Beauty's expression did not change when she heard what Lu Shuang said, but she understood what Lu Shuang was trying to express. Even if these over 300 participants who chose to follow Yang Wenpeng managed to survive the wave of dead spirits, they would never be able to get a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. A few of them did possess decent power, but they did not have much brains. Poison Beauty understood the significance of this Radiance 100 sequence selection. Aside from exhibiting the outstanding capabilities of the younger generation, they wanted the regular people to understand the perils of the dead spirits. Poison Beauty said sternly, "We should be moving our view away, but I think we should all understand what a wave of dead spirits is like. We need to understand this disaster that affects our life and see the difference between the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms." Lu Shuang could not help but compliment Poison Beauty when she heard that. Poison Beauty was becoming increasingly mature as a host. She was also more daring than Lu Shuang and said many things that Lu Shuang would never dare to say. Lu Shuang was afraid that saying something wrong would attract consequential trouble. But now, she had Poison Beauty to help her to say all that she held herself back from saying. This expanded the range of content of her broadcast. Lu Shuang could not help but think, I can work with Poison Beauty more in the future. Yang Wenpeng led his team and tried to avoid the Dead Spirits wave in a C formation. Technically, they had executed a textbook version. But regardless of how well they executed it, it was useless because the application was wrong. It was not long before Yang Wenpeng's team clashed against the surging wave of dead spirits. Every dead spirit moved at different speeds. Thus, the general shape of the wave changed every second. It was as though the wave of tens of millions of dead spirits had noticed a delectable meal. Yang Wenpeng felt his heart sink into despair. The closer his team got to the wave of dead spirits, the higher the concentration of death aura in the air around them. The team members' teeth, noses, ears, and eyes were all infected by death aura and began leaking blood. A few of their faces even ended up covered with bloody scabs. People became dizzy when they were both mentally and physically tired. Over 300 people lost their lives, just like a stone thrown into the sea, with no noticeable impact, among the tens of millions of departed spirits. Du Xing's team up ahead was not in any better state than Yang Wenpeng's team. It required energy to use their phase to charge forward at full speed. These phase would also be affected by the death aura. Du Xing and the rest slowed down continuously as their bodies and minds deteriorated. Yang Nuanxin's cleansing rain sky crane flapped its wings gently and summoned a thin curtain of rain atop the group. Not only was the cleansing rain sky crane running on an empty tank of energy, but its roots were also damaged after overextending itself for such a long time. However, Yang Nuanxin persisted. Du Xing looked at the ghastly pale Yang Nuanxin, who was still pushing forward and using the cleansing rain sky crane to summon rain. He then looked ahead at the desolate land and said, Nuanxin, because of your fei, you have the most potential out of all of us. Qin Dong's nimble moose is also the fastest of all our feis. It can also capture wind elements while running to reduce its energy depletion and raise its speed. So just take care of yourself and Qin Dong. Both of you should try your best to survive. Du Xing looked at the teammates around him, who were already showing signs of collapsing. He knew that even if Yang Nuanxin continued using the cleansing rain sky crane to take care of all of them, it was unlikely that all of them would make it. Aside from being infected by death aura and their health suffering, their awful conditions were the result of being completely drained of energy. Du Xing could sense that the vibrations under his feet were growing stronger. This meant that the dead spirits were getting closer. If Du Xing was more selfish, he could use Yang Nuanxin to try to save himself. However, he did not do so. Meanwhile, an eyeball formed from sand watched all of this from nearby. After hearing what Du Xing said, the eye's gaze lingered on him. When Yang Nuanxin heard that, she was about to shake her head. But he continued, Nuanxin, you should be aware that you have the greatest need to perform out of all of us. Your performance will save your family. Otherwise, Yang Wenpeng will definitely take action against you and your family. Qin Dong, I'm sorry things are hard for you too. If you didn't have to stick with the team, the nimble moose would already be another 100 kilometers ahead. Qin Dong pursed his lips tightly and looked deeply into Du Xing's eyes. Big brother Xing, the slower the nimble moose runs, the less energy it uses. Qin Dong lowered his head and said, Nuanxin, you can make the decision. I'll stay with you if you choose to remain with the team. I wouldn't have lasted this long without your cleansing rain sky crane anyway. Qin Dong did not say that to console Yang Nuanxin. He had laid out his circumstances reasonably. Because the nimble moose exchanged wind elements with the environment through its skin, the death aura had a more serious effect on it than on other feis. Qin Dong's body was not in good shape. His body was seriously affected when he first entered the test ground. When Yang Wenpeng forcefully pulled away Yang Nuanxin, Qin Dong would intermittently cough up large amounts of blood. Since Yang Nuanxin enabled him to make it this long, Qin Dong was willing to leave the decision to her. Du Xing knew that he had reached the end of the line and was willing to help others who actually stood a chance of surviving. However, the other participants did not want Yang Wanxin to leave until all hope was truly lost, regardless of how arduous their journey was. Du Xing, what are you doing? We were willing to follow you when you clashed against Yang Wenpeng. What gives you the right to send Yang Wanxin and Qin Dong off alone now? We know that you are on good terms with Qin Dong. What else does he bring to the table aside from his fei that is slightly fast? We all know that the Nimble Moose's combat ability is extremely low. Du Xing did not say anything after being reproached. He also did not try to explain himself. It was true that these people only left Yang Wenping's team because they were following him. Regardless of whether it was because of his charisma or because they realized that Yang Wenping's proposed C formation was doomed for failure, Du Xing was grateful. However, he never tied himself to Yang Wanxin. When he charged ahead alone, he never took into consideration whether she would be able to catch up. It was Yang Wanxin who decided to ask Qin Dong to give her a ride. Du Xing was doing what he was doing because the team was about to fall. As the leader, this was the best decision for the team. If all of them died there, they would truly lose all hope. If he was really selfish, he would have tied himself to Yang Wanxin at the beginning and given her a ride on his own fei. Yang Wanxin knew that it would be difficult for the team to hold on, but she still did not want to abandon them. However, what Du Xing said at the end touched her. Even if she did not think for herself, she had to think for her family. Big Brother Dong, my cleansing rain sky crane will cover your nimble moose. Order the nimble moose to rush ahead at full speed. The moment Yang Wanxin's words left her lips, a female voice shouted from nearby, "Thank you for helping us for so long." This girl used her 2 fantasy breed phase to shoot a beam of light blue light at the cleansing rain sky crane, forming a white imprint on its body. Yang Wanxin immediately sensed the cleansing rain sky crane being replenished with energy. When the girl's fantasy breed phase were done using their abilities, one collapsed on the ground while the other seemed dead. Yang Wanxin cupped her hands together in a fist and bowed to the girl before dashing away with Qin Dong on the nimble moose. If the team was seen as a unit, this girl had essentially breathed life into their final spark of hope. Those who were cold-hearted might see this action as stupid, but this action was heralded as a spirit of sacrifice. Without Yang Wanxin, the people in this team grew increasingly weaker, and the sounds of aggression from the dead spirits grew louder. Du Xing turned to look at the astonishing wave of dead spirits. He pressed his hand to the ground with agony in order to prevent his weak body from being shaken by the tremors. At that moment, a pool of quicksand appeared under Du Xing's feet and sucked him in. The sand did not crush Du Xing. Rather, a small room was created out of metal. He could move freely within the space. The space had no death aura, and Du Xing and his phase spirits could begin recovering. As the wave of dead spirits advanced, more pools of quicksand appeared below the participants. One of them was the girl whose phase had replenished the cleansing rain sky crane's energy. After a moment of confusion after being sucked into the pools of quicksand, these people suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had used this move in the battle against Lu Jie. Lin Yuan was one of the assessors of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. When this thought struck them, these people were overcome with excitement. Lin Yuan's action was not against the rules. As one of the main assessors of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan wielded significant authority in the Radiance 100 sequence selection and could decide which participants he wanted to keep. These were all the people Lin Yuan had decided to save. These people were all shining lights. It would be a loss to the Radiance Federation if they were eliminated. This especially applied to Du Xing. Lin Yuan could see the makings of a leader in him. If Du Xing could not become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, he would receive invitations to join organizations like the Spirit Guards. Lin Yuan was prepared to snatch Du Xing from the Spirit Guards and nurture him as a member of Sky City's reserve strategic team. Yang Wanxin's cleansing rain sky crane had recovered a significant amount of energy. With the nimble moose's support and speed, Yang Wanxin was relieved of significant pressure. The nimble moose was also able to take advantage of its speed. As a support-type fei, the nimble moose was always raising its speed. When it ran at full force, it was much faster than a wave of dead spirits. Yang Nuanxin could clearly tell that the sounds of the dead spirits behind her were growing softer. All of a sudden, she realized that the environment around her had a very low concentration of death aura. Before she could bring this up to Qin Dong, she saw a wild and savagely beautiful sea of flowers up ahead. Yang Nuanxin and Qin Dong instinctively rubbed their eyes when they glimpsed the ferocious yet beautiful sea of flowers. For a moment, they thought that they were imagining what they were seeing. But soon, their emotions turned to delight. Yang Nuanxin was Lin Yuan's fan. Although Qin Dong was not considered Lin Yuan's fan, he had always silently supported Lu Jie. He had also witnessed how Lin Yuan had stunningly used the sea of flowers to swallow the sea of dimensional lifeforms. Qin Dong had watched the recording of the previous year's Radiance 100 sequence selection numerous times. They were able to see this sea of flowers because they were not far from Lin Yuan. As long as they could make contact with it, it would mean that they were under Lin Yuan's protection. This sea of flowers was lethal for the dead spirits, but it was an umbrella of protection for the participants. As deadly as the sea of flowers was, it would never harm the participants. Although the support-type Spirit Chi professional had depleted her roots to help the cleansing Rain Sky Crane, it had already run out of Spirit Chi. Yang Nuanxin recalled the cleansing Rain Sky Crane with damaged roots and said, "Big Brother Dong, Lord Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers can clear death aura. The concentration of death aura is very low here. I'll store the cleansing Rain Sky Crane away so it can recover." Qin Dong said seriously, "Nuanxin, don't use the cleansing Rain Sky Crane unless you absolutely need to. After we join Lord Lin Yuan's team, try your best to display the cleansing Rain Sky Crane's abilities to the greatest extent. You aren't skilled at combat. Aside from the cleansing Rain Sky Crane, your other phase lean toward functional type. As a result, you can't compete with the others in direct combat. You can only stand out by using your phase abilities." There was no need for Qin Dong to say these to Yang Nuanxin. They might seem like teammates, but they were actually competitors in this test. He told Yang Nuanxin these because he wanted to thank her for her help and because he did not want to see her suffer retribution from Yang Wenpeng after the test. Many of the members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection were able to attain opportunities that led to bright futures because of their performances during the test. Because of the Dead Spirits crisis this year, there was even more attention on the Radiance 100 sequence than in previous years. Yang Wenpeng would be seen as a negative example and be scorned. Yang Nuanxin had to achieve some results and more attention in order to fend off the consequences of Yang Wenpeng's fury after the test. The head of the Yang family's main branch would never let Yang Wenpeng express his anger, no matter how bad-tempered he was, as long as she had enough status and popularity. This was to protect the Yang family's reputation. Yang Nuanxin nodded gravely. Still seated on the nimble moose, Yang Nuanxin turned and looked at Qin Dong. She locked eyes with his resolute ones. "Thank you for your advice, Big Brother Dong. But I don't think I'll be able to hold back if I see anyone's eyes and noses leaking blood after being infected by death aura." Qin Dong was not at all surprised by what Yang Nuanxin said. Both of them were in the same team in high school and later entered the same university. With the inclusion of the 2 years they spent in university, they had been teammates for 5 years. Qin Dong understood her character. She remained her same compassionate self throughout the 5 years. Compassion was a virtue, but it might not be beneficial for her in this test. If they managed to reach Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers soon, it was likely that Yang Nuanxin would suggest that they turn back to inform Du Xing of this. Qin Dong was terrified of this happening. When it came to such matters, the stubbornly compassionate Yang Nuanxin would not be able to listen to reason. However, Qin Dong was sure that if they truly turned back, they wouldn't just fail to rescue Du Xing, but Yang Nuanxin would also lose her chance of survival. There was one thing that Qin Dong was sure of: this Radiance 100 sequence selection was very important to Du Xing. Du Xing had used the Radiance 100 sequence for the past few years as his goal and motivation for working hard. Du Xing would never have made such a decision unless he was absolutely certain that he could not hold on. With his Fae that had scouting abilities, Qin Dong was well aware of how fast the dead spirits moved. The dead spirits would have swallowed Du Xing and the rest in less than 2 minutes after he and Yang Nuanxin left them. However, Qin Dong could not explain all this to Yang Nuanxin. Even if he did, she would unlikely agree with his decision. Regardless of whether it was because they were teammates or the possible existence of any other special emotions between them, Qin Dong did not want to fall out with Yang Wanxin over such matters. Qin Dong urged the nimble moose to run faster toward the sea of flowers. When they got nearer to the sea of flowers, they saw the gill-shaped petals of the large red flowers opening and closing continuously, as well as the rows of sharp teeth covering the vines that glinted as the vines moved in the air. Qin Dong was both shocked and afraid. Just as Qin Dong was trying to come up with a way to enter the dense sea of flowers, the sea of flowers automatically opened up a path. The path was winding and led deep into the sea of flowers, but Qin Dong and Yang Wanxin felt relaxed. Once they entered the sea of flowers, they would no longer have to worry about the dead spirits and would have successfully reached the second stage of the selection. The two of them would have the chance to see Lin Yuan up close in Star Web. Lu Jie was not idle and had been using the army of insects to check on the participants in his vicinity. Likewise, he used the army of insects to save the promising participants. Long Tao, Xiaqing, and the rest did the same. However, they were only able to save far fewer participants than Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. Almost all of the members of the younger generation who were capable of making it to the main areas had arrived. Those who were unable to make it had probably already been swallowed by the dead spirits. Tremors could be clearly felt in the areas covered by Lin Yuan's sea of flowers and Lu Jie's army of insects. The concentration of death aura was also climbing in these areas. Lin Yuan did a head count of the people in his camp. A total of 47 participants had made it to him. After communicating his report through the Thoughts letter paper, he realized that his group was fairly large. For example, only 21 participants had successfully made it to Shisu. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. Lu Wansheng had made the test much too difficult this time. It had already been very difficult for the participants to find their spots last time. This time, the size of the test ground had multiplied. It was likely that numerous outstanding talents had died during their journey. But the harsher the environment, the better the talented individuals that emerged from it. Could not be denied that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were also to be thanked for enabling over 300 people to arrive at the main areas. This was not because the sea of flowers and army of insects had protected them. As invigilators of the test, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had to ensure the fairness of the test. Aside from those Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had decided to save, the rest of the participants competed fairly. The sea of flowers and army of insects lowered the difficulty of the test by absorbing death aura from the environment to a level that the spirit chi professionals could endure. If they had not done this, the explosion of waves of dead spirits would have caused the concentration of death aura to rise 2 to 3 times its current level. No matter how strong the physiques of the spirit chi professionals were, their bodies would start to decay once the concentration of death aura in the air around them reached 18% and above. Lu Wanqing had not expected so few participants to make it to the main areas. Technically, the duels could begin now that the more than 300 participants had reached the main areas. However, a test like that was prejudiced. Lu Wanqing sent Lin Yuan and the rest a message through the Thoughts letter paper to tell them to divide the 300 participants into 13 groups. There was no limit to the number of people in each group. These groups would then be sent out to hunt the dead spirits. Those who survived would equally divide up the number of dead spirits they killed as points. After a moment of pondering, Lin Yuan realized Lu Wanqing's intention for this design. Once the 13 groups were formed, 13 leaders would immediately emerge. These 13 leaders would be the participants with the strongest leadership qualities. The teams of different strengths would begin hunting dead spirits. Logically, the teams with more members had an advantage. However, the points they earned were equally divided based on the number of dead spirits their team killed. Hence, the teams with more members would be disadvantaged instead. Nonetheless, there was still an advantage because it was easier for the larger teams to kill dead spirits. Moreover, the team members who died could not claim points. This test not only tested for leadership skills, combat power, and execution abilities but also human character. Lin Yuan felt that using pressure and the temptation of honor to publicly expose the dark side of these youths' natures was very cruel. Lu Wancheng was doing this because he wanted to let the intelligent people in the Radiance Federation know that this was a better method of discerning a person's quality than dueling. In the world of spirit chi professionals, resources could create geniuses. With Lin Yuan's supply of resources, Lu Wancheng was willing to boost the members of the younger generation of high moral standing. Yang Nuanxin and Qin Dong had not expected to see Du Xing and other members of their team here. But aside from their shock, they were also overjoyed. Big Brother Xing, how did you manage to escape the wave of dead spirits? Qin Dong walked over to Du Xing and patted his shoulder before looking him over to ensure he had no obvious injuries. However, Du Xing's body had yet to recover from being infected by death aura. Hence, he looked very frail. Yang Nuanxin had already summoned the cleansing rain sky crane, and it was summoning rain to fall over these 30-odd people to protect them. The other lucky participants looked at Yang Nuanxin in surprise. They had not expected her to possess such a magical fae. With this fae, she was definitely able to stand out in this test. Qin Dong sighed deeply. Everything that he had said to Yang Nuanxin had been for naught. There would only be 10 final candidates in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. There were already more than 40 participants in Lin Yuan's camp. It was likely that the other assessors had a similar number of participants around them. They still had to continue competing. If he were Yang Nuanxin, he would have done his best to enable the cleansing rain sky crane to recover its energy instead of using it to summon the rain with mild healing properties to heal the people infected by death aura. Mu Yen, who had been part of the final 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence, re-entered the selection. She had not expected to be so fated with Lin Yuan. She just happened to charge forward to the area where he was located. Lin Yuan was still manipulating the sea of flowers, opening multiple paths within it. At that moment, the crowd heard Lin Yuan say, "All of you can walk down these paths. You will be gathered with the other participants a few hours later." At that point, the final phase of the selection will begin, and the last 100 will engage in a round-robin duel. Out of the entire group, the one who was the most familiar with Lin Yuan was Mu Yen. She raised her hand and asked, "Lord Lin Yuan, can you give us some information about the final phase of the selection? We are so fated to have found you and will need to compete with the other participants to decide who the final 100 candidates are. It won't be a bad idea for us to band together to look out for each other." Lin Yuan had already witnessed Mu Yan's leadership qualities during the last Radiance 100 sequence selection. Both Mu Yen and Du Xing were capable of leading teams. According to the rules, he could give information on the test after Lu Wanqing decided on the contents of the test. After describing the final phase of the test, Lin Yuan thought, "I wonder who out of these 40 people will end up gathering together?" The few hours they spent walking down the paths would be enough for the potential leaders to compete with each other. Du Xing's advantage was that 4 to 5 of his original team, as well as Qin Dong and Yang Nuanxin, would side with him. Mu Yan's advantage was that she had experience as a member of the previous Radiance 100 sequence and was far more reputable than Du Xing. It would thus be easier for her to attract the other participants. When the Star Web audience learned of the rules of the final stage of the selection, they immediately knew that it would be an exciting battle. However, this was not what the Star Web audience was focused on. Instead, they were fully focused on watching the sea of flowers and sea of insects clashing with the wave of dead spirits. When the sea of insects clashed with the wave of dead spirits, it seemed as though both sides were evenly matched. The bones of the dead spirits were dragged by the hypha tapeworms into the carpet of fungi and separated before being turned into energy that would recover the other insects' injuries and become their source of fuel. The death-drawing bladderworm absorbed all of the death aura. When Lu Jie's death-drawing bladderworm encountered death aura, it could demonstrate its competence as an insect species carcinoma fae. Lin Yuan's sea of flowers and Lu Jie's sea of insects stretched out for hundreds of kilometers. Hence, the effects of the fighting taking place at the boundaries of the Sea of Flowers did not carry on to the main areas where the participants were located. As such, the participants had no idea that the dead spirits were locked in a fierce battle with the seas of flowers and insects. The audience watching all of this with a bird-eyed perspective was essentially watching a 3D movie where 3 groups of species were battling it out for dominance. The 3 species were killing and consuming each other. The brutal vine ramets born from red thorn spores saw the dead spirits as a source of nourishment. In return, the dead spirits utilized their bodies to damage the outer layer of the sea of flowers, attempting to breach it. Red thorn's unique child ramets could disperse spores amid the mass of dead spirits. Once these dead spirits perished, the spores would sprout within their lifeless remains, taking over the territory once controlled by the dead spirits. The crimson, gill-shaped petals absorbed death aura, causing them to gradually turn purplish-red. The more the brutal vine ramets attacked the dead spirits, the higher the proportion of death energy in their digestive fluids. This death energy aided red thorn in breaking down the dead spirits' corpses. As time passed, the flower sea and the camp of dead spirits dwindled rapidly. It was unclear which side had the upper hand, but the sea of flowers had not yet receded under the onslaught of the dead spirits. In fact, if Lin Yuan wished to expand the sea of flower size, he could instruct Red Thorn to produce the Eyes of Relinquish to suppress the waves of dead spirits. At present, each Eye of Relinquish stored enough energy for Red Thorn to generate a flower sea spanning 50 square kilometers. After Red Thorn evolved, the Eyes of Relinquish became reliable sources of backup energy for Red Thorn, unlike in the past when using all of the Eyes of Relinquish would only enable the Sea of Flowers to expand to twice its original size. Undeniably, there was another important reason for Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers being able to restrain the dead spirits, which was that Lu Wancheng had restrained the difficulty of the test when creating the environment. The strongest dead spirit would only be around as strong as a diamond fae. Every child Ramet Red Thorn produced would be as strong as the strongest possible dead spirit. There was no question that the battle between Lu Jie's insect species Carcinoma phase and the Dead Spirits wave was much more intense and exciting to watch than the one between the Sea of Flowers and Dead Spirits. Lu Jie summoned the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, and it was continuously adding metal attributes to the insects produced by the insect species Carcinoma phase. The metal attributes significantly raised the insect's overall power. Elegance produced insects in a never-ending stream. Lu Jie kept on using shield ladybugs as hosts for the blade queen bee to make blade worms. The primary sources of firepower were the flowing plasma electricity insects and electromagnetic chrysalises. The flowing plasma electricity insects spewed out a lot of plasma that formed a gooey substance. This goo had a potent paralyzing effect, causing continuous electrical-type damage to any dead spirits that touched it. Electrical-type attacks were especially harmful to dead spirits, surpassed only by light-type attacks. When the electromagnetic chrysalises transformed into cocoons, they sped up plasma coagulation and ejection. When they assumed their moth form, they harnessed the plasma in their bodies to control nearby targets through electromagnetic forces. The flowing plasma electricity insects and electromagnetic chrysalises were the main defenders against the dead spirits. Meanwhile, Elegance created several batches of 6 treasures cloud dragonflies, which enhanced the other insect species Carcinoma phase. This boosted the speed, strength, defense, and energy reserves of the other insect species Carcinoma phase, enabling them to unleash more powerful attacks. Elegance allocated and coordinated the insect species Carcinoma phase so that the carpet of fungi encroached into the Dead Spirits wave. As the army of insects battled the Dead Spirits wave, a few of the insect species Carcinoma phase even captured some of the dead spirits with the intention of using them as food rations for the insect army. Long Tao, Xiaqing, and the others' performances could not be compared with the likes of Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, they were still able to use their individual methods to drive off the dead spirits and demonstrate the incredible capabilities of members of a Radiance 100 sequence. At such a time, all the hosts would be praying to land on the best perspective from which to watch the test. However, in this fight between hundreds of millions of lifeforms, thrilling battles broke out on every corner. Poison Beauty and Lu Shuang chose the Sea of Flowers and Sea of Insects perspectives. This ensured that their channel could cover the 2 most exciting areas. The live-streaming rooms that did not have 2 hosts had no choice but to pick one perspective. The advantage that Poison Beauty and Lu Shuang's channel had was thus made clear, and they immediately shot to the top of the ranking. Poison Beauty and Lu Shuang did not have to spend too much time explaining the battle as the audience could see for themselves the shocking clash between the Sea of Flowers and sea of insects and dead spirits. The two of them were not aware of Lin Yuan's sea of flowers, or Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase abilities. If they tried to explain what was happening, it was likely that they would make mistakes. Fantasy World Nether Flames. When Lord Lu Jie and Lord Lin Yuan crossed swords, the sea of sand quickly swallowed the insect army. Because of that, I didn't think much of the insect's strength. But the insects are now able to take over the dead spirit's territory. Light Beauty Flower. Lord Lu Jie sure is powerful. He summoned many more types of insect species carcinoma phase in his battle against Lord Lin Yuan. This means that Lord Lu Jie isn't even using his full power against the dead spirits. Fatty Dragon. That's right. Lord Lin Yuan is using the Sea of Flowers and not the Sea of Sand to fight the dead spirits. If he used the Sea of Sand and pools of quicksand, the dead spirits would be immediately dragged underground. Lu Shuang noticed that many people in the live streaming rooms were discussing Lin Yuan's Sea of Sand and Flowers. She also did not know which was stronger. Lu Shuang felt that even if Lin Yuan did not use the full power of his elemental source-type lifeform in his battle against Lu Jie, Lin Yuan had an important reason for not choosing to use the Sea of Sand against the dead spirits. This reason was that the Sea of Flowers could absorb death aura, but the Sea of Sand could not. This was why Lin Yuan chose to use the Sea of Flowers against the dead spirits. Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers was not only fending off the dead spirits, but was also protecting the participants. Have any of you noticed that the large dark red flowers in the Sea of Flowers have turned purplish red? These flowers have been continuously absorbing death aura. There are also insects in the Sea of Insects that are absorbing death aura. Otherwise, with the death of all those dead spirits, the concentration of death aura in the test ground would have risen to 30% higher than its current level. Do you see that the participants in the Sea of Insects and Sea of Flowers haven't been affected by the death aura? Lu Shuang's words did not stop the other people in the live streaming room from discussing and comparing the strength of the Sea of Flowers and Sea of Sand. However, they were both Lin Yuan's phase. Even if the audience racked their brains, the source sand would never fight against Red Thorn. Frankly, the source sand had taken full control of the underground of the test ground. The source sand was hidden underground. Once the Sea of Flowers could not address the danger, the Sea of Sand would immediately step in. Lin Yuan always liked to ensure that he had backup plans, even if the activity had a very low level of risk. Lin Yuan stayed a kilometer behind the participants and walked leisurely. He used the sandball formed from the source sand to observe these 40 participants. He saw that they were beginning to fight subversively after learning of the theme of the test. Mu Yen was the first to speak. I'm sure all of you know of me, even if you aren't familiar with me. My name is Mu Yen and I was sequence number 100 of the previous Radiance 100 sequence. I am back in the selection because I didn't manage to make it to the top 90 ranks in the re-ranking. Lord Lin Yuan said that the participants will be split into 13 teams and be led by leaders in hunting the dead spirits. We don't know how many participants have gathered in the other areas, but I'm sure that we will be able to increase any advantage we have if we band together. In my team, I will do my best to ensure the survival of every member while we're fighting the dead spirits, and I won't use any intentional methods to reduce the team size or harm the team members' profits. I swear this on my honor. Mu Yen knew that there were likely other members of the team who also hoped to become leaders. She had prior experience from last year's Radiance 100 sequence selection and knew how to present herself in a way that would allow her to stand out. The best way to achieve this in this test was to become one of the leaders of the 13 teams. Yang Nuanxin was the most special participant of those who were gathered there. Now that the concentration of death aura in the air had been significantly lowered thanks to the Sea of Flowers, Yang Nuanxin was no longer as important. But she would become pivotal once the hunt for the dead spirits began. However, Yang Nuanxin and the rest of the people close to her were insistent on revolving around the young man named Du Xing. If Du Xing also wanted to become a leader, Yang Nuanxin would definitely side with him. With this awareness, Mu Yen did not try to engage with the rest of the participants. Instead, she immediately established her position as a leader and promised to secure the rights of her team members. Now that they were at the tail end of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, they were all rivals. Mu Yen could not bring up and hope to bank on her status as a member of the previous year's Radiance 100 sequence. She had only mentioned her background to provide evidence for her power. While she spoke, Mu Yen looked around at the crowd with a serious gaze. Eventually, her gaze landed on Du Xing. When their eyes met, Mu Yen knew he would be competing with her. This was because after hearing what she said, his brows were knitted and he looked resistant. Now that she understood her circumstances, Mu Yen spoke up first. I am willing to become a team leader that leads the team to glory. Who is willing to take on the dead spirits with me? The participants in the other invigilators' camps might not have asked about the contents of the test like I have. If we form teams first, it will be easier for us to recruit the other participants once we meet up with them. To this crowd, Mu Yen was no different from a celebrity. All of them had watched her battles before the Radiance 100 sequence selection began. She had 3 diamond/fantasy phase and was one of the most outstanding participants. Moreover, with her background, she could easily stand her ground against the leaders of the other teams. In a test with such a chaotic design, it was likely that only 3 of the 10 members of the previous year's Radiance 100 sequence would be able to survive. After weighing the pros and cons, many participants chose to join Mu Yen. When Du Xing saw Mu Yen looking at him, he thought she would extend an invitation to him. If she did try to invite him, he would definitely turn her down. His previous experience of acquiescing and joining Yang Wenping had ended in deep regret. If he had not led his team in joining Yang Wenping's team, more than twice the current number would have made it there. It was difficult for Du Xing to trust others again when it came to such matters. Mu Yen was not an exception despite being a member of the previous Radiance 100 sequence. Aside from these considerations, Du Xing had his own selfish thoughts. In the past, only the strongest soldiers made it into the Radiance 100 sequence. But now, leadership qualities held a higher weight. This was made clear by the complicated test format that the Radiance Sacred Hall had come up with. It would be easier for him to pull ahead of the others by becoming one of the leaders. When his eyes met Mu Yan's, he could tell she intended to compete with him. If he leveraged Yang Wanxin's phase abilities, he would stand a chance of winning. However, most of the people present had chosen to join Mu Yen, and it was difficult to sway them toward leaving her to join him now. If they left a team immediately after joining it, they would come across as lacking team spirit, and their points would be deducted. In this clash between him and Mu Yen, her clever move had allowed her to claim the upper hand. Du Xing did not immediately declare his wish to become a leader. Instead, he told Yang Wanxin, Qin Dong, and the others around him, "All of you have been following me so far. Are you willing to trust me again? We can form a team together." Qin Dong and Yang Wanxin had been Du Xing's teammates for 5 years and knew the kind of person he was. "Big Brother Xing, we would have already joined the other team if we weren't waiting for you to invite us." Yang Wanxin waved her small fists and said, "Big Brother Xing, let's create a team. My cleansing rain sky crane has been recovering. It will be able to recover most of its energy in another few hours." Du Xing's question was a sign that he respected Yang Wanxin, Qin Dong, and the rest. Now that he had received their support, Du Xing declared, "My name is Du Xing. I also intend to form a team. Everyone in the team will be an equal, and we will do our best to look out for each other. I swear on my willpower rune that all competition will be fair." Du Xing knew of his own situation. Unlike Mu Yen, he could not speak of honor and glory. He had been part of a C-level guild club in the past. But before he could recruit Qin Dong, Yang Wanxin, and the rest to join him and participate in the tournament, the C-level guild club was bought by a B-level guild club. The B-level guild club had taken away the C-level guild club's right to form teams. Hence, if Du Xing and the rest wanted to participate in tournaments, their only option was to participate in the lower-tier league. Eventually, Du Xing left the guild club and even had to pay a handsome fee to dissolve his contract. He could not use his accomplishments to drive his recruitment, nor did he proclaim Yang Wanxin as his team's signature. The people present were not stupid and could see the difference in level between the two teams. The biggest gesture of sincerity that Du Xing could make was swearing on his willpower rune that the competition between his team's members would be fair. A few participants who had been on the fence eventually chose to join Du Xing after a moment of pondering. Yang Nuanxin's irreplaceable abilities were important. Furthermore, he had guaranteed that the team would be a just one. Mu Yan's promise had been that she would not try to shave down the size of the team or hurt the members' profits. It was plain to see which team was offering more sincerity. The size of the team might not be shaved down, but Mai Yan could still use her status as the leader to assign some members to handle the more dangerous or difficult tasks. Mu Yan had managed to gather more than 20 people, while Du Xing had only managed to gather slightly more than 10. Mu Yan did not show any displeasure at Du Xing managing to attract some members to his team. Rather, once the teams were formed, she walked over to him and reached out her hand with a smile. "We have more members in our team, so it'll be easier for us to look out for each other during combat." Du Xing, Yang Nuanxin, Qin Dong, and the rest assumed that Mu Yan was trying to throw down the gauntlet to establish her position as the head honcho. However, Mu Yan went on to say, "I hope our two teams can work together. We will protect your team members, and your team will share the cleansing rain sky crane's ability to clear death aura. But it will be up to the individual teams to hunt for themselves." Du Xing was momentarily stunned before he smiled at her with amazement. She truly deserved to be someone who had stood out in the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection and earned a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. With Lin Yuan and Gao Feng in the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection, there were truly only 8 spots to fight for. Mu Yan's actions allowed her to come off as having a better character as well as being more masterful than him. Once she realized that she would have to compete against him, she decided not to try and push him out but to work together instead. This helped her to protect her team, but it was also a skillful military move. Yang Wanxin's cleansing rain sky crane was indeed capable of protecting 30 to 40 people, but Mu Yan's team was much larger than Du Xing's own, meaning that their hunting capabilities also differed significantly. When Spirit Qi professionals worked together, they would be able to produce a multiplier effect. Du Xing took a deep breath before he reached out his large hand to grasp Mu Yan's smaller one. Mu Yan was both trying to cooperate and scheme against him. Regardless, he needed to take her up on her offer or risk losing the match. This was a clash between leaders and not as ostentatious as one between fighters. They could have a dagger pressed up to the other's throat at any moment and without making a sound. As things stood, he was on the losing side. But once all the participants gathered together, he still stood a chance of tipping the scales. "Okay. I hope we work well together and hold up our own ends of the bargain." Mu Yan's lips twitched when she heard what Du Xing said. If people were really fighting in the wilderness, those who trusted each other to keep their promises would be foolish. They needed to watch out for one another, even if they had made promises using willpower runes. But now they were in a test ground on Star Web, and all of them would keep their promises. They would be scorned for the rest of their lives if they went against their word in front of all the Radiant citizens. Mu Yan was trying to secretly set up a ploy for Du Xing's failure. He would seem petty if he did not agree to work with her. This would damage his impression in the eyes of others. But now that he had agreed to work with her, she could benefit from the cleansing rain sky crane. Once they arrived at the main area and encountered the other participants, she and Du Xing could use the cleansing rain sky crane as bait to recruit team members. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he watched Du Xing and Mu Yan clash. He had noticed Mu Yan's previous year's performance. She was far more mature now, and it was evident she had grown substantially in the past year. With her power and leadership skills, there was a high chance she could return to the Radiance 100 sequence as long as no unexpected accidents cropped up while they were battling dead spirits. This year, almost 15 members of the Radiance 100 sequence would have to exit, meaning that the competition within the Radiance 100 sequence would be flattened. As long as Mu Yan could return to the Radiance 100 sequence, it was almost a sure thing she would make it to the top 90 ranks next year. As for Du Xing, Lin Yuan did not have much experience with him. He would only be able to get a better sense of Du Xing's abilities once all of the participants were gathered together. In the few hours that the Sea of Flowers and Sea of Insects had been battling against the dead spirits, the scholars whom Star Web had specially invited had conducted a detailed analysis of the dead spirits. Most of the dead spirits were in insect form. The second most common form was the beast form. The dead spirits in human form were the smallest in number but the most powerful. Many of the dead spirits in human form were able to command the dead spirits in beast form. As for the specters, they all had relatively the same level of strength regardless of their form. They were immune to physical damage and could only be killed with elemental attacks. The specters could not only affect the spirits of living creatures but their souls as well. They would even take over the bodies of dead spirits that had died. As the dead spirits had only recently appeared in the main world, the scholars were only able to come up with general categories for now. But it would not be long before they could draw up more detailed classifications. The Radiance Federation had already started producing books related to the dead spirits and intended to incorporate them into the education curriculum from next year onward. From now on, the grading of creation masters would also take their dead spirit knowledge into consideration. It was considered a part of the Fey observer knowledge. Once the scholars examined the dead spirits' bodies and checked if any part of their body could be useful and thus worth harvesting, any spiritual ingredients that came from their bodies would also become part of the spiritual ingredient analyst's curriculum. The dead spirits crisis had only been ongoing for a few months, but it had already disrupted and changed the main world's culture. The instant the participants from all areas gathered together, the fighting intensified. Both the open and hidden battles put human nature on full display. Luckily, everyone knew that this was the Radiance 100 sequence selection and was relatively restrained. Nonetheless, their characters, tempers, and values could all be seen. When Xiaqing spotted Lin Yuan, she walked over to him and said, "It's a good thing that you and Lu Jie are here. Otherwise, I would have no idea how to fend off the dead spirits and reduce the concentration of the death or saturated air. My suck-burst oxygen toad's body can't hold on for too long." Lin Yuan first turned to look at Lu Jie and gave him a thumbs up before telling Xiaqing, "Xiaqing, you don't have to be self-deprecating. Fays will continuously improve while evolving their powers. There is a high chance that your Fays will surprise you in all sorts of ways when they evolve to creation breed or immortal breed." Xiaqing smiled in a way that showed she neither agreed nor disagreed with him. Xiaqing would never lose confidence in her future. She always kept her goals and expectations in mind. Xiaqing wanted to protect the Radiance Federation just like her grandfather and parents had done. However, she understood that her future prospects were tied to Lin Yuan. Because of the pure spirit qi and fire elemental energy she had received from Lin Yuan, she managed to transform her phase bloodlines numerous times. As a general Lu Wenqing had appointed, Lin Yuan had been seriously observing the battles between the participants. Du Xing had surprised him greatly. In terms of leadership qualities, Du Xing was just as competent as Mu Yan. Moreover, he was skilled at managing the atmosphere of his team. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Xiaqing, and the other invigilators were not the only ones judging the participants. The audience could also tell which participants were doing better than others. Lin Yuan did not shift his focus to the subsequent duels after the large-scale selection. Instead, he was concentrating on building the bases in the dimensional world's territories. Bai Qinghuan had sent a message to him to say that the land imps had worked hard and were done building the walls that traversed the five-dimensional worlds. The walls were tightly connected and formed an enormous protective net. They split the main world and the dimensional worlds it had fused with into two. There was now the world within the dimensional walls and the world outside of it. All of the humans were living within the dimensional wall and were protected by it, while the dimensional lifeforms were all placed outside of the dimensional wall. After Lin Yuan's observation, he noticed that it was difficult for the dimensional lifeforms to coexist with the humans because many of the dimensional lifeforms were venomous. It would take a very long time before the dimensional lifeforms could acclimate to living in the main world and be transformed by the spirit qi. Selfishly, Lin Yuan also preferred the dimensional lifeforms to be the ones to fight the dead spirits. This would protect the humans while increasing the dimensional lifeforms' evolution rate. Bai Qinghuan, young master, the dimensional world that cuts through this world is much stronger than I expected. There are many spatial traps below the dimensional wall. Once any life form outside of the wall steps into the spatial traps, they will be sent to the banishment space created by the space-cracking crystals. I have allocated 2 Samsara realm dictators to guard the banishment space. They will handle the lifeforms sent to the banishment space accordingly. Ever since Lin Yuan took control of the subterranean world and attained various high-grade metal spiritual ingredients, he used them to accomplish many tasks he could not achieve in the past. This dimensional wall would not have been built if he had not discovered the space-cracking crystal mineral veins. Lin Yuan. Covering the ground with spatial traps will prevent the dead dimensional lifeforms and dead spirits from crossing over into the human world. But the spatial traps won't be able to stop them from going over the wall. You should be done building the aerial defenses as well, right? Lin Yuan had used the dimensional treasures to take absolute control of the dimensional lifeforms. But after the dimensional worlds were fused with the main world, the dimensional treasures were joined with the main world. This meant that Lin Yuan could not use those dimensional treasures to take control of new dimensional lifeforms. The dimensional lifeforms continuously reproduced after the dimensional worlds were fused with the main world. As subsequent generations of dimensional lifeforms were born, Lin Yuan's control over them would diminish. Low-grade dimensional lifeforms had very low intelligence, so Lin Yuan wanted to prevent them from causing harm to the humans. When Bai Qinghuan saw Lin Yuan's message, she hurriedly responded. Bai Qinghuan, don't worry, young master. I would never send a message to you unless the aerial defenses have been completed. I embedded a large amount of gravity secret silver and attract magnetic force ores. Together, they magnify the attract magnetic force ores effects. By Qinghuan, the dead spirits and dimensional lifeforms won't be able to cross the dimensional wall unless they are stronger than creation breed. The gravitational forces will drag them down. If there are dead dimensional lifeforms and dead spirits that are stronger than creation breed, the attract magnetic force ores' magnetic field will be triggered and alert the experts close to the wall. Bai Qinghuan had perfectly accomplished the task that Lin Yuan had given her. Lin Yuan, Qinghuan, take the land imps with you and go along the wall to help the weak human federations build their bases. I will send help to you. Don't forget that your future won't be limited to this Class 2 world. Initially, Bai Qinghuan only wanted to receive more tasks from Lin Yuan. If he gave her more tasks, it would mean he acknowledged her. The more capable people joined Lin Yuan, the fewer opportunities each would get to be sent out on tasks. But not only had Lin Yuan assigned a new task to her, but he had also given her a promise. Bai Qinghuan already knew that Lin Yuan had set his sights beyond this world. Given what he said, he would take her with him when he went to the other world. While Lin Yuan was communicating with Bai Qinghuan through the thoughts letter paper, two figures appeared at the Four Seasons mountain's foot. They stared up at the imposing mountain with trepidation. One of the figures was wearing a light green attire and wrapped out in a shawl with a faint tangerine tinge. Her light green hair hung just past her shoulders, and her delicate, gentle eyes glinted brightly. She was wearing a headband over her forehead that had 5 faintly colored gems on it. The stones contained various types of energy. When one looked from the side, the 5 gems seemed to form a horn protruding from her forehead. Next to her was a burly figure wearing light green leather and a unique dark green metal battle skirt. The battle skirt hung from his waist, but it did not make him seem feminine at all. Rather, it added a dashing air to his demeanor. He was holding a folding fan covered with various orchid patterns. However, the orchids did not seem to be in a healthy state and were covered in holes from insect consumption. When one took a closer look at this man wearing green armor, one would notice that there was a layer of insects clustered tightly together all over his armor. These were the same insects as the one on his folding fan that were consuming the orchids. These two figures were 3rd page Violet Light Green and 4th page Cavity Orchid. Violet Light Green had undertaken an enormous risk by trying to liaise with Epic God Palace on Tower Cannon's behalf. There was enmity between Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace. But for the sake of her own profits, Violet Light Green had no other choice. Now that the Dead World's roots had fused with this Class 2 world, there was no way out for Tower Cannon. Violet Light Green did not want to let things drag on like 2nd page Warbler Candle and 5th page Falling Rainbow did. 1st page Crimson had been vying for the position of leader of their group. It was true that Crimson had the strongest capabilities out of all of them. However, he had yet to earn the trust of the others because he always recoiled at the first sign of trouble and was unwilling to step up to shoulder risk for the sake of the group. This caused his image as the leader to be a shaky one. Violet Light Green had already steeled herself. But when she arrived at the Four Seasons Mountain's foot and looked up at the towering mountain, she could not help but be gripped by fear. In Tower Cannon's last clash against Epic God Palace, they were all severely injured by a girl and a wave of her hand. The girl had walked out of one of Epic God Palace's palaces. There were a total of 4 such palaces. Tower Cannon did not have the courage to act recklessly when they faced Epic God Palace. Violet Light Green could not figure out why Epic God Palace had chosen to come to this Class 2 world. Could they have foreseen what was happening and had come with the intention of taking Tower Cannon down? Violet Light Green shook this thought out of her mind. Cavity Orchid said solemnly, "Violet Light Green, you have already spoken. We won't be able to avoid meeting the people from Epic God Palace. It's true that they are already on the move. Epic God Palace's doors are opening for the first time in all these years. We will only be able to carry out our plan if we understand what their plans are." Violet Light Green nodded. Ideally, their objectives did not overlap with that of Epic God Palace. If they did, the only possible result would be Tower Cannon finding an alternative path. Violet Light Green took 2 steps forward and tugged on Cavity Orchid's sleeve. "Cavity Orchid, of the 8 of us, we are on the best terms. I used to encourage you to follow Crimson's orders because we need a leader. But now, I am fully disappointed in Crimson." Cavity Orchid reached out and combed down Violet Light Green's stray hairs before saying gently, "Violet Light Green, I've never had hopes for Crimson, so I can't say that I'm disappointed in him. If we're talking about disappointment, I'm already disappointed with the entire Tower Cannon. We all know what the emergence of the demon insects signifies. Even at such a juncture, no one was willing to step forward. When you eventually did, the others decided to sit back and piggyback off of your effort instead of coming with you to communicate with Epic God Palace. They would definitely take us more seriously if all 8 of us came together." Violet Light Green had not expected her casual venting to lead to a stream of grievances from Cavity Orchid. Alas, what could they do? Ever since they fused the Dead World's roots with this Class 2 world, all their fates were henceforth bound to this Class 2 world. If only they had not been so anxious, they could have returned to the sky beyond the clouds with the Dead World's roots. There was no need for Epic God Palace to release the demon insects in order to stop the Dead Spirit's disaster. The treasure that Epic God Palace held could separate ley lines. If Epic God Palace wanted to put an end to the Dead Spirit's crisis, they could extract this Class 2 world's ley lines before purifying it. Even if they did not manually purify the ley lines would be able to purify themselves as long as they were not enveloped by death aura. This meant that a third faction from the sky beyond the clouds was present in this Class 2 world. Optimistically, Epic God Palace might not be taking action because of Tower Cannon but this other faction. The Dead Spirit's crisis had been progressing for some time. Epic God Palace had not taken action at the beginning. They only started to make a move when the demon insects appeared. At that moment, a powerful force pressed down on Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. "Tower Cannon, the insects that crawled out from dirt. You have been hovering around Epic God Palace for some time. Are you here to try and rob us again?" Under the crushing pressure, Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid only managed to hold on by releasing their own auras. This gargantuan force was completely foreign to them. Clearly, it was not coming from the same expert who had injured them the last time. But it was likely that the source of this force and the expert who had injured them last time had similar levels of power. This expert had to be part of Epic God Palace's upper echelon. It was as though Violet Light Green had not heard the mocking edge in Autumn's tone and started to explain. "Tower Cannon made a mistake all those years ago. We have learned our lesson. This time we come with sincerity and would like to have a chat with Epic God Palace. We hope that both sides will be able to work together to achieve a win-win situation." Cavity Orchid added, "That's right. That incident came about from one of our members making a decision on their own. The rest of us have no intention of making an enemy out of Epic God Palace." Autumn's figure appeared directly above Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. The pair of eyes that resembled that of a phoenix looked down at Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. Autumn could not touch Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid until he was certain about whether the two of them had ties to Lord Saint. He also wanted to chat with them to find out more information. However, Autumn disliked what Cavity Orchid said about Tower Cannon trying to rob Epic God Palace because of the unauthorized decisions of one of its members. He also did not trust Cavity Orchid's explanation. Since only one of the members of Tower Cannon had decided to steal the Epic Clock, why had the rest of the 8 pages gotten involved? Epic God Palace had been waiting for Lord Saint's awakening. Autumn had never been concerned with Tower Cannon, the traitors from a Class 3 world. Lord Saint's awakening was not only related to this world that had recently been promoted to Class 2. Any factor could have contributed to his awakening. In Autumn's view, Tower Cannon's existence was an important factor in triggering Lord Saint's awakening. If Tower Cannon had not tried to steal the Epic Clock, Spring would not have lost control and stepped in. Spring had been extremely self-reproachful because of this. She feared that injuring Tower Cannon to the point of near death may have affected Lord Saint's awakening. Because he knew all of this, Cavity Orchid and Violet Light Green's words were meaningless to Autumn. Why does Tower Cannon want to work with us? We don't care about this Class 2 world. So there shouldn't be anything about our actions that is holding you back. Autumn's voice was full of derision. His revulsion of Tower Cannon was not because they were weaker than him. Power was not the yardstick of a lifeform's worth. Even ants served their own purpose. There were many ways to criticize Tower Cannon's existence. They did not try to prevent their dead world from fusing with the Class 3 world because they wanted to protect their home, but because they coveted the Class 3 world's roots. They had failed to achieve this but still did not give up. Instead, they brought the dead world's roots with them and fled to this world. This Class 2 world was now being used as their incubator. Tower Cannon's goal was to sacrifice all of the lifeforms in this world and use the death aura already present to fuse the dead world with this world. Tower Cannon was an invader, a robber, and a destroyer. Even if this group was stronger than Autumn, it would be difficult for him to respect them. Even if Autumn believed Lord Saint had not awakened, he would not side with such a group. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid could hear the mocking and derision in Autumn's voice. However, they were struck by something that he said. Autumn had said that Epic God Palace was not focused on this Class 2 world. Did that mean that Tower Cannon would not earn Epic God Palace's fury by trying to take over this Class 2 world? If that were the case, they would not need to continue conversing with Epic God Palace. In truth, Violet Light Green was very against Tower Cannon working with Epic God Palace. If they worked with Epic God Palace, Tower Cannon would never have any say in decision-making. Autumn did not know that his words had caused Violet Light Green to land on such a big misunderstanding. Autumn's task was to interact with Tower Cannon. Now that Tower Cannon's members had initiated contact with him, his task was considered complete. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid looked at each other and saw delight in each other's eyes. Tower Cannon would really like to work with Epic God Palace. It's really a shame that we won't be able to. If Epic God Palace needs our help in the future, feel free to ask. After confirming that Epic God Palace was not interested in this Class 2 world, Tower Cannon was no longer afraid of them. Instead, they could try to form a connection with Epic God Palace. Once the dead world's roots were fused with this Class 2 world, Tower Cannon would do its best to promote it to Class 3. They might need Epic God Palace's help in the future. Autumn did not intend to hold the 2 members of Tower Cannon back. But just as they were about to leave, a thought struck him and he stopped them. The 2 of them froze and turned around. They did not know why Autumn had stopped them. Could it be that he had said what he said to distract them? At that moment, Autumn asked gravely, "Is there a member of Tower Cannon who is rapidly transforming?" Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid's expressions turned stony, and they began to ponder deeply. There were only 8 true members of Tower Cannon. The 8 pages that roamed the world were only their replacements that held their place while they slept. There were also the lead chanters and singers in every tower. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid had never paid attention to these lead chanters and singers. After the Class 2 world was fused with the dead world's roots, the lead chanters and singers were turned into dead dimensional lifeforms. Tower Cannon did not have a character that fit Autumn's description. The instant he saw Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid's expressions, Autumn had his answer. It was likely that Lord Saint was not siding with them. However, Autumn could not be fully certain. Lord Saint's transformation might have been hidden extremely deeply. As Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid left Four Seasons Mountain, they continued mulling over Autumn's question. Did this mean that Epic God Palace was looking for someone who was rapidly transforming? The youths in this world often encountered various opportunities, and there were many who were rapidly transforming. Why was Epic God Palace looking for someone like that? Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid contemplated for a moment and discussed this matter but were unable to come up with a conclusion. Eventually, the two of them decided to stop focusing on this matter. Since Tower Cannon did not care about this Class 2 world, it was time for Tower Cannon to fight back against the demon insects. The demon insects were indeed a powerful species. Every demon insect empress in her prime had the power to ruin a Class 4 world. However, this was not the sky beyond the clouds, and there was no pure spirit chi for the demon insects to absorb. Hence, the demon insect's potential was severely limited. Relative to the potential of the demon insects, this demon insects colony was puny. The demon insects could indeed use death aura as fuel, but there were other dimensional life forms in the dead world aside from those that emanated death aura. Tower Cannon had sent out the dimensional life forms that could emanate death aura first because they wanted to change the main world's environment. The hunters in the dead world were capable of consuming the demon insects. If they could capture the demon insect's mother insect and turn her into a dead spirit, Tower Cannon would gain another weapon for combat. With the entire Radiance Federation watching, the curtain closed on the Radiance 100 sequence selection. 10 new members filled the last 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. Among the 10 were Du Xing and Mu Yen, who had been eliminated during the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking. Yang Wanxin and the cleansing Rain Sky Crane's ability to drive off death aura allowed her to perform well during the selection. But she did not manage to occupy one of the 10 spots. Nonetheless, after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, she received an invitation to join the Spirit Guards, and they offered her very generous terms. After joining the Spirit Guards, Yang Wanxin would become a specialized expert. Yang Wanxin enthusiastically accepted the Spirit Guard's offer immediately. Her biggest worry had been Yang Wenpeng seeking revenge on her after the selection ended. Given his temper, just seeking revenge on her would not be enough. He would involve her parents and the entire collateral branch as well. But now that she had accepted the Spirit Guard's invitation and was going to be a specialized expert, she had a position as a public official, and Yang Wenpeng could not cause trouble for her. As long as her family could securely latch themselves to the Spirit Guards, they would be able to break free from the main branch. At that point, they would no longer be under their thumb. Mu Yen was over the moon that she managed to return to the Radiance 100 sequence. She had taken stock of her own circumstances. Her biggest disadvantage relative to the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence was her age. She was only 23 years old this year and could not be compared to abnormalities like Lin Yuan, but she was considered one of the youngest members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The other members with whom she had to compete were all around 26 to 27 years old. The 3 to 4 year gap between them gave them a power advantage that was very difficult for her to overcome. This left Mu Yen feeling extremely regretful. She should have listened to her father and waited until she was 25 or 26 years old before she tried out for a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. There were both pros and cons to joining the Radiance 100 sequence early. The younger one was when joining the Radiance 100 sequence, the longer their tenancy would be. After passing this selection, she just needed to put herself through the ringer for another year. This year's worth of time would be sufficient to enable her to grow rapidly. It was basically a guarantee that she would be able to make it into the top 90 ranks next year. Du Xing had yet to regain his senses. Lin Yuan was the one who had selected him to participate in the final dueling stage. Otherwise, he would not have made the cut based on his accumulated points. Every assessor was able to select members of their team to save. Du Xing thus became the only participant Lin Yuan had saved. This was an unimaginable honor. During the dueling stage, he was able to counter most of his opponents and only lost one round. He eventually earned the 9th spot in the final 10. Before participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he never dared to dream that he would become sequence number 99 of the Radiance 100 sequence. He knew that invitations from major guild clubs would start streaming in tomorrow once the Radiance Sacred Hall officially declared his position. He would not only be able to become part of the guild club's main team but also recruit his old teammates into the guild club. The Radiance Sacred Hall was also going to nurture a bronze/legend Fae for him that would be tailored to his willpower rune. All he needed to do was complete the Radiance Sacred Hall's tasks and earn resources, and he would be able to nurture the bronze/legend Fae. With access to the provision of such resources, his future was unlimited. Lin Yuan was a veteran member of the Radiance 100 sequence and immediately returned to the Return from Faraway mansion once the induction ceremony for the new members was completed. He had left the Mother of Bloodbath in the Return from Faraway to look after Shiny. Faes with the Baron bloodline were powerful. Logic dictated that the more powerful the Fae, the more capable they would be of handling their own world cleansing to evolve to myth breed. But Faes with the Baron bloodline had to tackle much more intense world cleansings than regular Faes. Hence, there was a high chance that they would end up injuring their roots if they tried taking on their world cleansings on their own, resulting in irreparable damage. When the Mother of Bloodbath used its full power now, it was able to wield Immortal breed combat power. Lin Yuan did not have to worry at all if the Mother of Bloodbath was the one helping Shiny to evolve. The Mother of Bloodbath had already sent a message through the Thoughts letter paper to tell Lin Yuan that Shiny had evolved successfully. Although there had still been a few bumps during the evolution process, the Mother of Bloodbath deemed Shiny's evolution to be a perfect one. It also marveled at how comprehensive Shiny's abilities were. This caused Lin Yuan to form a conjecture. As a heavenly family Fae, the Mother of Bloodbath had very high standards. It would never praise Shiny if it did not deserve it. Shiny's transformation had to have truly stunned the Mother of Bloodbath. But why did the Mother of Bloodbath marvel at how comprehensive Shiny's abilities were? The Mother of Bloodbath had already seen Shiny before it evolved to myth breed. If it wanted to praise Shiny, it could have done so then instead of waiting until now. The Mother of Bloodbath's praise had to mean that Shiny's abilities had improved again. Presently, the only area in which Shiny was lacking was its absence of healing abilities. Could Shiny have gained healing abilities when it evolved to suzerain/myth? Frankly, with the Jasmine Lily, there was no need for Lin Yuan's other phase to gain healing-related abilities because its healing abilities were already sufficiently well-rounded. Lin Yuan hurriedly entered the Return from Faraway mansion and saw a golden-haired young man sitting next to the Mother of Bloodbath. This golden-haired young man looked rather similar to Lin Yuan, but his eyes were wilder. His long golden eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his hooked nose had an exotic charm. It was clear that this was a Fae in human form. The Mother of Bloodbath said sharply, "You have already evolved to myth breed and should be intelligent enough to tell right from wrong. You should be trying to learn manners instead of trying to destroy homes. If I see you trying to ruin the furniture made from jade-textured wood again, I will spank you again." Shiny shrunk back its neck. Its face, which resembled Lin Yuan's own, took on an expression of nervous fear. Shiny was a feather-winged species Fae with the Baron bloodline and could be considered a bird. The Mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider and was considered the natural enemy of bird species Faes, posed a big threat to them. Furthermore, the Mother of Bloodbath's grade was above that of Shiny. The Mother of Bloodbath was always kind toward Lin Yuan's Faes and was on very good terms with Chimey and Genius. At first, the Mother of Bloodbath had been the same way toward Shiny. However, after Shiny underwent the world cleansing and changed into human form, it crushed many pieces of jade-textured furniture in the Return from Faraway mansion. It was more mischievous than young human children. Initially, the Mother of Bloodbath assumed that Shiny was just curious and could not control its own strength. But later, it realized that Shiny saw the pieces of jade-textured furniture as toys it could use to de-stress. When it saw Shiny reach out its hand toward the wall hanging that depicted all of Sky City's important members, the Mother of Bloodbath could not stop itself from forcefully spanking Shiny a few times. This immediately straightened the mischievous Shiny out. When the mother of Bloodbath first saw Shiny's face that greatly resembled Lin Yuan's, it felt conflicted about disciplining Shiny. But it did not take long before the mother of Bloodbath realized that Shiny and Lin Yuan had completely different mindsets and personalities. If it did not properly discipline Shiny, it would cause trouble for Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan's path protector, it had the responsibility of teaching Shiny as Lin Yuan had left it in its care. When Shiny spotted Lin Yuan, it immediately pouted and reached out its hand to him. The mother of Bloodbath had sensed Lin Yuan's presence when he was 10 kilometers away from the return from faraway mansion. It told Lin Yuan about everything that had transpired. He had not expected Shiny to be so mischievous. Lin Yuan always showered affection on his phase, but he would not tolerate his phase causing destruction. He walked up to Shiny to hug it before saying seriously, "Shiny, do you remember Uncle who made your nest? He painstakingly carved all the pieces you crushed. These are all products of his effort and labor. You must respect the hard work of others. If you like crushing jade-textured wood, I can give you some materials." Lin Yuan's expression was stern. A year n'a passé since Lin Yuan contracted Shiny. However, he could not nurture it because he lacked dragon liver and phoenix blood. Shiny spent most of its time in the past year playing in the marsh world. It seemed that its carefree lifestyle of the past year had caused it to develop some bad habits. Lin Yuan intended to stay with Shiny for some time so he could properly educate it. Shiny hurriedly nodded its small head when it saw Lin Yuan's stern expression. Shiny did not want Lin Yuan to treat it the same way that the mother of Bloodbath did. When Lin Yuan saw it nodding obediently, he ruffled Shiny's soft golden hair. To be frank, Shiny was very pleasant in the eyes. Although Genius also looked like Lin Yuan when it was in its human form, its demeanor was completely different from that of Shiny. Their differing demeanors reminded Lin Yuan of the first and second male leads from the television shows in his previous life. Lin Yuan, I am just used to scratching and grabbing. Moreover, the jade-textured wood is very soft, and I momentarily lost myself in touching it. You don't have to prepare materials for me. I can hold myself back. In order to express its resolution, Shiny gently waved its fists. When Lin Yuan's expression softened, Shiny affectionately kissed Lin Yuan's cheek. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Shiny. Fey name: Golden Wings, Fey species. Baron species / Featherwing species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type: Wind. Fey quality: Myth-il. Abilities: Snapped neck falling death. When its sharp claws make contact with the target's neck will be snapped. At the same moment, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence, flowing wind claws. When the wind elements in the golden wing's feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate it to attack its opponent. The attack target will feel like it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject elements into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle. By flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, it will simultaneously let out a roar that causes both physical and elemental damage to a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will be increased. Hurricane added protection. A vicious hurricane shield will be added to one's own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded wings Wind Valley. With the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing wind attack. Its body will be combined with wind elements. Even a slight breeze will be enough for it to hide within. While it is hiding in the wind, it will be immune to damage as long as the wind remains. Revived seasonal winds. The wind element state will be changed. The wind elements will gain powerful healing abilities. Targets will be healed wherever the winds exist. They will continue to heal as long as the wind does not stop moving. Exclusive skill. Unset state. When interacting with another Fae, the Golden Wings can copy the Fae's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master while all other winds will become its disciple. Summoning wind-changing spirit. Use wind elements to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of the wind elements. In extreme environments, the accommodated elemental energy can change its own attributes and allow it to become better affiliated with the environment, as well as use elemental attacks of different elemental types. Lin Yuan noticed that the suzerain ability, Revived Seasonal Winds, was indeed a healing ability, but after reading through its effects, he did not think it was a pity that it was a group healing ability. Instead, he could not be more thrilled. The Jasmine Lily's healing abilities could be categorized into close-range and far-range individual entity healing, as well as close-range and far-range group healing. The Jasmine Lily was not very skilled at far-range group healing, but Shiny's Revived Seasonal Winds would imbue the wind elements with healing abilities. In an environment where the wind was constantly flowing, the targets that Shiny had designated would be recovered. It would not deplete too much of Shiny's energy to use wind elements to heal other targets. Once wind began flowing, it would only grow stronger until a powerful external force restrained it. This meant that Revived Seasonal Winds' healing effects would only grow stronger. As long as Shiny was present, the healing effects of Wind's descendant would persist. This far-range group healing abilities would lead to unimaginable effects during large-scale war. But in Lin Yuan's opinion, Shiny's biggest improvement came from its myth-breed exclusive skill, Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit. Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit would allow Shiny to use the wind elements in its body to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of wind elemental energy. Hence, Shiny could change its own attributes, after which its own abilities would also be altered. It would then harvest the attributes that would be the most effective against the enemy and use them in its attacks. While Shiny was changing its attributes, it would be able to tap into the element's reactive effects to strengthen the damage it could inflict. Lin Yuan raised his hand and took out hundreds of fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls from his spatial equipment. Lin Yuan brought the fire-type elemental pearls over to Shiny, so it could use Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit to absorb them. The hundreds of fire-type elemental pearls were definitely insufficient for Shiny. Lin Yuan was not trying to use Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit to increase Shiny's power. He was just trying to see if Wind's descendant would change after its attributes were changed. Shiny in human form absorbed the fire-type elemental pearls like a child eating sweets. Shiny might look like an elegant gentleman, but it was not gracefully eating the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls at all. It grabbed tens of elemental pearls in fistfuls and swallowed them. It would chew occasionally. The fire-type elemental pearls burst open in Shiny's mouth, but none of the fire elemental energy escaped. After Shiny was done consuming these fire-type Heavenly Maiden grades, but before Lin Yuan could say anything, Shiny's aura suddenly changed. The light and agile wind elements swirling around Shiny changed into fervent fire elemental energy. When Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Shiny, he saw that the exclusive skill Wind's descendant had turned into Fire's descendant. Fire's descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all fire elements, it will become a volcano and control all of the surrounding fire elements. It will become the master, while all other flames will become its disciples. The description of the exclusive skill had completely changed to suit that of fire elements. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together with suppressed excitement. Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit not only allowed Shiny to gain the abilities of various elements, but also allowed it to be the ruler of the elemental territory and suppress other life forms belonging to the same element. If Lin Yuan wanted to battle Xiaqing again, he could change Shiny's attributes to fire-type. Not only would the territory of fire be unable to cause harm to Shiny, but it would even bolster it. Shiny stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. It could tell from his expression that he was happy with its growth. Shiny reached out its hand and shook it in front of Lin Yuan. Yuan, do you still have the elemental pearls? They will help me to take on more and different kinds of opponents during combat. Lin Yuan tapped Shiny's beak. I have more than enough of the elemental pearls. I am only concerned that you won't be able to digest too many at once. Lin Yuan took out large chests full of various types of elemental pearls that the wind-speed rapid antelope had organized. There were around 3,000 elemental pearls in every chest. Lin Yuan said, Shiny, go ahead and eat your fill. There are only 4 types of elemental pearls now: wind, fire, earth, and water. I will provide you with rare elements in the future so you can increase your power. Because of summoning wind-changing spirit, Shiny was similar to the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil in that nurturing it involved absorbing various types of pure elemental energy. Although Lin Yuan did not use the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and Frigid often during battle, they were extremely important to him, and he had not stopped supplying them with resources. The flower Calamity, Beautiful Devil, and Frigid were currently accumulating their power. After Lin Yuan was promoted to an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, he did not rush into evolving their grades and qualities because these were not vital to the two of them. The evolution of their bloodlines was the most important. Lin Yuan intended to wait until their bloodlines reached a certain point before he tried to evolve their grades and qualities. His aim was to use the evolution of their grades and qualities to enable their bloodlines to break through. The mother of Bloodbath could not stop the look of envy from spreading across its face when it saw Lin Yuan providing Shiny with resources. The mother of Bloodbath was not jealous that Lin Yuan was treating Shiny well. The mother of Bloodbath believed that it received even better treatment from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had even been ready to give up his life for the sake of helping it with its world cleansing. The mother of Bloodbath was jealous that Shiny had access to the best resources from the onset of its life. It thus had a perfect foundation that many other Fays of the Baron bloodline did not have. It was truly born with a golden spoon in its mouth. The mother of Bloodbath had been watching over Shiny at home and experienced the life of a stay-at-home mother. Hence, it had been unable to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan, did everything go well with the Radiance 100 sequence selection? Lin Yuan shook his head. Things didn't exactly go smoothly. It almost failed. Elder Lu was too anxious and set the difficulty of the test too high. Although Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's interference managed to allow the selection to end well, the high bar of difficulty of the test would inevitably have caused some excellent youths to drown in the wave of death spirits due to their bad luck. Lin Yuan felt that this was a pity. The mother of Bloodbath did not understand what Lin Yuan was trying to say. In its opinion, the harder the test, the more outstanding the survivors. The mother of Bloodbath was more interested in Lin Yuan rather than the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections would take place after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. As one of the contenders for the Radiance Envoys, he needed to head to the Radiance Sacred Hall to watch the Radiance Knight selection. It was clear that Lu Jie had the potential to be a Radiance Envoy, but he still chose to join the Radiance Knight selection instead. Just like when he would become Lin Yuan's aide. Long Tao, Gao Feng, and He were also participating in the Radiance Knight selection. Lin Yuan was taken aback by He's participation but quickly figured out why he had made that decision. Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, Gu Lang, and Xia Qing were not the only ones participating in the Radiance Envoy selection. The previous generation of Radiance Envoys would also be participating. They had to knock the previous generation of Radiance Envoys out of their positions. Just like the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the format of the Radiance Envoy selection had also changed. After Lin Yuan and the rest became Radiance Envoys, they would have to accept challenges from subsequent generations every few years. The Dead Spirit Crisis occurred after the major Federation Union was established. It became clear that there would be no major Federation meeting. Because the Federations now had different levels of power, they did not need to compete or be ranked during the meeting. The Federation Envoys were iconic to their federations, and he struggled to compete with Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, Xia Qing, and the rest, much less try to take on the current Radiance Envoys. After understanding this, he decided to give up on aspiring to become a Radiance Envoy. Instead, he set his sights on the Radiance Knight selection. He felt fully confident in passing. A day was enough time for Shiny to absorb these elemental pearls. When Yu and Lu Jie needed to stay the night in the Radiance Sacred Hall to take part in the oath-taking of the Radiance Knight selection. In one of his rare periods of respite, Lin Yuan returned to his room and had a good sleep. This sleep could only be described as rejuvenating. The next day, just as Lin Yuan was about to head to the Radiance Sacred Hall, he saw that the Moon Empress had personally paid a visit to the return from faraway mansion. He was well aware of how busy she was. She had just finished presiding over the major Federation Union meeting and could not even watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection. She should be in the Radiance Sacred Hall now. The instant his eyes landed on the Moon Empress, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. It was likely that the dead spirit's crisis had taken a turn. There was no other reason for the Moon Empress to appear here at such a time. Furthermore, this change had to compromise the demon insect's defense of the main world. Otherwise, regardless of what happened in the dead spirit's crisis, the Moon Empress could have contacted him through the Thought's letter paper or by phone call. When he saw the austere expression on her face, Lin Yuan asked, "Master, what happened over on the dead spirit's side?" Lin Yuan's voice was full of suspicion. If the demon insects had encountered a powerful enemy, Kira should have sent him a message about it. But since she had not contacted him, it meant that she could address whatever was happening over on the dead spirit's side. The Moon Empress solemnly said, "We intentionally retained 18 dead spirits' wells to train our soldiers and didn't instruct the demon insects to defend these 18 dead spirits' wells. Since yesterday, these 18 dead spirits' wells have been producing dead spirits at accelerated rates. The numbers doubled within a mere 8 hours. Tower Cannon must be up to something." Lin Yuan immediately understood what was happening. The Moon Empress had come to see him because she was concerned that Kira would not be able to commandeer the demon insects to handle the expanding dead spirits wave. But the fact that Kira had not contacted him meant she could handle it. The dead spirits had to have been injected with an enormous amount of death aura in order to multiply in the short span of 8 hours. Tower Cannon would not use up such a large amount of death aura for no reason. This was a clear sign that Tower Cannon was launching their counterattack. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had been planning for the revival of the dead spirits for a very long time, and had to have discovered that the demon insects were fending off the dead spirits wave and protecting the main world. Lin Yuan would not optimistically assume that Tower Cannon could not tackle the demon insects. If Tower Cannon had been unable to handle the demon insects, they would not have begun their counterattack after a period of silence. "Master, I will begin setting up defenses now. I won't be able to head to the Radiance Sacred Hall to watch the Radiance Knight selection." The Moon Empress sighed and reached out to help Lin Yuan adjust his collar. Lin Yuan still had to be the one to step forward to handle the situation at times like this. During the initial outbreak of the Dead Spirits wave, all the lifeforms in the main world, including the Radiance Federation, were unable to handle the disaster even if they joined forces. The sea clans led by the vast sea labyrinth fared even worse than the humans when it came to tackling the dead spirits. From the beginning, it was Lin Yuan who saved the main world time and time again. It was true then, and it was still true now. "I have informed the other members of royalty of the changes to the dead spirits wave. The Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections will be postponed." The Moon Empress had not made this decision on her own, but had come to this conclusion after a discussion with the other members of royalty. The Radiance 100 sequence selection and re-ranking had already bolstered the confidence of the Radiance citizens. If they went on to hold the Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections when they were on the cusp of an unknown disaster, it would affect their ability to handle and prepare for the disaster. Lin Yuan did not say anything. He could not guarantee that he could use Kira to fend off Tower Cannon's counterattack. He instructed Red Thorn to release the Abyss Great Emperor and stood on its palm. He then ordered it to take him to where the 5 female demon insects were hiding. Meanwhile, Kira was greedily absorbing pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. She had never been in such a magical paradise before. With this environment, Kira felt that she no longer needed the gems that contained pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan had to have a powerful source of support in order to possess such a blissful haven. Once again, Kira reaffirmed that being accepted as Lin Yuan's servant was the biggest opportunity of her life. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan summoned Kira and frowned as he asked her, "You should be aware of the changes that have occurred with the Dead Spirits wave in the past 8 hours. Why didn't you inform me of this in advance? I told you to report any and all changes to the Dead Spirits wave to me." Lin Yuan's voice was extremely stern. If Kira had informed him when the anomaly first arose, he could have made preparations sooner. He had slept soundly in the return from faraway mansion last night and had not wanted his body to be stressed by other matters. If he had known about the anomaly sooner, he could have instructed Kira to take him to investigate the situation and come up with a plan of action sooner. Lin Yuan knew that Kira was not using her full powers to tackle the dead spirits. She had only produced 5 demon insect eggs. This had displeased Lin Yuan from the beginning. However, he had not said anything to Kira because the 5 demon insects managed to handle the situation. In actuality, he could guess what Kira was thinking. She was never concerned about the main world and only wanted to return to the sky beyond the clouds was where she could expand her species and demonstrate her prowess. But to Lin Yuan, this world was his home. He also had the desire to venture into the sky beyond the clouds, but he had to ensure the safety of the main world first. Kira's expression froze when she heard what he said, and terror soon spread across her face. She could sense Lin Yuan's rage. It was true that she had found out early on about the change in the Dead Spirits wave. But at the time, she had been anxious to absorb the pure spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone to strengthen herself. She also assumed that the acceleration in the emergence of dead spirits would not be of any obstruction to the demon insects. After all, the demon insects could still consume the dead spirits. More food was beneficial for the demon insects. As a highly intelligent life form, Kira could stand in Lin Yuan's shoes and figure out the reason for his perspective. It was no wonder that Lin Yuan had placed emphasis on informing him when any changes arose. Now that she understood this, Kira's heart sank. This matter was indeed serious. After pondering further, Kira decided not to explain herself but directly admit her mistake. "Master, I wasn't able to fully comprehend what you wanted. I lost myself absorbing pure spirit chi and forgot my responsibility. I will instruct the other demon insects to produce more female insects that can take on the dead spirits." Lin Yuan reached out and flicked Kira's head. "Kira, I hope you won't disappoint me again. I see no need in nurturing a species that can't even carry out my directives." Red Thorn was seated on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Yuan, now that I've evolved into an 8-winged fairy, I can take control of her and manipulate her abilities to nurture the species. It just so happens that a new tongue of relinquish is about to grow." A look of excited desire appeared on Red Thorn's face while it spoke. Red Thorn's power was increased when it used the tongue of relinquish to take control of powerful targets. Red Thorn preferred to take control of Kira, who had powerful potential, rather than the tarot experts. Red Thorn's words caused a chill of horror to run through Kira. This also allowed Kira to realize Lin Yuan was not reliant on her. He had the means to take control of her and utilize her abilities after her death. In their relationship, she was the one relying on him. Kira was so nervous that her limbs started to convulse, and she kept her head dipped. She was terrified that Lin Yuan would take Red Thorn up on its suggestion. Lin Yuan did not engage Red Thorn. Rather, he said seriously to the antsy Kira, "I will give you another chance. Don't forget that this is your last one. The success of the outcome isn't important. What's important is that you follow my orders." Kira nodded vigorously. She took out the dimensional lifeforms she had captured and began laying unhatched demon insect fetuses. Kira had been so reserved in her production of the demon insect fetuses because it was very difficult to produce new ones. It required an enormous amount of energy. Each time she produced female insect fetuses, Kira needed to use a large portion of her roots. Luckily, after entering the spirit lock spatial zone, Kira realized that it was no longer difficult for her to produce the female insect fetuses. In the spirit lock spatial zone's pure spirit chi-filled environment, she could produce a batch of female insect fetuses every 2 to 3 years. This was much faster than the demon insect empresses in the sky beyond the clouds, who received resources from their demon insect citizens. If she was able to keep up this production rate in the sky beyond the clouds, her branch of the demon insects would be able to take control of the entire demon insects. She might even be able to become the arch of the demon insect empresses. Because of Lin Yuan, Kira was able to see a beautiful future. But she was also fully shackled by him. She would never take his orders lightly again. Master, thank you for giving me another chance. From now on, I will carry out your orders with the best methods. I will carve your orders into my genetic lock. When Lin Yuan decided to give Lin Kira a chance and did not allow Red Thorn to use the tongue of relinquish to take control of Kira, Red Thorn felt slightly regretful. Kira was much better than the stupid acid corrosion queen bee. Apart from consuming acid and building messy nests in its mouths of relinquish, the acid corrosion queen bee was not good for anything else. Lin Yuan was so displeased with Kira because she had not listened to his orders and because he had already used true data to check on Kira and found out that she could produce the demon insect females in batches. Lin Yuan did not relax because Kira intended to produce more demon insect eggs. He was still worried. It was unlikely that Tower Cannon's counterattack would be affected by the increase in the quantity of demon insects. It was probable that Tower Cannon had found a way to counter the demon insects. It did not take long for the Abyss Great Emperor to take Lin Yuan to where the 5 female demon insects were situated. During the entire journey, Lin Yuan remained fused with the Abyss Red Lotus and detected the surrounding environment. However, he had failed to sense 2 figures watching him from the shadows. The tall and skinny girl with flowers printed on her skirt said in a soft voice, "Summer, when Tower Cannon's manipulation is taken out of the equation, all of the strange happenings in the main world came from this young man. Do you think he could be the awakened Lord Saint?" The girl's voice was hopeful. Since leaving Epic God Palace, Spring and Summer had been investigating the main world. The knights from Epic God Palace had been continuously supplying them with information. Spring and Summer knew almost everything that had happened in the main world in the last 2 years. After filtering through the information, there was no other possibility aside from that young man. Summer twirled her long dark green hair and said with a faint tremble in her voice, "Normally, we should begin observing the candidates after looking through all that has happened in the world in the past few years. But we don't have any other candidates and can only continue observing this human young man named Lin Yuan. Look at the exotic red flower blooming on the temples of the 8-winged fairy seated on the young man's shoulder. Doesn't it resemble the flowers blooming on the strange plant depicted on the wall illustration?" Summer was all but certain that Lin Yuan was Lord Saint's reincarnation. How else could a young human take control of the corpse of an afterlife realm dimensional lifeform? The power of an afterlife realm dimensional lifeform was beyond that of a Class 1 world. It was also considered exceptional in a Class 2 world. When a Class 1 world was promoted to Class 2, the concentration of spirit chi would rise and it would be easier for the lifeforms in the world to comprehend world willpowers. As a result, both the humans and fays in this world would undergo rapid improvement in the next few centuries. It would no longer be as difficult to evolve their grades. The one who had enabled this world to promote from Class 1 to Class 2 was this young man in front of them. Summer looked at Lin Yuan with a gaze that brimmed with admiration. However, she felt that it was a shame that she and Spring could not appear in front of Lin Yuan to prevent interfering with Lord Saint's growth. Summer was always more cautious than Spring. After reeling in her thoughts, she said, "For now, we can focus on observing this young man. He won't be able to avoid summoning his phase when he battles Tower Cannon. At that point, we will be able to tell if his phase match the ones on the wall illustration. We might even be able to sense Lord Totem God's aura." Spring fell silent for a moment before she said, "I think we should tell Autumn and Winter about our discoveries, so they can also learn about the good news. We will also be able to protect Lord Saint while we're observing him." Kira had already issued orders to the 5 female demon insects before Lin Yuan arrived at the nest, so they could come out to greet him. Currently, the 5 female demon insects' mindsets differed drastically. At first, Kira had relied on Doom the most. But Kira later abandoned Doom when she felt that Doom had failed to demonstrate the might of the demon insects to Lin Yuan. She began relying on the 4 other female demon insects instead. The 4 other female demon insects led insect armies and battled the dead spirits at the borders of the dimensional worlds. After consuming the dead spirits, their insect armies expanded and were now at least 7 times larger than Doom's own. Hence, the other 4 female demon insects steamrolled over Doom. The 5 female demon insects had gathered there because they had received Kira's orders 3 days ago. Kira planned on using spirit chi crystals to strengthen the 5 female demon insects. Otherwise, the 5 female demon insects would take 2 to 3 days to travel and gather together. The female demon insects were all happily waiting for rewards from Kira. However, they noticed that Kira had produced more female demon insects. This made all of the female demon insects nervous. They were worried that Kira would replace them because she found their recent performances unsatisfactory. At first, Doom and the other 4 had other discoveries that they wanted to report to Kira. But now they did not know how to broach the subject. These matters could be considered the first failures of the demon insects in their bid to fend off the dead spirits. The special dead dimensional lifeforms had killed some of the demon insects they had produced. However, there were not many of these special dead dimensional lifeforms, and they could not be considered a threat to the demon insects' advantage over the dead spirits' wave. In a low voice, Kira told Doom and the other 4 demon insects, "Go and tell Master about the current circumstances of the defeat against the dead spirits. Don't leave anything out. Otherwise, I will get rid of all of you immediately." As a demon insect queen, Kira did not see these female insects she had produced as her offspring but her tools. Hence, she did not feel any emotional ties to them. This was especially so now because she had the resources to produce female insects in batches. Kira's words caused them to tremble in front of Lin Yuan. They could no longer be concerned about whether this negative piece of news would anger Kira. Angering Kira was better than hiding this news and ending up eliminated. Due to their genetic locks, they had no choice but to listen to Kira's orders. "Master, the dead spirits are still able to effectively restrain the dead spirits' waves and use the dead spirits' waves to reproduce. However, a giant special dead spirit has emerged in the dead spirit's waves. Based on our observation, we're confident it's a kind of dead dimensional life form. However, it differs from dead dimensional life forms that emit a significant death aura, as it releases only a small amount of death aura. Nonetheless, it can harness this death aura in its attacks. Furthermore, it has the ability to consume demon insects, using them as a source of energy after digestion." Kira's eyes widened. It turned out that Tower Cannon had such capabilities and could dispatch dead dimensional lifeforms that were able to consume demon insects. Doom and the rest did not have the courage to hide the truth. It was likely that they had only just received this news. The war between the demon insects and dead spirits was no longer about occupying territory. Both sides had begun viciously cutting each other down. Kira was afraid that Lin Yuan would think she had kept all this information from him. If she had found out about what the dead spirits had up their sleeves, she would have informed Lin Yuan about it immediately. Lin Yuan could not help but frown when he heard that and quickly issued orders to the Samsara realm dictators stationed in the dimensional worlds. He ordered them to capture the newly emerged dimensional lifeforms so that he could examine them. There had to be a fair number of types of dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan was afraid that Tower Cannon had more moves to play aside from these dead dimensional lifeforms that could consume demon insects. "Kira, I will send my subordinates out to capture the newly discovered dead dimensional lifeforms and bring them before you. Instruct the dead dimensional lifeforms born from Death Aura to consume these new dead dimensional lifeforms genes. We must make a proper comparison of these dead dimensional lifeforms." The demon insects' biggest advantage was their ability to absorb the genes of other lifeforms. As long as they could be combined with the genes of the new dead dimensional lifeforms, the offspring subsequently produced by the female demon insects would be able to overcome the new dead dimensional lifeforms. Presently, aside from relying on the demon insects, Lin Yuan did not have any other means of fighting Tower Cannon. It was true that Lin Yuan could produce explosive combat power when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, but he could not handle the never-ending waves of dead spirits on his own. Moreover, he would definitely attract Tower Cannon's attention once he exposed his power. It was likely that Tower Cannon already knew of his existence. Once he revealed his power, he would be showing his hand to the 8 pages of Tower Canon. This would not do Lin Yuan any good. Presently, Lin Yuan could only place his hopes in Kira. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh when he saw Kira continuously producing demon insect fetuses. He still had not accumulated enough power. In his battle against Tower Canon, Lin Yuan felt as though he was being restrained. He did not like to put all his eggs in one basket. If he could protect the main world and defeat Tower Canon, he would need to prepare more secret weapons before heading to the sky beyond the clouds. After Lin Yuan sent out his orders, all of the Samsara realm dictators jumped into action. When the Dead Spirits crisis first broke out, all of the lifeforms in the dimensional worlds were affected, aside from the lifeforms in the alien insect dimensional world. Only when the demon insects entered the scene did the lifeforms in the dimensional worlds get to rest. It also gave the Samsara realm and Turning Will realm dictators free time. They had all been waiting for Lin Yuan to give them orders. If Lin Yuan did not give them new orders, their existence would have no value. Ever since when you started managing them, the model of the dimensional world's armies was changed. When the Samsara realm dictators received the news, they immediately relayed the news to the Turning Will realm dictators, and apostles. The powerful dictators and apostles could use their own source-type power to resist death aura. The real impact on the dimensional worlds was on the dimensional lifeforms that had yet to become apostles. The dictators and apostles worked together to capture dead dimensional lifeforms from the Dead Spirits waves and delivered them to Lin Yuan's location. The war between the Dead Spirits and demon insects was only officially beginning now. Lin Yuan used true data to check on these new dead dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan saw that the disaster-transcending deceased and saw-killing dead beasts were the best entities for killing the demon insects. When the disaster-transcending deceased absorbed death aura, they would turn into fury spirits and enter the demon insects' bodies to destroy their souls. That method of combat allowed the disaster-transcending deceased to kill the demon insects endlessly while absorbing their soul energy, thereby raising their own grades. This method of combat did not deplete any of their own resources and allowed the disaster-transcending deceased to kill at least 60,000 demon insects in the short span of an hour. It could construct the reproductive abilities of 1,000 demon insects every minute. The saw-killing dead beasts used death aura in a similar way that Lin Yuan used spirit chi to use spirit essence explosion. When the saw-killing dead beasts activated death aura, sharp saw-like teeth were formed in their mouths. These teeth had the bite power to easily take the lives of the demon insects. The saw-killing dead beasts were not as competent as the disaster-transcending deceased when it came to killing the demon insects, but there were many more of the saw-killing dead beasts. The demon insects were also able to injure the saw-killing dead beasts. However, the saw-killing dead beasts could recover their injuries by absorbing death aura. They could also consume the corpses of their comrades to reproduce. Hence, the saw-killing dead beasts' numbers did not fall even after being attacked by the demon insects for an extended period. Upon encountering these new dead dimensional lifeforms, Kira addressed Lin Yuan with a serious demeanor, saying, "Master, demon insects have boundless potential for evolution. If we can acquire the genes of these dead dimensional lifeforms, we can certainly create offspring capable of confronting them. However, generating targeted offspring is a time and energy-intensive process. Achieving this swiftly will necessitate a substantial energy investment. May I have your permission to transport these dead dimensional lifeforms and demon insect fetuses to the blessed territory to expedite the breeding process? I will produce 5 to 10 specialized demon insects designed to combat the dead dimensional lifeforms and then determine which ones perform most effectively against the disaster-transcending deceased and saw-killing dead beasts. In the future, I intend to employ this approach each time a new kind of dead dimensional life form emerges." Kira spoke openly with no hidden agenda. She wasn't seeking any personal gain from the spirit lock spatial zone. Her motive was simply to assist Lin Yuan with his issue. She had already upset Lin Yuan and was now eager to make amends. Upon hearing Kira's words, Lin Yuan felt more at ease. Her confidence in making such bold claims reassured him. The spirit lock spatial zone had already grown to be half the size of the Xia region. While Hu Quan had been working on infrastructure in the spirit lock spatial zone, it covered only a small portion of the zone's vast space. Lin Yuan could allocate an area within the spirit lock spatial zone for Kira to establish her nest and settle down. This would enable him to utilize the abundant and boundless supply of pure spirit chi within the spirit lock spatial zone to nurture the demon insects he needed for his purposes. Kira, I know you desire the spirit chi in that space. I will allow you to build a nest according to your preferences in that space. You can stay there and focus on producing the demon insects for me. Feel free to let me know if you have any needs. Don't forget to try your best to ensure that the female insects aren't released. Tower Cannon has probably already gathered experts to search for the female insects. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the demon insects method of growing their species was similar to the way that the insect species carcinomaphase produced their insect armies. The best way to handle the insect species carcinomaphase was to capture the mothers and take control of them before moving on to handle the nest. Otherwise, the nest would only become larger unless an enormous amount of power was used to destroy the entire nest. There was no way that Tower Cannon was unaware of how to take control of and eliminate the demon insects. Kira was overjoyed when she heard this. The biggest blessing she could receive from Lin Yuan was the creation of a nest for her in the spirit lock spatial zone. If she could freely absorb spirit chi of such purity, her branch of the demon insects would be limitless. There was nothing else that Kira could hope for after receiving this blessing. Master, don't worry. I will only send out the female insects with class 2 and 3 genetic locks and keep the rest with me. I won't let you down this time. While Lin Yuan was preparing for battle, Tower Cannon was not idle either. First page Crimson, second page Warbler Candle, and the rest were anxiously waiting for news while third page Violet Light Green and fourth page Cavity Orchid went to make contact with Epic God Palace. Crimson was even prepared to take the rest of Tower Cannon with him to hide again if Epic God Palace refused to give Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid the chance to speak and killed them instantly. They would then slow down the rate at which the dead world absorbed this Class 2 world's roots so as to dodge Epic God Palace's attention while secretly investigating their objective. If they came back with good news, confirming that Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace had compatible goals, Tower Cannon would need to act swiftly. Their first task would be to eradicate the sudden emergence of demon insects, aiming to seize control of the main world as soon as possible. After the dead world completely absorbed the roots of the Class 2 world, they could then strategize to advance the dead world to a Class 3 status. They might even consider engaging Epic God Palace's assistance at critical moments in exchange for compensation. Crimson already knew that Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid were upset with them, but he did not care because he saw their fates as being intertwined. After all these years, they had all formed various grievances against each other, but none could do anything about it or leave. When Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid returned to Tower Cannon and smelled the concentrated death aura, they could not help but think they had just encountered a narrow brush with death. Regardless of how disappointed the two of them were with Tower Cannon, they still told the other 8 pages about the news they found out from Epic God Palace. Warbler Candle asked doubtfully, "Are you sure that the information is accurate?" Warbler Candle had asked this because she found it hard to believe that Epic God Palace would stay in a Class 1 world for so long if they had no plans for it. Any faction or individual had to have their own logic driving their actions. If Epic God Palace did not have any plans for this world, Warbler Candle could not figure out what objective they could have. Warbler Candle's suspicions were instinctive. However, Warbler Candle's instinctive action angered Cavity Orchid. Cavity Orchid said coldly, "Warbler Candle, what right do you have to question the validity of our information? If you doubt us, you can head to Epic God Palace and question them yourselves. Let's think back to who had shrunk back when the topic first came up." Violet Light Green also frowned at Warbler Candle with her eyes full of displeasure and rage. Warbler Candle must be aware of the giant risks that the two of them had undergone to obtain this news. If they were even going to question information that was beneficial to them, Tower Cannon might as well just shut down. 8th page Eyeshadow also looked at Warbler Candle with displeasure and tried to mediate the situation. There's no way Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchard's information is false. We can now launch our counterattack against the natives of this world. Cavity Orchid said coldly, "Hasn't Tower Cannon already begun our counterattack against the demon insects?" You already sent out the disaster transcending deceased and saw-killing dead beasts before we returned. Were you trying to use this method to test Epic God Palace's true intentions? Cavity Orchid was only one step away from saying that they had used them as bait. However, the other members of Tower Canon all understood that this was really what he was trying to say. This made Eyeshadow, 6th page Wave Glow, and 7th page Concubine Winding all feel extremely awkward. 5th page Falling Rainbow had been the one who made this suggestion, and Crimson had decided on it. Although the two of them had not spoken clearly, Eyeshadow, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding all knew that Crimson had such a goal in mind. The rest of them had silently agreed to let it happen. This was because they had desperately needed to find out what Epic God Palace's intentions were. Eyeshadow felt slightly apologetic toward Cavity Orchid and Violet Light Green. Now that Tower Canon had already made their move but Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid had still returned safely, this indicated many things. Warbler Candle had pointed out doubts despite having no moral high ground. She was essentially giving Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid fodder to lose their tempers. They would likely have to give Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid more advantages in their subsequent plans. Crimson did not respond to what Cavity Orchid said. After all, Eyeshadow had already acted as the mediator. Crimson changed the subject and said, "Since Epic God Palace isn't focused on this Class 2 world, let's try to fully fuse the Dead World's roots with the Class 2 world within the next week. Then, we will all take part in eliminating the forces of this Class 2 world that have been obstructing the Dead World from taking over this Class 2 world." Crimson paused for a moment before continuing. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid indeed had a hard time making contact with Epic God Palace. The two of you can stay in the fortress. Crimson could not completely ignore the feelings of the other pages and had to compensate the two of them in some ways. This decision was his way of making it up to the two of them. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid scoffed. Crimson's arrangement did not appease them. Aside from Epic God Palace, what other danger could there be in this Class 2 world? Crimson was being thoughtless if he thought that this would be enough to compensate them. All of them had been asleep for over 6,000 years. Who didn't want to stretch their limbs after waking up? Moreover, they would be able to obtain a large amount of spoils by cleaning out this Class 2 world. If they stayed back to look after the fortress, they would lose the chance to gain these spoils. Cavity Orchid said through his clenched jaw, "Violet Light Green and I will join this plan. The Radiance Federation is now the core of this Class 2 world. I suggest that all 8 of us head to the Radiance Federation and conquer that first. This will allow us to save the most time and energy, as well as strike a blow to the rest of the factions. After we take control of the Radiance Federation, Violet Light Green and I will each receive 2 units of the profits, while the rest of you will receive 1 unit." Rather than coming up with a plan, Cavity Orchid was stating his conditions. Cavity Orchid's words caused the other pages to frown. Warbler Candle was about to speak when she was interrupted by Crimson. "Okay. We will divide up the spoils according to what you just said." First page Crimson had just finished speaking when 5th page Falling Rainbow could not help but say, "Almost all of this Class 2 and Dimensional World's resources are consolidated in the Radiance Federation. Another unit of resources is worth immense wealth." Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid, the two of you are being too greedy. Is it possible that the two of you have formed an alliance and are trying to claim profits from our group? Among the 8 pages of Tower Canon, 3rd page Violet Light Green's temper was one of the milder ones. But after hearing what Falling Rainbow said, she almost struck her. Everyone knew that Falling Rainbow and 2nd page Warbler Candle had formed an alliance and were in opposition with the other pages. How dare she say such a thing? Crimson said in a low voice, "Enough. Stop fighting. After we take over this Class 2 world, we will need to work together to promote it to a Class 3 world in order to return to the sky beyond the clouds to take our revenge and quench our hatred. I hope that moving forward, we will act without animosity." Cavity Orchid snorted when he heard what Crimson said. Without animosity? How could the animosity left over from thousands of years be removed so easily? Crimson was just trying to smooth things over with pleasant but insincere words. It was hard not to be disappointed that such words had fallen from his lips. Violet Light Green did not know what Cavity Orchid was thinking. She did not think that Tower Cannon currently had the power to promote this Class 2 world to Class 3. It was not easy to promote a Class 2 world to Class 3. Once this Class 2 world was stabilized, associating dimensional worlds would be derivate. Tower Cannon did not possess sufficient combat power to take on a Class 2 world and its dimensional worlds. The dimensional worlds of a Class 2 world had afterlife realm dictators. It was also possible for even more powerful experts to appear. It was improbable that they would be able to promote this Class 2 world to Class 3, much less return to the sky beyond the clouds to seek their revenge. Back then, they had to flee their homes like mournful dogs. Crimson had to be aware of how powerful their enemy was. It would be better to harvest more benefits from this Class 2 world rather than buy into the rosy picture that Crimson was trying to paint. It was likely that cracks would appear among Tower Cannon's members once they conquered this Class 2 world. Eventually, each of the 8 pages would claim their own territory and situate themselves as the ruler. 8th page Eyeshadow might seem non-materialistic, but she had actually already formed an alliance with 6th page Wave Glow and 7th page Concubine Winding. The bond between the 3 of them was even stronger than that of Cavity Orchid and Violet Light Green. Regardless, the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were currently partners. Before taking over this Class 2 world, they would stick together even if the harmony was superficial. Regardless of what Epic God Palace's goal was, or whether it was in opposition with Tower Cannon's own goal, Tower Cannon had no choice but to remain fearful of Epic God Palace as long as they existed. Wave Glow waited for the atmosphere to calm before saying, "Let's not waste any more time here. We should be focusing on fusing the dead world's roots with the main world." Crimson, you and Warbler Candle woke up first. Eyeshadow was forcefully awakened and is in the weakest state of us all. You and Warbler Candle will be the leaders of this operation while 5 of us will assist you. Eyeshadow shall be left out for now. Crimson and Warbler Candle frowned when they heard what Wave Glow said. It required an immense amount of energy to fully fuse the dead world's roots with this Class 2 world. Given the circumstances, no one was willing to fully drain themselves. However, Crimson knew that he could not oppose Wave Glow's suggestion. Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow had never truly trusted and submitted to him. With Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid also brewing discontent against him, Crimson did not want to offend the small pool left: Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, and Eyeshadow. Although he did not make his stance clear, he knew that Warbler Candle was unwilling to partake in this plan. Just as Crimson expected, Warbler Candle said, "The sequence of our awakenings was planned out from the beginning. There are benefits to being at the back of the sequence. Those at the front of the sequence had to take on more of the danger before we arrived in this world. Wave Glow, if you want to prevent Eyeshadow from depleting her energy, you can make up for her share of energy. You are capable of doing so if you want to." Eyeshadow's expression did not change when she heard what Warbler Candle said. She told Wave Glow and Concubine Winding in a gentle voice, "Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, you don't have to say anything else. I can handle the depletion from the ritual in my current state. But after the ritual, I will need to go into slumber again and won't be able to head to the Radiance Federation with the rest of you." Wave Glow and Concubine Winding were already boiling with fury before Eyeshadow spoke. Warbler Candle was too shameless. Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow were part of the reason they had all had to sleep for over 6,000 years. Warbler Candle did not have the right to say what she just said. Concubine Winding said with false insecurity, "Since we know that Epic God Palace isn't focused on this Class 2 world, we should all continue waiting if the rest of you can't bring yourselves to agree with Wave Glow's suggestion. We will begin the ritual once Eyeshadow is fully recovered. This will give us time to further infect the Class 2 world with Death Aura, and will save us a lot of trouble later on." The ritual required at least 6 of them to participate. The 3 of them were a team. As long as the 3 of them decided not to participate, the other 5 would have no choice but to plead with them. Now that Tower Cannon had already devolved to such a state, Wave Glow would not mind if the situation became slightly worse. Aside from Eyeshadow, Wave Glow also had yet to absorb sufficient energy from the Black Coffin. Thus, the three of them were considerably weaker than Crimson and Warbler Candle. Warbler Candle had been making a fuss about bringing the plan forward and did not consider the conditions of the rest at all. After she was done speaking, Concubine Winding shot a look at Eyeshadow and Wave Glow. The three of them left the fortress and returned to their own towers. The other 5 pages would have to buckle within the next 2 days. Even if they did not agree to the conditions that the three of them had, they would have to provide them with a resolution that they were satisfied with. After Wave Glow and the rest left, the hall in the fortress was chillingly quiet. Cavity Orchid stood up and said, "Violet Light Green, let's go too. We don't have the right to make decisions. Once the rest of you have made a decision, let the two of us know. But don't forget that you have to preserve mine and Violet Light Green's profits." This was clearly an argument that Warbler Candle had started, but she did not discuss with Crimson after the 5 members left. Instead, she left the hall with Falling Rainbow, leaving Crimson standing idle at his original soot. A moment later, a menacing expression spread across Crimson's face. A dark red tentacle protruded from behind Crimson, and an inauspicious aura that was different from that of Death Aura condensed on Crimson's body. The red fog that rose from Crimson's body caused the air to turn sickly sweet. But it was not long before Crimson retracted his inauspicious aura. He looked out of the fortress, his eyes gleaming with a cryptic, murderous aura. Lin Yuan had been worried about the state of the dead spirit's wave. Kira dared not hide anything and told him everything she discovered. The current ferocity of the dead spirit's wave astonished Lin Yuan. When the Moon Empress first came to see and inform him of the situation, the dead spirit's wave could be classified as Class 1. But now, given the number of dead spirits that was flowing out, the dead spirit's wave could be classified as Class 4. Luckily, Kira and the other demon insects were continuing to reproduce. When the female demon insects consumed the first wave of new dead spirits, which consisted of the disaster transcending deceased and saw-killing dead beasts, they produced a large number of specialized demon insects that enabled the demon insects to fight back against the dead spirits. At first, Lin Yuan had been feeling fretful. He worried that given the wave's ferocity, Kira would be unable to produce specialized demon insects quick enough to handle the wave. But it did not take long before Lin Yuan realized that he was being overly worried. After the female demon insects that Kira produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone consumed the dead dimensional lifeforms' bodies and gained their genes, they produced specialized demon insects within 2 short hours. Currently, the biggest issue was delivering the specialized demon insects. Aside from instructing Wen Yu to deliver the specialized demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks, he also activated the apostles and dictators who were delivering the dead dimensional lifeforms. After delivering the dead dimensional lifeforms, the apostles and dictators would take a batch of specialized demon insects with them. The battle between the demon insects and dead spirits could be described as fueling war with warfare. The dead spirits relied on the death aura in the ley lines to emerge, while the demon insects relied on the dead spirits' bodies to be born. In the past few days, there was even the intermittent emergence of powerful dead dimensional lifeforms. However, they were quickly dealt with in various ways. Lin Yuan believed that if this situation continued and Tower Cannon saw that they were unable to crush the humans, they would lose their patience and step in. Lin Yuan didn't appear busy and wasn't trying to boost his power. However, the Abyss Red Lotus, which he had connected to Morbius through a spirit lock, had been quite active. After taking control of the 5-dimensional worlds, the Abyss Red Lotus had been using Lotus Locks the world to take control of the main world's continent vein cores. As Morbius grades increased, the originally Diamond X/Fantasy V Abyss Red Lotus was now Suzerain X/Myth IL. Fey name: Abyss Red Lotus, Fey species. Abyss Red Lotus species / Abyss Red Lotus genus, Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10, Fey type, Fire, Fey quality. Myth IL. Abilities: Lotus Nirvana. After making a decision to self-destruct, all the energy in its body will be gathered inside the seed. When the seed sprouts, the life and bloodline will be passed on. Splendor of Fire. Fill the area with fire elemental energy. All other energies besides fire elemental energy will be eliminated, and the ability of other life forms to control fire elemental energy will be removed. Hellfire Lotus Imprint. The Lotus Imprint will place a lock on the target and prevent it from gaining energy. Every layer of Lotus Imprint added will strengthen the lock on the target's energy and bloodline. Cleansing Aura Lotus Flames. The flames will transform into a lotus coffin. Choose a space and the flames will preserve it. Time and fixed entities will be preserved in their current condition. Lotus World Law. Control the core of the world and issue orders to the lifeforms in the world. Those who were defiant would be blocked from receiving energy from that world. Hellfire Application. Combine with other lifeforms and combine the energy of the world controlled by Lotus locks the world with its own to boost itself. Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance. The body will be burned up into nutrients and turned into a lotus. The lotus will be in a cleansing state. Burning the main body will increase the effects of Hellfire Application and protect the worlds linked to Lotus locks the world. Exclusive skill. Red Lotus Hellfire. A target's karma, bloodline, and energy will be burned up. The flames will add the Hellfire Lotus imprint on the target's body. Lotus locks the world. When contact is made with the core of a world, the lotus roots will wrap around the world's core. The core of the world will become an energy source for the lotus, while the lotus takes over the world. Everything to ashes. Fire elemental energy will nourish the body. All entities and energy can be burned and inject increasingly pure fire elemental energy into itself. The higher the level of the burned entities and energy, the greater the impact on the roots if internal energy is lacking. If the impact on the roots is too severe, the utilization of cleansing lotus might be affected. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the ability and exclusive skill the Abyss Red Lotus gained. They also gave him more confidence to take on Tower Cannon when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. When Lin Yuan used Hellfire Application, the power of the five-dimensional worlds would be applied to his body. This was already one of his secret weapons. But Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance could multiply the combat power of Hellfire Application. Although this would cause the Abyss Red Lotus to enter the Cleansing Lotus state and lower its grade, Lin Yuan believed that this was worth it as it would significantly raise the upper bound limits of his power. Everything to ashes would allow Lin Yuan to use fire elemental energy to burn all other entities and energies. Lin Yuan was not lacking in fire elemental energy at all. The fire-type elemental shellfish spat out heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls almost every second. As Morbius grade continued to increase, the spirit chi produced from the spirit pool also increased in purity. The elemental pearls spat out by the fire-type elemental shellfish now always came with outer radiance. After the elemental well purified them, the purity could reach 100%. Moreover, the elemental dolls had started forming near the element well. If the purity of the fire elemental energy was the only dependent variable in burning everything in the world to ashes, it seemed that there was no entity or energy that Lin Yuan could not burn to obliteration. If Lin Yuan had sufficient fire elemental energy, he would not have to experience the negative effects of everything to ashes, and the Abyss Red Lotus roots would not be affected. Lin Yuan was not afraid of clashing directly with Tower Cannon, but the Radiance Federation was fixed in its location and could not move. He was very worried that Tower Cannon would target the Radiance Federation while he was clashing against them. Bloodshed and sacrifice would be unavoidable if war broke out between the two sides. Lin Yuan had the Praying Universe Soul Whale and could ensure that those around him did not lose their lives in this war. Had the demon insects not been keeping the dead spirits at bay, the dead spirits wave would have already swallowed the entire main world. All the life forms in the main world would lose their lives, including the dimensional life forms. Only a small number of experts would be able to survive. But as the dead spirits continued occupying and invading the main world, it was highly possible that the spirit chi would be replaced by death aura. Spirit chi was released from ley lines. As a result, many energy ores appeared in the process of the ley lines releasing spirit chi. But with the death aura currently invading the ley lines, the quantity of spirit chi had already lowered considerably. When death aura leaked out from the ley lines, the existing energy ores would not be affected, but the formation of new energy ores would be limited. Now, there was also the formation of grayish-black crystals that radiated death aura. If Tower Cannon was allowed to succeed in their plan, death aura would become the dominant energy in this world. At that time, the human experts and powerful fays who depended on spirit chi as well as powerful apostles and dictators who depended on source-type power, would all fall to the disaster created by Tower Cannon. Meanwhile, the dead dimensional life forms that depended on Death Aura would come to dominate the world. Even if Tower Cannon did not manually interfere, Lin Yuan would have to deal with Tower Cannon as soon as possible to minimize their impact on the main world. The humans might seem weaker than Tower Cannon, but they had never stopped working hard. The scholars were doing research to help the humans increase their understanding of the dead spirits crisis impact on the main world. By causing so much commotion in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan had forced Tower Cannon to surface. Epic God Palace was like a plume of mist. Lin Yuan had yet to catch even a whiff of them, much less find the means to interact with them. The humans would inevitably have to battle it out against Tower Cannon. Although the humans wanted to rest, Tower Cannon was charging at full throttle. Yet, the dead spirits wave was being restrained by the demon insects. Hence, Tower Cannon would definitely fight back against the Radiance Federation. The creation of the major Federation Union had clearly established the structure of the main world. The Radiance Federation was now the heart of the human camp. Thus, in their counterattack against the humans, Tower Cannon would strike the Radiance Federation first. Over the past few days of fighting, Lin Yuan discovered that the demon insects no longer had the upper hand over the new dimensional lifeforms. Instead, the new dimensional lifeforms were now overwhelming the demon insects. Due to the existence of a few special dead dimensional lifeforms, the demon insects would be injured and killed. But each time the demon insects died, a special method that was unique to the demon insects would be activated to disseminate information about the circumstances. Consequently, specialized demon insects would arrive at the scene. Each time new types of dead dimensional lifeforms were discovered, they were captured and delivered to Lin Yuan, who would then send them to Kira's nest. When Kira learned about Lin Yuan's concerns regarding the dead spirits wave, she came to see Lin Yuan and said with utmost seriousness, "Master, judging from the current situation, any dead dimensional lifeforms that emerge will be nothing more but nutrients for the demon insects, unless they are powerful enough to kill the female insects. Every female demon insect with a class 2 or 3 genetic lock will build a nest underground. Once the nests are linked, the insect armies can be combined. The most powerful female insect will lead the insect army, while the weaker female insects will select new locations to build new nests. The nests will be built in deeper locations as the insect army grows stronger. In several locations, the nests have already reached the ley lines. If you are worried about the death aura from the ley lines affecting the environment, I can instruct the female insects to send the insect armies to consume and absorb the death aura from the ley lines. This batch of female insects is one I produced using death aura as the source of energy. Hence, the staggering death aura in the ley lines is the best nutrition for these demon insects. Given the concentration of death aura in the ley lines, with your permission, I am confident of clearing all of it in less than 200 years. However, to do this, you will need to allow me to remain in the nest in the blessed area. I require pure spirit eye to produce more female insects." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and looked at Kira with amazed shock. Initially, Lin Yuan thought that this dead spirits crisis would be drawn out for a long time. He had assumed that even after defeating Tower Cannon, the dead spirits crisis would continue for at least a few tens of thousands of years. But it turned out that the demon insects could absorb the death aura in the ley lines. Once the death aura disappeared from the ley lines, it went without saying that no new dead spirits would emerge. Kira's actions would halt Tower Cannon's plans from its source. As long as Lin Yuan allowed Kira to use the insect army to absorb the death aura in the ley lines, Tower Cannon's 8 pages would immediately try to search for Kira. While Kira was reporting this information to Lin Yuan, she had stressed that she needed to remain in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. She was terrified that he would kick her out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan was aware of what was running through Kira's mind. She had already mentioned more than once that she wanted to return to the sky beyond the clouds to fight for dominance against the other demon insect armies. As a demon insect empress, Kira was extremely ambitious. Kira was an extremely important subordinate to Lin Yuan. He needed to depend on her to produce demon insects in order to see the main world through the dead spirits crisis. After Kira had done him such an enormous favor, He was willing to help her when they went to the sky beyond the clouds. Kira was under Lin Yuan's control, so her power also added to his power. Kira, inform me of the locations where the demon insects have made contact with the ley lines. Lin Yuan took out a newly updated map and handed it to Kira. This map was a consolidated version drawn up after Lin Yuan combined the main world with the five-dimensional worlds. The areas where the demon insects had spread would be represented in real time on this updated map. Kira had also taken part in creating his map. She quickly used her antenna to point out a few locations on this map. Lin Yuan's eyes were immediately drawn to a canyon at the boundary between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan believed that if the demon insects focused on absorbing the death aura from the ley lines in that area, the 8 pages would send at least 2 of their members to investigate the situation after they found out about this. If Lin Yuan set up an ambush there in advance, he might be able to kill 2 of the 8 pages. As things stood, this was the biggest advantage that Lin Yuan could wield. Thus, Lin Yuan told Kira about his plan. Kira was very against this. Her life was securely in Lin Yuan's hands. If he died, she would lose her life as well. Hence, under no circumstances did she want Lin Yuan to put his life at risk. In Kira's point of view, there was no difference between Lin Yuan risking his own life and risking hers. Nonetheless, Kira did not have the right to go against Lin Yuan's authority. All she could do was channel more of the demon insect's forces to the trap Lin Yuan would set up and cooperate with him. Tower Cannon had been quiet for the past few days. It was likely that they were preparing something, as an immense amount of death aura was intermittently injected into the ley lines. Kira had been trying to guess where Tower Cannon came from. It was likely that they were a lost group of woeful dogs that came from a world where death aura was the main source of energy. They were trying to take over this world by force after failing to protect their original world. There was a high chance that Tower Cannon had already fused their world's roots with this Class 2 world. Otherwise, regardless of how omnipotent they would not be able to create such a tremendous impact on this Class 2 world. They sped up the awakening of the dead spirits in this Class 2 world by hundreds of times its original rate. By draining the death aura from the ley lines, the demon insects were essentially draining the roots of the dead world. Regardless of how many other critical matters Tower Cannon needed to attend to, they could not ignore this matter. Hence, there was a high chance that Lin Yuan's plan would be successful. In the past, Lin Yuan always consulted Wen Yu and Lu Jie before making his decisions. Occasionally, he also sought the Moon Empress' opinion, but this time he made the decision on his own. This was because the 3 of them would definitely prefer it if he did not put himself in danger. Additionally, they did not understand the current circumstances. A wise person avoided perilous situations, and Lin Yuan was not the type of person who liked to put himself in said situations. However, he could not be overly concerned now. Once Kira confirmed Lin Yuan's decision, the people living at the border between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent felt the ground beginning to tremble. It was as though there was a vast number of life forms crawling underground. Once the sea of demon insects entered the canyon, they began building nests in the direction of the ley line. Lin Yuan also headed to the canyon with the Abyss Great Emperor. Lin Yuan was in no rush to dispatch the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators. Sending so many dictators to the canyon would be too ostentatious and would likely set out Tower Cannon's alarm bells. When Lin Yuan fused with the Abyss Red Lotus and reached that level, he could clearly sense that the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators were far weaker than him. If he brought the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators with him, not only would they be unable to help him, but they would even end up losing their lives. This would lower the potential strength of the main world. The source sand formed a sea of sand beneath the canyon, and Lin Yuan hid himself within it. While hidden in the sea of sand, Lin Yuan could still receive information through the Thought's letter paper. At that moment, there were 2 figures directly above the canyon. The long-haired girl with cold features said softly, "Summer, it looks like Lord Saint is enemies with Tower Cannon. The demon insects shouldn't be a species that can be found in this world. They are under Lord Saint's control." While she spoke, Spring watched the demon insect wave that was rapidly gathering at the canyon. A look of envy appeared on her countenance. Spring never anticipated that the day would come when she was jealous of the pathetic demon insects. Lord Saint was utilizing these demon insects while all she could do was watch silently. When Summer heard what Spring said, she clutched Spring's hand. Spring, even after all these years, you still haven't learned to properly compose yourself. I expect that we'll be able to stand before Lord Saint soon. Not only does First Page Crimson from Tower Cannon have the blood consumption seeds bloodline, but also the partial bloodline of the blood species. The blood consumption seeds bloodline has mutated under the influence of the blood esdecies. First Page Crimson must have a fair number of secret weapons. Although our presence is like that of ashes floating among the falling leaves, we will cause substantial issues for Lord Saint. If Lord Saint can't defeat First Page Crimson, we will have a reason to appear in front of him. Spring and Summer had all but confirmed Lin Yuan's identity. This was because Lin Yuan had summoned Genius and Shiny in the past few days, both of which were depicted on the wall illustration next to Lord Totem God. When Lin Yuan sent the dead dimensional lifeforms into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Spring and Summer also sensed Morbius aura. The only one in this world who could form a contract with, wield, and control Lord Totem God was Lord Saint. Back then, Summer's expression froze with that thought, and she hurriedly moved her thoughts away. Thinking of that incident was taboo and blasphemous. Spring lowered her gaze to look at the sea of sand that was filling the canyon. Her expression was one of admiration and hopefulness. Although Lin Yuan did tell the Moon Empress about his plan because he was worried she would be worried, he still told her about their impending battle against Tower Cannon. The Moon Empress needed to know about this in order to come up with the right plans. When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, she did not know why he said that. Nonetheless, she still sent out numerous orders that she had already prepared in advance. She also told the other federations about this news. Lin Yuan knew that doing so might cause the news to be leaked, but he was not going to fight in the shadows against Tower Cannon. He was going to do it openly. Regardless of what happened, Tower Cannon would have to send their members to this canyon. Whether they sent more or fewer members made no difference to Lin Yuan because he was already prepared to use all of his power. He was already fully prepared for his battle against Tower Cannon. At that moment, Kira's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's head. Master, 150 million demon insects have surrounded this ley line. With just one order from you, they will immediately begin absorbing the death aura from the ley line. Lin Yuan resolutely gave Kira the order of confirmation. On the surface, it looked as though nothing was happening. But beneath the surface, the death aura in the ley line was being filtered. In a very short period, Lin Yuan could sense the environment around him becoming cleaner. This clean feeling was a shock to Lin Yuan's spirit as he could feel it being refreshed. He was both very familiar with and missed this clean feeling. It was the same feeling that permeated the main world before the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. The change that was taking place in the environment, while the demon insects were absorbing the death aura, filled Lin Yuan with confidence. At the same time, it astonished the 8 pages, who were shrouded in a dark gray space enveloped by death aura. All 8 pairs of eyes widened. Tower Cannon's 8 pages were very divided, and the splitting into 4 groups was becoming increasingly obvious. From the surface, First Page Crimson appeared to be the leader of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But in actuality, he had lost his authoritative might long ago. The team comprised of 2nd Page Warbler Candle and 5th Page Falling Rainbow. The team comprised of 3rd Page Violet Light Green and 4th Page Cavity Orchid. And the team comprised of 6th Page Wave Glow, 7th Page Concubine Winding, and 8th Page Eyeshadow were all displeased with Crimson to varying degrees. This was because regardless of what decision he made, the benefits of at least one team would be harmed. Furthermore, he was innately selfish. In a large team, as long as the decision-maker had sufficient support clustering around them, their characteristics would be minimized. But the decision-maker's characteristics would be magnified in a small team. But given that Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow's team was unwilling to cooperate with the requests made by the other 2 teams, Crimson had no choice but to make compromises when he gave out orders. It was as though the other 7 members of Tower Cannon were getting to know Crimson for the first time. None of them expected him to be willing to let go of his own profits for the sake of the other members of Tower Cannon. They were currently trying to split up the enormous pie that was this Class 2 world. This was also the first time that the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were splitting up such a colossal amount of resources. The other 7 members of Tower Cannon had no idea what trick Crimson was trying to pull. But since he was willing to let go of his profits to satisfy the overall team, the 7 of them would also be willing to work with him. Only 4 days had passed since the members of Tower Cannon, with the exception of Eyeshadow, had begun the ritual of fusing the Dead World's roots with this Class 2 world. Eyeshadow had been allowed to sit out, but she did not just sit back and watch. She remained on the sidelines and contributed what she could to the ritual. However, her contribution was negligible when compared to the other members. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding were slightly displeased by Eyeshadow's actions. In their opinion, she was forsaking their bid for benefits. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid did not express any opinions. However, clear derision appeared on Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow's faces. All Eyeshadow ever did were these superficial displays of benevolence. But in actuality, she was never willing to be the one to take the loss. She came across as non-materialistic because she was able to benefit from whatever Wave Glow and Concubine Winding fought for. Eyeshadow had clung tightly to Concubine Winding and Wave Glow even when they were still living in the Dead World. However, her contribution was negligible when compared to the other members. The way they treated her just did not make sense. Falling Rainbow felt that they treated Eyeshadow even better than Warbler Candle treated her. During the ritual, all of them were thinking about how to use the resources from this Class 2 world to strengthen themselves. Most of the 8 pages preferred to use the Class 2 world's resources to strengthen themselves rather than promote it into a Class 3 world. But while they were fusing the Dead World's roots with this Class 2 world, Tower Cannon's 8 pages realized that the extremely high concentration of death aura in the ley lines was slowly flowing toward one direction. This indicated that a part of the ley lines was rapidly losing death aura. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be such a large impact. Crimson instinctively looked at Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid questioningly. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid immediately knew what Crimson was thinking. He suspected that this was the work of Epic God Palace and that the two of them had brought back false information. Violet Light Green hissed. Cavity Orchid and I went to Four Seasons Mountain and met with one of the rulers of Epic God Palace. He said himself that Epic God Palace isn't interested in this Class 2 world. There's no way our information could be fake, Concubine Winding said in a low voice. If that's the case, is it possible that Epic God Palace is tricking us? Cavity Orchid was already harboring intense rage. But now that the information that he and Violet Light Green had risked their lives to obtain was being doubted again, he could no longer bear it. You should all be well aware that Tower Cannon has neither the ability nor right to take on Epic God Palace. Violet Light Green and I wouldn't have had to make the trip if we did. If Epic God Palace is truly interested in this Class 2 world, are all of you brave enough to continue coveting it? It's more likely that Tower Cannon will slink away again and let Epic God Palace take over. Is it even necessary for Epic God Palace to try and trick us? There has to be another reason. We are already mostly done with the ritual to fuse the Dead World's roots with this Class 2 world. 6 of us will be sufficient to handle the rest of the ritual. I suggest that the 2 of us head to the location that's losing death aura to investigate the situation. We will know the reason after the investigation. If my guess is right, the demon insects are the ones to blame. The demon insects have been locked in a stalemate with the dead spirits. They must be trying to use this in their counterattack. The other members of Tower Cannon found Cavity Orchid's analysis to be reasonable. At that moment, they all felt the tugs of their selfish urges. Fusing the Dead World's roots with this Class 2 world required a lot of energy. Meanwhile, investigating the source of the death aura leak sounded like a leisure trip. Even if the demon insects attained power that was beyond this Class 2 world, they couldn't defeat the members of Tower Cannon. If the demon insects were truly the cause of the death aura leak, those who went on the investigative trip would be able to capture numerous female insects with Class 1 genetic locks. They might even be able to find the main mother. The main mother would belong to whoever found her. None of the members of Tower Cannon could see a reason to pass up on such an opportunity. It was just as Cavity Orchid had said. There was no need for Epic God Palace to play dirty tricks if they wanted to target Tower Cannon. Eyeshadow never preferred direct confrontations and could not help but say, "I have the least energy out of everyone here. I can't participate in the ritual. I think I'm the best candidate to be one of the two to go on the investigative trip." Eyeshadow paused for a moment before she looked at Falling Rainbow and said, "Falling Rainbow's Tower of Falling Rainbow hasn't been found. Why doesn't she come with me? We'll also be able to search for the Tower of Falling Rainbow." On the other hand, Falling Rainbow's brows were relaxed, and she said, "The secret of the dead is in the Tower of Falling Rainbow. It must be found. Without my secret of the dead world's roots will still be able to be fused with the Class 2 world, but we won't be able to fully tap into the dead world's roots and speed up the absorption of this Class 2 world's roots. I also think it's best if I go with Eyeshadow." Eyeshadow's lips curled slightly. By continuing what she had said, Falling Rainbow had added impact to it. Eyeshadow had her own considerations and plans for making such a suggestion. The only one partaking in Crimson's pool of profits was himself. As the assumed leader of Tower Cannon, Crimson could not fight for this opportunity. If Eyeshadow was the one from her team chosen for this trip, Wave Glow and Concubine Winding would not participate. Hence, her only options for a partner were Warbler Candle, Falling Rainbow, Violet Light Green, and Cavity Orchid. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid would be receiving more profits. Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow were displeased that Crimson was willing to offer his share of the resources to fulfill Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid's request. If Eyeshadow endorsed Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid, she would inevitably attract hostility from Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow. Coincidentally, she could use Falling Rainbow's loss of the Tower of Falling Rainbow as the perfect excuse to suggest that she go with her. Falling Rainbow was fully in charge of the alliance between her and Warbler Candle. She could secretly strike up a partnership with Falling Rainbow during their journey. Unless Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid wanted to give up their additional profits, they would have no choice but to agree to this agreement. Warbler Candle looked at the frowning Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid before saying provokingly, "We might be able to share this opportunity if you retract your request for additional profits." Warbler Candle's words caused Crimson's eyes to flash. Warbler Candle never agreed to Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid's requests. Crimson was offering his own share of resources. Thus, Warbler Candle did not have the right to say that. There was a high chance that Warbler Candle's words would escalate the already existing conflict. Crimson hurriedly changed the topic and said, "I still have 2 of the Death Source hearts, Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. It's true that the 2 of you took on a risk for the sake of Tower Cannon. Once we are done with the ritual, you can each have one of my cherished Death Source hearts." The other members of Tower Cannon could not object to Crimson using his own resources to appease Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. However, Crimson's actions caused the other members of Tower Cannon to be even more curious and shocked. They did not understand what was bringing out such a large change in him. Once Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow left, Crimson sensed the environment before saying, "Now that there are only 6 of us left to conduct the ritual, it will take longer to complete. Hopefully, nothing happens during the process. If so, the ritual will be officially completed within 5 days." The other 5 members of Tower Cannon did not notice that the color of Crimson's eyes intensified while he spoke, and his lips had curled menacingly. Ensconced in the sea of sand, Lin Yuan had his eyes closed as he meditated. He was basically done with all the matters he needed to accomplish. All he could do now was wait for the 8 pages of Tower Cannon to arrive. Lin Yuan was openly baiting the 8 pages of Tower Cannon because he felt that it would be best to speed up the demon insect's cleaning of death aura from the ley lines since they could do so. Additionally, it would effectively cut down Tower Cannon's top combat power. Lastly, Lin Yuan wanted to keep one of the bodies of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon or capture one of them alive. He could then use the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom to interrogate them or Red Thorn's Tongue of Relinquish to take control of their body. Both paths would allow him to obtain a significant amount of information about Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan needed to understand Tower Cannon's goal and the dead world. At that moment, he received information from the Moon Empress through the Thoughts letter paper. Moon Empress. Little Yuan, you are not in the Radiance Federation presently. Does this mean that you are executing a plan? I don't have any requests to make of you. All I hope is that you will look out for your safety and try to stay away from dangerous situations. When the Moon Empress received Lin Yuan's call and confirmed that he was not in the Radiance Federation, she was immediately filled with a foreboding feeling. At that moment, she hated how helpless she was. If only she was powerful enough to take on Tower Cannon, Lin Yuan would not have to shoulder all of the responsibility on his own. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Yuan when he saw the Moon Empress message. The past 3 years felt as long as half of his life. He had transformed from a weak, regular person to a hero who could hold up the world. Lin Yuan had accumulated ample experience and made many good friends. Before he rose up and left the nest, the Moon Empress had been the one taking care of him. Now, it was time for him to take over the mantle from his master and protect the Moon Empress as well as the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan. Master, you don't have to worry about me. If things go well, I'll be able to return to the Radiance Federation to see you soon. The Moon Empress relaxed when she saw Lin Yuan's response, but soon, her chest tightened, and her heart started to hammer. If things went well, Lin Yuan would be able to return to the Radiance Federation soon. But what if things didn't go well? What would happen then? The Moon Empress was intelligent and knew that things not going well in a battle against Tower Cannon could only result in death. If Tower Cannon captured Lin Yuan, his life would be worse than death. As worried as the Moon Empress was, her fist slowly relaxed. If Tower Cannon killed Lin Yuan, it would not be long before the rest of the lifeforms in the main world followed. Rather than being worried, it would be more useful if she supported and prayed for Lin Yuan. As overwhelmed with emotions as the Moon Empress was, she did not stop issuing order after order in an orderly fashion. The Moon Empress was Lin Yuan's master and a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She needed to take responsibility for every citizen in the Radiance Federation. If Lin Yuan died at the hands of Tower Cannon, the Moon Empress would use her actual body to fend off the dead spirit's wave when it closed in on the Radiance Federation. When the Moon Empress was done communicating with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper, Purple Love and Ice Flow contacted him through the Thoughts letter paper. Purple Love and Ice Flow had heard from the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan would be battling Tower Cannon. Purple Love. Lin Yuan, where are you? I will lead all the Heavenly Family phase from the Heavenly Family Cottage to support you. Ice Flow. Lin Yuan, all of the experts from the vast sea labyrinth have gathered. You should be the one to command the battle between the main world's lifeforms and the dead spirits. Please give us your orders. Lin Yuan's lips curled when he saw the messages from Purple Love and Ice Flow that represented the wills of the Heavenly Family Cottage and vast sea labyrinth. He was very pleased with their attitudes. Their attitudes were a sign that the Heavenly Family Cottage and vast sea labyrinth were ready to sacrifice themselves. However, he would not need anyone else in this battle. This would be a battle between Lin Yuan and Kira and Tower Cannon. Even experts like Purple Love and Ice Flow would inevitably lose their lives if they participated in this battle. Lin Yuan responded to Purple Love. Lin Yuan. Anti-Purple. All you need to do is lead the Heavenly Family phase in helping Master protect the Radiance Federation. I will handle it myself. Even if you come, you won't be able to help and will end up needlessly sacrificing yourselves. Purple Love was silent for a long time after she received Lin Yuan's message. She later looked into the distance and clasped her hands together as she started to pray. Blood New Moon and White Phoenix looked at Purple Love curiously. They did not understand why she was acting in such a manner. Wasn't she communicating with Lin Yuan about how they would be fighting back against Tower Cannon? Blue Lotus was the most sensitive and thoughtful of the group. If Lin Yuan had given the Heavenly Family Cottage an order, Purple Love would have informed them of it. When Blue Lotus saw how formidable Lin Yuan was when he fused the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds, she knew that there was an uncrossable chasm between him and everyone else. She had given Lin Yuan her blessing. If something happened to him, she would be alerted immediately through it. As such, Blue Lotus also placed her hands together and began to pray for Lin Yuan. A moment later, Blue Lotus heard Purple Love say while choking back tears. We will remain in the Radiance Federation alongside the Moon Empress to await the return of the hero. Purple Love did not know if Lin Yuan would be able to protect the main world from Tower Cannon. Nonetheless, waiting for him to return was her way of sending her best wishes. After praying for Lin Yuan, she led the other Heavenly Family phase and headed to the Leaning Moon Mountain. When Iceflow saw Lin Yuan's message, a flurry of emotions exploded within him. Lin Yuan, all you need to do is look after the sea clans. Leave everything else to the demon insects battling the dead spirits at the bottom of the sea. I will do my best to make everything better. The sea clans always viewed themselves as above the humans. The vast sea labyrinth never cared about the human factions in the past. But now, the human factions had saved the vast sea labyrinth. Iceflow did not know how to express his gratitude. He could only imagine the weight of the burden that Lin Yuan had to carry in order to make everything better. He was taking it upon himself to try to restore peace to the main world. Lin Yuan had not given the vast sea labyrinth any orders, but Iceflow could not sit by and do nothing. Since Lin Yuan had sent the demon insects to protect the sea clans, they would protect the humans. After discussing the matter with his two brothers, Iceflow led the experts from the vast sea labyrinth to the sea neighboring the Radiance Federation. Since Lin Yuan was protecting the sea clans, they would safeguard Lin Yuan's homeland. After 8th page Eyeshadow and 5th page Falling Rainbow left Tower Cannon's fortress, they did not immediately head to the location that was losing death aura. Eyeshadow looked at Falling Rainbow, who was releasing her spiritual energy and trying to pick up a sense of the Tower of Falling Rainbow, and said, Falling Rainbow, you need to know your priorities. I don't think you should head to the Startling Lines continent now to search for the Tower of Falling Rainbow. Your book is a treasure from a Class 3 world's dimensional world. Aside from Epic God Palace, no other entity in this world can steal such a treasure. Even if an entity from this world stumbles on the book will suck out its soul. Falling Rainbow raised her pretty 7-colored eyes and looked at Eyeshadow with irritation. Eyeshadow, there isn't anyone else here but us. You don't have to put on an act in front of me. You definitely aren't as simple as you seem. If your treasure was lost, you would probably be more frantic than I am now. Eyeshadow's gaze changed, and she smirked mockingly. Falling Rainbow, how simple or otherwise my thoughts are doesn't have anything to do with you. You couldn't even look after your treasure properly and left it in your tower. I won't stop you if you insist on going to the Startling Lines continent. I can go and clear out the demon insects on my own. I might not be full power, but I won't have any trouble eliminating the demon insects. Crimson, Violet, Light Green, and the rest can also sense the death aura being sucked out from the ley lines. I can't see them being as lenient with you as Warbler Candle is. You will have to use your own abilities to make up for the death aura roots that end up being lost because of a hold-up that you caused. I have said all that I need to say. You can decide for yourself whether to listen to me or not. Once she was done speaking, Eyeshadow could not be bothered to continue wasting time with Falling Rainbow. She had already been delayed a day because of Falling Rainbow. She was the one who had suggested investigating the death aura leak and the one who had endorsed Falling Rainbow. If anything went wrong, she would have to take full responsibility. This implied that she would lose profits. Eyeshadow did not want to give up any potential profits. Falling Rainbow was not afraid that the other members of Tower Cannon would have objections against her. Because of that incident, all the other members of Tower Cannon, aside from second page Warbler Candle, were already displeased with her. Frankly, Falling Rainbow felt extremely wronged with regard to that incident. She had made the decision with the silent support of the rest. However, she had to take on all of the blame because she had been the one to raise the suggestion. The other members of Tower Cannon had been blaming her for that incident ever since, and she had become wholly disappointed in Tower Cannon. The real reason Falling Rainbow changed her mind from heading to the Startling Lines continent to look for the Tower of Falling Rainbow was that she did not want Eyeshadow to have more opportunities to capture the demon insects. Otherwise, she could not answer to Warbler Candle when she returned. Falling Rainbow was well aware of how Warbler Candle treated her, so she always treated Warbler Candle decently as well. Falling Rainbow did not take long to catch up with Eyeshadow. Falling Rainbow looked at Eyeshadow beside her and said sarcastically, "Eyeshadow, whoever is stronger should call the shots. We will use our capabilities to fight for the female demon insects with Class 1 and 2 genetic locks. There's no need to collect the other demon insects. Let's handle the rest as we see fit." When she saw Eyeshadow frown, a thought struck Falling Rainbow, and she changed her tone. "Actually, why don't we work together? Once we are done handling the death aura leak in the ley lines, let's go to the Startling Lines continent together. The humans have not only been building up the Radiance Federation but the neighboring Startling Lines continent as well. The 8 of us have only divided up the resources from the Radiance Federation. Why don't we empty out the Startling Lines continent? Crimson, Violet Light Green, and Cavity Orchid won't be able to protest. What do you think?" If Falling Rainbow had come out on her own, she would have never dared to do such a thing. 6 of the members of Tower Cannon were displeased with her, and her only ally was Warbler Candle. Even if she emptied out the Startling Lines continent, she could not hold on to the resources. But if she teamed up with Eyeshadow, she would be part of a pool of profits involving 5 Tower Cannon members. Even if First Page Crimson, Violet Light Green, and Cavity Orchid were unhappy, they could not act on it. Eyeshadow was intrinsically greedy. Falling Rainbow was certain that Eyeshadow would not turn her down. Falling Rainbow silently watched Eyeshadow's expression change. Eventually, Eyeshadow said firmly, "Since that's the case, why don't we split both the work of handling the Death Aura leak and the resources from the Startling Lines continent equally? If you agree to this, I will work with you." Falling Rainbow's eyes glinted when she heard that. She was silent for a moment before saying, "This should be the first time we'll be working together in almost 10,000 years. I hope we will work well together." Given that she was stronger than Eyeshadow, Falling Rainbow did not want to agree to Eyeshadow's request. But if she turned her down, it was highly probable that Eyeshadow would oppose her. Eyeshadow had 6th Page Wave Glow and 7th Page Concubine winding on her side, while she only had Warbler Candle. If she occupied more of Eyeshadow's resources, Eyeshadow could sell her out when they returned and end up receiving 3/8 of the resources from the Startling Lines continent. It did not take long for Eyeshadow and Falling Rainbow to arrive at the canyon. The 2 of them had eliminated many insect armies during their journey. The moment the 2 of them glimpsed the canyon, they halted their steps and did not enter. They could sense billions of demon insects underground, absorbing the ley line's death aura. This was the source of the ley line leak. However, the 2 of them felt disturbed. Experts always trusted their 6th sense. Their 6th sense was the instinctual culmination of their soul and spirit. Stronger life forms had more accurate 6th senses. The 2 of them had not felt so uneasy in a very long time. At the instant that Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow appeared above the canyon, Lin Yuan used his faith power to sense their presence. Aside from strengthening his divine kingdom, Lin Yuan did not have many other uses for his faith power. However, Lin Yuan realized not long ago that if he was in the vicinity of a large number of life forms that contributed faith power to him, he could use his faith power to detect his surroundings. The demon insects that Kira produced were all Lin Yuan's believers. Lin Yuan could even use his faith power to sense the emotions of these 2 members of Tower Cannon. It was clear that the 2 of them had noticed something was off about the environment under them and had hence yet to take action. One of them was even already thinking about retreating. After sensing this intention to retreat, Lin Yuan used the Abyss Red Lotus ability, Hellfire Application. In an instant, the energy of the 5-dimensional worlds and the main world that the Abyss Red Lotus controlled was pumped into Lin Yuan's body. For black roots emerged from the ground and shot toward Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow. Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow could sense that something was wrong, but neither of them had expected to be ambushed. After Lin Yuan ascertained that there were only 2 of them, he made his plans. He would kill one while leaving the other alive. He would kill the weaker one while taking the stronger one prisoner. This would allow Red Thorn and, by extension, him to take control of another expert. Furthermore, the stronger member of Tower Cannon would probably know more information about Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan used Splendor of Fire at the same time that he used Hellfire Application. In an instant, fire elemental energy erupted and enveloped the entire canyon. Spirit Chi and Death Aura were all pushed out of this space by the fire elemental energy. As long as the Abyss Red Lotus was stronger than its target, it would be able to rob and conquer its target's control over fire elemental energy. Lin Yuan could sense that the Abyss Red Lotus could take complete control of the fire elemental energy in the environment. This indicated that he was stronger than both of these members of Tower Cannon. Eyeshadow and Falling Rainbow both put up defenses against Lin Yuan's lethal attacks. From their auras, Lin Yuan could sense that these two members of Tower Cannon were on the same level as him. This made him both relieved and concerned. He was glad that he had discovered the Abyss Red Lotus in the Abyssal World and used it to help him gain power from the five-dimensional world's energies. Otherwise, with just Eternal Source, who was an afterlife realm dictator, he would not be able to truly take on the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. It was no wonder that Crimson had not been bothered when he discovered Ancient Ocean and Ink Ocean's presence. Dictators with such power were of no threat to him. Due to Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow's defenses, the Abyss Red Lotus 4 roots did not manage to wrap around them. However, Lin Yuan had also used Hellfire Lotus Imprint on the two of them. Hellfire Lotus Imprint would restrict their ability to draw on energy from the environment and seal off their body's existing energy. The effects of one layer of Hellfire Lotus Imprint were not significant. But as the Abyss Red Lotus roots continued to wrangle with the Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow, the layers of Hellfire Lotus Imprints also stacked up layer by layer. When the Hellfire Lotus Imprints were applied to a target's body, they would turn into Crimson Lotus tattoos. The first layer of Lotus tattoos was extremely light, but as the number of layers increased, it looked as though they were engraved on 8th page Eyeshadow's body. The Lotus tattoos might look mysterious and mystical and carry a magnificent power, but 5th page Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow became increasingly uncomfortable as the layers of Lotus tattoos applied to their bodies increased. The two of them noticed that not only had the flow of Death Aura in their bodies stagnated, but they could no longer activate their abilities. As a result, they weakened continuously while fending off Lin Yuan's attacks. If Lin Yuan was fighting Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow normally, they would not be in such a sorry state, even if they were truly less powerful than him. The two of them were at such a disadvantage because Lin Yuan's ambush had been sudden. The two of them had been unable to adopt defensive states because they had been unaware of Lin Yuan's presence. If Lin Yuan had shown himself to the two of them and given them a chance to prepare, they would have been able to flee even if they failed to overpower him. If the two of them took off in different directions, at least one of them would be able to escape. If the two sides of experts had agreed to battle, secret ambushes would be extremely despicable. However, Lin Yuan's goal was not to battle but to protect the main world. Falling Rainbow let out a shrill shriek. "Just who are you? Didn't Epic God Palace say that you aren't interested in this Class 2 world?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This petite girl with 7 colored eyes had mentioned Epic God Palace, a topic that Lin Yuan was the most interested in finding out more about. It just so happened that this was the member of Tower Cannon whom Lin Yuan had decided to preserve. Lin Yuan did not respond to Falling Rainbow's shriek. It was evident that this Tower Cannon member assumed he was a member of Epic God Palace. This meant that Epic God Palace was the only entity capable of possessing such power. This revelation caused Lin Yuan to be slightly fearful of Epic God Palace. If Epic God Palace's sights were not set on this Class 2 world, what were they truly interested in? Spring and Summer were watching this from high up in the sky and blinked. It had been some time since they left Epic God Palace. It was likely that Tower Cannon's members were saying this because they had already paid a visit to Epic God Palace. Winter was trying to open a special path from this world to the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, Tower Cannon's members must have met with Autumn. This way of speaking fit with Autumn's style. In Autumn's opinion, Epic God Palace existed to follow Lord Saint. This meant they were not linked to this Class 2 world at all. But from the perspective of karma, Lord Saint was rooted in this Class 2 world. Lord Saint's objective was their will. Before Autumn met with Lord Saint, he would have no clue what Epic God Palace's goal was. Spring and Summer confirmed that Lin Yuan was Lord Saint and knew that he was enemies with Tower Cannon. They had not acted because they were worried about affecting Lin Yuan's growth. As things stood, Lin Yuan was showing no signs of being imminently defeated. Although this floating world controlling Honorable Lotus had been stained by fire elements and mutated, karma had brought it to Lord Saint's side before he had awakened. The floating world controlling Honorable Lotus was an auspicious entity that was kept by Lord Saint's side constantly. The sacred aura within it was able to purge impurities from souls despite having transformed into fire elements. The life forms from Tower Cannon used Death Aura as their main source of energy so their souls could not be more contaminated. As the scales of the battle continued tipping toward Lin Yuan, Spring and Summer let out soft sighs. It seemed that it was still not the right time for them to appear in front of Lord Saint. Falling Rainbow did not receive any reply to her question. The only response she received was a never-ending barrage of attacks. In a defensive stance, Falling Rainbow flashed herself behind eyeshadow before pointing at her forehead. Soon, a solid stream of energy emerged from Falling Rainbow's body. The energy pierced the clouds and caused the sky to darken. A menacing and bizarre figure emerged from Falling Rainbow's body. The figure transformed into a silhouette that resembled a dark gray rainbow. The strange silhouette crashed into the Abyss Red Lotus roots but did not make even the slightest impact on the Abyss Red Lotus roots. Rather, the attacks activated a strange type of energy within the Abyss Red Lotus. Lin Yuan found the appearance of this type of energy to be very strange. Could it be that the Abyss Red Lotus was showing signs of evolving while battling the 8 pages of Tower Cannon? Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. Instead of an evolution, a more accurate description would be the awakening of its bloodline. There seemed to be more to the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline than what met the eye. At that moment, Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's ear. "Partner, I seem to have remembered something. I think I can guess why Tower Cannon is carrying out the Sleeper's revival plan. I also know the secret behind the world classes. Partner, it's likely that Tower Cannon is a marauder from the dimensional world of a Class 3 world. When worlds are being promoted, the main worlds usually win out, and they absorb the dimensional worlds. However, there are always a few resistant fellows from dimensional worlds who not only want to break free from their main world but also rob the main world of its place. They refuse to give up even after their failure, and have brought their dimensional world's roots with them to try to make a comeback." When Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his head, he began conversing with Morbius. "Partner, if that's true, what will happen to the Class 3 world?" Morbius replied in a conclusive tone. "The Class 3 world will forever lose the opportunity to be promoted to a Class 4 world. Tower Cannon is trying to use the dimensional world filled with Death Aura to consume the main world's roots. This must be the true goal of the Sleeper's revival plan." Lin Yuan thought. I caught 8th page apoptosis and interrogated him, but I wasn't able to find out the crux of the issue. It wasn't because he lied to B but because he was kept from the truth, too. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the sky-questioning flaming heart mushrooms detection. As for whether Morbius' conjecture is fact, I will be able to find this out once I capture the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon. Partner, for the good of the main world, this calamity must come to an end as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only will the ley lines be damaged beyond repair, but the tampering with this world's energy might also cause the appearance of inappropriate dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan did not stop his attacks while he was conversing with Morbius. Rather, the attacks became even more ferocious. Lin Yuan focused more of his attacks on eyeshadow. He used the Abyss Red Lotus exclusive skill, Red Lotus Hellfire. The Red Lotus Hellfire burned to life on Eyeshadow's body. It was not Eyeshadow's flesh that was being burned, but her karma, bloodline, and energy. This burning was one that led to the utter obliteration of a lifeform's existence. As the burning continued, more layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints were applied to Eyeshadow's body. The Hellfire Lotus imprints sealed her body, rendering her no different from an pill furnace. At that moment, Eyeshadow was still wielding her own energy, but was finding it an immense struggle to use the death energy to break through the increasing layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints. This was because the Hellfire Lotus imprints could seal the target's abilities, making it difficult for Eyeshadow to even employ her life-preserving methods. Lin Yuan only used Red Lotus Hellfire to burn Eyeshadow. He did not use lethal methods against Falling Rainbow. Falling Rainbow had been battling the Black Lotus roots, as layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints were intermittently applied to her body. But at the same time, she watched as the Red Lotus Hellfire burned Eyeshadow. Falling Rainbow could sense that Eyeshadow's roots were being rapidly damaged. Eyeshadow was in a worse state than at the beginning of their slumber. Falling Rainbow could sense that the person attacking them was going easy on her. Otherwise, her body would not have fewer lotus imprints than Eyeshadow. Why was she not being burned by the crimson flames? The gears in Falling Rainbow's mind turned, and she hypothesized the reason for the enemy's actions. They likely wanted to use her to gain information on Tower Cannon. Since Falling Rainbow's life hung in the balance, she had no qualms about betraying Tower Cannon. But if she did end up selling out Tower Cannon, would that be enough to guarantee her survival? At that moment, Falling Rainbow knew that whoever was attacking her and Eyeshadow could not be from Epic God Palace because the latter already knew everything about Tower Cannon. It seemed that they had underestimated the natives from this Class 2 world. As she looked at Eyeshadow, who was slowly dying, Falling Rainbow did not feel a shred of sympathy. Instead, she felt strong resentment for Eyeshadow bubbling within her. If Eyeshadow had not endorsed her for this investigative trip, she would not have been here suffering such fierce attacks and on the brink of becoming a prisoner. Lin Yuan was reaching near the bottom of the barrel of his store of energy. Suddenly, a dragon roar reverberated throughout the canyon. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and used spirit injection to recover his energy. Since everything was going well, Lin Yuan decided not to use the spirit chi imprint. He also did not instruct the Abyss Red Lotus to use Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance and everything to ashes. Once he used his secret weapons, they would need to enter a long recovery period. Lin Yuan intended to use his limited resources in the most optimal manner, which meant using them on the other 6 members of Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan recovered his energy while maintaining his stalemate with Eyeshadow and Falling Rainbow. Hard work never betrayed the determined. Soon, Eyeshadow's soul was burned to ruin. On the other hand, after being burned by the Red Lotus Hellfire, Eyeshadow's body had been tempered and was much tougher than it had originally been. A light emerged from Eyeshadow's body and took the form of a book. There was a spectral illusion behind the book. Lin Yuan immediately recognized this as a secret of the dead from the dead world. The treasure from the dimensional world of a Class 3 was definitely of a higher level than the treasure of a dimensional world of a Class 1 world. Lin Yuan had accidentally absorbed the treasure from the dead world because he had bumped into it. As a result, he had been in a coma for almost a month. Although the coma would not cause significant harm to his body, he would be using the fountain of faith in his divine kingdom to take control of and subsume the secret of the dead. But with all that was going on, how could Lin Yuan take the time to go into a sleep state in order to absorb the dead world's secret of the dead? Lin Yuan used the Abyss Red Lotus roots to grab the book before carefully sealing it up. Once he defeated Tower Cannon, he would collect all of their secrets of the dead. Now, he needed to deal with this member of Tower Cannon with 7 colored eyes. Lin Yuan knew that it was time for him to show himself. The sand rapidly roiled in the canyon. Lin Yuan's body rose into the air, and he faced Falling Rainbow directly. He asked Falling Rainbow calmly, "I think it's time for us to have a good talk. Which page of Tower Cannon are you? How should I address you?" Lin Yuan's serene tone caused a chill to run up Falling Rainbow's spine. This young human had to be brimming with hatred toward her. Tower Cannon saw the life forms of this Class 2 world as the fertilizer to spur the growth of the dead spirits. To this Class 2 world, Tower Cannon were invaders who had been plotting against them for a long time. When Falling Rainbow felt the lotus imprints sealing her, she knew that if this young man didn't like her answer, he would set the crimson flames that burned Eyeshadow on her. 2. My name is Falling Rainbow. I am the 5th page. Falling Rainbow did not say anything else after answering Lin Yuan's questions. She began examining him seriously. From Falling Rainbow's actions, Lin Yuan could tell that she was intelligent. Making an enemy of an intelligent being would lead to painful costs. However, Lin Yuan did like smart prisoners. Smart prisoners were more aware of how to act appropriately given their circumstances. he would also be able to find more answers to the questions that he had. You should be aware of why I let you live instead of destroying your soul. I will give you the chance to say 3 lines. I hope the 3 lines will be enough for you to move me. While he spoke, fiery red lotus hellfire appeared in his palm. At first, Lin Yuan had many questions for Falling Rainbow. But after Morbius regained the most recent portion of its memories, Lin Yuan now had a clear understanding of Tower Cannon's objective. If Falling Rainbow was sufficiently intelligent, she would be able to pique his interest with the 3 lines. It would also allow Lin Yuan to find out the direction that would be the best for him to take in order to glean the most information from Falling Rainbow. Tower Cannon could even sense the loss of death aura from the ley lines and had sent experts to investigate it. They had to be aware that the death aura leak had yet to be addressed and was worsening. They might even be aware that one of the 8 pages had already died. Lin Yuan needed to hasten his interrogation of Falling Rainbow. Given that this young man had the ability to kill 8th page eyeshadow and take her prisoner, he had to be much more powerful than her. Even 1st page Crimson and 2nd page Warbler Candle might not be this young man's match. Given the circumstances, Tower Cannon's secrets were not significant to this young man. Falling Rainbow had no doubt that this young man would take her life without batting an eye. Falling Rainbow pondered for a moment. She believed that only information about Epic God Palace would be able to pique Lin Yuan's interest. However, she knew very little about Epic God Palace and did not know enough to spin out useful information. Epic God Palace's target was not Tower Cannon or this main world. Falling Rainbow remembered that 3rd page Violet Light Green and 4th page Cavity Orchid had mentioned that a member of Epic God Palace had asked if anything was special about the main world. There was no question that this young man was the most special presence. Hence, Falling Rainbow said loudly, "You are probably Epic God Palace's target. With your power, you must have heard of Epic God Palace's presence. 8th page Apoptosis, who went running to seek refuge from you, must have told you about them." Warbler Candle had intentionally allowed Apoptosis to learn of Epic God Palace's presence. Warbler Candle had told Apoptosis about Epic God Palace exactly because she hoped he would tell the news to the humans and bait them into investigating Epic God Palace and find out their objective. Lin Yuan's eyes widened when he heard what Falling Rainbow said. Since he was Epic God Palace's target, did that mean that they had found out about Morbius? A chill washed over Lin Yuan's heart. In the past, he had always fought his enemies from the shadows while they were out in the open. But now, he was the one who was out in the open while Epic God Palace was hidden. He did not even know anything about Epic God Palace, yet they had already locked onto him as a target. Lin Yuan resolved to learn all about Epic God Palace from Falling Rainbow. But before that, he needed to verify the truth of what Falling Rainbow was saying. Lin Yuan instructed the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom to release its spores over Falling Rainbow. Falling Rainbow noticed the appearance of the spores but dared not try to stop them from entering her body. Lin Yuan checked the Truth Colony on Falling Rainbow's body and confirmed that she was telling the truth. Epic God Palace was truly targeting him. Lin Yuan did not know that Falling Rainbow had said that to catch his attention and save her life in the process. Nonetheless, she had spoken the truth. He was Epic God Palace's target. However, the concept of target that he had was different from what their true intentions were. Spring and Summer, who were high up in the sky, felt themselves being hit by a wave of awkwardness. It was good for Lin Yuan to find out about Epic God Palace. However, Falling Rainbow's words would cause Lin Yuan to feel hostility toward Epic God Palace. If Lord Saint felt hostile toward them and started to resent them, they would be left at a loss. Falling Rainbow deserved to die. If Lin Yuan had not taken Falling Rainbow as his prisoner and was not standing before Falling Rainbow, Spring and Summer would have killed Falling Rainbow immediately to stop her from prattling more nonsense to Lin Yuan. Given Tower Cannon's level, they did not have the right to learn of Epic God Palace's true purpose. Very good. Your words have temporarily preserved your life. You will now share all the information you possess about Epic God Palace. Falling Rainbow hurriedly asked, "If I tell you everything that I know about Epic God Palace, will you spare my life?" Lin Yuan glared frostily at Falling Rainbow and said, You don't have the right to negotiate with me. I will end your life now if you are unwilling to comply." When he was done speaking, the red lotus hellfire lit up on Falling Rainbow's body, and her agonized howls filled the air above the canyon. There was no way that Lin Yuan was going to let Falling Rainbow keep her life. Falling Rainbow was one of the perpetrators behind the Dead Spirits crisis that had caused the death of millions of lifeforms in the main world. A being like that did not deserve to be spared. If Falling Rainbow was unwilling to speak, Lin Yuan would not mind showing her his capabilities. While the fervent red lotus hellfire was burning her, Falling Rainbow felt the same anguish that Eyeshadow had felt. The crimson flames burned Falling Rainbow's body and encroached into her soul. Previously, Falling Rainbow was trying to set up insurance for herself. But now she was trying to keep herself alive. If she revealed all that she knew, she would have a higher chance of surviving. "I can't say that I'm familiar with Epic God Palace. All I know is that they have been searching for special entities. Both you and your phase fit the profile of what Epic God Palace is searching for. They have already begun taking action." Lin Yuan waved his hand and extinguished the flames on Falling Rainbow's body. "Let me ask you, just how powerful is Epic God Palace?" This was the question that Lin Yuan most badly wanted an answer to. Alas, Falling Rainbow did not give him the answer that he was seeking. Epic God Palace's power can only be described as unfathomable. It's a level that is even beyond my imagination. 6,000 years ago, one of the rulers of Epic God Palace injured all 8 pages of Tower Cannon grievously with just one attack, leaving us with no choice but to hibernate for the past 6,000 years. Otherwise, we would already have died alongside the dead world. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. It turned out that Epic God Palace was that powerful. One of their members was already more powerful than Falling Rainbow could comprehend. If that was the case, he would not be able to take on Epic God Palace even if he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. It would be extremely easy for the rulers of Epic God Palace to kill him if they wanted to. Although he could take Falling Rainbow prisoner, the fact remained that they were actually on the same level. This filled Lin Yuan with great perturbance. But it did not take long for him to compose himself. The most important matter at hand was to deal with Tower Cannon. Thus, Lin Yuan asked Falling Rainbow in a low voice, "Do the other members of Tower Cannon know that one of the 8 pages has died?" Falling Rainbow had already decided to answer all of Lin Yuan's questions honestly. She did not know what had just entered her body. But after she gave her reply, white fungal strains grew out of whatever entered her body. Lin Yuan had not done anything to verify what she said after he saw the white fungal strains. It was likely that they had the ability to ascertain the truth. Her response would lead to her betraying Tower Cannon. Nonetheless, she had already grown disillusioned with Tower Cannon and had no qualms about turning against them. Even if the remaining 8 pages were aware of her difficult situation, they wouldn't offer assistance. It's unlikely that First Page Crimson and the rest are aware that Eyeshadow is already dead. However, they do know that the death aura leak hasn't been addressed. Falling Rainbow had been trying to find a way to save her life ever since she answered Lin Yuan's question. She was well aware of how much this human hated her. Tower Cannon was trying to destroy all the lifeforms in this Class 2 world, making them sworn enemies of all these lifeforms. If she wanted to ameliorate the hatred in this young man's eyes, she would have to earn it by contributing value. The best way to do so would be to help this young man eliminate the other members of Tower Cannon. "If you are willing to let me keep my life, I can help you to sow discord within Tower Cannon. The 8 pages are always locked in an intense fight over resources. I will follow your orders, and this will save you a lot of trouble in your endeavor to take down Tower Cannon. What do you think of this?" This was the most attractive bait that Falling Rainbow could think of offering Lin Yuan. Falling Rainbow did not know what to do in case he did not accept her proposal. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "How will you sow discord among the members of Tower Cannon? Is Tower Cannon so ununited? You must be aware that my goal is to kill all the members of Tower Cannon. If you help me to reach my goal, you will have proven your value, and I will give you the chance to continue living. I will also take you with me when I eventually go to the sky beyond the clouds." Falling Rainbow was overjoyed when she heard that. She finally found a way to keep herself alive. However, it would not be easy to help Lin Yuan eliminate the other 6 members of Tower Cannon. She had left for this trip with eyeshadow. When she returned without eyeshadow, she could not provide the others with an acceptable explanation. Once Crimson and the others were done with the ritual to fuse the dead world's roots with this main world, she would have to answer for eyeshadow's absence after 3 days passed. Hence, she would have to act before Crimson and the others became suspicious of her in order for her to cooperate with Lin Yuan. After Falling Rainbow told Lin Yuan about the situation, she said sincerely, "For now, I can't come up with a plan, but I must return as soon as possible. I will come up with a plan on the way back. You should have the means to place shackles within me. The other members of Tower Cannon will not tolerate traitors. The only way I can save myself is to help you," Lin Yuan said doubtfully. "It goes without saying that I will take control of you before I let you go. You don't have to concern yourself with this. If you can't cooperate with my plan, I will also use my methods to take your life. So don't think of trying any tricks." One of the abyss red lotus roots wrapped around Falling Rainbow, and the tip of the root pierced Falling Rainbow's soul, leaving a black imprint. Once Falling Rainbow broke free from Lin Yuan's control, the imprint would instantly begin burning with the abyss red lotus and destroy Falling Rainbow's soul. When he was doing this, Lin Yuan waved at Falling Rainbow, indicating that she could leave at any time. Falling Rainbow did not feel happy in the least as she was about to depart from Lin Yuan's side. Rather, her heart could not be heavier. Her brain was filled with thoughts about how she could fulfill his orders. Falling Rainbow always abided by the principle that it was better to cling to a difficult life than to choose death. If she could go with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds in the future, she would be able to lead a better life in that wider world than she could being stuck in this Class 2 world. Before Falling Rainbow left, she told Lin Yuan in a low voice, "I hope that you will instruct the demon insects to stop absorbing the death aura from the ley lines. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer for my failure when I return. Naturally, I won't be able to cooperate with your plan either." Lin Yuan immediately sent an order to Kira. Kira relayed the orders to the female insects with Class 1 genetic locks, who transmitted it to the rest of the insect army. The death aura only took a moment to burgeon in the cleaned-up ley line. "You said that the death of a member of Tower Cannon will draw suspicion to you, so I will give you 5 days. If you can't be of any help to me after the 5 days have passed, the black imprint in your soul will begin to burn." Lin Yuan took out a thoughts letter paper and tossed it to the Falling Rainbow. "If you have any information that you want to share with me, you can write it on this paper. I will also communicate my orders through this paper. Your survival depends on whether you can be of value to me." Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, he did not continue interacting with Falling Rainbow and left the canyon. The instant Lin Yuan left the canyon, the insect army under the canyon began to move. They shifted according to Lin Yuan's movements. Lin Yuan's open operation was very successful. Not only had he killed one of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, but he had also taken control of another. This was much more useful than killing Falling Rainbow directly. It was unlikely that Tower Cannon could have ever anticipated such a result. From the attitudes that Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow had displayed when they arrived at the canyon, Tower Cannon could not be less concerned about the human factions. Otherwise, they would have sent more than just 2 members to investigate the death aura leak. Lin Yuan had agreed to Falling Rainbow's suggestion because he wanted the members of Tower Cannon to continue maintaining such a mindset. Even if Falling Rainbow failed to come up with a plan, having a mole in Tower Cannon would make it easier for Lin Yuan to learn about their movements. As Spring watched Lin Yuan departing, she said solemnly, "Summer, Lord Saint has probably misunderstood Epic God Palace. He really thinks of us as enemies now. I think that we need to do something to change his perception of us." Summer said with a sigh, "Spring, that's a good idea, but how should we go about it? Forget it. For now, let's just focus on protecting Lord Saint and helping him defeat Tower Cannon. After he defeats Tower Cannon, he will probably try to make contact with Epic God Palace. If he initiates contact with Epic God Palace, we will be able to reveal ourselves to him. Then we will be able to explain ourselves to him. Given his personality, he will understand and forgive us. Spring said with a clenched jaw. First page Crimson better not disappoint his illegitimate bloodline of the blood species. In order to cooperate with fifth page Falling Rainbow's plan, Lin Yuan did not continue instructing the army of demon insects to absorb death aura from the ley line under the canyon. However, the demon insects did not halt completely. The demon insects in the other areas of the main world continued absorbing death aura while searching for ley lines. Lin Yuan learned about the dead world from Falling Rainbow. First, Tower Cannon extracted the death aura that had built up in the main world over the past billions of years and injected it into the ley lines to alter their states. They then used the dead world's roots to activate the death aura in the ley lines with the intention of enabling the dead world to consume and replace the main world's roots. By combining the five-dimensional worlds with the main world and promoting it from a Class 1 to a Class 2 world, Lin Yuan played directly into Tower Cannon's benefits. There was much more loot to plunder from a Class 2 world than a Class 1 world. However, the dead world was only a dimensional world of a Class 3 world. It was much more challenging for the remnants of the dead world to consume the roots of a Class 2 world than the roots of a Class 1 world. This was why Tower Cannon's plan had been progressing so slowly. If the main world was still a Class 1 world, the roots of the dead world would have already consumed the roots of the main world. Aside from continuously sending out dead dimensional lifeforms, Tower Cannon had not made any significant moves recently. If they had not discovered the death aura leak, there was no way that 2 of the 8 pages would have stepped out into this world. This was because Tower Cannon had been cowering in fear of Epic God Palace. Given that he was Epic God Palace's target, it was more likely that they were foes rather than friends. But when it came to limiting Tower Cannon, Epic God Palace had indeed been of help to Lin Yuan as they helped him to save on time. Now all Lin Yuan needed to do was wait to hear back from Falling Rainbow. Even if Falling Rainbow could not meet his requests, she could report Tower Cannon's movements to him. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to come up with responses. From the way that Falling Rainbow and the other members of Tower Cannon reacted when he was attacking them, Lin Yuan could tell that the 8 pages were not on good terms. The 2 of them had tried to use the other as shields to hide from the attacks. If Falling Rainbow and the other members of Tower Cannon worked together, they might not be able to win against him in the end, but they would not fall so quickly or miserably. Hence, there was a high chance that Falling Rainbow would side with him in order to save her own life. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and went to Kira's nest. Hu Quan was leading the over 40 spirit craftsmen and almost 400 land imps in building the frame of Kira's nest. Due to the presence of the immense amount of pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the demon insects could consume the spirit chi as food. If they wanted to replenish their vitality, they could consume the soldier ration radishes, the best vitality source for lifeforms. Kira's nest was mainly functional as it served as her individual residence. The surrounding nests linked together in a teardrop formation were the residences of the female insects. The entire colony was a giant demon insect production line. Young demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks were born with every passing second. Once these young demon insects were produced, Lin Yuan would immediately transport them to various parts of the main world to help with the dead spirits crisis. Previously, the demon insects were mainly developed to target the special dead spirits. But now, the demon insects were mainly developed to expand the insect army. The larger the insect army, the faster the cleaning of the ley lines. Every demon insect was naturally able to clean death aura. Kira could also use her energy to develop demon insects with shuttle functions that made them similar to the dimensional light moth. Fat Pocket could use the dimensional space in its body to store a large number of insect species carcinoma phase. The demon insects with shuttle functions could do the same. However, these demon insects could carry out coordinated transfers while Fat Pocket could not. This significantly raised the maneuverability of the enormous army. It was because of this that the demon insects could thrive in the sky beyond the clouds. Aside from demon insects with shuttle abilities, Kira could produce demon insects with many other types of abilities. Once Kira obtained the genes of powerful lifeforms, she could attempt to combine the lifeform's genes with the demon insect bloodline. This would enable her to produce demon insects with new abilities. Hu Quan was currently assigning tasks to the spirit craftsman and had not noticed Lin Yuan's arrival. Lu Tong, who was next to Hu Quan and watching the land imp's work, immediately alerted Hu Quan when he noticed Lin Yuan. He bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully and loudly greeted him, "Lord City Lord." Hu Quan was a member of Sky City. The Heavenly Craft Pavilion, which he founded, was also under Sky City. It served and provided Sky City with resources just like the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce did. Just like the members of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, the spirit craftsmen from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion could not call themselves members of Sky City. However, 6 months ago, Hu Quan strongly endorsed Lu Tong to Lin Yuan as a new member of Sky City. At first, the other spirit craftsmen saw Lu Tong as an in-name disciple. Now they saw Lu Tong as Hu Quan's disciple. Lin Yuan had a deep impression of Lu Tong. Aside from being hardworking and capable, he had a higher EQ than the other spirit craftsmen, as well as a sharper eye. After his time in the marsh world, Lu Tong had also acquired strong management skills. This improved his ability to help Hu Quan manage the other spirit craftsmen. Hu Quan's craftsmanship was unquestionable, but he lagged far behind Lu Tong when it came to management and organization. Lu Tong could make up for Hu Quan's weakness. Moreover, Lu Tong's spirit craftsman talent was decent. The more time they spent together, the more Hu Quan came to adore Lu Tong. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at Lu Tong. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Tong wanted to express his gratitude. Lu Tong's set of phase was the best among the Federation's spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan was the only one in the entire main world that could supply functional type bronze/legend phase suited for spirit craftsmen. The time the spirit craftsmen spent in the marsh world had been exhausting, but they had enjoyed a very high quality of life. Most importantly, they had attained substantial hope. When Hu Quan walked over to Lin Yuan, Kira also left her nest and made a beeline for Lin Yuan. Hu Quan's face fell when he saw Kira. Lin Yuan knew that Hu Quan and Kira did not get along. Hu Quan had already complained to him about Kira multiple times in the short span of a few days. However, Lin Yuan could not decide who was right and who was wrong. As a top spirit craftsman, Hu Quan preferred inspirational designs over traditional and mundane ones. He always strove for the best aesthetic. However, the most important factor to Kira was practicality. She preferred functionality over beauty. As such, she could not appreciate Hu Quan's exquisite designs. Kira would rather do away with unnecessary touches of beauty that served no purpose and have a wide environment that was conducive to the demon insect's growth. The demon insects had night vision, so Kira had rejected the light installations that Hu Quan wanted to build into the roof. This caused Hu Quan to feel that he was not being included in the construction of the nest. However, Lin Yuan had tasked him with building the nest. Hu Quan was afraid Lin Yuan would think he lacked taste and competency once he saw this nest. "Uncle Hu, Kira's nest should be almost complete. You won't have to worry about the construction anymore. You can design the rest of the space however you like." A soft expression spread across Hu Quan's face when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Hu Quan had put a lot of effort into building this paradise-like space. Ever since he joined Lin Yuan, the latter had placed great trust in him and was always willing to provide him with opportunities. Every spiritual ingredient used to construct the base in the spirit lock spatial zone would be cause for astonishment in the outside world. There were numerous occasions during the construction process that he had wasted spiritual ingredients for the sake of the design. But Lin Yuan had been extremely understanding each time. "Young master, I have already come up with the design for many other places in this paradise. All I need to do is begin carving. I have also instructed the land imps to rebuild the foundation of the underground palace you moved into the paradise. It now sits in the location you specified." From this, Lin Yuan knew that Hu Quan had not rested much of late. Otherwise, progress couldn't be this quick. Not only had Hu Quan kept himself from resting, but he had overworked the other spirit craftsmen as well. Although Hu Quan and the other spirit craftsmen had all contracted vitality sloths, they could not work constantly without a break or doing leisure activities. "Uncle Hu, it will take more than a few days to complete the construction of this space. I'm not in a rush. art comes from life. The best inspiration will only arise from the united efforts of the entire team. After speaking to Hu Quan, Lin Yuan accompanied Kira to the insect colony. The interior of the nest was bare and resembled a thatched house that had never been renovated. There was a layer of the soldier ration radishes on the ground from which Kira could pick and eat whenever she wanted. Kira reported, "Master, the dead spirits are not a significant threat. Although new dead dimensional life forms continue to emerge, the special demon insects that were previously produced are able to handle these new dead dimensional life forms. I can now speed up the nurturing of the demon insect army. Additionally, I will be entering a period of slumber during which I will use the energy in my genes to produce more demon insects with shuttle abilities." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement with Kira's plans. Firstly, Kira needed to nurture the demon insects with shuttle abilities as quickly as possible to speed up removing death aura from the ley lines and return the main world to its original state. Secondly, Kira could not be of much help in taking on the other 6 members of Tower Cannon. The demon insects existed only to fend off the endless waves of dead spirits and dimensional life forms. Lastly, Kira did not have to be left in an undisturbed state while she was slumbering and nurturing the demon insects with shuttle abilities. If she was truly needed, Lin Yuan could awaken her. Although this would waste a significant amount of her energy, the energy could be replenished by pure spirit chi. In other words, it would only be a waste of some spirit chi. The spirit pool in the spirit lock spatial zone released a large amount of pure spirit chi every second. After getting Lin Yuan's approval, Kira wrapped her arms around herself. Soon, a special type of vitality began flowing out from her body and formed a convulsing cocoon around her. At first, Lin Yuan intended to watch the demon insect species reproduction process. But at that moment, a tuft of cloud gathered around Lin Yuan's body, and he heard Gray's voice say, "Yuan, I really want to comprehend willpower runes." Lin Yuan used true data to check on Gray. Fey name, Sky-Clouded Crane, Fey species, Crane species/Red Crane species, Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10, Fey type, Natural, Fey quality. Legend, abilities, Cloudy weather. The body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all the life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms' light-type abilities will be able to generate more damage, while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. Darkness of a cloudy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark-type abilities will be able to generate more damage, while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy day. In an area covered by clouds or after the weather has been changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will be able to produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen, numbed, and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Roar of a windy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to windy weather, all the life forms in the area will be stamped with a windy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' wind-type abilities will be able to generate more damage, while enemies will experience reverse currents, wind pressure, and other negative effects. Judgment of thunder weather. An area covered by clouds or has been transformed into cloudy weather will be branded with a thunder weather imprint. When the thunder hits friendly life forms, their ability to cause damage will be increased. When the thunder hits enemies, they will feel numbness and other related negative effects. Fusion of rainbow weather. Cloudy weather will turn to rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather and allow them to coexist. Exclusive skill. Jade contract. Condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into the jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. But when the jade decoration is activated, Every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. Gray had remained in the spirit-locked spatial zone and absorbed weather from the various plant-type phase that could produce weather. Moreover, the nourishment from the pure spirit chi allowed Gray to build an exceptional foundation. Lin Yuan had never felt anxious about evolving Gray's quality and grade. If Gray could naturally comprehend willpower runes and evolve to fantasy breed, it would be very close to myth breed. Lin Yuan had been painstakingly nurturing the floating island whale. Lin Yuan saw Gray as being linked to Sky Sea. Gray was also a heavenly family fae with an extremely fearsome bloodline. Sky Sea was not of much help in taking on the dead spirits crisis caused by Tower Cannon. Gray could not be of much help either. But it could not be denied that Sky Sea was stronger than Gray. Due to the exclusive skill Sky Sea gained when it evolved to suzerain/myth, Sky Sea had become one of Lin Yuan's most important foundational phase. Not even genius strategic significance could compare to that of Sky Sea. It seemed that Sky Sea and Gray would only be able to truly shine once they went to the sky beyond the clouds. Gray, the spirit-locked spatial zone isn't conducive for you to comprehend willpower runes. I will take you outside. Lin Yuan took Gray out of the spirit-locked spatial zone. In the endless wilderness, the sand formed a seat behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reclined in the chair and looked expectantly at the tuft of cloud that was Gray. He had accompanied Gray just like this when it transformed into a heavenly family fae. The weather was clear today, while that night had been snowing. Many experts in the royal capital sensed Gray's aura and wanted to investigate but were all blocked by the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan could even kill the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon and was confident that he would be able to ensure Gray's safety. If there was truly an accident, the only possible culprit would be Epic God Palace. Lin Yuan was increasingly fearful of Epic God Palace. After his interaction with 5th page Falling Rainbow, he became aware of how strong Epic God Palace was. If they attacked him before he initiated contact with them, he would have no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Gray used cloudy weather and turned its entire body into thin wisps of clouds that enveloped the area. It did not take long for the willpowers that corresponded to the weather to respond to Gray. While it was comprehending the willpower runes, Gray let out a symphonious cry in harmony with nature. 7 to 8 types of weather phenomena appeared in succession and formed a perfect cohesion that painted a captivating scene. Gray was not satisfied with taking control of one of the willpowers. Rather, it continuously compressed and tempered the willpowers of all of the weather phenomena so it could absorb all of them. As Gray's power grew, it became increasingly greedy during its transformations. But it could not be denied that it would be intrinsically transformed if it succeeded. This would improve Gray's original foundation. Gray had been working hard, building up its foundation for this moment. Gray was not naturally greedy. It used to be content and happy for an entire day by just having the opportunity to fill its belly. When Lin Yuan discovered Gray, it had been in the worst state out of all of his phase. Lin Yuan was the one who had brought out this greedy trait in Gray. But in an environment where there was no lack of resources, phase could be greedy in their increase in power. Gray could sense that Lin Yuan was quietly watching it. It intended to give this its best shot for both its own sake and so it would not disappoint Lin Yuan. Gray activated the bloodline in its body and used it as a medium to absorb all the willpowers associated with weather. When Heavenly Family phase activated their bloodlines, there was a high chance that their bloodlines would end up damaged. Gray was being serious. Pure spirit chi was beneficial to the evolution of any fae. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned a chest of spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan manipulated the Overlord sand and crushed the spirit chi crystals so that their highly pure spirit chi could nourish Gray and facilitate the activation of its bloodline. To win or die trying. It was a fact that phase needed to accept the possibility of undergoing various risks when they evolved their grades and qualities. As the willpowers in the weather battled each other, Gray would be extremely uncomfortable. However, there was little that Lin Yuan could do to help with this. He would only step in to help once he was certain Gray could not comprehend the willpower runes and risked hurting its roots. If Gray's roots were damaged in the process of comprehending willpower runes, it would not be able to continue evolving anytime soon. Luckily, Gray's foundation was solid, and it was reasonable and would never do anything that overextended itself. Gray managed to successfully condense its willpower rune. This willpower rune contained the radiant light of a clear day, darkness of a cloudy day, iciness of snow, roaring of wind, violence of lightning, and beauty of rainbows. When these various natural phenomena fused together, the resultant willpower rune seemed to be able to represent nature itself. At the instant that the willpower rune was produced, Gray's grade was successfully evolved. When Lin Yuan used true data to check on Gray, he saw that Gray's quality had changed from its original legend to fantasy I. Gray had gained the exclusive skill called Body of Weather. Body of Weather. The body will comprehend the construction of natural phenomena, it controls and produce them accordingly. These natural phenomena can be used to aid other targets, so they will receive double empowerment regardless of the weather they are experiencing. Not only could Body of Weather replenish Gray, but it also had strong support effects that could influence a certain area. Gray could produce weather at will in an area covered by its clouds. Even if an environment lacked weather, Gray could use its own body to produce the weather and continue increasing its power. Body of Weather could use natural phenomena to support itself and other targets and provide them with double the empowerment. It could be linked with and be effective in all the weather territories that Gray could produce. Gray's territorial abilities could affect a large number of targets. Lin Yuan gave an order to the recently evolved Gray. He instructed it to use Body of Weather to support the plants in its surroundings. Lin Yuan realized that Body of Weather could easily support a large number of targets. This would make Gray instrumental in large-scale battles. Now that Gray had evolved, Lin Yuan did not remain on this grassland with Gray. Instead, he went to the boundary between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Before Falling Rainbow left, Lin Yuan told her that he wanted her to lure the other 6 members of Tower Cannon to the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan would be able to minimize the damage to the main world to the greatest extent by battling with Tower Cannon at that boundary. Lin Yuan had set up special infrastructure all over the Startling Lines continent. It could be said that the Startling Lines continent's defense was just as strong as that of the Radiance Federation. Since the infrastructure did not have to take the survival of the citizens into consideration, there were areas in the Startling Lines continent that had stronger defenses than the Radiance Federation. Tower Cannon had their sights set on the Radiance Federation. Falling Rainbow had emphasized this when replying to Lin Yuan's questions. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had already divided up the potential spoils from the Radiance Federation. They were fully confident that they would be able to take over the Radiance Federation. The impression was that the Radiance Federation was leading the Startling Lines continent. When the other members of Tower Cannon went to the Radiance Federation, they would immediately be lured to the Startling Lines continent once sufficient commotion was caused in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan would take the next few days to set up the Startling Lines continent. In order to create a large enough commotion to lure the other members of Tower Cannon to the Startling Lines continent from the Radiance Federation, the best plan would be to use Kira, the Demon Insect Queen, as bait. Falling Rainbow had yet to tell Lin Yuan about her plan. Once Falling Rainbow told Lin Yuan about her plan, he could come up with preparations according to her plan. With a mole that was also able to influence the decision-making, it would be much easier to carry out tasks. Kira was in the midst of producing demon insects with special shuttle abilities. She needed to be in a slumber state now, and Lin Yuan would never send her out at such a time. However, if the information came from Falling Rainbow, it was unlikely that the other members of Tower Cannon would suspect her. As Kira's contractor, Lin Yuan could issue orders to all the demon insects while she was slumbering. The Startling Lines continent was the place where the demon insect species first started reproducing. So Lin Yuan instructed the demon insects to speed up their digging and search for the ley lines in the hopes of finding the exact locations of the ley lines. Aside from Kira's information, instructing the demon insects to absorb death aura from the Startling Lines continent would also attract Tower Cannon's attention. The stronger the insects from the Startling Lines continent, the better he would be able to prove to the other members of Tower Cannon that there was indeed a demon insect queen in the Startling Lines continent. As the millions of demon insects continued digging, all the ley lines in the Startling Lines continent were uncovered. There was a layer of special minerals on the ley lines near the Startling Lines continent. The minerals condensed into black crystals after being infected by death aura. The death aura in the black crystals was relatively pure, at least 85%. The demon insects collected the crystals as they were very beneficial to the demon insects that were produced from death aura as the main form of energy. Now that the demon insects were exposed, they were ready and waiting for Lin Yuan to give them an order. Once he issued his order, the demon insects would immediately begin absorbing death aura from the ley lines. A day later, Lin Yuan finally received a message from Falling Rainbow through the Thoughts letter paper. Falling Rainbow. The dead world's roots are about to be fused with the main world. Once that happens, the dead world's roots will consume and subsume the main world's roots. This will not only increase the release of death aura but also replace the root energy of this world. I will do my best to hide the news of 8th page Eyeshadow's death before taking the others to the Radiance Federation. If they intend on attacking the Radiance Federation, I will do what I can to restrain them. Falling Rainbow's idea was essentially useless to Lin Yuan. This made him very displeased with her. However, given the circumstances, it was true that it would be difficult for her to propose any suggestions. Her point about doing her best to restrain them from attacking the Radiance Federation sounded promising, but there was nothing she could do if the rest of them had already made up their minds. If Falling Rainbow made overly grand promises to Lin Yuan, he would be suspicious of her and wonder if she intended to selflessly sacrifice herself for the sake of the dead world she belonged to. Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, are you really going to let Falling Rainbow go?" Lin Yuan shook his head. He was only making use of Falling Rainbow to delay enemy forces. Falling Rainbow absolutely had to die. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not be able to answer to the life forms that died as a result of the Dead Spirits wave. Even if he did not kill her, the other members of Tower Cannon might do so once they learned of her betrayal. Lin Yuan, what can you achieve by doing your best? Are you really going to be able to stop the members of Tower Cannon from attacking the Radiance Federation? Don't forget that you need to carry out your plan. Bring the other members of Tower Cannon to the Startling Lines continent as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, he put Falling Rainbow out of his mind. Falling Rainbow's life was in Lin Yuan's hands, and she could not afford to cause trouble. The imprint left by the Abyss Red Lotus on Falling Rainbow's soul would not only burn her soul, but also enable Lin Yuan to keep her on a leash. He could also use this method to ambush the other members of Tower Cannon. Once the imprint on Falling Rainbow's soul was activated, her soul would become an incubator for the Hellfire Lotus imprint. When Lin Yuan triggered her soul to explode, the Hellfire Lotus imprint would be applied to the other members of Tower Cannon. One had to know that the Hellfire Lotus imprints needed to absorb energy. Falling Rainbow's soul energy was of a sufficiently high quality that the Hellfire Lotus imprints applied to the other members of Tower Cannon would definitely be able to affect them. When Lin Yuan triggered the explosion of Falling Rainbow's soul, he would only severely damage her soul. With her strength, it would not be enough to kill her. Nonetheless, this would cause the other members of Tower Cannon to realize her betrayal. If they attacked and killed Falling Rainbow, it would have nothing to do with Lin Yuan. All of Lin Yuan's plans had gone extremely smoothly in the past. But this time it would not go according to plan. 5th page Falling Rainbow's head was filled with thoughts about how she could save herself. She had already sensed the imprint placed on her soul. It was bubbling as though it was an active volcano that was ready to erupt at any time. This feeling left Falling Rainbow feeling helpless. Falling Rainbow was certain that she would not be able to envelop the imprint and temper it with her soul energy. As a powerful life form that had lived for many years, Falling Rainbow was rarely at the mercy of others. She had only been restrained and needed to keep her head down when her power had been weak. Falling Rainbow loathed Lin Yuan with her entire being and wanted nothing more than to destroy him. But for the sake of her survival, Falling Rainbow had no choice but to be aware of her circumstances and meet Lin Yuan's requests. If she had two other members assuredly on her side like 8th page Eyeshadow did, it would be very easy to carry out this plan. But she was not like Eyeshadow. She received the worst treatment of all the members. Moreover, 2nd page Warbler Candle, who was on her side, often butted heads with 1st page Crimson, 3rd page Violet Light Green, and fourth page cavity orchid. After some thinking, Falling Rainbow decided that the best way to achieve her goal would be to use the dead eyeshadow. Eyeshadow had always kept her secret of the dead on her person. Eyeshadow's secret of the dead had the ability to mask her aura. Under the cover and protection of her secret of the dead, it was almost impossible for the other members of Tower Cannon to detect her aura. Falling Rainbow had always been wary of Eyeshadow because of her secret of the dead's ability. If she said that Eyeshadow was in the Startling Lines continent and there were female demon insects there, it was likely that the other members of Tower Cannon would ask to meet up with her. 6th page Wave Glow and 7th page Concubine Winding would do so out of concern for Eyeshadow. They were on very good terms with her and would definitely be able to tell that this behavior did not fit with her personality. However, neither of them would suspect Falling Rainbow or even consider the possibility that Eyeshadow was already dead. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid, who currently possessed the largest pieces of the pie, would also agree to this arrangement. They would assume that Eyeshadow had yet to return because she had discovered astonishing benefits and was trying to keep them all to herself. As for Warbler Candle, she would go along with this plan even if she had her suspicions. Falling Rainbow was confident of this. Crimson's opinion did not matter. His profits were his own. If the rest of the group had made the same choice, he would have no choice but to go along with them. With this train of thought in place, Falling Rainbow's tightly wound nerves relaxed slightly. She looked up at the sun with her beautiful 7-colored eyes. This feeling of being at the mercy of another was truly horrible. In the past, the Dead World was a dimensional world of a Class 3 world that had been waiting to be combined with the Class 3 world. When that happened, all the lifeforms in the Dead World would join with that of the Class 3 world, and they would be cleansed by the Class 3 world's root energy. Back then, the Dead World that Falling Rainbow belonged to had been the weaker party. After freeing themselves from the Class 3 world, they brought their Dead World's roots with them and earned their freedom. Although they no longer had the status to roam the sky beyond the clouds freely, their lives were still relatively comfortable. At least they led much better lives than they were doing now. When she sensed that the Dead World's root energy fluctuations beneath her were stabilizing, Falling Rainbow knew that the ritual to fuse the Dead World's roots with the main world was basically complete. She had come back at the right time. Falling Rainbow took a deep breath and composed herself to prevent the other members of Tower Cannon from noticing that anything was amiss. Once she entered the large hall, she saw that all the other black coffins aside from hers and Eyeshadow's were all wide open. Crimson and the other members of Tower Cannon were currently recuperating in the black coffins. Falling Rainbow instinctively looked at Eyeshadow's black coffin. No one would sleep in there ever again. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at Falling Rainbow. When they saw that she was alone, Wave Glow frowned and asked in a low voice, "Falling Rainbow, Eyeshadow left with you. Why have you returned alone? Where is Eyeshadow? The ritual is already over. I have made the suggestion to the other members to help to receive Eyeshadow's roots together." Falling Rainbow looked at Wave Glow, and envy and mockery flashed across her eyes. She was very envious of how well Wave Glow and Concubine Winding looked after Eyeshadow. But at the same time, she felt derision toward Wave Glow's lapdog-like behavior. Eyeshadow picked up the trail of female demon insects and headed to the Startling Lines continent. She really is the kind to forget everything else when she has her eye on profits. The Startling Lines continent is very near to the Radiance Federation. There is a high chance that Eyeshadow's actions will alert the enemy and catch the attention of the main world's natives. Eyeshadow and the two of you will have to answer for such a consequence. If my Tower of Falling Rainbow wasn't lost and Eyeshadow hadn't used her treasure's power to hide her aura, I would have definitely dragged her back here. There was a furious and menacing expression on Falling Rainbow's face, but her heart was only filled with bitterness. Falling Rainbow had already guessed why she was unable to sense the Tower of Falling Rainbow and Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song. Lin Yuan must have already gained possession of them. After all, Lin Yuan had easily claimed Eyeshadow's Secret of the Dead. Falling Rainbow's words caused the other 8 pages of Tower Cannon to frown. However, they were all frowning for different reasons. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding were suspicious of this story. the eyeshadow that they knew would never act so unreasonably. If she had truly discovered the presence of female demon insects, she could have informed them of this instead of taking the risk of injuring her roots to head there herself. This was unless Eyeshadow noticed something that was worth taking this risk and Falling Rainbow had yet to notice it. If that were the case, the two of them would need to meet up with Eyeshadow as soon as possible. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid were frowning because of their anger. The two of them had the biggest shares of the profit pie. It went without saying that Eyeshadow would swallow a large amount of resources after heading to the Startling Lines continent. This would cut into Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid's profits. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid knew that Eyeshadow was very scheming and was not as innocuous as she appeared. It was very possible that she would lose control of herself when profits were at stake. Hence, Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid felt pressed to protect their own profits. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had not brought many resources with them when they landed in this world. It was very challenging for this Class 1 world to promote to Class 2. Hence, the resources that did exist in this world were of the utmost importance to the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. The more resources they gained, the more things they could do with them and the faster they would be able to increase their power. We have completed the ritual. Although we have all depleted a significant amount of our roots and energy, we will be able to recover in just a few days. I suggest that we head to the Startling Lines continent now. We will be able to meet up with Eyeshadow, capture the female demon insects, and destroy the Radiance Federation before divvying up the Radiance Federation's resources. We will then begin taking over the rest of the resources in this world. After taking over the resources, we can rest and sleep for some time. I am sure all of you have sensed that the world wall where Epic God Palace is located is active. There is a high chance that Epic God Palace is trying to break through the wall to create a path from this world to the sky beyond the clouds. They will probably leave this world then. This will also give us a way to return to the sky beyond the clouds. Violet Light Green's Secret of the Dead had an ability related to boundaries. The world wall could be seen as a boundary formed from willpowers. Violet Light Green had been in a very good mood these past 2 days because she had noticed this. At first, she had not intended to tell the other 8 pages about this discovery. But, given the circumstances, revealing this news would increase her importance to the group. If Eyeshadow truly collected a large amount of resources, they would also be able to force her to spit them all out. Out of the entire group, Warbler Candle was feeling the most troubled. When she saw that Falling Rainbow had returned on her own, she knew that something had gone wrong with this operation. Otherwise, Eyeshadow would not have been able to slip away completely undetected by Falling Rainbow, even with her Secret of the Dead's ability. After waking up, Warbler Candle had intentionally tampered with the supply of energy to the black coffins. She had siphoned some of the energy from the other black coffins to Falling Rainbow. This was part of the reason why Eyeshadow had almost been unable to wake up. The rest of the group thought that Falling Rainbow was in a weakened state, but Warbler Candle knew that this was false. If they had truly discovered the female demon insects, Falling Rainbow should have been the one to get her hands on them first. Even after thinking for a long while, Warbler Candle was unable to understand this. Could it be that Falling Rainbow had killed Eyeshadow for the sake of profits? Warbler Candle quickly shook her head. The probability of this was extremely small because Falling Rainbow needed to consider the consequences. If Falling Rainbow really killed Eyeshadow, it would disrupt the superficial unity that Tower Cannon had struggled to form. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding would definitely confront and battle it out with Falling Rainbow. Falling Rainbow hated inconvenience and risk. After the clash against Epic God Palace, Falling Rainbow had become even more averse toward risk. After frowning for a moment, Crimson's eyes turned red. It was as though an aura was about to awaken within his body. This aura was strangely beautiful, and it immediately caused his gaze to turn peculiar. Lethal aura was emanating from his gaze. At that moment, Crimson heard Violet Light Green say, "Epic God Palace seems to be staying in this Class 2 world because they are searching for an unusual life form. One of their rulers asked me and Cavity Orchid about it. I think that we should search for such entities while we're splitting up the resources in this world. If we are able to present it to Epic God Palace, we will have done them a favor. Even if this doesn't turn our relationship into an amicable one, it will reduce some of the misunderstandings between us. Violet Light Green's words were like a valve that had been turned and caused the strangely beautiful red hue to disappear from Crimson's eyes. The two fists hidden under Crimson's robe were tightly clenched. The other members of Tower Cannon next to Crimson noticed the change in his aura. After they observed him for a few moments, Crimson finally said, "Since you are all in agreement, let's head to the Startling Lines continent. We'll also search for any unusual life forms in this world." When it came to unusual beings, Crimson was an unusual being himself. Since finding out about Epic God Palace's objective, he had been afraid that he was their target. As a result, he had tried his best to hide his exceptional traits to prevent himself from catching Epic God Palace's attention. After all, based on what Violet Light Green had said, it was likely that Epic God Palace would be leaving this Class 2 world. If there was anything he wanted to do, he could wait until they left. It would be better for him to lay low now and play things safely. However, this meant he would have to suffer and endure the company of these morons for some time. Regardless of how the profits from this world were divided, this Class 2 world and Dead World's roots would all become his incubator. Falling Rainbow was very surprised by Crimson's decision. When did he start becoming so trusting? Falling Rainbow was already prepared for Crimson to ask her a list of questions. She had even rehearsed her answers. However, she had not been able to use any of them. After thinking for a long while, Falling Rainbow could not figure out what was wrong. If Crimson had noticed something, he would not have allowed this operation to proceed. Nonetheless, she had accomplished the task Lin Yuan had given her. Her life should be safe now that she had accomplished this task, right? Lin Yuan had spent the last 2 days setting up the Startling Lines continent. Thick Soil City had already been shifted onto Lift Marsh. It had taken the millions of people living in Thick Soil City far away from the Startling Lines continent. Before the battle between the main world and Tower Cannon came to an end, Lift Marsh would continue floating around the sea in the vicinity of the Radiance Federation. The experts and dictators from the vast sea labyrinth and the water world would protect Lift Marsh. Meanwhile, the land imps started to rebuild the area where Thick Soil City used to be located. They built a transit station between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. From now on, the Startling Lines continent would become the Radiance Federation's gate. When Wen Yu and Lu Jie found out that Lin Yuan was in the Startling Lines continent, they immediately rushed to him. They already knew that he had clashed with Tower Cannon. "Young Master, the base in the Startling Lines continent is complete. How high are our chances of victory in the upcoming battle against Tower Cannon?" This question had come from Wen Yu. She was not the type to be restless and impatient. These words did not fit with her personality. Wen Yu had asked that because she was worried for the entire main world as well as Lin Yuan. As someone whose skills lay in internal governance, all she could do now were managerial and organizational tasks. She could not help Lin Yuan in battle. In this aspect, Wen Yu could not compete with Lu Jie. All she wanted to do now was share Lin Yuan's burdens. That was all. After hearing that, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said resolutely, "I have set the Startling Lines continent as the location for the battle against Tower Cannon. The Startling Lines continent will be where the lives of the pages of Tower Cannon come to an end. Judging from the current situation, we stand a good chance of emerging victorious over Tower Cannon. The only thing we need to worry about is the pages fleeing during the battle. It will be difficult to get our hands on them once they've fled." While Lin Yuan was battling 5th page Falling Rainbow and 8th page Eyeshadow, he got a general understanding of the power of the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon. Falling Rainbow had already told Lin Yuan that her power was considered average among the 8 pages. If Lin Yuan fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, he would be able to keep the other 6 pages down. Moreover, he had other secret weapons he could tap into. But once the pages of Tower Cannon decided to flee during their battle, they could use their comrades as cover in order to do so. If the pages fled, they would undoubtedly cause horrifying disasters throughout the main world. It would be child's play for them to leave a string of devastated federations in their wake. Even if they decided to go into hiding instead of causing a commotion, they would become a malignant tumor. Unless Lin Yuan was able to reach a new level of his fused state with the Abyss Red Lotus, it would be very challenging for him to search for and capture the scattered pages. Lin Yuan was well aware that his increase in power depended on his fusion with the Abyss Red Lotus, and was bolstered by the dimensional worlds and continent vein cores that the Abyss Red Lotus controlled. But now, there were no more dimensional worlds and continent vein cores for Lin Yuan to take control of. Wen Yu and Lu Jie relaxed when they heard that. According to Lin Yuan, he would not be in great danger regardless of what happened. Neither Wen Yu nor Lu Jie thought it was important whether the pages escaped. They had not even expected Lin Yuan to give such an answer, and they believed he would be able to subdue Tower Cannon. Lu Jie and Wen Yu looked at each other, and there was a hint of shame in their eyes. Both of them still did not understand Lin Yuan's power well enough. Lin Yuan did intend to go to the sky beyond the clouds but would be entering a state of seclusion in the main world before he made the trip. Both of them planned to go into seclusion with him so they could increase their power to the greatest extent. Otherwise, once they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, they would be useless to Lin Yuan. If the pages truly escaped while battling Lin Yuan, the demon insects that were constantly reproducing could be sent out to search and capture them. Lin Yuan would be able to receive information regardless of whether the demon insects discovered where the pages were or if they killed the demon insects. Even if he could not capture the pages quickly, it would only be a matter of time. When Yu and Lu Jie discussed Lin Yuan's plan for taking on Tower Cannon with him, he told them about the ambush he had set up. When Yu said, "Young master, since Falling Rainbow is now your tool, I think we should make good use of her. If the pages truly escape during your battle, they will definitely regroup. You can let Falling Rainbow flee during your battle. She will think that you are letting her go and will become a secret weapon that you can activate after the pages have fled." Aside from Falling Rainbow, there are only 6 other official pages of Tower Cannon. Due to their differing personalities, they will definitely make different decisions when battling you. Some of them will want to battle you, while others could decide to flee after witnessing your power. If Falling Rainbow flees first, it is highly likely she will leave with her allies with whom she shares profits. This will allow you to get a sense of the different camps among the 8 pages. If Falling Rainbow flees, it will also keep the other pages from suspecting her. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Wen Yu said. She was right. If he could use Falling Rainbow once, he could use her twice. Lin Yuan felt a substantial amount of pressure taking on the remaining 6 pages of Tower Cannon. If it was possible, he did not want to reveal more of his secret weapons. After all, Epic God Palace had yet to appear. During the clash between the main world's lifeforms and Tower Cannon, Epic God Palace was observing from the shadows. Lin Yuan was in no hurry to tell Falling Rainbow about this information. Instead, he told Wen Yu and Lu Jie seriously, "Wen Yu, Big Brother Lu, I have a very important task for you. You should be aware that the main world is in such a state because the ley lines have been infected by death aura. Fortunately, the infection can be reversed. As long as the demon insects can find the ley lines, they can absorb the death aura. Kira has been commandeering the demon insect species. However, the demon insects with class 3 and below genetic locks are even less intelligent than 3-year-old children and are unable to react appropriately to information. The 2 of you will head out to search for the Radiance Federation's underground ley lines. When the battle against Tower Cannon is complete, we will begin clearing out death aura, starting from the Radiance Federation. If things go well, we will be able to put an end to this dead spirits crisis in the next few centuries and enable the main world to return to its original clean state." According to Falling Rainbow, Tower Cannon had already fused the dead world's roots with the main world. Once the death aura was all cleaned, the dead world's roots would become fertilizer for the main world's roots. At that time, not only would the damage in the main world be recovered, but it might be able to receive unexpected blessings. Lu Jie and Wen Yu wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side and accompany him. As his retainer and assistant, they both wanted to tackle obstacles with him. However, the task that Lin Yuan gave them was just as important. They were the only ones to whom Lin Yuan could assign this task. Wen Yu and Lu Jie nodded as they said, "Young master, leave this matter to us. We will definitely do our best to work with the demon insects to search for the location of the ley lines in the Radiance Federation. When Yu and Lu Jie had interacted with numerous dimensional lifeforms and knew that the land imps could not only sense mineral veins but were able to detect ley lines as well. If they brought the land imps with them to search for the ley lines, they would be able to save a significant amount of time. When he saw that when Yu and Lu Jie's expressions were not as austere as they had been, Lin Yuan said in a low voice, "Aside from Tower Cannon, there is another group called Epic God Palace. I don't know much about Epic God Palace. I don't know if they are friends or foes. Before we learn what Epic God Palace's true intentions are, we need to be on our toes and stay on guard." Lin Yuan's expression was very serious while he spoke. He learned from Falling Rainbow that it was highly likely that he was Epic God Palace's target. Lin Yuan had no way of verifying if what she had said was true because she also did not know much about Epic God Palace. Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace's interactions were limited to the singular clash that had taken place more than 6,000 years ago. Lin Yuan only learned the reason for Tower Cannon going into hiding after Falling Rainbow's explanation. Given that they had forced Tower Cannon to go into hiding, Epic God Palace had, in a way, protected the main world. Otherwise, the main world would have been conquered by the 8 pages of Tower Cannon long ago. If he was not Epic God Palace's target, Lin Yuan would feel no animosity toward them. Nonetheless, once Lin Yuan eliminated Tower Cannon, he would focus on searching for Epic God Palace before initiating contact with them. After when Yu and Lu Jie left, Lin Yuan went to the Startling Lines continent. He took out the Thoughts letter paper and told the Moon Empress about his situation. Given that he had almost 100% confidence in defeating Tower Cannon, Lin Yuan wanted to give the Moon Empress peace of mind. Spring and Summer had been watching and protecting Lin Yuan from afar. When they heard what he said, they felt afraid and uncomfortable. At the same time, their resentment for Falling Rainbow deepened. Ever since Epic God Palace landed in this Class 1 world, they had been hiding in order to minimize their impact on it. They had ignored all the ups and downs that the main world had undergone. If Tower Cannon had not sought them out and disturbed them, thereby affecting Lord Saint's awakening and triggering Epic God Palace's wrath, they would have only emerged from the mountain for the first time a few days ago. It was true that Falling Rainbow was fearful of Spring. She was the one who had slapped Falling Rainbow and crushed half of her body. What right did Falling Rainbow have to say that Epic God Palace was targeting Lord Saint? Even if Epic God Palace was truly targeting Lord Saint, their meaning of target was different from how it was currently being interpreted. It was all Autumn's fault for blabbing in response to 3rd page Violet Light Green and 4th page Cavity Orchid's question. Autumn should be the one to explain all of this to Lord Saint. Spring and Summer had been around the perimeter of this Class 2 world. All the life forms in this world were blessed to have Lord Saint's presence in it. As this world continued to develop, its name would eventually resonate throughout the sky beyond the clouds. 7 figures raced across the surface of the sea. 6th page Wave Glow and 7th page Concubine Winding both had grim expressions as they sensed their surroundings. Neither of them could pick up even a hint of Eyeshadow's presence. Although the rest of them could not sense Eyeshadow when she used her treasure's ability to mask her aura, it seemed unlikely that she was making her aura constantly. She needed to deplete her energy to mask her aura. Eyeshadow had yet to recover her roots. How could she sustain such a long period of depletion? Falling Rainbow knew that Wave Glow and Concubine Winding were very suspicious of her. However, she did not intend to give them any sort of explanation. After all, once they arrived at the Startling Lines continent, her lie would be exposed, and the other pages would see that she had betrayed them. Giving them an explanation now would not affect the result. Falling Rainbow could not be bothered to waste the effort. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid were not worried about Eyeshadow's safety. They did not care whether Eyeshadow died. If she was truly dead, they would be able to claim a larger share of the resources from the main world. This would be extremely beneficial for them. The two of them were very concerned that Eyeshadow had hidden some previous resources. This would prevent them from claiming their full share. Regardless, once they found Eyeshadow, Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid would insist on inspecting her to ensure that she had not hidden precious resources. Second page Warbler Candle had remained by Falling Rainbow's side. When she saw Falling Rainbow's frown deepening, Warbler Candle said, "I need Falling Rainbow to accompany me to retrieve something. We will meet up with the rest of you on the outskirts of the Startling Lines continent, at the boundary of the marsh world and this world. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid, the two of you can go first to investigate if you're in a hurry. Regardless of what Eyeshadow has collected, we will support you in forcing her to spit it all out." Warbler Candle grabbed Falling Rainbow's wrist. Falling Rainbow sighed. Warbler Candle knew her too well. She had to have noticed something off about her actions. She needed to put more effort into thinking of how she should respond to Warbler Candle's questions in order to appease her. With her life currently in Lin Yuan's hands, Falling Rainbow could not be bothered to consider Warbler Candle's feelings. After all, Warbler Candle would die eventually while she would be heading to the sky beyond the clouds. Violet Light Green, Cavity Orchid, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding did not try to restrain Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow. Warbler Candle commonly called Falling Rainbow away when such things happened. However, they were all working together now, and Warbler Candle's action seemed rather divisive. On the other hand, Warbler Candle's action could be understood. First page Crimson looked up and down at Falling Rainbow and Warbler Candle before saying, "If you're going to leave, hurry up and go. We will wait here for you to return. If you haven't returned after a day has passed, we will assume you have given up your share of this Class 2 world's resources." After speaking to Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow, Crimson turned and told Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid, "I know you are worried. Any additional resources that Eyeshadow has swallowed will belong to all of us. We won't allow Eyeshadow to get away with anything. I'm sure Wave Glow and Concubine Winding will understand." First page Crimson stated his opinion and decision. With the rest of the pages of Tower Cannon indignant of him, it was increasingly common for them to oppose him. His decisions had already been overturned by the majority several times. But this time no one opposed him. This was not because they were now willing to submit to him, but because he had offered benefits that satisfied most of them without cutting into the profits of the minority. As such, all of them were willing to offer him some courtesy. They could also use his words to maintain the peace. Second page Warbler Candle silently agreed to what Crimson said and pulled fifth page Falling Rainbow with her in the direction of the fortress. Warbler Candle had questions for Falling Rainbow. She did not actually need to retrieve anything. Hence, the two of them did not need a full day's worth of time. Warbler Candle also did not try to pick up something she could use to keep up pretenses with the other pages of Tower Cannon. Warbler Candle had yet to find the opportunity to speak privately to Falling Rainbow. The other pages of Tower Cannon could also guess Warbler Candle's reason for leaving with Falling Rainbow. Third page Violet Light Green and fourth page Cavity Orchid looked at each other. Both of them felt that there was a high chance that the alliance between Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow would crack. Warbler Candle was going to stop being a lapdog and stand on her own 2 feet. After moving sufficiently far away from the other pages of Tower Cannon, Warbler Candle stopped, and her grip tightened around Falling Rainbow's wrist. "Falling Rainbow, we have known each other for millennia. You know full well how I feel about you. I hope you won't lie to me. I am going to ask you now. Where has Eyeshadow gone?" Falling Rainbow's expression did not change when she heard what Warbler Candle said. However, her heart wavered. It was true that Warbler Candle had taken good care of her all this time. She had stuck by her even when the other pages of Tower Cannon had ganged up on her. As cold-hearted as she was, Falling Rainbow did have genuine feelings toward Warbler Candle. It could be said that Warbler Candle was the only member she cared for and hoped would survive. But so what if she cared? Lin Yuan's goal was to use her to destroy all the pages of Tower Cannon. If Lin Yuan refused to let Warbler Candle live, she would have no choice but to relinquish her life. Falling Rainbow could not do anything about Warbler Candle's death. There was no need for her to be overly concerned about someone who was already marked for death. As such, Falling Rainbow said, "Warbler Candle, why are you asking me this? Do you think I'm lying to you? Do you think I killed Eyeshadow? I don't have my dimensional treasure, but Eyeshadow has hers. If we really ended up fighting and she used her treasure against me, I would not have had much of an advantage. Moreover, when I returned, you could see that I didn't have a scratch on me. I don't care if the others doubt me, but I am hurt by your doubt. Even if I lie to the whole world, I would never lie to you. Don't you have even this much trust in me after the millennia we've spent together? You know even better than me the kind of person I shadow is. I suffered considerably on this trip with her. Once we find her, I will definitely make her pay. At that point, Falling Rainbow intentionally pulled an expression full of hatred. For her own sake, Falling Rainbow did not tell Warbler Candle the truth. She knew that once Warbler Candle found out the truth, she would abandon her immediately, regardless of how good of a relationship they had. After all, she was about to trade the entire Tower Cannon for her own life. To put it simply, she had turned her back on Tower Cannon and Warbler Candle. Although Warbler Candle was suspicious of her, she would not lose trust in her. As long as she put on an act, she would be able to deceive Warbler Candle. She needed to take Warbler Candle back with her as soon as possible to prevent any unexpected outcomes. Presently, there was something that bothered Falling Rainbow. It bothered her that Crimson had requested all of them to act together. It seemed as though he wanted to keep them all bound together. This thought did not sit right with Falling Rainbow. Warbler Candle stared at Falling Rainbow for a moment without saying anything. She eventually decided to place her trust in Falling Rainbow. Aside from asking Falling Rainbow exactly what had happened, Warbler Candle had called Falling Rainbow out because she had something she wanted to say to her. Falling Rainbow, you interacted a fair amount with Crimson after awakening. Have you noticed that he seems different from before? Falling Rainbow's expression froze. She had noticed this some time ago. However, she had not told anyone else about this and brushed it aside as unnecessary worrying. But when they were conducting the ritual, Falling Rainbow noticed that Crimson's dead-dimensional life-form roots had changed. As a result, his power composition was no longer cohesive with the rest of them. Crimson had to have noticed this as well. Otherwise, he would not have given her, Violet Light Green, and the rest the authority to oversee the ritual together with him. In the past, Falling Rainbow would definitely have had a proper discussion with Warbler Candle after she brought up something like this. But now, Falling Rainbow could not be bothered to think about such matters. What happened to Crimson no longer had anything to do with her. It would soon become Lin Yuan's problem. Frankly, Falling Rainbow would prefer if Crimson killed Lin Yuan rather than Lin Yuan destroying Tower Cannon. Once Lin Yuan died, he would no longer be able to control her. It's true that Crimson's actions are deviating from my expectations, but after slumbering for 6,000 years, it is possible that he has changed in some way. Crimson's bloodline has always had more potential than the rest of us. That's why we elected as the first page. Warbler Candle, don't think too much about such things. If you really want to analyze this, wait until we're done with this operation and have divided up the main world's resources. Didn't we all speculate that Crimson was keeping a secret weapon? If this is true, he will have to reveal it if we draw back slightly during the battle against the main world. After conversing with Falling Rainbow, Warbler Candle slowly let her guard down. At the same time, she found Falling Rainbow's words to make a lot of sense. Without Epic God Palace's presence forcing Tower Cannon to unite, Tower Cannon would already be squabbling over the division of the Prophet Pie that was the main world. It was highly likely that these current teammates would end up being her enemies. It would not hurt to put a dent in their power now, so it would be easier to deal with them once they eventually became her enemies. Warbler Candle discussed her ideas with Falling Rainbow. Falling Rainbow sounded as though she was conversing with Warbler Candle, but her mind and heart were someplace else. She had only made this analysis to placate Warbler Candle. Once they arrived at the startling Lines continent, her longtime comrades would be reduced to ashes by crimson flames. When Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow rejoined the group, Crimson ordered that they continue their journey. The longer they sensed their surroundings, the more certain 6th page Wave Glow and 7th page Concubine Winding were that something was wrong. Even after all the time that had passed, they were still unable to catch even the faintest hint of 8th page Eyeshadow. There was no way that this was normal. Given Eyeshadow's condition, she would never be able to sustain the utilization of her secret of the dead for this long. This was unless she was doing so at the cost of her roots. Eyeshadow would only be willing to injure her roots if something was endangering her life. Falling Rainbow had to be lying. However, the two of them could not guess what Falling Rainbow's motive could be. Falling Rainbow had lost her dimensional treasure and was incapable of killing Eyeshadow. Hence, the two of them did not consider the possibility that Eyeshadow had been killed. The more they thought about it, the messier their thoughts became. All they wanted to do was rush to the Startling Lines continent as soon as possible to meet up with Eyeshadow. The two of them had voiced their opinions and made their requests to Crimson multiple times. However, he had turned them down every time. This made Wave Glow and Concubine Winding increasingly upset with Crimson. They almost pulled out their weapons in a fit of fury. Luckily, Warbler Candle and Falling Rainbow returned just in time. Otherwise, Wave Glow and Concubine Winding might have attacked Crimson. It was said that one never cared about things that were irrelevant to oneself. Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid acted no differently from when they were watching a show. During the journey, Falling Rainbow received a message from Lin Yuan. Falling Rainbow let out a sigh of relief when she saw that he had a new assignment for her. She was terrified that Lin Yuan would order her to kill her comrades. It was not because she felt affection for them, but because she was worried she would eventually be targeted by them in retaliation and suffer grievous injuries. But now, Lin Yuan had instructed her to instigate the other members to flee with her. Fleeing when things were looking bad would not only remove suspicion from her, but also ensure her safety. Falling Rainbow had already guessed that Lin Yuan was doing this because he wanted to separate the pages of Tower Cannon and divide and conquer them. Falling Rainbow hoped that Crimson would not follow her when they fled. If Crimson pulled out all the stops and used all his secret weapons against Lin Yuan, Falling Rainbow would benefit regardless of who emerged as the victor. Lin Yuan did not make many more preparations in the Startling Lines continent. Instead, he calmed himself and waited to receive Tower Cannon. The Radiance Federation and the rest of the main world were waiting to hear news of his victory. Kira had awoken not long ago. She had nurtured the first batch of special shuttle demon insects. Based on his experiments, each shuttle could cover a distance of around 5,000 kilometers. Each trip required a certain amount of energy. The energy could be accumulated through the consumption of flesh and spirit chi. After a day of shuttling, any corner of the main world could be reached. Every shuttle trip would be able to carry around 20 million demon insects. This was not a large number. But as long as there were a few female insects with high-class genetic locks, the insect army would be able to reproduce and grow. After Kira woke up, Lin Yuan sent her back to sleep so she could produce more special demon insects with shuttle abilities. Kira would not be able to offer much help in the subsequent battle against Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan could also control the demon insects and order them as he pleased. Every female insect that Kira produced was extremely respectful toward Lin Yuan. Recently, among all the fays that Lin Yuan had contracted, the biggest beneficiary was Silver Corona, who was stationed at the bottom of the sea, clearing out the corpses of the dead spirits. If there were any corpses of dead dimensional lifeforms that were difficult to handle, the vast sea experts and the water dictators would toss the corpses into the sea of bone lotus flowers. The corpses would then become fertilizer for the bone lotus flowers. Silver Corona had finally reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. It had slowed down its grade and quality evolution rate because it had been focusing on tempering its bloodline. It also intended to evolve its bloodline from 6 wings to 8 wings like Red Thorn had done. Red Thorn had always been a large source of pressure for Silver Corona. Because of Red Thorn's possessiveness over Lin Yuan, Silver Corona had to back off whenever Red Thorn appeared. Silver Corona felt the same affection for Lin Yuan. Although Silver Corona and Red Thorn appeared to get along well, Silver Corona did not like Red Thorn's possessiveness. When Red Thorn had still been a 6-winged fairy, Silver Corona had sensed Red Thorn's pressure. Now that Red Thorn had evolved into an 8-winged fairy, Silver Corona had no choice but to avoid Red Thorn. This motivated Silver Corona to evolve its bloodline at the same time that it evolved to Myth Breed. If the Dead Spirits Crisis had not arrived, Silver Corona would have never been able to evolve its bloodline to such a degree, regardless of how much time passed. But now that the Dead Spirits Crisis was here, All the dead spirits in the main world were resources that fueled Silver Corona. It was using these resources to trigger the evolution of its fairy bloodline. Initially, Lin Yuan wanted Silver Corona to evolve its grade and quality as quickly as possible. But after understanding Silver Corona's conviction, he decided to support its ambition. Besides, evolving its fairy bloodline would also aid in Silver Corona's subsequent increase in power. Currently, Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers was already larger than the startling line's continent. Silver Corona reached out to Lin Yuan and requested that he help it with its breakthrough. According to the information from Falling Rainbow, Tower Cannon was still at least a day away from reaching the startling line's continent. This was enough time for Silver Corona to evolve. The commotion caused by Silver Corona would also raise Tower Cannon's expectations. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan agreed to help with its evolution. Lin Yuan traveled through a few nodes using node transportation and arrived at the edge of the sea. He deftly leaped into the sea. Due to his Merman the Arch bloodline, Lin Yuan was much more mobile underwater than on land. He intended on accompanying Silver Corona during its transformation. Lin Yuan was a spirit chi professional, but he vastly differed from the traditional spirit chi professional. Regular spirit chi professionals could only contract 3 to 5 phase at the very most. They also had the time to watch all their phase grow. They interacted with their phase on almost a daily basis. Although Lin Yuan was a spirit chi professional, he had contracted at least 10 phase. Furthermore, he had his own tasks to occupy his time, and it was inevitable that he would neglect his phase at times. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was always there with his phase when they were evolving. Silver Corona was very shy and an overthinker. Lin Yuan was certain that Silver Corona wanted him to be there during its transformation. This evolution to myth breed would be the most important step in Silver Corona's life. Once it evolved into an 8-winged fairy, Silver Corona's future would be limitless. The water current clustered around Lin Yuan as though he was a magnificent the arch. Lin Yuan could sense the control he wielded over the sea. Because of the demon insects nurtured by Kira to be suitable for clearing out death aura and dead spirit corpses from the sea was much cleaner than before. The life forms from the sea clans could return to swimming freely like they used to. As Lin Yuan looked around at the life forms from the sea clans, he realized that almost all of them were contributing faith power to him. This meant that the sea clans had developed faith in him after he rescued them. Many of these life forms had low intelligence and were unable to volunteer the contribution of their faith power. This indicated that the vast sea labyrinth had fulfilled their promise to him. The fountain of faith in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was full and showed signs of transformation. Lin Yuan could also sense that his divine kingdom was on the cusp of a change. The mist surrounding the divine kingdom had become thinner, and the silhouettes of new sights could be seen past the mist. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to reach Silver Corona. The seemingly endless sea of bone lotus flowers dancing in the water had a cold beauty about it. The sea of bone lotus flowers did not have any life of their own. But once they sensed Lin Yuan's arrival, they all began stretching out towards him. Silver Corona appeared next to Lin Yuan and flapped its 3 pairs of wings. Unlike their usual interactions, Lin Yuan did not touch Silver Corona or hold it in his hand. He could sense the exquisite power in Silver Corona's body. If this power strengthened any further, Silver Corona's body would crumple under the burden. At that moment, Silver Corona was in extreme agony. Silver Corona silently fixed its resolute eyes on Lin Yuan. At the same time, it smiled with elation over his arrival. Silver Corona activated the energy in its body, and the energy that it unleashed stimulated its surroundings. A terrifying black vortex appeared on the surface of the sea. There were silver flashes in the black vortex, and it was very different from the world cleansings of other fantasy breed fays. Silver Corona was a water-type carcinoma fae, and only became a fairy after the fairy's heart transformed it. It could be said that Silver Corona was a life form that never should have appeared in this world. When a life form like this evolved, the willpower of nature would do its best to eliminate such a life form. The world cleansings from a Class 2 world were stronger than that of a Class 1 world. However, Despite the increased strength, world cleansings were no big deal to Lin Yuan. He released the Abyss Great Emperor, which stood on the surface of the sea and was ready to block the world cleansing's attacks on Silver Corona's behalf. Without interference from the world cleansing, Silver Corona could concentrate on using its weak fairy body to complete its bloodline transformation. After around 5 to 6 hours passed, Lin Yuan noticed that all the energy in Silver Corona's body had been tempered. The sea clans had been constantly tossing the corpses of the dead dimensional lifeforms into the sea of bone lotus flowers. Yet it was insufficient for Silver Corona. Lin Yuan took out spirit chi crystals and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He had no lack of elemental pearls as they were produced in an endless stream. However, he was almost running out of spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan did not have the time now to help the spirit chi professionals to evolve their phase grades and qualities. But once he had settled Tower Cannon, he would be able to obtain spirit chi crystals in one gargantuan net. After Silver Corona received the pure spirit chi and water elemental energy from Lin Yuan, the aura in its body began showing more signs of transformation. Lin Yuan did not mind expending more resources for the sake of Silver Corona's evolution. After almost 12 hours passed, Lin Yuan sensed that Silver Corona's aura had changed. Presently, Silver Corona's aura was on the same level as that of Red Thorn. But if they were compared in detail, Silver Corona was still slightly weaker than Red Thorn. Silver Corona's bloodline had transformed. Based on the communication he received from Silver Corona, the world cleansing was complete. The Abyss Great Emperor had perfectly defended against the world cleansing, and the world grace would soon land on Silver Corona's body. The instant the world grace landed on Silver Corona's body, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Silver Corona. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species: Water Willow / Water Bone Lotus. Fey grade: Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type: Source / Fairy. Fey quality: Myth Eye. Abilities: Spotted Coral. When trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture Spot Style. Nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots and give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial Spot Style. Place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and when the external life force is still weak, their soul can also be absorbed. Bone Powder Mist. The bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Bloodbone Insect Drunk. While the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming Lotus. The bone lotus flower structure will change and split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while the main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses bloom, the spots will use the vitality they absorbed to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume them to repair the damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death. When the hermit's dead servants cannot stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of deaths that place death penalties on the target souls. Soul Parasite Rebirth. The soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the lifeform's soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, the main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Lotus Territory Fairy Shadow. The fairy bloodline in its body will be used to nurture lotus fairies in the sea of bone lotus flowers. When the lotus fairies attack targets, there is a chance that the target will die instantly. The lifeforms killed by the lotus fairies will be turned into lotus puppets, and they will retain a portion of the target's abilities from when they were alive, Exclusive skill. Hermit's Dead Servant. The bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 hermit dead servants, every hermit dead servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Rotted bones into fireflies. Both vitality and death aura will be absorbed simultaneously. The vitality will turn into fireflies that will mend the sea of bone lotus flowers. The death aura will increase the strength of every bone lotus flower. If there is a pile of rotting bones below the bone lotus flowers to supply nutrients to them, as long as the main lotus is alive, rotting lotuses will be produced from the rotting bones, and energy will be saved. Lotus territory symbiosis. All of the life forms in the territory will be classified as one entity, and their lives will be linked together. When individual targets are attacked, the lotus territory will take on some of the damage. Before the lotus territory is destroyed, the individual targets will continue to live. Silver Corona had indeed become a suzerain I/myth I 8-winged fairy and became part of the new history of the fairy bloodline. However, because Red Thorn had evolved before Silver Corona, the creator of this new history was Red Thorn and not Silver Corona. Lin Yuan had already carefully analyzed the Diamond Silver Corona's abilities. Could be described as well-rounded. Soul Parasite Rebirth was a functional type ability with revival effects. The suzerain ability, Lotus Territory Fairy Shadow, allowed Silver Corona to use its bloodline to produce lotus fairies that could cause instantaneous death, and it could be linked with Hermit's Dead Servant. The probability of instant death was very low, but it was the most powerful of the special effects and rarely manifested in phase. Silver Corona could produce more than one lotus fairy with its fairy bloodline. All it needed was time to recharge its bloodline, and it would be able to produce a large number of lotus fairies. Silver Corona could order the Sea of Flowers to transform the lifeforms killed by lotus fairies into lotus puppets. The lotus puppets would be able to retain some of the abilities from when they were alive. This would also enable Lin Yuan to pick out targets with special abilities from the invaders of the Sea of Flowers and turn them into lotus puppets as a means of obtaining their abilities. This would allow him to manually expand Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers abilities, thereby removing all limits to Silver Corona's breakthroughs. The Myth Breed exclusive skill Lotus Territory Symbiosis was a defensive ability. Objectively, there were pros and cons. Lotus Territory Symbiosis would link all the lifeforms in a territory and allow them to share damage. But when a few individual targets were suffering damage, all the lifeforms would be affected as long as the strength of the damage was enough to destroy the Lotus Territory. However, as Silver Corona's power and grade continued to improve, the strength of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers would also increase, and there would be more and more lotus puppets. It would be a challenge for a target to destroy the entire Sea of Flowers by targeting individual entities. Then, if there was a life form that possessed such an ability, this expert would easily be able to destroy the entire Sea of Flowers even if Lotus Territory Symbiosis and its negative effects did not exist. When objective factors were excluded, Silver Corona's Lotus Territory Symbiosis was a benefit. Silver Corona opened its eyes while Lin Yuan was browsing through its data. Previously, Silver Corona had 7 colored eyes, but now its eyes were as white as the Sea of Flowers. However, its pupils were still 7-colored. This not only allowed Silver Corona to retain its charm but also made them more hypnotic than before. The horns on Silver Corona's head that were in the shape of a crown had morphed into the shape of a lotus. A part of it also curved downward and formed 7-colored bone lotuses on Silver Corona's back. White lotus petals enveloped Silver Corona's body and eventually formed a white lotus dress that draped over its body. After evolving, Silver Corona's attire became exceptionally beautiful. Its back had 4 pairs of translucent wings adorned with 7-colored patterns. These patterns gave the illusion of 4 pairs of 7-colored eyes when viewed from behind. Silver Corona excitedly examined its body and sensed its transformed bloodline. Now that it was an 8-winged fairy, it did not have to back off when Red Thorn was around Lin Yuan. Silver Corona used to get along well with Red Thorn. It only stopped contacting Red Thorn after the latter evolved into an 8-winged fairy. After all, the dominance of the fairy bloodline intrinsically dictated that only fairies of the same bloodline level could become friends. From now on, Silver Corona could continue being friends with Red Thorn. Lin Yuan left Silver Corona at the bottom of the sea so it could continue absorbing death aura and consuming the corpses of dead dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan returned to the startling Lines continent to await Tower Cannon. At that moment, Kira's voice appeared in Lin Yuan's head. Master, it will be easy for you to use death aura to nurture this fairy. All you need to do is situate this fairy's sea of flowers on the ley lines, and a few special demon insects will push out death aura from the ley lines. All the death aura can go toward nurturing this fairy. If this fairy absorbs all the death aura from this Class 2 world, its bloodline will be able to reach 10 wings at the very least. In the sky beyond the clouds, 10-winged fairies are also considered to be elites. Delight spread across Lin Yuan's face. He never expected the demon insects produced by Kira to be able to manipulate death aura. If that were the case, the death aura harming the main world could be channeled toward defending the main world. This main world was where the roots of Lin Yuan's current life lay. If the main world was in danger, he would definitely do all he could to protect it. Silver Corona was not the only fairy Lin Yuan had that could absorb death aura. Red Thorn could also consume death aura and use it to strengthen its own energy. There was an immense amount of death aura in the ley lines. It would not be difficult to evolve an 8-winged fairy to a 10-winged one. However, it would be tough to evolve it into a 12-winged fairy. He might still fall short even after using all the death aura in the ley lines. Hence, Lin Yuan could attempt to use the death aura to evolve Silver Corona and Red Thorn to 10 wings instead. Lin Yuan treated all his contracted fays equally and did not show favoritism towards any of them. But in truth, Red Thorn's abilities trumped Silver Corona's. Ever since Red Thorn gained the Tongue of Relinquish, its place in Lin Yuan's arsenal became irreplaceable. The entity that enabled Red Thorn to produce the Tongue of Relinquish was a dead dimensional lifeform from the dead world. The same dead dimensional lifeform had yet to appear again. Lin Yuan intended to search for it once he defeated Tower Cannon. He wanted to try using it to enable Red Thorn's Tongue of Relinquish to evolve again. Although Lin Yuan did not know what secrets the hidden Epic God Palace had up their sleeve, he would not stop moving just because there was a powerful enemy in the shadows. He still had to make preparations for the future. Previously, Lin Yuan was very displeased by Kira's arrogance and focus on increasing her own power. But ever since he expressed his displeasure to her, she had been doing her best to make amends. Kira now invested her entire being into carrying out Lin Yuan's orders. Kira, all you need to do now is produce the shuttle demon insects as quickly as possible. It will take at least 20 shuttle demon insects to transport the other demon insects and clear the death aura from the main world. In the past, you lacked resources, but now I am here to supply you with resources. Do not waste my investment. When we get to the sky beyond the clouds, there will be many species like the demon insects who need spirit chi. Your performance in this task will determine if I will continue nurturing you, as well as my subsequent opinion of you. You should know what to do. It sounded as though Lin Yuan was threatening Kira, but this was how he genuinely felt. Lin Yuan would only spend his resources nurturing subordinates who could be of help to him. Once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he would have plenty of choices of species to channel his resources into. Even if Lin Yuan did not make this explicit to Kira, she was fully aware of this. Master, don't worry. All you need to do is give me 2 weeks, and I'll be able to produce at least 25 shuttle demon insects. Each of the 25 shuttle demon insects will be able to transport at least 200 million demon insects and temper death aura rapidly. When clearing an environment of death aura and funneling death aura out of the ley lines, the demon insects can also discreetly clear out the lifeforms from this world who have been infected by death aura and are now releasing death aura of their own. Master, are you aware that Class 3 worlds will be classified based on the different attributes of their roots? Let's take this Class 2 world as an example. It will develop into a world composed of spirit chi, vitality, and elemental energy. When a world like this consumes the dead world's roots, it only needs to consume the world root power. The dead root power that proliferates death aura will need to be eliminated. Otherwise, the death aura will clash with the vitality. I suggest that you pick a dead dimensional life form with potential and nurture it with the dead root power. After being nourished by the dead root power, the dead dimensional life form will be able to mobilize the power of a class 3-dimensional world. After that, it won't be long before you gain a powerful soldier. Many factions in the sky beyond the clouds use this method of utilizing a dimensional world's root power to create servants. Being a demon insect from the sky beyond the clouds, Kira possessed a lot more information than Lin Yuan. Her worlds opened new horizons for him and gave him a general understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. It turned out that there were distinctions between a world's roots. Based on Kira's behavior, Lin Yuan could be certain that pure spirit chi was also a very precious resource in the sky beyond the clouds. The dead world was a class 3-dimensional world, but it did not contain spirit chi. It was unlikely that there were many worlds in the sky beyond the clouds that contained spirit chi. It went without saying that he did not have verification for these conjectures. These were nothing more than his guesses. With Kira under his control, Lin Yuan could ask her anything he was unsure of. Kira, give me more details about the distinctions in world energy. I am very interested in this. Kira was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She did not understand why he was asking her for such basic knowledge. Lin Yuan possessed far too many resources. Kira would never expect him to be a native of this world because his resources excelled past the level of a Class 1 world that had only recently been promoted to Class 2. Kira saw Lin Yuan's question as a type of test. Master, if your world evolves into a Class 3 world, its Class 3 world energy system will be considered Level 1. There are very few worlds with such energy systems, and real experts usually protect them. These worlds will usually supply resources to these true experts. Class 3 worlds will automatically be linked to the sky beyond the clouds, so you should come up with a way to protect this world before it is promoted to Class 3. Otherwise, this Class 3 world will definitely be targeted, and someone will try to rob it from you. Level 1 worlds are given this classification because they contain spirit chi. The higher the concentration of spirit chi, the higher the ranking of this Level 1 energy system. Level 2 worlds do not have spirit chi, but their life forms must be able to supply a large amount of faith power. The world must also be supported by another special type of energy like elemental energy, vitality, or death aura. Most worlds have Level 2 energy systems. Level 3 energy systems come from desolate worlds that have lost their energy roots after being plundered and wrecked. Whenever the various universes discover worlds like this, they are turned into dueling grounds. Large factions that need a place to fight to the death to resolve grudges hold their battles there. Lin Yuan now had a simple understanding of the classifications of world energy. He now knew that he needed to accumulate sufficient power to protect the main world before he promoted it to Class 3. During his conversation with Kira, Lin Yuan noticed that his fountain of faith was rapidly filling up with faith power. The glowing dots that nourished the faith power started fluttering within the shrine. Lin Yuan realized that there were an uncountable number of life forms in the main world that were currently praying. They were praying that he could defeat Tower Cannon and restore peace back to the main world. These life forms consisted of humans, fays, and the sea clans. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented assurance. There were times when being a protector was a blessing. 5th page Falling Rainbow intentionally sent Lin Yuan a message 2 hours before Tower Cannon arrived at the Startling Lines continent so he could make advanced preparations. Rather than Tower Cannon defeating Lin Yuan, Falling Rainbow hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to finish off Tower Cannon. Before Tower Cannon defeated Lin Yuan, he would definitely detonate the imprint on her soul and end her life along with his. But if Lin Yuan defeated Tower Cannon, she would stand a chance of survival. During the journey, 6th page Wave Glow and 7th page Concubine Winding never stopped asking her about 8th page Eyeshadow and requested she confirm the direction that Eyeshadow had left in. Eventually, 3rd page Violet Light Green and 4th page Cavity Orchid also began looking at her suspiciously. Falling Rainbow believed that if she did not have 2nd page Warbler Candle on her side, Wave Glow and Concubine Winding would have pulled her away to question her together. Yet, Falling Rainbow did not feel pressured by all this. She was waiting for the moment that Tower Cannon clashed with Lin Yuan. After all, according to Lin Yuan's task, all she needed to do was flee with someone. If she fled, Warbler Candle would definitely leave with her. Once she brought one person with her, she would have accomplished Lin Yuan's task, and he would have no reason to blame her. When First Page Crimson sensed the aura from across the sea, he exclaimed, "There is an 8-winged fairy in this Class 2 world. It looks like this Class 2 world has a fair number of secrets. I am curious to find out where this Class 2 world is getting its resources from. How did it manage to produce an 8-winged fairy after producing a fairy?" Crimson's words piqued the interest of the other pages. The more resources this world had, the happier they would be. This 8-winged fairy would eventually belong to one of them. A fairy bloodline that could reach 8 wings had to be outstanding. They would benefit immensely regardless of whether they nurtured this fairy themselves or sold it when they returned to the sky beyond the clouds. Falling Rainbow did not look excited. Rather, traces of fear and scorn appeared on her face. She knew why the aura of an 8-winged fairy had appeared across the sea. This 8-winged fairy had to belong to Lin Yuan. It was likely that Lin Yuan was also the reason behind an 8-winged fairy appearing in this Class 1 world before it was promoted to Class 2. Lin Yuan currently saw Tower Cannon as his prey. Yet, these morons next to her were all coveting the 8-winged fairy. Warbler Candle had been observing Falling Rainbow's expression. When she noticed the derision and fear, she became certain that something was wrong with the Startling Lines continent. Moreover, Falling Rainbow was aware of this problem. Otherwise, she would not be this afraid. It seemed that Falling Rainbow had not been honest with her. At that moment, Warbler Candle felt her heart grow cold. However, she did not call out to Crimson to stop because she badly wanted to know what Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow were up to. Warbler Candle would never have imagined that Eyeshadow was already dead. Lin Yuan stood in the Startling Lines continent. This time, he did not hide in the shadows and set up an ambush for Tower Cannon. Instead, he intended to take on Tower Cannon directly. Eyeshadow's body had become more durable after the Red Lotus Hellfire tempered it. Meanwhile, Red Thorn had already used the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of Eyeshadow's body. However, Eyeshadow's body was too strong, and it took time to take full control of it. Otherwise, Eyeshadow's tempered body would be Lin Yuan's biggest weapon in this battle against Tower Cannon. By now, Lin Yuan could already sense 7 powerful auras charging in his direction. One of these auras belonged to Falling Rainbow, who was under his control. Lin Yuan had already released his aura and was the only human in the Startling Lines continent alongside the demon insects. As he stood on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm, he was the most eye-catching symbol in the entire Startling Lines continent. As he looked at the 7 figures, Lin Yuan was finally witnessing the full force of the pages of Tower Cannon. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding released their own pressure and used it to cover the entire Startling Lines continent. They were not trying to exhibit their might but were trying to get a response from Eyeshadow. Although Eyeshadow was retracting her aura, she would never remain hidden after sensing their auras. Wave Glow and Concubine Winding were unbothered by Lin Yuan and the Abyss Great Emperor. An Abyss demon that had only just evolved to the afterlife realm was no threat to them. As for the human, he was no different from a clown to them. The natives of this world were overestimating themselves. Instead of hiding like the demon insects, they were trying to take on Tower Cannon directly. If not for the fact that they could not sense Eyeshadow, Wave Glow and Concubine Winding would begin toying with Lin Yuan first to pass the time. Crimson was the first to awaken and had looked into the situation in the human world. As the expressionless Crimson looked at Lin Yuan, he said in an androgynous voice, "You must be the one who enabled this Class 1 world to promote to Class 2. Your actions have helped Tower Cannon. However, you shouldn't be helping us because it will only lead to your death." Lin Yuan looked at First Page Crimson, and his gaze swept across the other pages of Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan hated Tower Cannon because they wanted to destroy the world he had been born into. Unlike Tower Cannon, he did not need to communicate with them. But since Crimson had expressed his stance, Lin Yuan needed to do the same on behalf of all the lifeforms in the main world. Tower Cannon represents the dead dimensional spirits. If the lifeforms oppose Tower Cannon, won't you be surrounded by enemies when you go to the sky beyond the clouds? The world promotion is the result of the main world's lifeforms' hard work. How is it related to Tower Cannon? Crimson's expression did not change, but fourth page Cavity Orchid said mockingly, "At the end of the day, the result of your hard work will be collected by Tower Cannon. It looks like you have some power. Why don't you join us? Once we take over the main world, we can make you the leader of an area that will supply us with the main world's resources. But in order for you to join us, you need to change your life state. The smell of the living is too difficult to stand." Lin Yuan's calm expression turned cold. Based on what this tall member of Tower Cannon said, Lin Yuan found out about Tower Cannon's plans for the main world. They intended to take over the main world and harvest its resources. Given how much the pages detested the aura of the living, it was likely that Tower Cannon would turn all of the lifeforms into dead spirits, transforming the main world into an area of the dead. This member of Tower Cannon's words fit with what fifth page Falling Rainbow had said. Cavity Orchid smirked mockingly when he saw Lin Yuan's cold expression. He was no different than an ant in his eyes. What right did an ant have to express his displeasure? Dark purple death aura condensed in Cavity Orchid's left hand, and it turned into a serpentine and rough bone spear. There were millions of small gray insects crawling around on the bone spear. Cavity Orchid flew over to Lin Yuan with his spear brandished. Cavity Orchid's attitude toward Lin Yuan was like that of a child who had found a fun toy. He did not intend to kill Lin Yuan immediately. He only wanted Lin Yuan to understand his might so he could admire Lin Yuan's look of despair. The black cavity insects on the bone spear would pierce Lin Yuan's bones and suck out his marrow while the insects bore into his bones. Cavity Orchid believed that the pain would definitely be enough for him to hear this human plead for mercy. The other pages did not try to stop him. Crimson and the others knew of Cavity Orchid's personality. Cavity Orchid looked like a gentleman but was a violent cad from the inside out. When Tower Cannon began dividing the Radiance Federation's resources, it was likely that Cavity Orchid would kill most of the lifeforms in the Radiance Federation as he played with them. Falling Rainbow stared at Cavity Orchid's back. Cavity Orchid did not try defending himself as he drew near to Lin Yuan. It would not be long before Lin Yuan dealt him a lethal blow. Although Falling Rainbow had not experienced being pierced by the black roots, she had witnessed the black root piercing through 8th page Eyeshadow's body. Each time the black roots made contact with the body, a seal would be applied to the body. As the seals stacked up, one would lose the ability to draw energy from the environment. Moreover, one's own body would also be locked away. The others were a little far from Lin Yuan, and he could not reach them as easily. With this thought, Falling Rainbow shouted, "Cavity Orchid, I have my eye on this human. An afterlife realm abyss demon isn't a common sight in this Class 2 world. Why should I hand him over to you? Wave Glow, Concubine Winding. I can confirm that Eyeshadow is in the Startling Lines continent. It's likely that she has hidden her aura because of this human. This human has to be somewhat capable. Otherwise, he would not dare to face us directly." Once Falling Rainbow was done speaking, she flew toward Lin Yuan and looked as though she intended to fight for him. Second page Warbler Candle usually worked together with Falling Rainbow. But this time, she did not react to Falling Rainbow's actions. Given Warbler Candle's understanding of Falling Rainbow, she would never be interested in an abyss demon. When they were in the sky beyond the clouds, Falling Rainbow hated living creatures more than the rest of them did. Any life form that entered her territory would earn her ire. Now, she claimed to be interested in a human and abyss demon. What a joke! Although Warbler Candle did not respond to Falling Rainbow, third page Violet Light Green, who was allies with Cavity Orchid, flew toward Falling Rainbow intending to stop her. Sixth page Wave Glow Glow and seventh page Concubine Winding were only concerned about Eyeshadow's safety. When Wave Glow and Concubine Winding thought about how Eyeshadow's unusual behavior could be related to this human, they immediately moved toward him so they could question him. Lin Yuan was very happy with Falling Rainbow's adaptability to the situation. Falling Rainbow had pushed 4 pages to move toward him. This created a prime opportunity for him to strike. Moreover, none of these 4 pages had their guard up. Just as Cavity Orchid's bone spear was about to make contact with him, Lin Yuan reached out his hands and fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. Soon, black roots sprouted from his palms and shot toward Cavity Orchid. Numerous black vines also emerged from his feet and wrapped around Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding. Lin Yuan did not bother with Falling Rainbow. She was already under his control and was of no threat to him. Lin Yuan needed to do his best when tackling these 4 members of Tower Cannon. Now that he had reached this step, Falling Rainbow's presence did not have much more value, and Lin Yuan could not be bothered to continue putting on an act with her. At the instant that he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, the terrifying aura exploded from within him and suppressed the pages. Cavity Orchid's bone spear slammed into Abyss Red Lotus roots, which then wrapped around the bone spear. At the same time, the gray cavity insects rapidly crawled onto the roots. The roots that emerged from the ground formed a cage in the sky. Unless these pages fled immediately, it would be difficult for them to escape the cage formed by the Abyss Red Lotus roots later. The members of Tower Cannon were shocked by Lin Yuan's sudden display of power. Not even Crimson had anticipated a human to exhibit such overwhelming power. It was as though the entire world's wills had been applied to this human. When Cavity Orchid's bone spear made contact with the Abyss Red Lotus roots, he felt an immense power travel through the spear and slam into his body. This caused him to be hit by a wave of numbness. At that moment, the bone spear was completely enveloped by the black roots. Yet, Cavity Orchid did not panic. Instead, he smiled menacingly. His true secret weapon was the cavity insects on the bone spear. The gray cavity insects could consume virtually anything and had already begun chomping on the black roots. Cavity Orchid was certain that his cavity insects would be able to eat away at the black roots. Before Cavity Orchid had the time to issue orders to the crawling cavity insects, crimson flames ignited all over the black roots. Lin Yuan had used the Abyss Red Lotus exclusive skill, Red Lotus Hellfire. The gray cavity insects stood no chance against the Red Lotus Hellfire, and it did not take long before they were burned to ashes. The Red Lotus Hellfire traveled up through the bone spear. In a very short span of time, Cavity Orchid felt the might of the Red Lotus Hellfire. This ability could burn the target's karma, bloodline, and energy. Furthermore, Hellfire Lotus imprints were being added to Cavity Orchid's body. With his plethora of combat experience, Cavity Orchid intended to abandon his bone spear and move further from Lin Yuan. He would then work with the others to fight back against Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's abilities were far too unorthodox, and Cavity Orchid could clearly sense that his bloodline was being locked away. Lin Yuan did not have the time to tangle with Cavity Orchid. Aside from Cavity Orchid, Lin Yuan was going to keep at least another 2 members of Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan used cleansing aura lotus flames. The intense flames formed a lotus coffin around Cavity Orchid. In almost no time, Cavity Orchid was cocooned. The lotus coffin formed by cleansing aura lotus flames was a jail formed by the power of the cleansing flames. Space and everything else that was considered an existence would be preserved in its original state. Lin Yuan needed to take control of Cavity Orchid first, as it would make it easier for him to handle the others. This opportunity was rare. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan used the Abyss Red Lotus Myth Breed exclusive skill, Everything to Ashes, to use the fire elemental energy purified by the element well to replenish himself. The purer the fire elemental energy used in Everything to Ashes, the more of the target's energy would be burned. Lin Yuan used the purest possible fire elemental energy to replenish the Abyss Red Lotus. Its flames could now burn anything and everything. All Lin Yuan needed to do was continuously supply it with pure fire elemental energy. Otherwise, the Abyss Red Lotus roots would be severely injured, and it might even become unable to use Lotus Nirvana. Lin Yuan only targeted Cavity Orchid with Everything to Ashes. Although there were more than 10 mouths of spirit springs that sped up the production of water in the element well, Lin Yuan did not want to waste the element well's water. Reality was not a game, and the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were not the final boss. Each drop of the element well's water that he wasted represented the loss of precious foundational resources. Aside from Tower Cannon, Epic God Palace was still hiding in the shadows, and this was a big source of headache for Lin Yuan. When Falling Rainbow saw that Lin Yuan had not aimed any attacks toward her, she became alarmed. Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding could not tell from the situation that something was wrong. But Warbler Candle and Crimson, who were standing further in the distance, could see the situation clearly. Falling Rainbow gnashed her teeth and slammed her body into one of the roots burning with the Red Lotus Hellfire. The Red Lotus Hellfire spread to Falling Rainbow's body, and she looked to be in a very sorry state. Since Lin Yuan was not going to put on an act with her, she would have to put more effort into her performance. At the very least, she could deceive those around her. As displeased as Wave Glow was with Falling Rainbow, she still intended to use her own Death Aura energy to extinguish the Red Lotus Hellfire on Falling Rainbow's body. Grayish-purple death energy ignited all over Concubine Winding's body. The death energy moved toward Lin Yuan like a mystical mist. Lin Yuan scoffed and took a step forward with his left foot. A flame lotus bloomed at his feet. The flame lotus had a diameter of 3 meters, and the overlapping petals perfectly enveloped Lin Yuan. The brilliant crimson flames burned the mist of death energy. Lin Yuan squeezed his right hand forcefully, and the black roots in the sky locked together tightly. Violet Light Green, Concubine Winding, and Wave Glow now had no way to flee. Falling Rainbow turned to glance at Warbler Candle and Crimson. Warbler Candle's eyes were full of shock and disappointment, while Falling Rainbow was unable to discern the meaning behind Crimson's gaze. It was clear that both of them had noticed that something was off about her. Since she could not deceive them, Falling Rainbow intended to earn Lin Yuan's favor. Falling Rainbow screamed, "I might have lost my secret of the dead, but my death energy still has safeguarding effects. I can help you to endure the flames by burning my roots. Hurry up and kill this human. I won't be able to fend off the flames for too long." At this juncture, no one would turn down the offer from someone who was willing to deplete their own roots to protect them. There were already Hellfire Lotus imprints on Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding's bodies. The one who took up the responsibility of defending them would have to endure the application of many Lotus imprints. The special energy that formed the Lotus imprints might not disappear after this human was killed, so the three of them surrounded Falling Rainbow in a triangular formation. Lin Yuan knew that this was Falling Rainbow's way of sending him a signal. During his battle against Tower Cannon, Lin Yuan realized that they had very special abilities. Moreover, they could complement each other, unlike Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow, who schemed against each other when he ambushed them. If this persisted, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to capture them even if he did manage to attain victory by using his secret weapons. Lin Yuan intended to make good use of this opportunity that Falling Rainbow had created. The black roots spiraled down from the sky and sailed toward Falling Rainbow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Warbler Candle yelled, "Disperse quickly!" Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding's attention did not shift to Warbler Candle after her shriek. Instead, the three of them continued to stockpile power to launch a lethal attack against Lin Yuan. One could not be distracted in a battle of this caliber. Any distraction would result in irreparable consequences. Thus, Warbler Candle's words had no effect. This made her both angry and frantic. Warbler Candle reassessed Falling Rainbow's strange behavior. Falling Rainbow only began acting strangely after her trip with Eyeshadow. Falling Rainbow had said that Eyeshadow had gone to the Startling Lines continent. It was clear that she had lied to lure all of them here. It was likely that Falling Rainbow was being forced against her will by this human. Warbler Candle did not know what method this human was using to keep her under his thumb. Otherwise, Falling Rainbow would have never decided to betray Tower Cannon. This was because Falling Rainbow represented Tower Cannon's profits and was a beneficiary of their vested interests. The instant Lin Yuan displayed his power, Warbler Candle guessed that Shadow was already dead. She had done so much for Falling Rainbow, yet the latter had betrayed her. She had sought out Falling Rainbow during their journey. Falling Rainbow had not been honest with her, even in a private conversation with only the two of them. This meant that Falling Rainbow wanted to work together with this human to kill her. After this became clear to her, Warbler Candle made a painful decision. Warbler Candle turned and told Crimson, "Crimson, judging from the current situation, we must join the battle. Otherwise, Violet Light Green and the rest will be in serious danger." Once Warbler Candle was done speaking, she intended to strike. She thought that Crimson would step in to stabilize the situation. It was true that Crimson was the strongest out of the 8 of them. Moreover, his Secret of the Dead was very skilled at fending off elemental energy. However, Warbler Candle did not expect Crimson to not only not take action but also stop her. "Warbler Candle, don't be impulsive. You should be aware that Falling Rainbow has betrayed us. After this storm settles, I will personally kill this traitor. I hope you won't stop me then. As for Violet Light Green, Cavity Orchid, Wave Glow, and Winding Concubine, 2 of them are blinded by prophets while the other 2 are led by their emotions. They must learn a lesson from this fight." When Warbler Candle heard what Crimson said, Warbler Candle felt her heart being overcome by a chill. She instinctively looked away from Crimson. When she looked back at him, she found his gaze to be foreign. It was as though this was the first time she was seeing him. As Tower Cannon's leader in name, Crimson's actions did not align with Tower Cannon's prophets. They also did not fit with his usual style of actions. This human had already demonstrated his power. The black roots could wrap around 4th page Cavity Orchid's arm and even leave cracks in the bone. This meant that the black roots would also be able to ruin the bodies of Violet Light Green and the rest. The status of Cavity Orchid's survival was unknown while he was restrained within the lotus coffin. The crimson flames could burn the insects on Cavity Orchid's body to ashes. The trapped Cavity Orchid had to be rapidly depleting his roots. This was no longer a simple matter of learning a lesson. Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding were now being attacked by the sky-covering roots because Falling Rainbow conned them. They were not going to end up in any better of a state than Cavity Orchid. Yet, Sea Crimson was calling all this a lesson. Could Crimson be planning on sleeping for another 6,000 years after their 4 comrades battled against this human? Sea Crimson had to have a reason behind this decision. Regardless of what the specific reason was, it was fundamentally no different from that of Falling Rainbow. If a difference had to be found, it would be that Falling Rainbow had no choice because she was under duress. On the other hand, Crimson was doing this only for himself. With this thought, Warbler Candle suddenly realized why Crimson had calmly shared his profits with Violet Light Green and Cavity Orchid. He must have already intended on getting rid of a few members of Tower Cannon. Perhaps Crimson never had any plans to evolve this Class 2 world to Class 3 and return to the sky beyond the clouds. When Warbler Candle pulled Crimson away, she saw him glance at her with amusement. But he did not do anything else. Warbler Candle did not understand where Crimson's confidence was coming from. Why did he believe that he could defeat this human? This human had to have secret weapons prepared in order to have the courage to take on Tower Cannon. This was the first time that the humans were initiating an attack on Tower Cannon. Although Warbler Candle had some substantial conflicts with the other pages, she did not want these companions with whom she had spent thousands of years to die. With this thought, Warbler Candle sacrificed her Secret of the Dead, and a candle burning with a black flame appeared in her hand before beginning to attack the roots. Since Falling Rainbow wanted to cause trouble, she would protect Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, and Violet Light Green on Falling Rainbow's behalf. At the very least, she would be able to take on this attack. Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, and Violet Light Green were accumulating energy in preparation to launch a lethal attack at this human. The 3 of them were unable to defend themselves while they were stocking up on energy. Lin Yuan sensed the might of the attack from these 3 pages, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Lin Yuan now had 2 options. His first option was to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone and dodge the attack with this method. However, there was a drawback to this method, which was that he would not be able to address the current situation after dodging the attack. Tower Cannon could end up escaping. If that happened, Lin Yuan would only be able to capture Cavity Orchid, who was sealed in the lotus coffin. That meant his plan would have failed. If the other 5 pages, aside from Falling Rainbow, fled, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to search for and capture them. Moreover, these 5 pages would definitely huddle together after escaping. Hence, Lin Yuan was not going to hide in the spirit-locked spatial zone. He was going to face the attacks from these 3 members of Tower Cannon. Another page had joined the battle. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to use Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance to magnify the effects of Hellfire application. He also instructed the Abyss Red Lotus to protect this world's root energy. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura amplified and reached a new level. At that moment, Crimson's expression changed. He began looking at Lin Yuan with fear as he put up his guard. His eyes started to flash with red light. Falling Rainbow did not anticipate Lin Yuan to have more power to exhibit. Based on the power that Lin Yuan was currently demonstrating, Violet Light Green, Cavity Orchid, Concubine Winding, Wave Glow, and Warbler Candle would definitely die at Lin Yuan's hands. She could use this opportunity to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. Falling Rainbow's body flashed, and she pressed her palm forcefully on the back of Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding's heads to vibrate their soul fires. As a dead-dimensional life form, Falling Rainbow knew where her companions' weaknesses were. Falling Rainbow's attacks caused the 3 of them to stop stockpiling energy. The 3 of them shot out their attacks of less than full energy, and their souls entered a dizzy and sluggish state. This dizzy and sluggish state would not last for too long, but it would still prevent the 3 of them from fending off Lin Yuan's attacks. After doing that, Falling Rainbow gnashed her teeth and tapped into the last vestiges of her roots before moving toward Warbler Candle to stop her from saving the 3 of them. Warbler Candle's attacks were being directed at the black roots in the sky. If she ambushed Warbler Candle, she would definitely be able to cause serious injury to Warbler Candle's roots. This would help Lin Yuan to capture Warbler Candle as well. Lin Yuan would definitely remember her actions. If Warbler Candle was allowed to save Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding, it would not be easy for Lin Yuan to handle the 4 of them. Lin Yuan would be in danger if the 3 of them worked together to attack him. In the meantime, 3 lotus coffins appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The 3 lotus coffins moved toward Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding's attacks, sealing the attacks within the lotus coffins. At that moment, Lin Yuan used Blackie's Spirit Chi imprint, which he had not used in some time. In an instant, half of the Sea of Spirit Chi had been used up. The Spirit Chi maintained the lotus coffin's cleansing of the 3 attacks. Lin Yuan had not used Spirit Chi imprint in almost a year. Blackie had also been storing up Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Falling Rainbow's actions went beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. Not only did she create an advantageous situation for him, but she also injured 3 members of Tower Cannon. She had even been willing to attack Candle. Could be said that if Lin Yuan truly managed to kill these 4 pages, half of the credit would go to Falling Rainbow. Warbler Candle watched Falling Rainbow's attack heading toward her and screamed, "Falling Rainbow, you've gone mad. Regardless of what this human has on you, you still have the chance to turn back now." Falling Rainbow looked at Warbler Candle with a complicated gaze. A bitter, apologetic smile appeared on her face. If there was any other way, Falling Rainbow would not have wanted to attack Warbler Candle. However, she did not have any other choice. Lin Yuan had placed an imprint on her soul that could explode with the crimson flames and burn her soul to nothing. Once she stepped out of line, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to end her life. There was no turning back for her now. When Falling Rainbow's attack hit Warbler Candle and dissolved her Warbler Candle protection over Violet Light Green and the rest, Falling Rainbow did not continue fighting Warbler Candle. Instead, she took a large step backward for fear of causing Lin Yuan to misunderstand. She was nothing to him. If she was within the attacking vicinity of the Black Roots, Lin Yuan might take the opportunity to kill her. Falling Rainbow did not trust Lin Yuan, but she did not resist. The only option she had was to trust Lin Yuan. The crimson flames shackled Violet Light Green, Wave Glow, and Concubine Winding, and their bodies began burning. Layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints appeared on the 3 of their bodies. Once the 3 of them regained clarity, they immediately started to flail with agony. The three of them used their root power and managed to break three of the roots with brute force. Lin Yuan sighed softly. It seemed that he had applied too few Hellfire Lotus imprints on the three of them. If he had applied more Hellfire Lotus imprints and used the Hellfire Lotus imprints to lock their bloodlines and energy, they would not have been able to break free from the Abyss Red Lotus roots. Nonetheless, it would be very difficult for the three of them to escape the cage of roots created by the Abyss Red Lotus. At the beginning of this fight, Lin Yuan had used the Abyss Red Lotus Splendor of Fire to fill the environment with fire elemental energy. The fire elemental energy had eliminated all other types of energy and cut off other lifeforms' abilities to use fire elemental energy. Now, aside from fire elemental energy, all that was left was a small amount of death aura. The members of Tower Cannon were releasing the death aura, so it could not be dispersed. But as the layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints increased, it would become increasingly difficult for them to control the death aura in the environment. As Lin Yuan sensed the Abyss Red Lotus condition, he knew that he could not drag this on for much longer. This was because the Abyss Red Lotus Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance was continuously burning the Abyss Red Lotus body for nutrients. If this was prolonged, the Abyss Red Lotus roots would be injured. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want the Abyss Red Lotus to reincarnate. Lin Yuan had yet to use the Abyss Red Lotus Platinum ability, Lotus Law World. It would use the world controlled by the Abyss Red Lotus as the core to issue orders to all the lifeforms in that world. Those who did not listen would be stripped of their ability to continue drawing energy from the world. According to what Falling Rainbow had said, Tower Cannon had fused the Dead World's roots with the main world. The Dead World's roots were now a part of the main world's root energy. They would use this method to infect and take over the main world's root energy. Hence, Lin Yuan, who controlled the five-dimensional world's and main world's energy cores, could issue orders to the pages of Tower Cannon, who were not part of the main world. He could then use Lotus Law World to take away the page's ability to draw energy from the main world. The instant Lin Yuan used Lotus Law World, Crimson sensed the change. As a result, Crimson's eyes immediately turned red. Crimson stopped suppressing the strange and evil energy in his body and allowed the strong blood energy to flow out. Falling Rainbow looked in the direction of Violet Light Green, Concubine Winding Falling Rainbow, and Warbler Candle. When they sensed the bizarre aura coming from Crimson's body, all of them prepared to react. At that moment, they heard a mesmerizing chuckle coming from his throat. Soon, bright red tentacles emerged from his companions' throats. When the tentacles emerged, the pages' faces began to show signs of aging. Third page Violet Light Green, fifth page Falling Rainbow, second page Warbler Candle, and the rest let out 5 grunts. They had remained silent when the red lotus hellfire burned them. But now, it seemed that the bright red tentacles had touched their limit of restraint. Dead dimensional lifeforms were different from lifeforms in that dead dimensional lifeforms used death aura to temper their souls and manipulate their bodies. Their bodies would only show signs of aging if their souls were unable to move their bodies, causing death aura to leak out from their bodies. It looked as though the tentacles were emerging from their bodies, but the tentacles were not absorbing the energy in their bodies but the energy in their dead souls. After the bright red tentacles appeared, they wrapped around the bodies of the pages of Tower Cannon. It was as though the tentacles had a life of their own as they dragged Warbler Candle, Violet Light Green, Falling Rainbow, and the rest over to Falling Rainbow. The blood mist emanating from Crimson's body had the same roots as the bright red tentacles. At that moment, Warbler Candle, Violet Light Green, Falling Rainbow, and the rest knew that they had fallen for Crimson's scheme. Falling Rainbow felt unbelievably wretched. She had betrayed Tower Cannon to save her life, which was under Lin Yuan's control. But in actuality, without her realizing, her life had already fallen into Crimson's hands. It turned out that Crimson only ever saw them as tools. Apparently, they had woken up after 6,000 years because Crimson was frightened by Epic God Palace and felt pressed to hide himself. Crimson was exposing himself now because Lin Yuan's display of power had forced him into a corner. If he did not attack them, he would be attacked by Lin Yuan. Warbler Candle was feeling just as troubled as Falling Rainbow. She had been furiously devastated over Falling Rainbow's betrayal. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Crimson had already been plotting against her for an unimaginable amount of time. She had not picked up on the tentacles' presence at all before they started absorbing the death aura from her soul. Warbler Candle yelled, "Crimson, what is the meaning of this? We have been together for thousands of years and built Tower Cannon together. Are you going to take our lives?" Soon, Violet Light Green, 6th page Wave Glow, and 7th page Concubine Winding's angry cries echoed that of Warbler Candle. Falling Rainbow had already lost all hope. If Lin Yuan ignited the imprint on her soul, he could help her to tackle the tentacles. Yet he did not do so. This meant that he had no intention of letting her go free. There was no reason for Crimson to be bothered by the screams and questions of his previous companions. Instead, he looked at Warbler Candle and the rest mockingly. Soon, the blood mist that had emerged from Crimson's body completely swallowed Warbler Candle, Falling Rainbow, Violet Light Green, and the rest. When Crimson acted, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed Eyeshadow and 4th page Cavity Orchid's bodies changing. It was as though something had come alive in Eyeshadow's body. However, she had lost her soul, and the Red Lotus Hellfire had fully tempered it. Moreover, there were many layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints on her body. Hence, whatever had come alive did not manage to exit her body and remained stuck even after struggling intensely for some time. Lin Yuan sensed a strange bloodline power from the entity within Eyeshadow's body. The bloodline power had a very similar level to the mermaid bloodline, meaning that it belonged to a powerful species. This bloodline also had a powerful persistence. Lin Yuan hurriedly summoned Eyeshadow and replaced the Red Lotus Hellfire in her body before adding more layers of the Hellfire Lotus imprints to strengthen his seal on Eyeshadow's body. Cavity Orchid, who was stuck inside the Lotus coffin, was reacting much more violently. The bright red tentacles had protruded from his body and restrained him. The Red Lotus Hellfire was already burning his soul, and it was eventually destroyed as the struggle continued. Normally, once a dead dimensional lifeform soul was destroyed, it would no longer be able to move. But at that moment, a bright red tentacle took hold of Cavity Orchid's body and began using bloodline energy to sustain movement in Cavity Orchid's limbs. Cavity Orchid's body started to flail violently. Luckily, the Hellfire Lotus imprint could also seal away bloodlines. As the layers of Hellfire Lotus imprints sealed away this bloodline power, Cavity Orchid's body could not break out of the Lotus coffin. When Lin Yuan saw this, he gained an understanding of the strength of the bright red tentacles. As long as there were enough Hellfire Lotus imprints, they would be able to lock the bloodline power. This meant that the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline was on the same level of Crimson's bloodline. This gave Lin Yuan confidence. Lin Yuan poured a bottle of fire elemental energy that had been purified in the element well on the Abyss Red Lotus flower core. The Abyss Red Lotus activated everything to ashes and used it to burn the bright red tentacle manipulating Cavity Orchid's body. Lin Yuan would eventually have to burn up this bright red tentacle. He thought, 800 milliliters of fluid fire elemental energy that has been purified in the element well should be enough to remove the bloodline power in Cavity Orchid's body. This bloodline power was of a relatively high level, and Lin Yuan could not assuredly allow Red Thorn to come into contact with it. Control and cooperation were interlinked. Red Thorn used its own bloodline to cooperate with and control the bodies of other lifeforms. Once this bloodline's controlling abilities were stronger than that of Red Thorn, the latter might end up as the one being controlled instead. Once the Hellfire Lotus imprint was placed on a target, it was very difficult to remove. The only way to remove it was to use energy to dissolve the seal. Given that the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline was more elite than that of Crimson, it would be extremely difficult for Crimson to remove the Lotus imprint. Lin Yuan, who was controlling the Lotus imprint, could sense that Crimson was absorbing the energy of the other members of Tower Cannon. Due to the bright red tentacles, Crimson was able to directly fuse with the flesh of the other members of Tower Cannon, and he began rapidly absorbing their energy. As he continued to absorb their flesh, his body underwent accelerated transformations. This could only be bad news for Lin Yuan. Once Crimson absorbed the bodies of the other pages, along with the energy in their souls, his power would undoubtedly evolve. This transformation could become a threat to Lin Yuan. But luckily, Lin Yuan had his own secret weapons. Although Crimson could become a threat to Lin Yuan after consuming the other pages, Lin Yuan did not try to stop Crimson's actions. This was because after absorbing them, all the Hellfire Lotus imprints on their bodies would be transferred to Crimson. Even if Crimson was able to sense the presence of the Hellfire Lotus imprints, he would not consider them too much of a threat before Lin Yuan instructed the Abyss Red Lotus to activate them. Crimson used his soul to envelop the souls of the other pages and forcefully combine them. The seal that Lin Yuan placed on Falling Rainbow Soul would also be absorbed into Crimson's soul. Once he confirmed that all the Hellfire Lotus imprints had been transferred, Lin Yuan used the energy in his body and used Lotus World Law again to steal some of the energy that Crimson had extracted from the main world. Next, he used cleansing aura lotus flames to form more than 20 lotus coffins, forming a circular shape around Crimson. The crimson flames in the lotus coffins ferociously burned the blood mist. The red lotus hellfire and blood mist crashed together, resulting in an ear-splitting explosion. Meanwhile, the red lotus hellfire depleted most of Lin Yuan's energy. The blood mist was able to resist the red lotus hellfire. However, the blood mist also depleted faster than the red lotus hellfire did. Since Lin Yuan's only remaining opponent was Crimson, this would be his final battle against Tower Cannon. He needed to attack his opponent while ensuring his own survival. At that moment, Lin Yuan entered combat mode and put all thoughts of Epic God Palace out of his mind. Even if he was truly Epic God Palace's target, he did not care if this battle allowed them to see through his methods. In truth, the members of Epic God Palace were watching his battle against Crimson. However, their mindsets were completely different from what he was thinking. Spring and Summer's eyes twinkled with amazement. Both of them knew that Lin Yuan had risen up within the short span of 3 years. For him to grow from a regular person to the person he was today in just 3 years, he truly lived up to being Lord Saint. The two of them felt extremely disdainful toward Crimson's bloodline. Summer, this illegitimate seed of the blood species, actually has the opportunity to meet with Lord Saint face to face. This is truly the highest honor he could ever receive. I never expected the illegitimate seed of the blood species to be able to fuse so perfectly with the dead dimensional life form bloodline. Summer said softly, "Aren't the people from Supreme Heavenly Abode always saying that the blood species should be relegated to the same category as death energy? When the blood species bloodline is fused with death aura, the bloodline level is not only maintained but will even be nourished by the death aura. Aside from the blood species bloodline, that member of Tower Cannon also possesses a hint of the abyssal beast bloodline. The blood species on its own could never have such parasitical abilities." At that point, Summer's voice turned stern and serious. "Spring, regardless of what happens, I am always ready to step in to help Lord Saint. Aside from parasitical abilities, the Abyssal Biasi bloodline probably also allows Crimson to use void teleportation. I don't want Lord Saint to suffer or be injured. As Lord Saint's followers, how can we watch him become injured?" When she saw that Spring was about to speak, Summer continued with her serious tone. "Spring, I know what you want to say. You have your considerations, but I also have my own determination. Lord Saint needs to have his own path of growth. With his current power, his growth won't be significantly affected even if we interfere. If you are worried, you don't have to act when I do." Summer had a gentle disposition, but once she made her decision, no one aside from Lord Saint could change her mind. Summer had been punished in the past by the totem god after speaking out of turn. The two of them had walked their journeys together. If Summer wanted to step in, she could not stand by and watch. With this thought in mind, Spring said softly, "You go and protect Lord Saint. I will keep an eye on Crimson and prevent him from fleeing. No matter what happens, we will end up showing ourselves to Lord Saint today." Falling Rainbow's words have caused Lord Saint to mistakenly think of Epic God Palace as the enemy. We should assuage this concern of his. The two of them came to their decision while the blood mist around Crimson fully disappeared. Previously, Crimson's body had been fully enveloped in his rose-red robe, but now he revealed it. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw Crimson's face. He assumed that Crimson's body would become monstrous after he absorbed the other members of Tower Cannon. Yet, the body he revealed from under the robe was extremely handsome. The long golden hair that framed his face billowed in the wind and had faint blood-colored specks. This did not make the long golden hair seem strange. Rather, it added an air of dignity. He also had long narrow eyes, bloodless lips, and a tall body that wore an attire intricately adorned with gems. This made Crimson the appearance of a prince in an ancient castle from Lin Yuan's previous life. The bright red and transparent tentacles sprouted from Crimson's back and danced around wildly in the air. The tentacle's aura was fully suppressed by Crimson's elite arrogance. Lin Yuan saw Crimson's lips curl slightly, and sharp fangs slid out from Crimson's lips, shining like diamonds under the sunlight. Lin Yuan was not shocked because Crimson had revealed his body, but because Crimson's facial features bore some similarity to the images Lin Yuan had seen when he received the new Thearchus Scales legacy. Life forms that looked like Crimson had ruined the mermaids and killed a mermaid the Arch. Those life forms were called the blood species. Lin Yuan was slightly confused. How did a member of the blood species become mixed up with a dead dimensional life form? Based on Crimson's aura, the death aura in his body had already fully changed into blood energy. Crimson had spent all his time with the other members of Tower Cannon. How could they not have realized the change in the root energy in his body? While Lin Yuan was working through his suspicions, Crimson said mockingly, "I don't think you anticipated your actions to turn out to be helpful to me. In truth, I noticed you long ago. You were making use of Falling Rainbow while I was making use of you. I buried seeds in Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow's bodies so I could use them as my eyes." At that point, Crimson paused, and the mocking expression became even more evident on his face. "You are already aware of many of Tower Cannon's secrets. You probably know that the fake 8 pages were nothing more than puppets I put in place for appearances. Didn't you expect that I would have some sort of restraint or control over these puppets? I allowed 8th page Apoptosis to escape with so much information, some of which even included information about Epic God Palace, because I wanted to use him to keep an eye on you. We actually met a long time ago, so, in a way, we are old friends. Old friends shouldn't fight immediately after meeting. Let's have a chat. You must be very curious about me. It just so happens that I feel the same way. Why don't you trade some secrets with me before surrendering your life?" Lin Yuan knew that based on his observations, Crimson probably thought very lowly of him and saw him as nothing more than an easy target. Otherwise, he would never make such a speech. It was likely that Crimson did not register him as a threat at all. In terms of aura, their auras were of a similar level. Crimson's certainty that he could defeat Lin Yuan had to mean that he was hiding an extremely powerful secret weapon. This worried Lin Yuan. However, he also had secret weapons that he had yet to use. It was true that there were many things that he wanted to find out about. Although killing Crimson and destroying Tower Cannon would reduce it to nothing more than a piece of the main world's history, Lin Yuan did want to learn more about who was truly pulling the strings. Crimson had been watching him through the blood-colored tentacles he had planted in the other members of Tower Cannon. This meant that there had to be a blood-colored tentacle in Apoptosis' body. Luckily, 3 months ago, Lin Yuan had killed Apoptosis after discovering that he was causing widespread harm by consuming the vitality of living people in order to enable his sacred source lifeform stars to break through. Otherwise, if Apoptosis was still in the Radiance Federation now and under the control of the bright red tentacle, he would definitely wreak havoc in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan did not know if the bright red tentacle had benefited Apoptosis' body in any way. If it enabled Apoptosis' body to reach a new level, there were very few people in the Radiance Federation with the power to take him on. You're right. Regardless of who ends up dead, I need to obtain information on Tower Cannon. Crimson let out a low throttle of laughter. Tower Cannon? That's me. I am the only member of Tower Cannon left. While he spoke, Crimson looked at the ground around his feet. You probably want to know why Tower Cannon wants to take over this Class 2 world. Lin Yuan snarled. Weren't you watching me through Falling Rainbow and Eyeshadow? You should already be aware that Falling Rainbow has told me everything. Crimson extended a slender finger and wagged it at Lin Yuan. I told you, I am Tower Cannon now. If their thoughts aligned with mine, how could they end up as fodder for my bloodline awakening? I see no value in the dead world's roots. Now that my bloodline has been activated, I would rather absorb spirit chi than the dirty death aura. Spirit chi truly has a splendid taste. I now know why the sky beyond the clouds universes are ruled by those fellows who use spirit chi as their roots. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Crimson said. Crimson's goal was completely different from what Falling Rainbow had claimed it to be. Falling Rainbow had said that they were trying to use the dead world's roots to occupy this Class 2 world's roots, so they could recover their home. Yet, Crimson saw the dead world's roots as his tool and the other members of Tower Cannon as sacrifices to activate his bloodline. However, he had failed in the past because he lacked power. In this respect, it could be said that Lin Yuan had helped Crimson. Previously, Lin Yuan saw Tower Cannon as an enemy who was trying to rob the main world. He had to kill the 8 pages of Tower Cannon because they stood on opposing sides. But now, Lin Yuan saw Crimson as callous scum who had no qualms and was willing to destroy relationships. Relationships were extremely important to Lin Yuan, and he could not understand how Crimson could lay a hand on comrades he had spent the past few millennia with. Lin Yuan had sensed the sorrow and disbelief Violet Light Green, Falling Rainbow, and Warbler Candle felt before they died. Warbler Candle, Violet Light Green, Falling Rainbow, and the other members of Tower Cannon had been too seriously injured to fight back against Crimson. However, the Hellfire Lotus imprints in their bodies could strike back against Crimson. If my guess is right, your bloodline is linked to the blood species. However, your bloodline isn't pure. The real members of the bloodline don't have those tentacles. The blood species prioritizes bloodline above all else. With your current bloodline, it's unlikely that you'll be accepted by the other members of the blood species, even if you do return to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan's words hit Crimson's sore spot, and anger spread across his face. But he quickly suppressed his rage. Crimson did not respond to what Lin Yuan said because he believed that doing so would be admitting that he agreed with Lin Yuan. He would be admitting that he would never be accepted by the blood species. As a possessor of the blood species bloodline, Crimson had always been proud of the fact that his father was a member of the blood species. However, due to some circumstances, he also ended up in possession of the Abyssal Beast bloodline. For other species, being able to combine the Abyssal Beast bloodline with their own was an enormous blessing. But for the blood species that valued bloodline over everything else, mixing bloodlines was the highest form of blasphemy. Crimson always hated the Abyssal Beast bloodline in his body because it prevented him from being acknowledged by the blood species. Yet, without the Abyssal Beast bloodline, he would never have been able to use the other members of Tower Cannon as his sacrifices. Although Crimson did not respond to what Lin Yuan said, the latter could still sense that Crimson's aura had changed. At that moment, Crimson was incensed. Otherwise, his emotions would not be fluctuating so vigorously. The imprint that had been on Falling Rainbow's soul was now on Crimson's soul. Once a person lost their temper, they would also lose their sense of rationality. Before Crimson could speak, Lin Yuan released his Mermaid the Arch aura. Since you used apoptosis, Falling Rainbow, and eyeshadow to spy on me, you should know that my bloodline has reached the Mermaid the Arch level. My bloodline is much purer than yours. Once I arrive at the sky beyond the clouds, I will be acknowledged by the mermaid species while you still continue to be a pariah of the blood species. You will still be nothing more than trash abandoned by the blood species for having 3 types of bloodlines in your body. Lin Yuan was not a mean person. He was always extremely courteous toward others and was very uncomfortable saying such abrasive words. However, he could still utter them against an enemy. Lin Yuan had hit Crimson's sore spot multiple times. To the blood species, there was no greater insult than having their bloodline attacked. Crimson still had a fair number of questions for Lin Yuan, but now he was in no mood to ask anything. After all, he would be able to dig out Lin Yuan's secrets after killing him. Crimson glared murderously at Lin Yuan as many blood-colored tentacles burst out from his body. The tentacles rolled toward Lin Yuan and became entangled with the Abyss Red Lotus Black roots. The tentacles were enveloped in a special spatial energy that was very resistant to fire elemental energy. The red lotus hellfire could not cause immediate damage to the blood-colored tentacles. However, it could deplete the spatial energy that enveloped them. Once Crimson realized this, his expression shifted slightly, and he prepared to draw back these tentacles. Although the tentacles existed as a form of energy, they were still a part of Crimson's body. Once they were damaged, it would affect Crimson's roots. If Lin Yuan was even capable of damaging the abyssal beast's abyssal energy, he had to have reached that level. Crimson hurriedly dispelled his anger and turned serious, thinking, I shouldn't have tried to use the abyssal tentacles I attained from the mutation of the blood species bloodline to battle with Lin Yuan before properly understanding his power. Lin Yuan intended to utilize all his secret weapons to kill Crimson. Hence, there was no way he would allow Crimson to draw back his tentacles. Lin Yuan could sense that these tentacles were very important to Crimson. Otherwise, he would not have injected so much energy into these tentacles. The blood mist spread out into the surroundings, and the entire Startling Lines continent was shrouded in the blood mist. However, the red lotus hellfire was applied on Lin Yuan's body, and it prevented the blood mist from getting close to him. Still, he noticed that the blood mist could transform the elemental energy in the environment into blood energy that Crimson could absorb. Lin Yuan had seen this ability in the dream realm when he was receiving the new Thearchus scale. The blood species turned water elemental energy into blood energy and barraged the mermaids. Nonetheless, there were two sides to all energy transformations. Due to Lotus Law World, the fire elemental energy in the surroundings was extremely pure and was also under the Abyss Red Lotus control. Hence, the fire elemental energy would be transformed at a very low rate. Crimson might be able to absorb energy faster than he transformed it. Lin Yuan had made ample preparations before this battle and had used all the water in the element well to concoct pure fire elements. As such, he took out a bucket of fire elemental energy and poured it over the Abyss Red Lotus flower core. The Red Lotus hellfire rolled over the blood mist in a terrifying manner. The crimson flames on the Abyss Red Lotus black roots turned a brilliant scarlet and rose to the sky, filling the sky with lotus patterns. When the fierce scarlet red lotus hellfire made contact with the abyssal energy on the tentacles, the abyssal energy quickly melted away like ice. After the abyssal energy was burned away, the crimson and golden red lotus hellfire burned the bright red tentacles to the point of deformation. Crimson let out a few grunts of pain. Lin Yuan could sense that Crimson was quickly gathering the energy in his body. It was clear that he was preparing to launch a counterattack. Crimson had decided to put an end to this battle swiftly because he could sense that the Red Lotus Hellfire was placing Hellfire Lotus imprints on his body through his tentacles. If the Hellfire Lotus imprint only sealed energy and Crimson was prevented from transferring energy between his body and the surroundings, he would not be as panicked as he was now. The key point was that the Lotus imprints could also seal his bloodline. The blood species was fundamentally different from dead dimensional life forms. Dead dimensional life forms used death energy as their cores and to fight, while the blood species used their bloodline power to activate energy. If his bloodline was sealed, Crimson's ability to use his power would be affected. At that moment, Lin Yuan activated the Hellfire Lotus imprint in Crimson's body. Once the Hellfire Lotus imprint appeared, Crimson's bloodline was immediately locked. At the same time, the imprint on Crimson's soul ignited with ferocious red lotus hellfire that began ravaging Crimson's soul. Lin Yuan had used all the directly accessible methods against Crimson. If they were not enough, he would have to tap into other secret weapons. Before he came to know of Epic God Palace, Lin Yuan had every intention of using all his secret weapons against Tower Cannon. Although using his secret weapons would come at a cost, he would have plenty of opportunities to collect more secret weapons in the future. But with Epic God Palace's presence, Lin Yuan had to preserve some of his secret weapons during combat, so he would not be completely vulnerable when he eventually faced Epic God Palace. Crimson already guessed why so many Hellfire Lotus imprints had appeared in his body. There were even seals on his soul. They must have come from Warbler Candle, Violet Light Green, and Falling Rainbow. Crimson felt as though he had just fallen for Lin Yuan's trap. He could clearly tell that Lin Yuan did not understand the Abyssal Beast's bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have left out naming the Abyssal Beast's bloodline when mocking his bloodline. With this thought, Crimson decided to use his Abyssal Beast bloodline to ambush Lin Yuan. There were many experts in the sky beyond the clouds who were assassinated by members of the Abyssal Beast species. The Abyssal Beast species was skilled at overcoming their relative weakness to achieve victory. Crimson's body suddenly disappeared from within the Red Lotus Hellfire and appeared behind Lin Yuan. Crimson used his palm as a dagger and slashed down on Lin Yuan. At that moment, an explosive scream filled the space. "Do you really think trash like you deserves to lay a hand on Lord Saint?" Lin Yuan could sense first-page Crimson's body being destroyed by the flames. Due to the Hellfire Lotus imprints, Lin Yuan could sense Crimson's presence. The Hellfire Lotus imprints had essentially placed a brand on Crimson's body, allowing Lin Yuan to locate Crimson if he used any hidden attacks. However, Crimson had moved too quickly, and Lin Yuan had been completely unable to react. He could feel a powerful force rushing toward his back. However, despite being able to sense Crimson's location, he was unable to do anything to stop him because Crimson was moving too quickly for Lin Yuan to be able to react in time to stop him. He could already feel a powerful force rushing toward his back. Lin Yuan had no doubt that Crimson would be able to pierce through his heart. Due to the Jasmine Lily's existence, Lin Yuan could use its vitality imprint to activate his genetic model and grow a new heart. However, Lin Yuan was afraid that Crimson would plant the disgusting tentacle in his body. Not even the official members of Tower Cannon were able to break free of the tentacle's control. Although Lin Yuan had ways to protect his soul, he did not have the confidence to fend off these bizarre tentacles. But after this cry, the immense force behind Lin Yuan disappeared abruptly. Lin Yuan turned quickly and saw a skinny girl with long hair standing in front of him. Her finger was pointed and positioned on Crimson's palm. Not only was the finger easily blocking the palm, but it was also blocking the force that had been rushing toward him. Lin Yuan heard the girl say in a clear and cold voice, "You illegitimate seed of the blood species, you should know who I am. You sure are brave." Lin Yuan watched as the girl's finger made a gentle chopping motion. Crimson's hand was promptly cut off by this girl's finger. Crimson looked at this girl with fright and tried to back away. However, with a slight hook of this girl's finger, Crimson's body was frozen, and a few small flowers bloomed on his body. Crimson shrieked, "Isn't Epic God Palace's target someplace aside from this world? Tower Cannon made a trip to clarify this with you. Why are you going against your word?" The rage intensified on Spring's face. Spring felt no attachment to this Class 1 world. As Lord Saint's follower, she had witnessed the extinction of countless Class 3 worlds. Once worlds reached a certain level, they would begin invading and plundering each other. Many worlds strengthened themselves by consuming other worlds. It was virtually impossible for a Class 3 world to attain further transformation without consuming other Class 3 worlds. Hence, Spring was apathetic toward the destruction of worlds and the extinction of lifeforms. Crimson thought that she was targeting him because Epic God Palace had lied to them. He had no idea that they were the ones who had misinterpreted the significance of Epic God Palace's existence. If Epic God Palace had not seen numerous new totems appear on the wall illustration in the Sacred Hall, thereby confirming that Lord Totem God was awake and that there was no need for them to continue laying low, Lord Saint might have been hurt by Crimson's attack. It might have even impacted Lord Saint's reincarnation. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. However, Spring did not unleash a lethal attack on Crimson. Instead, she restrained Crimson before turning and bowing respectfully to Lin Yuan with her eyes full of reverence. "Greetings, Lord Saint." Before Lin Yuan could react to Spring's greeting, another girl appeared in front of him and bowed just like Spring had done. As confused as Lin Yuan was, he knew that he was the Lord Saint the two female experts were referring to. Lin Yuan was frozen. These two girls had saved him, but he felt as though they had gravely misunderstood something. Lin Yuan did not have any memories of being the saint. Naturally, he did not see himself as the reincarnation of the saint either. It was clear that the two female experts had made a mistake about his identity. However, this was a good opportunity for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had been worried that Epic God Palace would be an enemy. He had heard from fifth page Falling Rainbow that Tower Cannon had been forced into slumber for 6,000 years because of Epic God Palace. The female expert had recognized him, and she also had the power to defeat Crimson easily. She had to be one of the rulers of Epic God Palace. The ruler of Epic God Palace was acting disrespectfully toward him because she had mistaken his identity. Did this mean that he would be able to control Epic God Palace by taking the place of this saint? However, Lin Yuan did not feel even a hint of optimism. Identity theft came with risks. Lin Yuan did not know when the members of Epic God Palace would realize that he was not the saint. As Lin Yuan looked at the two female experts kneeling on the ground before him, he could not decide between immediately assuming the identity of Lord Saint and interacting with these two experts in his actual confused state. Now that Spring and Summer were in close proximity to Lin Yuan, the two of them could see the totem god on his wrist. Lord Totem God could only appear on the saint. The two of them had become certain of Lin Yuan's identity long ago. Hence, after greeting him, Summer began seriously explaining, "Lord Saint, you probably don't know who we are. It's true that we shouldn't be appearing in front of you, but now that you're in danger, we have no choice but to reveal ourselves. If you want to assign blame, Spring and I are willing to take the blame." Summer remained kneeling while she spoke. She kept her body as close to the ground as possible with her hands clasped together and her fingers intertwined. When Crimson saw such mannerisms, he began looking at Lin Yuan with terror. This was the way that a follower greeted a master. Crimson did not know what the identity of the saint signified, but he knew that only the top experts from the universes had the ability to reincarnate. Only those experts had the power to gather followers. Could it be that this human, who they were calling the saint, was one of those reincarnated beings? This was the only way to explain everything that was happening. If Epic God Palace was a faction that was following an entity, it explained why they had been lying under the radar in the main world for such a long time. Epic God Palace had not gone against their word. He was the one who had offended them. In an instant, Crimson's heart sank. If Lin Yuan was allowed to decide whether he lived or died, there was no way that Lin Yuan would allow him to continue living. Even after hearing what Summer said, Lin Yuan did not think of himself as the saint. Instead, he now knew how to approach them. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and prepared himself to put on an act. This was when he heard the female expert who had protected him say in a gentle voice, "Lord Saint, do you have any doubts about your identity? You are wearing Lord Totem God. We confirmed your identity based on Lord Totem God's aura, so you don't have to worry that we are mistaken about your identity. Once we head back to Epic God Palace, we will be able to use the returning saint pool to shine on your birth horoscope. That will authenticate your identity." Lin Yuan was about to become immersed in his act, but when he heard what Spring said, his body froze, and his expression changed. He lifted his hand to look at Morbius on his wrist. Could it be that Morbius was the totem god? This did seem possible. The exclusive skill that Morbius gained after evolving to myth breed allowed it to produce the totem seeds. As his lifelong companion, he always wore Morbius on his person. Lin Yuan assumed that wearing Morbius as an accessory was very discreet. Yet, this expert from Epic God Palace was still able to sense Morbius' aura. Although Lin Yuan did not believe what Spring said, he knew that there was no need for this female expert who had saved him to lie to him. If she wanted to capture him, he would be incapable of resisting. Since he could not resist, it went without saying that he stood no chance of overpowering her. After understanding this, Lin Yuan questioned his identity for the first time. Could it be that he was truly the reincarnated saint? It was true that he came to the Fey world from another world. However, he had not made any significant waves in his previous life and had even died an untimely death. He could not ascertain his identity just by thinking about it. Lin Yuan believed that he needed to head to Epic God Palace to use the returning saint pool to shine his birth horoscope and confirm if he was truly the saint. Aside from confirming his identity, Lin Yuan was also curious about the returning saint pool. It was able to shine a person's birth horoscope and enable a life form to become a birth horoscope expert. Currently, Lin Yuan was only an A-rank spirit chi professional. After the returning Saint Pool shined on his birth horoscope, his and all his phase powers would increase. He would no longer be limited by his spirit chi professional rank. At that time, Morbius power would also elevate rapidly. Not only would the spirit lock spatial zone grow larger again, but Lin Yuan's overall power would also increase at an unbelievable rate. I am willing to head with you to Epic God Palace to allow the returning Saint Pool to shine on my birth horoscope. But before that, I need your help with something. Help me to take full control of Crimson. Spring and Summer remained kneeling in trepidation when they heard what Lin Yuan said. Lord Saint, receiving orders from you is a blessing to us. You don't need to ask for our help. Working for you is only right. Spring and Summer tapped Crimson's body, and he was immediately imprisoned between them. Crimson could not even move one of his fingers. Spring and Summer would not give Crimson the chance to speak before Lin Yuan gave him permission to do so. This was because they felt that Crimson was too lowly of a life form to deserve to communicate with Lin Yuan. They also did not want the Crimson to utter any uncouth words in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could see from Crimson's gaze that he had many things that he wanted to say. However, he did not want to give Crimson the chance to say them. There was no need to communicate with someone who wanted to destroy the world and attack him. The only option for Crimson was death. At first, Lin Yuan wanted to find out more about Epic God Palace from Crimson. But now, it seemed that Epic God Palace was more likely a friend than foe. It was possible that they would become his subordinates and lend their strength to him after his identity was proven. Lin Yuan raised a hand, and Crimson was enveloped in ferocious red lotus hellfire. Under Spring and Summer's control, Crimson could not use his own power to defend himself. As the red lotus hellfire burned Crimson's body, layers of hellfire lotus imprints accumulated on his body. Crimson's body was extremely important to Lin Yuan. After tempering Crimson's body and destroying his soul, he would use Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish to take control of Crimson's body. At that point, Crimson would become his strongest general. He would be better off obtaining Crimson's body and using it to strengthen himself rather than allowing Spring and Summer to eradicate him. Although it seemed that the experts from Epic God Palace would protect him, Lin Yuan would rather increase his own power than be protected by others. Increasing his own power was fundamental. Lin Yuan tempered Crimson for 3 days before he finally managed to destroy Crimson's soul. Spring and Summer helped Lin Yuan significantly in the past 3 days. A life form that used its bloodline as its energy source could host a portion of its soul in its bloodline. It would then be able to use its bloodline to revive itself after its souls were destroyed. Spring and Summer yanked out the soul that Crimson had hidden in his bloodline. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan killed Crimson's soul, the remnant of his soul energy in his bloodline would reject Red Thorn when it tried to take control of him. Lin Yuan felt satisfied as he stored Crimson's body. He turned and said, "I need you to give me 2 days to prepare. 2 days later, I will go with you to Epic God Palace." Spring and Summer knew how attached Lin Yuan was to this Class 1 world because they had taken it upon themselves to understand his entire life journey. It was obvious that he was going to use these 2 days to tend to this attachment. Spring said softly, "Lord Saint, you are free to decide whenever you want to head to Epic God Palace. You don't have to set a time with us. We will be following you so you can leave for Epic God Palace whenever you wish. If you want to address the death aura in this world, we can help you." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This expert from Epic God Palace had the means to help him clear out all the death aura in the ley lines. He could not ask for anything better. Given their capabilities, they would be able to do a much better job of clearing death aura from the ley lines than the demon insects. The faster death aura was cleared from the ley lines in the main world, the better it would be for the life forms in the main world. However, rather than just getting rid of the death aura, Lin Yuan would rather divert the death aura to Silver Corona and Red Thorn so they could consume it to evolve their bloodlines. If that is true, I shall thank the 2 of you in advance now. Is it possible for you to funnel the death aura in the ley lines to a specific location? I would like to use the death aura to evolve 2 of my phase. Spring hurriedly replied, Your request can be met easily. All we need to do is inject and direct some of our own energy into the ley lines to manipulate the direction of the death aura while we're clearing it. Do you plan on using the death aura to strengthen the fairy beneath this continent? Lin Yuan nodded. These two girls from Epic God Palace came across as thoughtful and competent individuals. They were able to understand his intentions without him needing to provide much explanation. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of their powers. They were able to use their energy to funnel the death aura in the ley lines of a Class 2 world. Just how powerful did they have to be capable of such a feat? After 6,000 years of infection, the death aura had already taken root in every corner of the ley lines. The death aura had even formed a large amount of minerals around the ley lines. Lin Yuan did not know what the members of Epic God Palace would do to him if he was not the saint. But if he was confirmed to be the saint, he would gain the protection of numerous experts with such power. This would make him much more confident in both protecting the main world and when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. You're right. The fairy beneath this continent is indeed one of the targets for strengthening that I have in mind. How long will it take you to direct all the death aura in the main world to that location? Spring and Summer fell silent when they heard Lin Yuan's question. After a pause, they said, Lord Saint, it is tough for us to answer your question. We will definitely be able to funnel the death aura faster than the eight-winged fairy's rate of absorption. So the exact time depends on your eight-winged fairy's rate of absorption. If you're willing to give us time, we can compress the death aura in the ley lines into crystals. Then, you can collect the crystals and feed them to the fairy whenever you wish. Your demon insects can absorb death aura, but they are far too slow. Furthermore, while they are absorbing the death aura, they will inadvertently affect the ley lines. The roots of this Class 2 world will have to be significantly depleted in order to recover damaged roots. Once they were done speaking, power rose from Spring and Summer. At that moment, Lin Yuan was still fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. The auras emanating from Spring and Summer were not targeted at Lin Yuan, but he could still feel enormous pressure from them. He could even feel the effects of the pressure on his divine kingdom. Lin Yuan had never felt this feeling before. Spring and Summer injected this solid power into the ley lines, and it rapidly began flowing through the ley lines. While it flowed, the energy extracted death aura and gathered it toward the startling lines continent. When Lin Yuan saw this, he summoned Red Thorn. Once Red Thorn appeared, it began flying around Lin Yuan while sniffing him. Could pick up Silver Corona's scent clearly. On the one hand, Red Thorn was happy for Silver Corona that it managed to successfully evolve its bloodline. However, it was also irked that Silver Corona had the audacity to become more intimate with Lin Yuan after its evolution and even left its scent on him. Red Thorn had already used its fairy bloodline to issue a warning to Silver Corona. However, Silver Corona had bypassed its warning after its evolution. Since they were both Lin Yuan's phase, Red Thorn would not be so reckless as to engage in conflict with another one of his phase. But this did not mean that Red Thorn could condone Silver Corona's actions. Red Thorn knew that Lin Yuan had summoned it because he wanted them to absorb the death aura together. Since they had this setting of fair competition, Red Thorn intended to compete with Silver Corona. It wanted to see which one of their bloodlines transformed first after absorbing death aura. Lin Yuan was unaware of all these thoughts running through Red Thorn's mind. He had no idea that Red Thorn was always secretly comparing itself to Silver Corona. Lin Yuan handed first page Crimson, 8th page Eyeshadow, and 4th page Cavity Orchid's bodies to Red Thorn before saying seriously, Red Thorn, when you begin absorbing the death aura, use the death aura to first speed up the time taken to take control of these bodies. Red Thorn nodded earnestly. It had a great interest in taking control of the bodies of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. A thought suddenly struck Red Thorn. Yuan, when you go to search through Tower Cannon's nest and take possession of their resources, I hope that you'll help me to search for the Gardener Konjac that you previously fed me. The Gardener Konjac is very beneficial in enabling my tongue of relinquished abilities to evolve. If it's possible, it will be best if we can get our hands on the Gardener Konjac seeds, so we can try cultivating it ourselves. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Lin Yuan already intended to ask Tower Cannon about the Gardener Konjac. fifth-page truth had mentioned that the gardener konjac was a kind of konjac that second-page warbler candle had nurtured. It was a dead plant-type fae that was very rare in the dead world. Even while she had been sleeping for 6,000 years, Warbler Candle had used her puppetry abilities to manipulate her puppets to look after the gardener konjac. She had even contributed a portion of her root energy. As a result, the gardener konjac had to be thriving. Now that all the members of Tower Cannon were dead and Warbler Candle had been absorbed by Crimson, Lin Yuan had no one he could ask about where the gardener konjac was planted. Regardless, Warbler Candle and the other members of Tower Cannon had no reason to destroy the gardener konjac before they left. Hence, the gardener konjac had to still be growing somewhere in the main world. The two female experts from Epic God Palace had to know where Tower Cannon's nest was located. If Lin Yuan searched Tower Cannon's old residence, he would undoubtedly be able to find the gardener konjac that Warbler Candle had painstakingly nurtured. Lin Yuan could set aside a sealed-off space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone dedicated to nurturing the gardener konjac. He would then be able to use it to strengthen Redthorn's Tongue of Relinquish. Out of all of Redthorn's abilities, its Tongue of Relinquish was the most helpful to Lin Yuan as his power increased at an accelerated rate. After Redthorn was done speaking with Lin Yuan, it left and headed to the bottom of the sea. It summoned its main body from the Spirit Lock spatial zone and produced a sea of flowers at the bottom of the sea. Red Thorn and Silver Corona then began absorbing Death Aura from the bottom of the sea. After Summer observed the rate at which Red Thorn and Silver Corona were absorbing the Death Aura, she said, "Spring, I can direct the Death Aura on my own. If you stay here and use your energy to direct the Death Aura with me, there will be no one to stay with Lord Saint to protect him. Lord Saint is probably going to head to the Radiance Federation." Spring slowly dispersed her energy and left Summer to funnel the Death Aura in the ley lines on her own. Before they found Lin Yuan, everyone in Epic God Palace spent all their time thinking about and missing the saint. But now that they had found Lin Yuan, Spring and Summer had the same thought, which was to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. This was in spite of the fact that there was no other life form in the main world that could threaten Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan told Summer with a smile, "Summer, sorry to trouble you. It's true that I am going to the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan previously asked Spring and Summer to give him 2 days because he did not know that they had already confirmed that he was the saint. He was going to use the 2 days to explain his situation to the Moon Empress. Although the Dead Spirits crisis had yet to come to an end, no more changes were going to crop up, and it had entered its ending stage. Just like how the Radiance Federation and the rest of the main world had to make extensive preparations before the Dead Spirits crisis began, they would also have many tasks to attend to after the Dead Spirits crisis ended. As the core of the main world, it would be best if the Radiance Federation could begin its preparations first. Aside from telling the Moon Empress about his news, he was going to inform the Heavenly Family Cottage and Vast Sea Labyrinth about this. Lin Yuan was also going to awaken Kira and issue new orders to her. Now that Summer could allocate the Death Aura in the ley lines while clearing out the Death Aura, Kira no longer had to rush to produce the demon insects with shuttle abilities. Just as Summer had said, the demon insects would definitely impact the ley lines to a certain extent while clearing the Death Aura. Kira had informed Lin Yuan of this in advance. But at the time, Lin Yuan did not have any other options aside from using Kira to clear out the Death Aura in the ley lines. However, now that he had a method to clear out Death Aura from the ley lines without causing any damage to them, Lin Yuan would prefer to preserve the main world's ley lines. Due to the change in plans, Lin Yuan had to assign new tasks to Kira. Currently, Kira's main job was to use the demon insects she produced to eliminate the dead dimensional life forms. With the demon insects' combat capabilities, the current volume of demon insects was already sufficient. Lin Yuan could do his best to remove all signs of any dead dimensional life forms from the surface of the main world. If he achieved this, both the human world and the dimensional worlds would be able to regain peace. 2 days was enough for Lin Yuan to accomplish these 2 tasks. However, Spring and Summer were in no rush and were willing to give him however much time he needed to do the tasks he needed to finish. Thus, Lin Yuan would definitely be returning to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan knew the Moon Empress well. She would only be able to lay her worries to rest when she saw him in the flesh. Recently, Lin Yuan had been busy fighting the dead spirits crisis and had not had the time to help the spirit chi professionals whose phase were stuck at their current grades to break through. He did not know how long it would take for him to head to the epic god palace and use the returning Saint Pool to light up his birth horoscope. Lin Yuan could not hold back these experts from increasing their power and keep them waiting for him. Hence, he needed to help them break through their phase grades before he went to epic god palace. This would also allow Lin Yuan to collect a large quantity of spirit chi crystals and golden ley line pearls. Once his birth horoscope was awakened, Lin Yuan's phase would need to break through as well. Stocking up on the spirit chi crystals would definitely be helpful. After he harvested the spirit chi crystals and golden ley line pearls, Lin Yuan could give a portion of them to the Moon Empress so she could continue increasing the Radiance Federation's overall power. Increasing the Radiance Federation's power was not only to enable the Radiance Federation to take on the Dead Spirits crisis. After the 6th epoch would be the 7th epoch, then the 8th and the 9th epoch. No one knew when the next calamity would descend. In the face of uncertain catastrophes, the only thing they could do was increase their power. As the Radiance Federation and the main world grew stronger, their ability to resist risks would also rise. Lin Yuan was never the type to let down his guard. However, he did not feel much suspicion toward Epic God Palace, Spring, and Summer. He had already experienced Spring and Summer's powers. Both of them were more powerful than he had imagined. Either of them could kill him easily. They could even destroy the entire main world without leaving any survivors. Experts like this did not need to use any underhanded tricks against him. Spring stood half a meter behind Lin Yuan. Lord Saint, when you leave for the Radiance Federation, I will hide by your side to protect you. Don't worry. My presence won't cause any inconvenience to you. After she spoke, Spring's figure disappeared. Lin Yuan tried his best to sense his surroundings but could not detect Spring at all. He summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and climbed aboard its back before heading to the Radiance Federation. While he was traveling to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan excitedly sent a message to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan. Master, everything is going well on my end. Tower Cannon has been dealt with. The Death Spirits crisis is also about to come to an end. The Moon Empress had been keeping the Thought's letter paper in her hand in the hopes of receiving a message from Lin Yuan as soon as he sent it. When the Moon Empress read his message, she instinctively relaxed. But she soon became nervous again. It was not that she did not believe what Lin Yuan said. He would never lie about such matters. Tower Cannon was definitely destroyed, and the Dead Spirits crisis was coming to an end. However, Lin Yuan did not explain the situation clearly. He had to have paid an enormous price in order to obliterate Tower Cannon and put an end to the Dead Spirits crisis. The Moon Empress did not just want the disaster to be over. She wanted Lin Yuan to return. At that moment, the Moon Empress received another message from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Master, I will be arriving back at the Radiance Federation soon. I will report the details of the situation to you then. The Moon Empress was finally able to relax fully when she saw Lin Yuan's message. By saying that he was arriving back in the Radiance Federation soon, it meant that Lin Yuan was safe and unharmed. This was 2 pieces of good news for the Moon Empress. However, she did not share the information immediately. She wanted to wait for Lin Yuan to return to the Radiance Federation and hear the details of the situation from him before she made any further arrangements. Although Tower Cannon had been destroyed, the Dead Spirits crisis was still ongoing. The Dead Spirits crisis was disastrous for the entire main world. This calamity was a wake-up call for the Moon Empress. Although the main world used to encounter dimensional rift openings, the federations lived under relative peace. The only friction came from the scuffles between individual federations that only depleted the individual federation's strength and never made them more of a threat than they already were. If the Radiance Federation had maintained a readiness to tackle any risks, it would not have had such a tough time at the beginning of the Dead Spirits crisis. If it was possible, the Moon Empress did not want to eliminate every single dead spirit immediately. Instead, she wanted to use them to train the main world and increase the power of the main world's federations. The Moon Empress planned to hold discussions with the vast sea labyrinth's leaders. The sea clans were stronger than the humans, but they also needed to participate in this training. The Moon Empress was prepared to use the next few decades to fundamentally improve the main world. Aside from having exceptional power, this year's Radiance 100 sequence also possessed outstanding leadership skills. The Moon Empress was going to give Lu Wencheng many resources so he could personally raise the power of the Radiance 100 sequence. Mystic Moon had been sticking by the Moon Empress side. Cold Moon remained on the outside to disseminate the Moon Empress instructions while Mystic Moon stayed in the Radiant Moon Palace, so he could pay close attention to the Moon Empress plans and assist her in organizing everything. The Moon Empress had remained in a state of worry ever since Lin Yuan left the Radiance Federation a week ago. The ever-steady Moon Empress was only able to maintain her usual composure when she was busy with work. At any other time, she was filled with anxiety. But now, the anxiety vanished from the Moon Empress' face and was replaced by excitement and delight. Mystic Moon knew that Lin Yuan had sent updates about his situation. Usually, the Moon Empress did not ask many questions when Lin Yuan said that he would be returning soon. But this time, she could not stop herself from asking. Moon Empress, little Yuan, how long will it take you to reach the Radiance Federation? When Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress message, he realized just how concerned she was for him. Lin Yuan, I should be arriving at the Radiant Moon Palace at around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Normally, Lin Yuan could travel back to the Radiance Federation directly through the space tunnel in the basement. However, he had moved the underground palace to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, causing the space tunnel to lose its effects. Since the ethereal jellyfish could grow more main tentacles after the space tunnel was removed, Lin Yuan did not actually suffer any real losses. Before he returned to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan was going to instruct Lift Marsh to bring Thick Soil City back to the Startling Lines continent before sending the Land Imps to fortify Thick Soil City's base. After Tower Cannon was destroyed and the main world returned to a state of peace, the Startling Lines continent was going to become the Radiance Federation's gate to the rest of the world. Luolan, Yi Huailong, and Jin Chenxuan, who ruled over the three federations that made up the Startling Lines continent, all sent Lin Yuan messages. They hoped that the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations could return to the Startling Lines continent. With their abilities and experience, they were easily able to recognize the Startling Lines continent's strategic significance. Firstly, Lin Yuan had invested numerous resources into the Startling Lines continent and turned it into a virtually impenetrable fortress. Furthermore, there was an abundance of resources in the Startling Lines continent, and it was also the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations' home. The three of them wanted to continue their development in their home. The Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations were all fully under Lin Yuan's control. There was no question that allowing these three federations to continue developing in the Startling Lines continent was the best option. Luolan had sought Su Yiren's opinion before sending her request to Lin Yuan. Su Yiren supported Luolan in fighting for such an opportunity. If the Dead Spirits crisis could come to an end without any more trouble cropping up, Su Yiren would also lead the people from the Dark and Sand Island continents back to their original continents. However, Su Yiren knew that Lin Yuan was busy with many matters and stressed to Luolan not to rush Lin Yuan. Since they could not offer him any help now, they should not be adding to his burden either. It was true that Lin Yuan was very busy of late and did not have time to attend to these trivial matters. Wen Yu was also busy. Thus, Lin Yuan could not assign her to take care of these trivial tasks. Lin Yuan had already issued orders to Lift Marsh. When Lift Marsh brought Thick Soil City back to the Startling Lines continent, Lin Yuan would instruct it to deliver the demon insects to the boundaries between the main world and the various dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan did not rest while he was riding on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Instead, he took out the Thoughts letter paper so he could attend to all the tasks that had piled up of late. It did not take long for him to see the requests sent by Luolan, Yi Huailong, and Jin Chenxuan. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan decided to agree to allow the three of them to take the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations back to the Startling Lines continent so they could continue their development. The Startling Lines continent was not small. The three federations continuing their development there would not prevent the Radiance Federation from using the Startling Lines continent as its gate. Rather, the three federations' presence would help to save the Radiance Federation a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan had already overhauled these three federations, and they could be considered his direct subsidiaries. He did not have to worry when they were in charge of watching the Radiance Federation's gate. Moreover, aside from the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan had given most of his resources to the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations. Hence, the three federations' overall power would only grow. Although they could not compete with the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation now, they had solid positions among the second-tier federations. These three federations were on close terms now because they were all under his control. Although they could not be considered united, they were able to carry out his strategies together. Lin Yuan sent replies to three of them. Yi Huailong relied on Yi Huailu, who was a Class 5 creation master, to rapidly increase his own power. Yi Huailong could clearly sense that as the Divine Wood Federation's overall power rose, he needed to increase his own power in order to secure his position as the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation. If his power could not match his position, naysayers would emerge to undermine him. Yi Huailong was worried that if these negative sentiments spread and reached Lin Yuan, the latter would swap him out. Jin Qianxuan also had the same thoughts. However, Jin Qianxuan did not have a Class 5 creation master by his side and did not have a convenient avenue he could use to increase his power like Yi Huailong did. It was true that Jin Qianxuan had ties to Wang Keiji, who was a Class 5 creation master. However, Wang Keiji only served Lin Yuan and did not cater to him. Hence, Jin Qianxuan could only do his best to develop the Great Lush Federation and demonstrate his value to Lin Yuan. Compared to Yi Huailong and Luo Lan, Jin Qianxuan lacked confidence. This was because he was acutely aware of how he had managed to take the seat of the ruler of the Great Lush Federation. Luo Lan had not done much to develop the Iron Hammer Federation recently. She had nurtured a few royal attendants who were capable of helping her handle appropriate tasks. Luo Lan had been focusing most of her energy on helping Su Iran to manage the Sand Island citizens. After Su Iran migrated, it was very difficult for her to manage the Sand Island citizens. After all, she did not have much time to spare after handling the tasks involved with managing the Dark Federation. Luo Lan's help took significant pressure off of Su Iran. Naturally, Su Iran was touched by Luo Lan's help. Su Iran knew that Yi Huailong, Jin Qianxuan, and Luo Lan were secretly competing with each other. In spite of that, Luo Lan was willing to help her, which was enough to prove the genuinity of their sisterly bond. Before Su Iran formed ties with others, she was constantly judging the value of others. Luo Lan was very skilled at managing federations. The Iron Hammer Federation's previous king had nurtured Luo Lan as his successor because he recognized her talent. However, Luo Lan lacked perseverance and ambition. Hence, it was highly unlikely that Lin Yuan would take her with him to the sky beyond the clouds. Normally, Su Iran only liked to make friends with people of value. However, regardless of what happened in the future, Luo Lan would always be her sister. Luo Lan and Jin Qianxuan had received Lin Yuan's response almost at the same time, and both of them were over the moon. After receiving Lin Yuan's message, Luo Lan relayed the news to Su Iran. Su Iran had already expected Lin Yuan to agree to her and the rest's requests. Su Iran sent her reply to Luo Lan. Su Iran, once I'm done with the tasks I have on hand, I will help you to develop the Iron Hammer Federation like I used to. Luo Lan, thank you for all the help you've given me. After Su Iran understood Lin Yuan's goal, she stopped limiting her sights to the main world. She also wanted to go with him to explore worlds beyond the main world. Su Iran intended to properly nurture her 14 poppy fruits so they could temporarily manage the Dark and Sand Island continents in her place. Eventually, she would have to nurture another group of talents. The 14 poppy fruits were part of the Absolute Love Poppy's abilities. If she left the main world, she would have to take the 14 poppy fruits with her. Waluan had also sent many messages to Lin Yuan. He had been extremely excited recently. As a marine federation, the Violent Wind Federation lacked mineral resources. They also had to source for lumber resources from islands on their outskirts. Hence, they were very constrained in the resources they needed to build boats and vessels. Walloon had not felt this way when he was in such environments in the past. It was only after he received the wood materials and metals from Lin Yuan that Walloon realized his breadth of resource interactions in the past had been far too limited. With so many resources that he had never encountered before now in his possession, Walloon could build designs that he never could have imagined in the past. It did not take long before Walloon made a discovery. Walloon, Leo, I noticed that jade-textured wood can perfectly prevent rotting caused by seawater. It works best with sea mulberry wood that has water elements applied to it. If jade-textured sea mulberry wood is used to cover the bottom of the boat and strong floating iron is used to build the frame, the boat will be able to travel to every corner of the seas in the main world. Fey storage boxes are also able to store living resources. As for a motor, Fays that can release lava and tamed aquatic life forms are all good options. I believe that the main world will enter a great marine era once the Dead Spirits crisis is over. Walloon sent his message to Lin Yuan after serious thought. He did not casually relay his thoughts. The establishment of the major Federation Union made Walloon aware that it was now necessary for the federations to become united. The island whales could be used to form the links between the human federations. However, the island whales were much too rare. Hence, there were not enough of them to meet the needs of all the federations. If the boats and vessels could traverse the seas with ease, they could become the regular mode of marine transportation. The federations that did not have the island whales would have no other choice. The federations that did have the island whales would also be willing to sell their specialty goods and obtain rare foreign resources. Lin Yuan controlled the water-world dimensional lifeforms and was on good terms with the vast sea labyrinth. The water-world dimensional lifeforms, sea clans, and humans were all on cooperative terms because of the Dead Spirits crisis. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, it was unlikely that the sea beasts would attack the humans' boats. The only thing that the humans needed to tackle was the natural obstacles of the sea's environment. After some pondering, Walloon believed that he needed to share his thoughts with Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan received the message from Walloon, he silently praised Walloon's foresight. In actuality, Lin Yuan had given the spiritual ingredients from the dimensional worlds and the jade-textured wood to Walloon because he wanted to enact such positive changes in the main world. Lin Yuan would definitely have detailed discussions with Walloon about this matter. Hence, he did not send a thorough reply to Walloon. As he looked out at the silhouette of the Radiance Federation in the distance, Lin Yuan was filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and belonging. Lin Yuan instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to land on the borders of the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation's border had many spatial nodes that Lin Yuan had set up using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle node. He could travel much faster using them than flying on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan did not return to the return from faraway mansion to clean up. His body was immaculate. Even if he did not shower and wash himself, he would remain in an extremely clean state. Instead, he immediately went to the Radiant Moon Palace. From the moment he appeared in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, he locked eyes with the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon was standing behind the Moon Empress. When Lin Yuan used the spatial nodes to travel, no obvious spatial fluctuations appeared in the locations he traveled to. Hence, it was likely that the Moon Empress and Mystic Moon had been waiting there for him. Lin Yuan reached out and pressed down the stray hairs on his head as he told the Moon Empress with a smile. "Master, just like I said in my message on the Thoughts letter paper, everything is going well." The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, he saw the Moon Empress stride over to him before enveloping him in a bear hug. Lin Yuan was not used to being hugged by the Moon Empress. This was not to say that Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were on bad terms, but the Moon Empress rarely showed her emotions so outwardly. Normally, she would just adjust his collar or pat his shoulder. From how unrestrained she was in expressing her emotions now, Lin Yuan knew that she had been worried sick about him. Lin Yuan gently reached his arm around her back and patted it. "Master, it's all over." The Moon Empress only released Lin Yuan after a beat had passed. She looked him up and down. It was only when she was certain that he was completely fine that she said solemnly, "Little Yuan, from now on, even if I can't be of help in whatever you're doing, you cannot wait until the last second to update me. Even if I can't help you, I can share your burden. The Moon Empress was being extremely sincere. When the dead spirit's crisis began, the Moon Empress experienced helplessness for the first time. This helplessness made her aware that there was no end to increasing one's power. In her youth, she was accustomed to doing her best. But after she became a Class 5 creation master and subsequently a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, she stood at the top of the world and undoubtedly slowed down her increment of power. From then on, she stopped focusing her energy on increasing her power. She only redirected her focus back to increasing her power when she was injured during her battle with the Freedom Federation's royalty. And it became imperative that she achieve a breakthrough in order to extend her lifespan. In the past, the Moon Empress believed she had come upon this realization far too late. But as she thought about how Lin Yuan had taken each step on his journey of growth, the Moon Empress felt that being able to come to this realization, regardless of timing, was a blessing. Firstly, she now had an endless lifespan, so her previous delay would not have any impact on her increasing her power in the future. Moreover, she had obtained a large leg up from Lin Yuan in terms of increasing her power. He had provided her with treasures that she could not produce on her own despite being a Class 6 creation master. It was through the resources she obtained from him that the Moon Empress had been able to make progress in advancing her level. When Lin Yuan heard this, it became one of the rare moments that he found himself disagreeing with what the Moon Empress said. Lin Yuan shook his head gently at the Moon Empress. Master, I have already increased my power. In the past, you had to shelter me from everything and shoulder all the pressure on your own. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Rest assured, I won't allow you to fall into peril so easily. I won't make you this afraid and worried again. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. To him, there was no senior he felt closer to than the Moon Empress. She was as important to him as Chu Ci was. Although Morbius and his own special characteristics could be credited for his growth thus far, the Moon Empress' involvement had been instrumental as well. He had obtained an abundance of resources after becoming her disciple. Prior to becoming her disciple, it was extremely difficult for him to get his hands on such resources. Without the Moon Empress, it was likely that he would have been killed by Cheng Wu. The Moon Empress was stunned when she heard what he said. But a moment later, her eyes softened, and she tousled the hair on the crown of his head. Little Yuan, you have already grown up. You are now my shelter and the protector of the main world. But don't forget that nothing is more important than your safety. From Lin Yuan's words, the Moon Empress felt cared for and looked after. These feelings were both amazing and warming to the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon was very happy for the Moon Empress when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He could not help but think of Wen Yu. Wen Yu's growth had also far surpassed Mystic Moon's expectations. After thinking for a moment, Mystic Moon walked out of the inner palace so he could leave the space to Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. All this time, Spring had been watching from the shadows to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. She was both thankful and respectful toward the Moon Empress. She was grateful for the help that the Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan. In a way, it could be said that the Moon Empress had sped up the Saint's awakening. Moreover, teachers were respected figures in both the main world and sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress would carry the title of Saint's Teacher for the entire life. The title would make her the most venerated figure in the entire sky beyond the clouds. Once the Moon Empress was certain that Lin Yuan was in perfect health, she began to ask him for details. Little Yuan, tell me about the current circumstances in detail. This will make it easier for me to issue orders accordingly. Lin Yuan said seriously, Master, I have killed all the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon. I will be staying in the Radiance Federation for a few days before leaving on a long trip. When I next return to the Radiance Federation, I will organize and collect the resources left by Tower Cannon. We can safely say that the threat to the main world posed by the 8 pages of Tower Cannon has been fully eliminated. It's true that the dead spirit's crisis persists, but I will send the demon insects to handle it. Once the demon insects are done, the dead spirit's crisis will no longer have any impact on the life forms in the main world. Based on the current quantity of demon insects, there are enough of them to effectively stop the dead dimensional life forms from breaching the surface. Although there is still death aura in the ley lines, The humans living on the surface will be able to return to the lifestyle they led before the dead spirits crisis broke out. Lin Yuan's words allowed the Moon Empress to gain a complete understanding of the current situation. For the regular people, the dead spirits crisis had been concluded. The demon insects' handling and elimination of the dead spirits would be subsequently carried out in the depths of the underground. The shift in circumstances caused the Moon Empress to be hit by a wave of realization. From its onset until today, the dead spirits crisis had only been going on for 2 months. The Moon Empress had braced herself to lead the Radiance Federation in tackling the dead spirits for a few thousand years. She never expected the dead spirits crisis to be fully suppressed almost immediately after it began. The Moon Empress remained silent for a moment before asking, "How long will it take the demon insects to clear out the death aura from the ley lines?" There was no need for Lin Yuan to hide anything from the Moon Empress. However, he did not tell her that he was the saint. His identity as the saint would not be confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt until he went to Epic God Palace and the returning Saint Pool enlightened his birth horoscope. "Master, it will take the demon insects around 200 years to fully treat the environment underground. However, using the demon insects to clear out death aura from the ley lines will leave an impact on the ley lines. Any damage to the ley lines will also be damage to the main world's potential. Luckily, I have a way to clear out death aura from the ley lines without damaging it in any way. If everything goes well, my plan will be complete within 2 years." The Moon Empress was astonished to hear that. Clearing the death aura was no small feat. The Moon Empress could have never imagined that the death aura could be fully cleared out from the ley lines within 2 years. The Moon Empress did not ask Lin Yuan what his methods were. Since Lin Yuan had said it, it meant that his plan was definitely viable. The Moon Empress still wanted to use the dead dimensional world to train the humans and sea clans. She told Lin Yuan about her thoughts. Lin Yuan found her idea to be achievable. It was true that using the dead dimensional lifeforms to train the main world's lifeforms would substantially increase the combat power of the main world's lifeforms. At that moment, Spring's voice appeared in Lin Yuan's ear. "Lord Saint, Summer will direct the death aura to the vicinity of the Startling Lines continent. If the crystals formed from the death aura are buried, they will create an area conducive for the dead dimensional lifeform's survival. It will be easy to create such a training ground. You can extract a portion of the dead world's roots and inject it into this area to create a territory of death. With the support from the root power, various types of dead dimensional lifeforms can be produced. This territory of death can be created both on land and in water to suit your needs. If you intend to create this territory of death, I will send the servants from Epic God Palace's Spring Palace to handle this matter." Once again, Lin Yuan felt the deep respect and sincerity that Spring held for him. She was very willing to help him to solve all the problems he encountered. This behavior meant that Spring had no doubt that he was the saint. Since Spring had a very good method to solve his issue, Lin Yuan did not have to come up with a solution on his own. Instead, he shared Spring's plan with the Moon Empress. All the Moon Empress needed to do was to create the territory of death. Setting up territories of death around the main world would become prime training grounds for the humans, sea clans, and dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan's mind was not focused on the main world. The Heavenly Family Cottage and vast sea labyrinth represented the top power of phase. He needed to tell them that Tower Cannon had been destroyed. However, it would be better for the Moon Empress to handle the follow-up tasks. "Master, I have some things to do back in the Radiance Federation, but I won't be staying for too long. Before I leave, I will give you a large batch of resources that you can use to develop the Radiance Federation." The Moon Empress nodded. The Moon Empress really wanted Lin Yuan to stay in the Radiant Moon Palace so they could have dinner together. However, Lin Yuan was not the only one who did not have time. The Moon Empress also did not have time to spare. The Moon Empress was much busier than Lin Yuan. Half an hour later, she would have to head to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court to deliver this good news. The main world had indeed entered the 6th epoch, but it was not as filled with hardship as they had anticipated. The initial struggles were about to be gone. In the future, the bitter struggles would turn into sweet fruits that would nourish the entire main world. During this half an hour, Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress in detail about what had happened in the past 2 days, as well as his plans for the main world. When the Moon Empress left for the Radiance Federation's imperial court, Lin Yuan went to a manor in the North District of the royal capital. This manor housed all the spirit chi professionals who were waiting for Lin Yuan to help them with their phase breakthroughs. When Lin Yuan arrived at the manor, he realized that there were far more spirit chi professionals than he had expected. When a large group of people gathered together, friction was inevitable. This was especially so because these people all came from different factions. The first thing to greet Lin Yuan was exactly a violent fight. 7 spirit chi professionals had split into 3 teams and were fighting each other. 2 of their phase could already change into human form. This fight between Emperor-class experts was being watched by many spirit chi professionals in the manor. One of them was a burly middle-aged man dressed lavishly, and he bellowed, "Spirit Snake Ravine has gone too far. Don't assume that you can occupy the 4 manors just because you have some connections to Coiling Dragon's Valley. Those 4 manors have the best positions. Spirit Snake Ravine can only take 2 of them at the very most. You must hand over the rest." Once the burly man was done speaking, an elderly woman dressed in a purple robe said angrily, "For Beast's territory is much more overbearing. Not only have you taken over our residence, but you are also trying to steal Spirit Snake Ravine's residence. The residences were specially allocated when we first arrived here. You were given 4 rooms as well. Everyone knows that the resources are allocated based on the number of rooms. The person in charge of allocating the rooms didn't allow us to fight amongst each other. Today, we will take back the rooms you stole from us." Once this elderly lady was done speaking, the elderly man who represented Spirit Snake Ravine snapped, "What do you mean Spirit Snake Ravine is being overbearing? You need to get one thing right. For Beast's territory is the one who first started looking for trouble. Even if we end up brawling, we will never release even a single room to you. It's true that Spirit Snake Ravine works with Coiling Dragon's Valley, but there are only business ties between us. We are not affiliated with Coiling Dragon's Valley. Aside from Coiling Dragon's Valley, we are working with other factions as well. Gao Huan, restrain yourself. Don't forget the reason that we're all gathered here. If For Beast's territory continues to cause trouble, you will definitely be punished." The burly middle-aged man scoffed. "For Beast's territory isn't the only one fighting over the rooms. Don't you know that there are many factions fighting over the rooms as well? Shouldn't the factions who are most frequently fighting over the rooms be the ones who receive punishment instead?" At first, Lin Yuan thought that For Beast's territory had started the conflict. For Beast's territory had almost been wiped out by whale ocean commerce and had been left with less than 1/5 of their initial number of experts. Although they had the help of allies, they had already fallen out of the ranks of the top factions. If For Beast's territory was trying to fight for resources, they must want to restore their status as a top faction. However, if For Beast's territory was the only faction that was causing trouble, Lin Yuan would definitely punish them harshly. But based on what the members of the other factions said, Lin Yuan realized that fighting over the rooms happened frequently in this manner. Anger bubbled within Lin Yuan. If his memory was accurate, this manor was being managed by Cultivated Garden. Cultivated Garden was also in charge of distributing resources to all the factions. Lin Yuan intended to investigate what plans the manager from Cultivated Garden had. Why was he encouraging the factions to fight and steal rooms from each other? This was a negative competition that did not benefit the Radiance Federation at all. When the factions fought so viciously with each other, the Radiance Federation's internal unity was significantly lowered. This was the last thing that Lin Yuan wanted to see happen, yet it was exactly what was happening. Lin Yuan had not expected this to happen. With so many of the Radiance Federation's factions fighting with each other over the rooms, there was no point in doling out punishment. Instead of punishing the factions, it was more important that Lin Yuan eliminate the sources of the dispute. Hence, Lin Yuan took out the Thoughts letter paper and sent a message to Tianfeng, the member of royalty who managed Cultivated Garden. Lin Yuan invited Tianfeng to personally come down to the manor in the North District after the imperial meeting. Lin Yuan had interacted with Tianfeng a few times in the past and knew of his character. Tianfeng always put the Radiance Federation first. After the Dead Spirits crisis began, Tianfeng released a significant portion of his personal resources as part of the aid efforts. Lin Yuan greatly respected Tianfeng's actions. However, the fights in this manner were not a small matter. Rather than Lin Yuan handling the employees from Cultivated Garden, it would be much more appropriate for Tianfeng to handle this matter. Tianfeng was currently in the imperial meeting and would not be back anytime soon. Lin Yuan was in no rush about this matter. Lin Yuan decided to continue observing the situation in the manor, so he could give Tianfeng a detailed explanation when he arrived, and so he could see how the fight over the rooms progressed. Since the resources were allocated based on the rooms, the employees from Cultivated Garden in charge of the manor were allowing the factions to fight over resources. Resources directly affected a faction's foundations. These factions were willing to spill blood for the sake of building up their foundations. Since he was going to watch how the fights progressed, Lin Yuan did not reveal himself. The tension between the people from Spirit Snake Ravine and Four Beasts territory magnified, and they were on the brink of drawing their swords. Based on their numbers, Four Beasts territory seemed stronger than Spirit Snake Ravine. However, Spirit Snake Ravine had allies. With help from their allies, they would be able to restrain the people from Four Beasts territory and cause them to lose manpower. There were many factions who were spectating the commotion. For Beasts territory and Spirit Snake Ravine did not immediately begin brawling. But this was not just because they were measuring their potential losses, but also because they were wary of the spectating factions. All of the factions were aware of the logic of becoming too preoccupied with a minor issue and failing to recognize a more significant hidden problem. None of them wanted to be taken over by other factions because they had become too severely injured in this fight over rooms. The middle-aged man named Gao Huan from Four Beasts territory cursed to himself when he saw the people from Spirit Snake Ravine resolve themselves to hold onto their rooms. Spirit Snake Ravine was hedging their bets on him, not having the courage to make the move and blow up the matter. It was true that the experts from the various factions started out peaceful in the first 2 weeks that they arrived at this manor in the North District of the royal capital. There were very few members of each faction who had come to this manor because only the Spirit Chi professionals who needed help with their phase breakthrough needed to be there. At first, the members of the various factions all intended to network with each other. Although they were still able to receive resources daily and the experts from the factions were unwilling to cause trouble when they were unable to call for backup, the Moon Empress eventually started to distribute an abundance of resources to the factions. They were all resources that these factions had never dared to dream of in the past. These resources caused the Spirit Chi professionals whose phase grades had been restrained to attain breakthroughs. As a result, more and more experts arrived at the manor, and the experts from the same factions naturally banded together. When there was a power imbalance between the factions in the manor, the competition for resources emerged. At first, the factions had been very wary of each other. They were afraid that causing trouble in the manor would displease the manager and cause them to lose their supply of resources. Aside from power, factions needed craftiness in order to develop. The leaders of the factions in the manor directed all their craftiness toward the manager of the manor. As the resources were willingly being given up, the manager of the manor decided to turn a blind eye. It was because of this attitude that the competition gradually became more violent. Gao Huan had come with a mission. After Gao Huan told his family about this situation, they instructed him to secure 2 more rooms. It had not been long since Four Beasts territory started rebuilding. In the past, Four Beasts territory had been a top faction, but their power was now comparable to some veteran factions. There were even some top-ranked veteran factions who stopped expressing respect toward Four Beasts territory. Hence, Four Beasts territory felt a great urgency to increase their power and use this to prove their position in the Radiance Federation. With this thought, Gao Huan raised his hand and summoned his Fae. After Gao Huan summoned his Fae, the other experts from Four Beasts territory did the same. The weakest of these Faes were myth breed, and a number of them were fantasy breed. After Gao Huan instructed the other experts from Four Beasts territory to summon their Faes, the people from Spirit Snake Ravine became nervous and summoned their own Faes. The people who were spectating this commotion were stunned by this shift in events. If this conflict persisted, the scale would grow too large. The various factions knew that the Radiance Federation's royalty did not want the factions to fight each other in deadly brawls. Otherwise, they would not have distributed resources directly but encouraged the factions to compete for them instead. It was obvious that the members of royalty wanted to increase the overall power of all factions rather than just the power of the top factions. The manager of the manor was fully responsible for the conflict escalating to this extent. The manager was permitting such conflict because he wanted to receive a kickback from them. In the past few months, the manager had received at least tens of billions of Radiance dollars worth of resources. This manager wanted to obtain a kickback but did not dare to allow the matter to blow up too much. Once it caught the attention of the members of the royalty, the nature of the situation would change. This manager could not afford to be on the receiving end of the members of royalty's fury. This manager was acting this courageously because he knew that the members of royalty were all focused on the dead spirits crisis. The dead spirits crisis would persist for thousands of years. As the dead spirits crisis carried on, the members of royalty did not have the bandwidth to pay attention to this matter. Otherwise, regardless of how brave this manager was, he would never dare to do such a thing. Tianfeng was always very strict when it came to managing cultivated garden. Once his actions were discovered, it was highly likely that this manager would be ousted by Tianfeng. A relatively young man in the crowd said loudly, "Are you really going to throw all caution into the wind to fight? If you anger Lord Mang Shui, both your families will have to pay the consequences. Those who are spectating should just continue watching. Don't join the fray and end up dragged into the consequences." The man's tone was very serious, and it was clear that he blamed the people from Four Beasts Territory and Spirit Snake Ravine. He made it sound as though their fight would affect all of their profits. However, the conflict between Four Beasts Territory and Spirit Snake Ravine had already reached a highly sensitive point. Neither side could appear weak now. At that moment, any side that backed down first would become a laughingstock. Gao Huan was silent for a moment, but he eventually decided to go ahead with the fight. This was not the first time that Four Beasts Territory was fighting over the rooms. The one managing this manor was Mang Shui, one of the 4 envoys of Cultivated Garden. The previous head of Gao Huan's family had private ties with Mang Shui and had helped him in the past. Although Four Beasts Territory's previous family head had been killed by Whale Ocean Commerce, Mang Shui did not forget about their old ties. For Beasts Territory kept up their ties with Mang Shui and had offered him significant benefits in the past month. Even if this fight displeased Mang Shui, he was more likely to vent his anger on Spirit Snake Ravine. The only thing about Spirit Snake Ravine that concerned Four Beasts Territory was their relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley. From his observations, Gao Huan noticed that the people in the manor who were from Coiling Dragon's Valley did not seem to have any intention of helping Spirit Snake Ravine. Coiling Dragon's Valley had not interfered during any of Spirit Snake Ravine's previous clashes against other factions. This had led Gao Huan to think that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Spirit Snake Ravine were not as close as he initially imagined. With this thought, Gao Huan decided to strike first. A battle broke out in the manor in the North District. The repercussions of conflict spread out in all directions. But luckily, the experts in the manor were all powerful and would not be overly impacted by the aftermath. Long Zhua stood in the crowd with his hands behind his back. His brow was knitted as he watched the confrontation between Four Beasts Territory and Spirit Snake Ravine. An elderly man who stood by the side hurriedly said, "Young master, don't be impulsive. You don't need to get involved in this fight. You must be aware that this fight will only lead to terrible consequences." If the dead spirits crisis wasn't still ongoing in the main world and occupying the attention of the members of royalty, the manor would already have been tidied up by the authorities. Once this matter gets out, there will be nowhere for Mang Shui to turn. Even Lord Tianfeng will be implicated in Mang Shui's actions. Coiling Dragon's Valley is currently one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. We are standing toe-to-toe with the cage of Brahma insects. We have Lord Lin Yuan backing us, and our position is unshakable. We shouldn't be getting involved in unnecessary conflict. If you're going to act recklessly, I will have to report this to the first young master and the head elder of the family. This elderly man knew that this fight was akin to a beehive. Poking it would only result in one getting stung. There were no benefits to be reaped at all. In Coiling Dragon's Valley, Long Tao was destined to be the young leader from the moment he was born. There was no higher position in Coiling Dragon's Valley than the one he held. Meanwhile, in spite of his impressive talent, Long Zhuo could not touch Long Tao's position in the family. There had been an incident in the past when Long Zhuo tried to rise up and topple Long Tao and suffered because of this transgression. After his failure, Long Tao did not begrudge him. However, Long Zhuo's position in Coiling Dragon's Valley was never what it once was or could have been. If Long Zhuo joined the conflict and blemished Coiling Dragon's Valley's reputation, he would have an even tougher time in the Long family. It was possible that he might never be able to become an elder of the family, even if he did manage to become an emperor-class expert. This elderly man was a direct senior of Long Zhuo's branch of the family. Otherwise, he would never offer Long Zhuo such advice at this moment. Ever since Coiling Dragon's Valley became one of the three major factions in the Radiance Federation, their share of the pie of benefits only grew. As the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley, Long Tao received the biggest share of the pie. However, there were enough resources left over to distribute to the other juniors in the family. There were a fair number of juniors in every branch of the Long family. Once one junior was relegated to being a pariah, the other juniors would be able to receive significantly more resources. Long Zhuo was able to survive because of his extremely strong combat abilities. Because of this, the family continued to nurture him even after he failed to usurp Long Tao's position. The elderly man did not want Long Zhuo to waste his talent, nor did he want his branch of the family to lose such an outstanding junior. Long Zhuo ignored the elderly man's cautionary words and snarled, "I might not be the leader of the members of Coiling Dragon's Valley who have gathered in this manner, but all of you are aware of the goal of resource allocation here in the manor. I have told Big Brother Tao about the situation in the manor. He said that if serious conflict breaks out, I should lead the rest of you in putting a stop to it and preventing any further negative effects. Now, you will all go ahead and restrain the people from Four Beasts Territory and Spirit Snake Ravine." If Long Zhuo had issued the orders under his own name, those who were present would definitely have ignored him. But now that he had invoked Long Tao's name, the implications had changed completely. Since his birth, Long Tao was destined to be the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley. He had also taken on a large portion of the responsibilities of the head of the family. His will represented the will of the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley. They could not afford to get on the wrong side of Mang Shui, an envoy of Cultivated Garden, but Long Tao could. But when did Long Zhuo and Long Tao get on such good terms? He had actually communicated with Long Tao privately. None of the elders from Coiling Dragon's Valley who were present believed that Long Zhuo could be lying. If he was lying, he would not be able to shoulder the subsequent consequences. Lin Yuan's expression of rage did not fade when he saw the reaction of Coiling Dragon's Valley. Yet, his lips curled into a smile. When Zhao Xiaochun and the other members of the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team first encountered Long Tao, they all found him to be strict, cold, and unapproachable. But after spending more time with him, this impression was soon disproven. Long Tao was strict when it came to carrying out tasks, but he was a very sweet person who always thought about his friends outside of work. This made him seem as though he had a contrasting personality. Because of this reason, Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun, who were also members of the Radiance 100 sequence, felt great affection for their leader. Long Tao and Lin Yuan first met in the Radiant Moon Palace on Leaning Moon Mountain. At first, Long Tao had not thought much about Lin Yuan. The young were susceptible to hubris. This especially applied to Long Tao, who used to be sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence. But after meeting on Leaning Moon Mountain, the memory of Lin Yuan was seared into Long Tao's mind. Mystic Moon had acted far more familiar and favorable toward Lin Yuan than anyone else. He and Cheng Rui had been asked to spar with the tea attendants while Lin Yuan became the Moon Empress disciple without doing anything. From this, Long Tao had known that the Moon Empress had been leaning toward Lin Yuan from the start. He and Cheng Rui had just been there to go through the motions. Despite knowing that Lin Yuan had to be extraordinary to be picked by the Moon Empress, Long Tao still felt indignant and constantly sought out opportunities to compete with Lin Yuan. Long Tao only became friends with Lin Yuan through his second identity, Black. As a young and talented elite, it was difficult for Long Tao to feel respect and admiration for another. He had only started paying attention to and developing a positive impression of Black because he had saved Millstone Town, which was right outside of Ascending Dragon City. After Long Tao learned about Millstone Town's situation, he knew that the insect tide would have devoured the town if Lin Yuan had not been there to protect them. All the residents of the town would have ended up as food for the sea of insects. This young man had been clearly capable of fleeing but had stayed where he was. Hence, Long Tao had badly wanted the opportunity to get to know Black. Serendipitously, Chen Hongfeng from the Dragon Gate Guild Club's reserve team, whom Long Tao always had his eye on, had happened to be matched with Lin Yuan. It had just so happened that the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team had one empty spot to fill, and Long Tao had decided to recruit Black. At that time, Black had only been beginning to make a name for himself on Star Web and had yet to exhibit any outstanding power. Long Tao had also invited Black with the intention of nurturing him. As the young leader of Coiling Dragons Valley and the Dragon Gate Guild Club being one of the top B-level guild clubs, he had many opportunities to join the ranks of A-level guild clubs. Hence, Long Tao had been filled with confidence. However, Black had turned him down. Later, Long Tao had led all the members of the Dragon Gate Guild Club to the outskirts of the royal capital, where the contained dimensional rifts were located so they could train. They had happened to encounter that incident there, and he had also been able to meet Black in real life. From that battle, Long Tao had gained a full understanding of Black's power and begun viewing him as a friend. Otherwise, as one of the top-ranked members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Long Tao would never have allowed his dedicated reporter to work with Tian Ningning to hold a press conference to promote Black. Long Tao and Lin Yuan's friendship had started from Lin Yuan's identity as Black. Hence, his feelings toward Lin Yuan remained pure even after he learned of Lin Yuan's true identity. Subsequently, he received help from Lin Yuan time after time again. When Lin Yuan produced treasures like the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, he had been willing to trade them with Coiling Dragons Valley and had allowed Coiling Dragons Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to be the first two factions to get their hands on these resources. From then on, Coiling Dragons Valley developed rapidly. Coiling Dragons Valley could be considered one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation now because of the foundation they had created with those precious resources. Lin Yuan had also provided precious resources like the Law Crystals to help Long Tao's father and grandfather increase their powers. They also enabled the Long family to produce their first Immortal expert. It could be said that Lin Yuan was the biggest reason Coiling Dragons Valley managed to become one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. Long Tao was well aware of how much Lin Yuan had done for him, and he had always been extremely grateful to Lin Yuan. But at the same time, he knew that he had no means of being of help to Lin Yuan. Everyone had friends who were doing better in life. Aside from transferring resources between each other, friends also offered each other genuine relationships. The members of Coiling Dragons Valley, who had gone to the manor, were reporting the situation in the manor to him. Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan was currently fully focused on dealing with the Dead Spirits crisis. The members of royalty's attention was also fixated on the Dead Spirits wave. The original plan was to hold the Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections immediately after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, they had been postponed. This made Long Tao aware that something urgent had cropped up. It was because the members of royalty were not paying attention to the manor in the North District that people like Mang Shui were able to take advantage of the situation and have the audacity to do such things. There was no way for Long Tao to correct Mang Shui's way of thinking. Mang Shui was one of Cultivated Garden's envoys, and Cultivated Garden was under Tian Feng's jurisdiction. Hence, Mang Shui possessed a position of a similar level to Zhuo Ming and Yu Zhe of the Spirit Guards. As long as Mang Shui did not go overboard, Long Tao believed that it would be better to wait for Tianfeng to discover and handle Mang Shui on his own. This way, Tianfeng would not be humiliated, and Coiling Dragons Valley would not be negatively implicated. Given Coiling Dragons Valley's current status, targeting an envoy from Cultivated Garden openly in front of other factions would lead to significant repercussions. However, as per Lin Yuan's wishes, Long Tao had picked out one of the members from Coiling Dragon's Valley who was present in the manor. The person he had selected was Long Zhua. Long Tao stressed to Long Zhua that at the sign of any bloodshed in the manor, he had to step in immediately to put an end to it. The manor in the North District had been set up at Lin Yuan's request. Although Cultivated Garden was the one in charge of managing the manor, any incidents would be traced back to Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan's friend, Long Tao did not want Lin Yuan's reputation to be damaged. As for his reason for picking Long Zhua, who had tried to take over his position in the past, it was because Long Tao had decided to concentrate on increasing his own power. Hence, he planned on nurturing a few close confidants in his family who would replace him in managing Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Zhua met Long Tao's requirements in all aspects. This arrangement was Long Tao's way of testing Long Zhua. Long Tao had seriously discussed his thoughts with Long Zhua. Since he was a child, Long Zhua felt that his fate was an unfair one and had only been trying to claim some authority within Coiling Dragon's Valley. Now that Long Tao was willing to voluntarily hand over authority to him, Long Zhua's desires were satisfied. Once an ambitious person's desires were satisfied, he would turn into a handy tool. Long Tao was not worried that Long Zhua's desires would grow in the future, and that he would become dissatisfied with the power he had been given. Long Tao would use his phase to control Long Zhua and the others he picked to ensure that he would retain full control over Coiling Dragon's Valley, even while he was focusing on increasing his individual power. Hence, Long Tao did not have to be worried when he used Long Zhua and the rest, and he was also willing to invest resources into them. Apart from his ambition, Long Zhua had an upright outlook and had a strong sense of righteousness. Thus, Long Zhua was very displeased with Four Beasts' territory trying to use brute force to take the resources of the other factions. After Long Zhua issued his order, Coiling Dragon's Valley's experts summoned their phase and quickly took control of the conflict. Gao Huan, who was leading Four Beasts' territory, never expected the people from Coiling Dragon's Valley to get involved in this fight. Gao Huan asked fearfully, "What does Coiling Dragon's Valley mean by this? Are you trying to help Spirit Snake Ravine with whom you have ties?" The factions present in the manor had complicated relationships. Many of them had ties with each other. This was why they had chosen to keep to themselves at first, and it was rare for a faction to forcefully stand out on behalf of another faction. If Coiling Dragon's Valley insisted on coming to Spirit Snake Ravine's aid, they would be ruining the unspoken rule here. Before Long Zhua could speak, a cold voice said from nearby, "It sure is rowdy here. Why are all of you gathered here? Don't you have anything else to do? There are people supplying you with resources every day. Don't you know how to use these resources to strengthen and raise your grades?" The tall and skinny man who spoke was wearing brown attire with green embroidered patterns of flora and fauna. He shot his gaze at the people from Four Beasts' territory and Spirit Snake Ravine first, but he quickly shifted his gaze away to frown at Long Zhua. Although he did not say anything, his aura suppressed that of the members of Coiling Dragon's Valley. The tall and skinny man was using this demeanor to express his displeasure. This man was the manager of this manor, one of the envoys from Cultivated Garden Mang Shui. If Long Zhua was facing someone of Mang Shui's status on his own, he would already be trembling in his boots. However, he now had the support of Long Tao and the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley. Hence, he was able to retain his composure even when facing someone of Mang Shui's outstanding status. Moreover, Long Zhua spoke first to Mang Shui. "Lord Mang Shui, you are tasked with managing this manor. Although you are working under Tianfeng's name, you are actually working for Lord Lin Yuan. You have silently permitted the factions to fight over resources and caused the experts here to all be on guard. The conflict between the factions has escalated. If you don't properly manage the atmosphere in the manor, issues will probably crop up in the future." Mang Shui's brows were tightly furrowed. He glared at Long Zhua while he began to think. What intentions did this member of Coiling Dragon's Valley have? Coiling Dragon's Valley had to have the support of someone in order to rise to become one of the Radiance Federation's top 3 factions. A trivial member of Coiling Dragon's Valley like Long Zhua had to be backed up by someone in order to be brave enough to say such words. Mang Shui mulled over this. He believed that the Radiance Federation's members of royalty were unaware of this matter. If they were, he would already have been called out and questioned by Tianfeng. After pondering further, Mang Shui concluded that Coiling Dragon's Valley was doing this to threaten him and attempt to obtain profits from him. Mang Shui had a large amount of resources to allocate, but they could not go into his own profits. If he could work with Coiling Dragon's Valley and receive kickbacks from them, he would be able to receive even more resources than he previously could. Mang Shui decided that it would be better to prevent the problem from growing. He would seek Longjue out for a private negotiation later. It's true that the atmosphere in the manor is worsening. From now on, if any factions want to fight with each other, you are prohibited from getting help from other factions. Any faction that does otherwise will have 30% of their resources docked for the next 3 months. Today, Spirit Snake Ravine found helpers. Since I only just put this rule in place, I will give them a small punishment as a lesson. I will take back their 2 rooms and reallocate them in the future. If anyone from Spirit Snake Ravine can't swallow this arrangement, you can come and see me about it. When Lin Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows, heard what Mang Shui said, his brow furrowed deeply. Mang Shui was adept at seizing opportunities, and it showed through even in his speech. First, Mang Shui agreed with what Coiling Dragon's Valley said in order to placate them. Then, he used his new rule to punish Spirit Snake Ravine, who had received help from Coiling Dragon's Valley, so that he could establish his authority amongst the other factions. It was likely that he would try to start a conversation with Longjue in private. His attitude then would be a far cry from what it was now. If Mang Shui really wanted to punish Spirit Snake Ravine, he could have confiscated Spirit Snake Ravine's resources. However, Mang Shui was sending hints that Spirit Snake Ravine could seek him out. Clearly, he wanted to obtain under-the-table benefits from them. At this moment, Lin Yuan received a reply from Tianfeng through the Thoughts letter paper. Tianfeng, Little Yuan, have you arrived at the manor in the North District? Why are you asking me to head there? I have just finished attending the Imperial meeting and will be able to arrive at the manor in 5 minutes at the most. Mang Shui is very capable. If you have any urgent issues, you can let him handle them. Lin Yuan did not send a reply to Tianfeng's message. Instead, he stored the Thoughts letter paper away. As the member of royalty in charge of Cultivated Garden, Tianfeng turned out to be a bad judge of character and had caused such a serious issue. It was likely that this incident would lead Tianfeng to reassess his subordinates. Lin Yuan prioritized character over abilities. In this world, people of outstanding character did not lack in abilities either. At first, after hearing what Mang Shui said, Lin Yuan had been ready to step in. But since Tianfeng would be able to arrive in 5 minutes, it would be better to let him handle it personally. When Longjue heard what Mang Shui said, he silently praised Mang Shui. He had not left anything out in his speech. It was clear that Mang Shui wanted to change the atmosphere in the manor and take away any reason Longjue could use to target him. If he continued to target Mang Shui, he would go against Long Tao's arrangement and cause trouble for the Long family. Mang Shui had been observing the expressions on Longjue's face. When he saw Longjue's fury subside, Mang Shui changed his tone and said, "Since bad influences have appeared in factions of the likes of Coiling Dragon's Valley have been made uncomfortable, any faction that causes trouble in the next week will lose a room's worth of resources. You should all use this incident to reflect." A cold streak flashed across Mang Shui's eyes when he spoke. This cold glare was not pointed at Longjue and Coiling Dragon's Valley. However, his words had fully targeted Coiling Dragon's Valley. It was clear that Mang Shui's words were trying to suppress Coiling Dragon's Valley. The other factions who were present would definitely aim their anger at losing a portion of resources toward Coiling Dragon's Valley. Today's incident had indeed blown up to slightly too large of a degree. Even Mang Shui felt slightly concerned. He had already been ready to step in to put an end to the conflict, but the people from Coiling Dragon's Valley had beaten him to it. Coiling Dragon's Valley's actions were not only a slap to his face, as they questioned his ability to manage the manor, but also jeopardized his authority in the manor. If he did not compromise, the factions present would all think he was afraid of Coiling Dragon's Valley. This would not be beneficial in his future management of the manor. If he lost his authority and other factions gained the courage to threaten him, he would no longer be able to obtain any resources. From the beginning, Mang Shui knew that his actions were not right and that he was exploiting a loophole. At first, he had been very afraid of his actions leading to negative consequences and did not dare to openly encourage the factions to compete with each other. But once he got a taste of the benefits, his greed tempted him to desire more and more. As an envoy of Cultivated Garden, Mang Shui was an important figure in the Radiance Federation. However, he had earned more profits in the past week than he had in the past year. It was said that valuables could be found in peril. Mang Shui was willing to take on risk for the sake of such wealth. Hence, Mang Shui stood his ground even against Coiling Dragon's Valley. A murderous glare appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan had not been paying attention to this manner. He had been too preoccupied with tackling Tower Cannon and had even put his life on the line in the matter. Although he had not been focused on the manner, this did not mean he was fine with the current arrangement. When Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress that he wanted to set up the North District Manor, he had stressed that the resources had to be distributed fairly. The resources given to each room daily had to be equal. Lin Yuan did not remember giving anyone the authority to siphon these resources. Long's heart sank when he heard what Mang Shui said. He knew Mang Shui was trying to keep Coiling Dragon's Valley down. Long Zhua had already sensed the various factions around him looking at him differently. Coiling Dragon's Valley could not back down at such a time. If Coiling Dragon's Valley retreated and this impacted the other faction's profits, this would generate hostility toward Coiling Dragon's Valley. This would not be advantageous for Coiling Dragon's Valley's future deals with the other factions. Although Coiling Dragon's Valley was one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation, its main business was nurturing dragon species phase and its creation master role. Hence, it needed to trade with other factions to obtain resources. Creation master resources used to be the most precious resources in the Radiance Federation. But now that Lin Yuan had distributed a large amount of creation master resources, the Radiance Federation's factions were able to receive a large amount of high-class Creation Master resources in a short period of time. Hence, factions with Creation Master roles were all impacted. Long Tao only told him to stop the conflict in the manor but had not told him to use Coiling Dragon's Valley to earn the ire of hundreds of factions. Rather than making the other factions displeased with the Coiling Dragon's Valley, it would be better to push back against Mang Shui to the end. There was right and wrong to every matter. Long Zhua believed that Mang Shui did not have the courage to blow up this matter to too far of an extent. Mang Shui would only suffer once this matter escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Regardless of how protective Tianfeng was of his own people, he would never protect Mang Shui, who had committed such a grave error. With this thought, Long Zhua said something that caused the jaws of everyone present to drop. Lord Mang Shui, it's true that you are the manager of this manor. All of us factions greatly respect you and are willing to support you in your job. I have been keeping a question to myself. Did the members of royalty agree to allow the factions to viciously fight with each other over resources? Long Zhua's words caused Mang Shui's expression to become even stormier. Long Zhua did not give Mang Shui the chance to speak and continued. I am even more curious to know if the members of royalty have given you the authority to siphon resources. It would be fine if the siphoned resources have been stored away as a form of punishment, but I heard that they had entered your pockets instead. I even heard that you've used them to strengthen your phase. Long Zhua's heart was racing while he spoke. In the past, he never had the chance to talk back to a figure like Mang Shui. However, as a disciple of the Long family, Long Zhua needed to make the best decision for Coiling Dragon's Valley regardless of how nervous he was. Long Zhua did not have to care about how much his words impacted Mang Shui. When Mang Shui targeted Coiling Dragon's Valley, he did not leave Coiling Dragon's Valley with a foot to stand on. All the factions who were present knew what Mang Shui was doing. However, none of them expected Long Zhua to lay it all out bare. Long Zhua's words had left Mang Shui fully and publicly vulnerable. For Coiling Dragon's Valley to have the confidence to take on Mang Shui, they had to have a source of support. It was not wise to cross an envoy of Cultivated Garden. When Mang Shui heard what Long Zhua said, his face turned red, then white. Even after a few moments had passed, no response fell from his lips. Regardless of how daring Meng Shui was, he would never dare to claim publicly that Tianfeng had given him the authority to siphon resources. It would be fine if he had not already spent the resources because he could just replace them. Alas, he had already spent all of them and could not replace them even if he wanted to. Previously, Meng Shui wanted to teach Coiling Dragon's Valley a lesson. He had not expected Coiling Dragon's Valley to fight back so strongly against him. He was momentarily flummoxed about how to go on from here. At this moment, an angry and authoritative voice resonated from above the manor. Meng Shui, have you forgotten what I told you when I sent you here to the manor? When he heard this voice, Meng Shui trembled, and his head snapped upward. This was when he saw a heavy-set elderly man looking at him with utter disappointment. Meng Shui squeaked, "Your Excellency Tianfeng, you?" When Tianfeng heard Meng Shui address him, he growled, "Don't call me Your Excellency. Because of your actions, I am too humiliated to receive such a greeting. Tell me, what did I tell you when I gave you this assignment?" The 5 envoys of Cultivated Garden were Tianfeng's closest subordinates. They had been with him for decades. Although Meng Shui had not been with him for the longest time, he had the most well-rounded capabilities and was the most clever. But now it was evident that Meng Shui had used his cleverness in all the wrong places. Not only had Meng Shui broken his trust, but he had also damaged his reputation. Tianfeng's anger was not strongly linked to the fact that Meng Shui had hurt his image. It was more so that Tianfeng felt that he had failed to recognize character, let down the Moon Empress' trust in him, and wasted the resources Lin Yuan had provided to the Radiance Federation. Just like how Meng Shui did not know how to answer Tianfeng, the latter did not know how to answer the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan. Meng Shui recovered from his shock. He knew Tianfeng's personality well. Unless he managed to find a reasonable explanation, there was no way that Tianfeng would let him off. Alas, even after racking his brain, Meng Shui was unable to come up with an explanation for himself. When Tianfeng saw that Meng Shui still had yet to reply to him, a tangible pressure and lethal force enveloped Meng Shui, breaking Meng Shui's train of thought. Meng Shui gnashed his teeth. "You told me to allocate resources fairly and prevent the factions from fighting over resources. You also said to watch over the people in the North Manor and restrain anyone who tries to increase their phase powers on their own." The members of the factions who were present had not expected Tianfeng to come to the manor, much less see him needle one of his own envoys from Cultivated Garden. When the people present heard what Meng Shui said, they understood why Tianfeng was this incensed. Tianfeng's fury was valid. Meng Shui had fully gone against what Tianfeng had asked for. Could be said that he had done the complete opposite. Tianfeng had told Meng Shui to remain fair and prevent arguments from taking place. Yet, for the sake of his selfish desires, Meng Shui had instigated fights and unjust happenings. Tianfeng looked at Meng Shui with narrowed eyes and was silent for a moment. Then, he proceeded to ask Meng Shui why he had done what he had done, punctuating each word. When Meng Shui heard what Tianfeng said, his throat closed, and he prepared to beg for mercy. Tianfeng was emotional and especially had a soft spot for his old subordinates. But before Meng Shui could speak, a light and pleasant voice rang out from beside Tianfeng. "Tianfeng, the result of this matter is already clear. You don't need to ask for a reason." Everyone present instinctively lifted their heads and saw a young man standing behind Tianfeng. This young man had a calm expression, but his eyes were betraying the absolute deadly intent that he was actually feeling. This young man was Lin Yuan, who had just become sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. The regular people in the Radiance Federation might not be aware of the extent of Lin Yuan's achievements. Still, the factions all knew that Lin Yuan was the one who had enabled the fusing of the main world with the dimensional worlds. They also knew that he was the one who was protecting the life forms in the main world and fending off the dead spirits crisis. All of them were only able to receive resources here in this manner because of Lin Yuan. It could be said that Lin Yuan was the protector of the main world and had every right to stand next to Tianfeng. In fact, he even deserved to stand in front of Tianfeng. However, Lin Yuan maintained the respect he felt for Tianfeng. This made Lin Yuan seem even more respectful and well-mannered. Tianfeng did not sense Lin Yuan's aura when he arrived and did not expect Lin Yuan to have arrived at the mansion long ago. Tianfeng had come to the manor because of the message he had received from Lin Yuan. It was likely that Lin Yuan was already present in the manor when he sent the message. Lin Yuan had not stepped in to put a stop to the conflict out of consideration of his pride. He wanted to give him the chance to deal with Mang Shui on his own. Mang Shui's error was far grievous. He could only erase his mistake by personally eliminating Mang Shui. Tianfeng was very thankful for the consideration Lin Yuan was showing him. Frankly, Tianfeng could guess the reasons for Mang Shui's actions. It was because he had succumbed to the temptation of the mountain of resources at his fingertips. He had also taken advantage of the calamity that was the dead spirits crisis to exploit a loophole. His actions were beyond deplorable. While everyone was trying their best to increase the Radiance Federation's power, Mang Shui was a parasite that was trying to empty out the Radiance Federation. At the instant that a deadly glare appeared in Tianfeng's eyes, he decided to end Mang Shui. He had asked for Mang Shui's reasons because he wanted to hear an explanation. It was to express how wholly disheartened he was. Tianfeng turned to look at Lin Yuan and was about to bow to express his apology when he saw Lin Yuan bow respectfully to him like a junior would to a senior. Then, Lin Yuan shook his head gently. A few of the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom spores landed on Tianfeng, and Lin Yuan spoke to him through the spores. Uncle Feng, everyone experiences a failure of judgment at times. Aside from Mang Shui, it's no one else's fault that he fell to temptation and made such a decision. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to blame yourself too much. Now that we've arrived at the tail end of the dead spirits crisis, you will need to continue helming Cultivated Garden. Lin Yuan understood why Tianfeng blamed himself. The respect that Lin Yuan felt for Tianfeng was sincere. Firstly, Tianfeng had been working hard for the sake of the Radiance Federation's development and had even sacrificed a large portion of his own wealth. Lin Yuan would also feel crushing sadness if he had misjudged someone. However, he did not want Tianfeng to lose self-confidence over this incident. It was impossible for Tianfeng to miss Lin Yuan's meaning. Tianfeng patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and hissed to Mang Shui. Mang Shui, I will be handing you over to Iron Prison, and he will be dealing with you personally. Your actions have made you worse than the dead spirits. You must pay the price for your greed. A sprig of fresh branches appeared from behind Tianfeng. The branches extended towards Mang Shui and encased him. Iron Prison was the most terrifying member of royalty to all the factions of the Radiance Federation. He managed the prison, and the sin cleansing pool was also under his jurisdiction. If Tianfeng handed Mang Shui over to Iron Prison, he would likely end up buried under the sin cleansing weeping willow after serving his punishment. Later, the Radiance Federation would send out an announcement about Mang Shui's sentencing. When Tianfeng restrained Mang Shui immediately after arriving, the other factions present realized that Tianfeng had been aware of Mang Shui's wicked deeds. Tianfeng had been instructing Cultivated Garden to issue resources to the regular people in the Radiance Federation to prevent the Radiance Federation from collapsing due to a lack of influx of resources. Although this incident was related to Tianfeng's arrangement, his present actions allowed Tianfeng to win back the respect of all the factions present. Tianfeng used his sacred source lifeform to lock up Mang Shui and did not give Mang Shui any opportunity to come up with excuses. Lin Yuan escorted Tianfeng out. After Tianfeng left, Lin Yuan was in no hurry to depart. Instead, he flashed himself next to Longjue. When Lin Yuan first came to this world, he was a regular person who was familiar with the dark and warm sides of the world. He did not have the attitude of an elite at all. But as he continued to grow, he established and became the leader of Sky City. Eventually, he started protecting the entire main world. In spite of his young age, he already gave off the pressure that usually came from an elite leader. Elite leaders needed to know when to reward and punish appropriately. Mang Shui had paid an excruciating price for his greed. Longjue and the rest of Coiling Dragon's Valley would receive rewards from Lin Yuan because of their decision. Longjua and the other experts from Coiling Dragon's Valley hurriedly bowed to Lin Yuan. Longjua almost lost strength in his legs and ended up kneeling in front of Lin Yuan. He did not feel such pressure even from his grandfather, an immortal expert. Although they were nervous, Longjua and the other experts from Coiling Dragon's Valley knew that he was not here to reproach Coiling Dragon's Valley but to reward them. The people present all knew that Lin Yuan was fully responsible for Coiling Dragon's Valley being able to enjoy its current glory. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze away from Longjua and the other members of Coiling Dragon's Valley to the other experts who were present. Next, Lin Yuan said seriously, Mang Shui used to manage this place. You all just heard Tian Feng's expectations assigned to Mang Shui. The latter was the one who took it upon himself to fall to his selfish desires and breed a negative environment of stealing and fighting. In the future, someone new will come to this manor to lay down the rules for all of you. Coiling Dragon's Valley stopped this commotion from getting out of hand and prevented bloodshed. I am going to give Coiling Dragon's Valley 1,000 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. I hope that there will be no more fights over resources in the manor from now on. Mang Shui has paid for all the previous mistakes. If anything similar happens again, the factions causing the problems will lose the right to continue obtaining resources. It goes without saying that without resources, you will not need to continue remaining in this manner. Lin Yuan nodded at Longjua before rising into the air. With a wave of his hand, the Abyss Great Emperor appeared next to him. Lin Yuan landed on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm. I came here to help all of you to break through your grades. Once I'm done and you leave this manor, make sure to relay my words to your families. I am providing so many resources to you without asking for repayment because I want to bolster the Radiance Federation's overall power and enable us to work together to take on any crises that arise in the future. I don't want the resources to cause you to fight amongst yourselves and erode the power that we put so much effort into building up. Lin Yuan was still a young man. He was still a ways away from becoming a real adult. Nonetheless, no one questioned his might. Even Mang Shui, who Tianfeng had just dragged away to the sin-cleansing pool, had supplied Lin Yuan with faith power in the past and was considered one of his believers. A large portion of the people present already regarded Lin Yuan as their faith. Longjua had just received a reward from Lin Yuan and said bravely, Lord Lin Yuan, how will we overcome the world cleansing? Lin Yuan activated Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss, and a large sea of white sand appeared below the manor. Lin Yuan declared loudly, every person stepping on the sand and is within the sea of white sand will be sending their phase to undergo the world cleansings and trials of world creation together. Lin Yuan's words astonished everyone present. The world cleansings and trials of world creation were all disasters for phase and caused the deaths of many phase. The same went for spirit chi professionals. Many spirit chi professionals chose to join large factions because they were unable to handle their phase world cleansings and trials of world creation on their own. Rather than saying that they were seeking the protection of these large factions, they were hoping that the experts in the factions would help their phase to overcome the world cleansings and trials of world creation to enable their phase qualities and grades to evolve. Every expert saw such difficult trials as requiring a careful approach. Yet, Lin Yuan was going to help these myth breed and creation breed phase to evolve all at once. The sea of white sand expanded, and there were at least tens of myth breed and more than 10 creation breed phase within the sea of sand. The world cleansings and trials of world creation's overlapping forces were beyond the imagination of those who were present. However, no one doubted Lin Yuan's words. Instead, they did what Lin Yuan said and triggered the world cleansings and trials of world creation. 100 holes appeared in the sky. The terrifying scene in the sky rivaled that of the Dead Spirit's crisis. Various types of world cleansings and trials of world creation descended from the sky. Just as the experts from the various factions thought that they were about to be destroyed by these forces, they saw the demon Lin Yuan was standing on lash out a whip of fire. The flames and wind from the whip decimated the energy within the world cleansings and trials of world creation. The whip of flames absorbed the energy within the world cleansings and trials of world creation before channeling all the energy into the Abyss Great Emperor's body. As an afterlife realm dictator, these myth breed and creation breed level attacks were a piece of cake. The world graces and creation world ley lines fell from the holes in the sky and nourished the newly evolved phase. Because of the pure land of bliss, Lin Yuan collected a mountain of spirit chi crystals and golden ley line pearls. Lin Yuan had severely underestimated the number of experts in the manor. Although Lin Yuan was evolving them in groups, he ended up staying at the manor for 3 days. Spring watched Lin Yuan silently, her presence practically non-existent. As Spring watched Lin Yuan use the pure land of bliss to accumulate resources, nostalgia appeared in her eyes. It was as though she was looking past Lin Yuan into the eons that had already passed until she stopped on a certain stalwart figure. Spring's expression was usually as cold as ice as the seemingly never-ending days passed. But ever since she discovered Lin Yuan, the smile had yet to leave her face. Spring and Summer already told Lin Yuan that he could make whatever decisions he wanted without worrying or rushing. Ever since they confirmed that Lin Yuan was the saint, Spring and Summer would be willing to silently and steadfastly wait by his side even if he wanted to remain in the Radiance Federation for the next few decades. In the few days that Lin Yuan spent evolving experts phase in the manor, Iron Prison sentenced Mang Shui for his actions. While he was sentencing Mang Shui, Iron Prison's expression became increasingly stony. Iron Prison thought, "It's a good thing that Lin Yuan has put an end to the dead spirits crisis so we no longer have to be distracted by it. Otherwise, Mang Shui's actions would cause unimaginable impacts. As time passed, the conflicts would morph into resentment and become irreparable. It would be too late to try and fix things then." Mang Shui had interacted with Iron Prison many times. Iron Prison's impression of Mang Shui was that he was a very principled person. It was because Mang Shui was so principled and detailed that he managed to catch the attention of someone as strict and intolerable as Tian Feng. Based on Mang Shui's actions, there was no need to imprison him in the sin-cleansing pool. People like him did not deserve to live. Iron Prison icily glared at Mang Shui before asking, "Mang Shui, when you were acting based on your greed, did you ever stop to think that you would end up in this state?" Iron Prison felt his heart grow cold when he saw that Mang Shui was only begging for mercy and had not once admitted to his mistakes. His hand turned into a dagger, and he chopped Mang Shui into 2. The sin-cleansing weeping willow sensed the blood and twisted its roots around Mang Shui's body. The blood stained the sin-cleansing pool red. Slowly, the red was dissolved in the pool, returning to its usual clarity. Mang Shui's actions had given Iron Prison the answer he was looking for. Mang Shui had not thought about the consequences at all. This was because Mang Shui never expected the dead spirits crisis to come to an end so abruptly. All Mang Shui did was take advantage of the crisis for his own personal benefit. A person like this repulsed Iron Prison. But at the same time, Iron Prison felt reminded that as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, he needed to open his eyes to clearly assess anyone he tasked with important assignments. Lin Yuan did not immediately check on his resources after helping all the experts in the manor to evolve their phase grades and qualities. The Wind-Speed Rapid Antelope, who managed the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, would organize and check the resources in his stead. The Wind-Speed Rapid Antelope ate Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls daily. Hence, its ability to control wind elements grew stronger, and it could organize resources more quickly. After a discussion with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan decided not to just inject resources into the Radiance Federation. The entire main world had received resources from Lin Yuan. Hence, the Human Federations, Sea Clans, and Heavenly Family Cottage all had experts who were ready to evolve. By providing the main world with resources, Lin Yuan constantly planted fruit trees. The trees would continuously mature and bear fruits that Lin Yuan would eventually harvest. Lin Yuan had received many more times the resources that he had ever received in the past. Lin Yuan had not been supplying resources to the main world for long. He was only just getting started. After the dead spirits crisis was quelled and the life forms in the main world no longer had to worry about the dead spirits, the main world would enter a stage of rapid development. Before Lin Yuan left the main world would be like a treasure trove that he could constantly draw resources from. Compared to other life forms, humans had very short lifespans. However, in their fleeting lifespans they could create unimaginable value. As time progressed, human experts distinguished themselves time after time again. Lin Yuan was in no rush to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Instead, he intended to remain in the main world for some time so he could nurture more experts for the main world. This would be his way of making one last contribution to the main world's prosperity before he left. On the way back to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan conversed in depth with Spring. He learned that Epic God Palace had a path to the sky beyond the clouds that could be opened at any time. However, once they went to the sky beyond the clouds, he could not return to this main world again. The resources in this main world would become Lin Yuan's capital when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, his investments into the main worth would bring equitable returns. However, Lin Yuan was not only supplying such a large amount of resources to the main world for his own sake. After traveling to various areas in the main world to gather resources, Lin Yuan would come up with a plan of action. During his journey, he would meet with Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Nothing else in the main world could threaten Kira and the demon insects. Rather than sending Lu Jie and Wen Yu to manage the demon insects, it would be better to instruct Kira to release the female insects with Class 1 genetic locks. Using the female insects with Class 1 genetic locks to manage the alien insects would be much more convenient. After releasing Lu Jie and Wen Yu of such responsibilities, they could help Lin Yuan develop an effective strategy for organizing the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan would definitely be strengthening the bond between the main world and dimensional worlds before he left the main world. The Moon Empress had entered her busiest phase. She was even busier than when the Dead Spirits crisis had first begun. The main world could currently be described as an environment containing numerous tasks that were waiting to be addressed. After the Moon Empress was assured of Lin Yuan's safety, there was nothing for her to worry about. She could communicate with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper in her spare time. Traveling all over the main world did not make Lin Yuan tired at all. Rather, he was filled with a sense of extreme satisfaction. It could be said that Lin Yuan harvested a mountain of resources wherever he went. The Moon Empress helped Lin Yuan to collate all the resources he had supplied to the main world and told him about the resources in a message on the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan came to a conclusion with his rough calculations. With every unit of resources he invested, he obtained 67 times the returns. This meant that every spirit chi crystal he invested would lead to 67 spirit chi crystals worth of profits. This gave Lin Yuan even more resources to invest in the main world. Lin Yuan could spend spirit chi crystals freely to evolve his phase and raise his overall power. He could try to evolve all his phase to the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level before he left for the sky beyond the clouds. The vast sea labyrinth was helping Lin Yuan to gather experts from the sea clans who were ready to break through. Lin Yuan would have to stay here for some time. He decided to use this opportunity to increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power. Due to its ability, Green Vine's grade had no limits. If Lin Yuan invested his copious resources into Green Vine, it would be able to reach World Emperor grade and Divine Kingdom level. With this thought, Lin Yuan summoned Green Vine. Ever since Green Vine made contact with the human world, it gained a preference for doing activities in its human form. Green Vine knew that Lin Yuan would help it evolve its grade. It was so excited that it started to cling and paw lovingly at Lin Yuan. Once it was sated, Green Vine returned to its original form. Green Vine's current body could be described as sky-encompassing. Its 8 vines seemed to form a cage around the sky. This was especially so for the vines that used Swallow Same Source to consume entities far beyond Green Vine's level. Thus, Green Vines might completely surpass that of a Sovereign X/Eternal 12 lifeform. The vine that had absorbed the 5 golden snake scales was swinging above the others, its serpentine shape looming over the ground. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Green Vine. Fey name: Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fey species. Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade: High Sovereign, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Eternal 12. Abilities: Forbidden Growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it will be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long vine application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing vine sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound, brutally pushing out of soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed's sprouting strength can be activated to help to break past the opponent's defenses. Roots parasitic restraints. Pick a target and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting illusionary spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance wedge. Every time the perfect touch wisteria is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Combined vine's defense. Pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. The perfect touch wisteria's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Exclusive skill. Swallow same source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken vine replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy gather illusionary thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn composed of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile vine wood world. All of the wood-type energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood-type energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Entire body medium. Sacrifice the item that the vine had absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source comprises of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. Vine tempering garrote. Use the long vines to garrote other life forms. If the target's bloodline is more elite than that of the perfect touch wisteria, it can absorb the target's bloodline to strengthen its own bloodline. This will also strengthen every vine that has absorbed an entity through swallow same source. After sensing green vine and the aura of the vine, Spring materialized next to Lin Yuan and asked with narrowed eyes, "Lord Saint, where did you find these 5 snake scales?" The divine retribution ashes scale, Snake's secret treasure, shouldn't exist in this world. Spring would not question Lin Yuan if he had obtained 5 of the divine retribution ashes scale snake scales. However, the divine retribution ashes scale snake's secret treasures were completely different from its scales. Divine Kingdom experts produced the secret treasures by tempering their root power and faith power. The secret treasures were as important to Divine Kingdom experts as sacred source lifeforms were to Class 1 world experts. Many Divine Kingdom experts would rather die than let their secret treasures go. Ignoring the fact that a Divine Kingdom Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake would never appear in a Class 1 world to start with, it was also impossible for it to appear in a Class 1 world that had promoted to Class 2. Lin Yuan's world was part of the East Universe, which was under Honor Absent Palace's rule. There was no way that she would be unaware of a Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake arriving in the main world. The only possibility was that this Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake was an inspector in charge of supervising the lower worlds. For some reason, this inspector had taken advantage of his assignment from Honor Absent Palace and released his own secret treasures into this world in order to spy on it. The most likely event from the past few centuries to catch the inspector's eye was the birth of the fairies. The thought caused fury to burgeon in Spring's eyes. They had locked themselves in Epic God Palace all this time because they were worried about affecting Lord Saint's awakening. But the Divine Kingdom expert from Honor Absent Palace went so far as to release his own secret treasures. The consequences would have been unthinkable if Lord Totem God had not been sufficiently awakened and failed to absorb these secret treasures. The anger in Spring's eyes allowed Lin Yuan to sense her concern for him. All this time, Lin Yuan had been unaware of what the 5 dark golden scales were. Apparently, they were the Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake's secret treasures. Given that Spring had a name for the 5 snake scales, it was clear that she was well acquainted with them. When he was with Spring, Lin Yuan did not need to keep his guard up and could ask her whatever questions he had. She would never hide anything from him. If she wanted to keep secrets from him, she would not have appeared and brought up the Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake. Spring, I don't know much about the sky beyond the clouds. Can you tell me about how the Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake is viewed in the sky beyond the clouds? Spring hurriedly replied, Lord Saint, the sky beyond the clouds is just a colloquial name. It refers to the area under the North, South, East, and West universes. This world you're in is located in the East universe. If this world and its seas are together compared to the East universe, this Class 2 world is like a drop of water in the sea. Spring had chosen her metaphor intentionally. She wanted to give Lin Yuan a proper understanding of the sky beyond the clouds and was not exaggerating in the slightest. When Lin Yuan heard what Spring said, he could not prevent shock from blooming on his face. He had asked 5th Page Falling Rainbow and Kira about the sky beyond the clouds. However, they were restricted by their levels and did not have a comprehensive understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. But from what Spring said, Lin Yuan now truly understood its vastness. Aside from the North, South, East, and West universes that make up the sky beyond the clouds, countless abyssal domains surround the sky beyond the clouds. These abysses are much larger than the sky beyond the clouds. Innumerable species hide in the abysses and attack the sky beyond the clouds often. If you head to the sky beyond the clouds from this Class 2 world, you will end up directly in the East universe. In the East universe, Honor Absent Palace stands above all the other factions. Based on these secret weapons, this Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake has already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. A figure like that is trivial in Honor Absent Palace, but is considered a notable expert in the sky beyond the clouds. After hearing this, Lin Yuan gained a thorough understanding of the sky beyond the clouds circumstances. This was the first time that he was hearing the names of factions from there. Based on Spring's expression and tone, Lin Yuan could tell that these 5 dark gold snake scales should never have appeared in this world. However, these 5 dark gold snake scales had helped him significantly. He saw them as his final killing move. Lin Yuan could use Green Vine's entire body medium to summon the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake. When its secret treasures were used as the source for the summoning, the Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake could be maintained for a very long time. However, Lin Yuan had not expected 1st Page Crimson to have such a strong ambushing ability. If Crimson had not ambushed him, Lin Yuan would have considered using the 5 dark gold snake scales to summon the Divine Retribution Ashes Scale Snake through entire body medium during the battle. Spring did not tell Lin Yuan about her plans. Once they went to the East Universe, Spring was going to pay a visit to Honor Absent Palace. If not for Lord Saint, 2 of the sky beyond the clouds' 4 universes would have been destroyed back then. The East Universe would have been one of the 2 destroyed universes. Lin Yuan longed to gain more information on the sky beyond the clouds. He possessed the Mermaid the Arch bloodline, and it just so happened that he could ask Spring about the mermaids and blood species. Before evolving from Sovereign X/Eternal 12 to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Green Vine needed to cross 2 large levels in the form of the Birth Horoscope and Spirit Fire levels. Even if it was constantly supplied with resources, this process would still take considerable time. Lin Yuan waved over 2 king-class mermaids in the distance. After being called over by a Mermaid the Arch, these 2 king-class mermaids anxiously bowled in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instructed the 2 king-class mermaids to carry over the spirit chi crystals he had prepared for Green Vine. Lin Yuan summoned chest after chest filled with spirit chi crystals that the wind-speed rapid antelope had organized. There were about 10,000 spirit chi crystals in each chest. After Morbius evolved to suzerain/myth, the amount of spirit chi in each spirit chi crystal multiplied by many times. The two king-class mermaids' bodies trembled with excitement. They never imagined that they would be picked by Lin Yuan and given the chance to serve him. King-class mermaids were the equivalent of turning will realm dictators. They had a similar magnitude of power to birth horoscope experts. The two of them could handle the task of feeding resources to the evolving green vine. Lin Yuan asked Spring seriously, "You say that I'm the saint. You should be able to sense that aside from the human bloodline, I possess the mermaid bloodline in my body. Is there anything you can tell me about the mermaids and blood species? I am very interested in them." It went without saying that Spring could sense the mermaid bloodline in Lin Yuan's body. In the past, she did not think much of the mermaid species. It was only after she discovered the mermaid bloodline in Lin Yuan's body that her opinion of the mermaid bloodline improved. Spring was already certain that Lin Yuan was the saint. Aside from sensing Morbius aura, Lin Yuan's physique was another point of consideration. His body did not absorb spirit chi from the environment when he circulated spiritual power. Instead, he could purify the spirit chi. This body composition fit with Lord Saint's body of all spirits. However, Lin Yuan only exhibited the preliminary version of the body of all spirits. The saint who possessed the body of all spirits could absorb any bloodline into his own bloodline, as well as evolve the various bloodlines at will. Rather than saying that Lin Yuan possessed the mermaid bloodline, it was more accurate to say that the mermaid bloodline was blessed to be evolved in his body. Although Spring remained by Lin Yuan's side, she could not reveal much about his affairs. Luckily, Lin Yuan had specifically asked about the mermaid and blood species bloodlines. She could give him a detailed description of them. Lord Saint, there are different species rankings in the 4 universes. The mermaid and blood species are on 3 of the species rankings. In the West universe's ranking, the mermaids rank much higher than the blood species. But in the North universe's ranking, the blood species ranks above the mermaids. In the East universe, their rankings are very competitive. The mermaid bloodline in your body should have come from a branch of the East universe's mermaids. Spring paused before continuing. In my opinion, the blood species bloodline is deadlier than the mermaids. However, the mermaids control the seas. They are the only bloodline that can stand toe-to-toe against the fairies. However, unlike the blood species, the mermaids aren't keen on expanding and prefer to enjoy their days in the beautiful seas. Hence, most of the battles between the mermaids and blood species are started by the blood species. In the sky beyond the clouds, your mermaid, the arch bloodline, will be able to advance with ease. Spring did not say this because it was easy to evolve the mermaid bloodline, but because she trusted the composition of Lin Yuan's body. Otherwise, there was no way for Lin Yuan's bloodline to improve to such a degree in such a short span of time in this world that lacked the mermaid bloodline. The species that distinguish status based on bloodline did not have easily evolved bloodlines. Currently, the only bloodline that Lin Yuan had absorbed was the mermaid bloodline. When he went to the sky beyond the clouds and encountered other species, he would probably be able to absorb their bloodlines. If the bloodline in Crimson's body had been pure, Spring would likely have hinted to Lin Yuan to try taking control of the blood species bloodline. Normally, once a life form absorbed the bloodlines of more than 2 species, the 2 bloodlines would definitely clash in their body, creating an explosion that resulted in the death of that life form. It was impossible for a body to handle 2 bloodlines repelling each other. However, Lin Yuan's body of all spirits could smoothly carry and absorb various bloodlines. Not only would the bloodlines not clash against each other in his body, but they would even bolster each other and lead to links and positive reactions. Hence, absorbing the bloodlines of multiple bloodlines in his body only had upsides for Lin Yuan. The most impressive part of the body of all spirits was that Lin Yuan could use the bloodline as an energy source when he wanted to abandon the bloodline. He could sacrifice the bloodline for a similar one and help the new bloodline to evolve. As a result, his previous effort into nurturing the first bloodline would not go to waste. Aside from being curious about the mermaid and blood species bloodlines, Lin Yuan was also curious about the abyssal beast bloodline Spring had mentioned. Crimson had almost successfully ambushed him because he possessed the abyssal beast bloodline. If Spring and Summer had not stepped in the nick of time to protect him, Lin Yuan could not say for certain how the battle would have ended. Spring, you recognized the abyssal beast bloodline in Crimson's body. What kind of level does the abyssal beast bloodline represent in the sky beyond the clouds? How does it compare to the mermaid and blood species bloodline? Spring had already been anticipating this question from Lin Yuan. The abyssal beast bloodline was multifaceted. In fact, it was much more complicated than the Lud and mermaid bloodlines. However, it was extremely inferior. Nonetheless, it would still take a long time before Lin Yuan's Fae could evolve. Spring said seriously, Lord Saint, do you remember I mentioned the endless abyss I mentioned exists outside of the sky beyond the clouds? The abyssal beast is the general name for the life forms in the endless abyss that possess spatial abilities but don't belong to a specific species. Most of these life forms have tentacles and multiple eyes. Their bodies come in various shapes and sizes. The abyssal beast bloodline in Crimson's body is considered a very average one. Moreover, the share of abyssal beast bloodline in Crimson's body had been rather small. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep up appearances as a member of the blood species. There are many species that became terrifying and ferocious after the abyssal beast bloodline tainted their bloodlines. By comparison, Crimson had not inherited many of the abyssal beast bloodline's unique abilities. His speed of ambushing you was not even half as fast as that of World Emperor abyssal beasts when they warp space. Because of their strong abilities to warp space, the abyssal beasts are very common in all 4 universes of the sky beyond the clouds. There are many powerful species and factions who train the abyssal beasts as pets or tame them for riding. The average abyssal beast is not worth much. One can easily purchase an abyssal beast as long as one is sufficiently strong. However, it is not easy to tame the abyssal beast. Subjugating one requires resources, and it is much more costly than just buying one. A few experts and members of factions like to train the abyssal beasts into pets and for riding as a form of showing off their resources and prestige. The abyssal beasts gather around the sky beyond the clouds because they love energy like spirit chi and absorb all types of energy, including elemental energy, vitality, death aura, and even faith power. After absorbing them, the abyssal beast's body will change accordingly. With the resources you possess, you can easily cultivate and breed the abyssal beasts. Lin Yuan now fully understood the abyssal beasts. If the sky beyond the clouds was compared to the main world, the abyss around it was akin to the dimensional worlds around the main world. After listening to Spring's introduction of the sky beyond the clouds' various species, his yearning to head there became even stronger. Once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, there was no way that Lin Yuan would sell foundational resources like spirit chi crystals and elemental energy. Lin Yuan needed them to create a production chain that would provide him with a never-ending supply of resources. Lin Yuan could nurture the abyssal beasts as a business. However, he could only come up with the details after he went to the sky beyond the clouds and observed the situation on the ground. After her explanation, Spring noticed Lin Yuan looked like he had more to say. She hurriedly said, Lord Saint, if you want to hear about sky beyond the clouds, I can tell you all about it. The sky beyond the clouds is a place where all species fight for dominance. However, the strength of the species is not determined based on the species ranking because the species alliance draws up the ranking. The species alliance is unaware of many existing species. For example, the fairies did not join the species alliance of late, but they are still considered one of the top 10 species based on their previous achievements. The blood species likes to fight and always prepares seriously for the species alliance. Hence, their ranking might be higher than what their true power reflects. Although the fairies don't like to fight, they won't allow other factions to overtake them on the species ranking. Hence, they don't neglect their performance on the species alliance either. Before I came to this Class 1 world, I heard that the dominant factions of the 4 universes intend to deploy their individual species into the species alliance. I don't exactly know how this plan will be carried out. But if this plan is successful, the species alliance's influence will surpass that of other alliances and become the most influential alliance in the sky beyond the clouds. The competition within the species ranking will intensify and be seen as the standard. She had spent far too much time hidden in this world. Hence, Spring could only use her general impression to describe the circumstances of the sky beyond the clouds. It was possible that her explanation significantly deviated from the actual circumstances. Lin Yuan was aware of this. However, a rough understanding was understanding nonetheless. Spring's words solidified his resolution to head to the sky beyond the clouds and run wild. While Spring and Lin Yuan conversed, Green Vine continued increasing its power. Spring was not overly amazed by Green Vine's extraordinary nature. All she felt was that Green Vine was very lucky. Green Vine only had such achievements because it just happened to fall into Lin Yuan's hands, and Lin Yuan just happened to be willing to provide it with resources. If it had fallen into anyone else's hands or had to grow in the wild, there was no way it would have achieved such transformations. A life form like this that required more resources than other life forms was not a reasonable existence to begin with. Moreover, the fairy bloodline, metals, and divine retribution Ash's scale snake's secret treasures were entities that no one else in this world would be able to provide Green Vine. By remaining by Lin Yuan's side, Green Vine had outstanding achievements in its future. It would likely become famous throughout the sky beyond the clouds. Spring spent 2 days patiently describing and painting a picture of the sky beyond the clouds for Lin Yuan. As a result, despite never having been to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan now had the knowledge of a frequent visitor. At that moment, Spring sensed Green Vine's aura and said seriously, "Lord Saint, your Fae will be able to evolve to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom very soon. Once a life form reaches this level, it will undergo a reincarnation into a new life. So, no matter what happens, you don't have to be worried. I will be here to step in and help if necessary. This abyss demon you sent out has already reached World Emperor grade. Since it's a life form from a Class 1 world's dimensional world, it won't be able to develop a divine kingdom. It won't be able to properly protect this Fae." Spring enjoyed staying by Lin Yuan's side and was willing to work for him. Now she finally had a chance to offer him help. If the Abyss Great Emperor could protect Green Vine, Spring would never dare to suggest carrying out tasks for Lin Yuan. This was because it would be the equivalent of trying to flatter and butter him up. Followers like her were prohibited from such actions. Lin Yuan gasped to himself, thinking he had taken too large of a bite. He had been under the impression that the Abyss Great Emperor, a World Emperor Afterlife Realm Dictator, would be able to protect Green Vine when it evolved. But it turned out that he was not capable of doing so. Lin Yuan could enable Green Vine to evolve so smoothly because of entire body medium. Additionally, it was also because he had Spring by his side. Lin Yuan was certain that Spring would not stand by and watch Green Vine fall into danger. Regardless of what happened today, Green Vine was going to evolve. Lin Yuan gave half of his accumulated resources to Green Vine. He was well aware of its spirit chi needs because he took stock of all the resource needs of his phase. Green Vine waved its vines around as it absorbed the spirit chi. Each breath of spirit chi Green Vine absorbed caused its aura to intensify significantly. This meant that it was difficult for Green Vine's body to absorb more energy. All the energy that Green Vine absorbed was presented through its appearance. Just as Spring had said, Green Vine's time to evolve was there. Lin Yuan sensed that the eternal heart in Green Vine had been ignited. This was not because it had been set aflame by an external attack but was a self-combustion. It was not just Green Vine's eternal heart that had been ignited. The emerald green spirit fire that had been forming in Green Vine over the last day was also slowly being burned. This was a sign that a spirit fire life form was about to die. If Spring had not given Lin Yuan a heads up, Lin Yuan would be worried about Green Vine's situation. But since Spring had mentioned that Green Vine would need to experience a reincarnation into a new life before it could reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan laid his worries to rest. Lin Yuan would be an eyewitness to Green Vine's transformation. Could be said that Lin Yuan was the one who had created Green Vine's transformation. After Green Vine evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, many of Lin Yuan's doubts would be dispelled. Lin Yuan only had a general idea of the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan confirmed that the shrine in his soul was a divine kingdom when he used true data. However, based on the definition of human spirit chi professional ranks, he was an A-rank spirit chi professional. He had not even become an A-rank spirit chi professional when he obtained his divine kingdom. This was all very confusing for Lin Yuan. Once Green Vine gained its divine kingdom, Lin Yuan would see if there were any differences between his own divine kingdom and that of Green Vine despite still being unsure of how he gained his own divine kingdom. Lin Yuan could sense the agony that Green Vine was in. The burning of its eternal heart and spirit fire caused Green Vine to become extremely weak. But just like waxed and waned plants, they would eventually explode with shocking vitality. Spring gasped to herself as she watched Green Vine. Green Vine was truly born with a golden spoon in its mouth. Ever since he began nurturing Green Vine, Lin Yuan only provided it with the best resources. Other Fays at the gate of World Emperor/Divine Kingdom would not experience their eternal heart burning for this long, and their spirit fire would have already been burned away. It was unlikely that any other life form in this world had evolved to this level. In the words of the sky beyond the clouds, this level was called the Spirit Master's Nirvana. After this transformation, the Spirit Master's body would create a miniature divine kingdom. The divine kingdom would become the core of its body's energy, and its energy would transform. Once the divine kingdom was created, it would be able to receive and absorb faith from other experts. Only experts who had reached the divine kingdom level would be able to destroy the soul of such an expert, as the divine kingdom would protect their soul and spiritual energy during combat. The development of the divine kingdom would even bring benefits to divine kingdom experts. Compared to the divine kingdom, which was broken into detailed categories, the World Emperor grade was just a general concept. Only divine kingdom experts were able to reach the World Emperor grade, so they were designated into smaller categories. In the sky beyond the clouds, they were called Domain Mountain Class experts. Presently, there were less than 30 living Domain Mountain Class experts in the entire sky beyond the clouds. Green Vine was silently enduring this singular biggest transformation in its life. It trusted Lin Yuan to ensure its safety. All of this suffering would eventually culminate in its grade and quality evolution. At that moment, Green Vine could sense that its soul was transforming from the inside out. This transformation was very foreign to Green Vine. However, this change did cause Green Vine's soul to come into contact with a mystical space. When Lin Yuan checked on Green Vine's condition, he saw that its aura had changed enormously in the span of an instant. Previously, its aura was very similar to that of the Abyss Great Emperor. But it was now clearly more powerful and profound than the Abyss Great Emperor's aura. Spring stepped in front of Lin Yuan for the first time. Lord Saint, you don't have to worry even if a big commotion occurs later. When a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom expert evolves in a Class 2 world, they will definitely attract a lot of attention to this Class 2 world. This Class 2 world's wills will also naturally reject the perfect touch wisteria. These are all obstacles to its evolution, and I will be here to remove them. While Spring was speaking, Green Vine's life seemed to be extinguished. Its eternal heart was burned to destruction, and its spirit fire had stopped burning. Yet, the aura in its soul was becoming increasingly strong and concentrated. The main world's sky resembled a choppy sea. Streaks of black and purple scars appeared in the sky, and it looked as though the entire sky had cracked open. All of the phenomena in the sky were directed at Green Vine. This was similar to when Night Leaning Moon used her 10 stars sacred source lifeform to trigger celestial phenomena. All the life forms in the main world could see the phenomena in the sky. These phenomena were just as startling as the Dead Spirit's crisis. It might even be more astonishing than the Dead Spirit's crisis. After all, the Dead Spirit's crisis came from underground, and the main world's lifeforms were able to get a clear look at underground happenings. However, they were able to observe the sky clearly. Lin Yuan was receiving a stack of messages through the Thoughts letter paper. Most of them contained questions about the phenomena in the sky. The Dead Spirit's crisis had just ended, and most of the leaders of factions in the main world were still mentally drained. Any blow would be enough to shock them, Moreover, the current phenomena in the sky were truly staggering. As time went by, more energy accumulated in the sky. If the energy was unleashed on the Earth, it would annihilate most of the bases on the main world and at least 1/3 of the lifeforms. Even if the dead spirits crisis was allowed to proceed unrestrained, it would not cause such destruction in such a short span. Lin Yuan replied to the Moon Empress first. Lin Yuan, Master, don't worry. There are no problems, and everything is going well. The phenomena in the sky are triggered by one of my phases undergoing a breakthrough. Once it has evolved, the phenomena will disappear on their own. Lin Yuan did not hide anything from the Moon Empress and told her the truth. The Moon Empress was taken aback. She had assumed that this was either part of the aftermath of the Dead Spirits crisis or the work of a hidden faction that was more powerful than Tower Cannon. She had never expected such force to come from the evolution of one of Lin Yuan's phases. If that were the case, there was no need for the Moon Empress to be concerned. Given her understanding of Lin Yuan, he had to have made advanced preparations for his phase evolution. An increase in Lin Yuan's phase combat power benefited the Radiance Federation and all the humans. Lin Yuan sent the same reply to Wen Yu and Lu Jie as he did to the Moon Empress. However, he did not send such detailed explanations to others. All he said was that the phenomena taking place in the sky would not negatively impact the world. Now that Lin Yuan had accounted for the phenomena in the sky, the factions in the main world were no longer as concerned about the subsequent effects. It was said that there was always someone to catch you when the sky fell. To all of the factions, Lin Yuan was the one who would catch them. Since Lin Yuan was there as a safety net for them, there was no need for the leaders of other factions to be worried. Iron Prison announced the sentencing and results after dealing with Mang Shui. Tianfeng did not have any objections. Iron Prison also had not considered Tianfeng's feelings at all. He never considered others in his actions. Moreover, he knew that if Tianfeng truly cared about Mang Shui and wanted to save him, he would not have handed Mang Shui over to him. Mang Shui needed to be eliminated to give a proper warning to those who had dishonest intentions. These people might not necessarily be blinded by greed like Mang Shui was. After the Dead Spirits crisis came to an end, the Radiance Federation would undergo an overhaul. Although the Dead Spirits crisis had lasted for a short time, it had still left an enormous impact on the entire main world. Lin Yuan was also preparing to divide the benefits. The benefits would allow the main world's factions to at least double their power. When the resources were being distributed, greed would surge within many factions. This kind of greed would have a large influence on the Radiance Federation. This warning would remove at least 30% of the potential greed. If there were any factions that did not rein in their greed after witnessing what happened to Mang Shui, Iron Prison would not show them any mercy. Tianfeng usually protected his own interests and covered up for others' shortcomings. However, his actions usually aligned with Iron Prison's in matters of great importance. If Tianfeng continued to overlook shortcomings regarding such matters, the impacts would be overwhelmingly negative. It would also cause Iron Prison to doubt Tianfeng's worthiness as a member of royalty. The Moon Empress immediately quelled the concerns about the phenomena in the sky and began taking the first steps in changing the Radiance Federation. Even after the Moon Empress was done issuing most of her orders, the phenomena in the sky had yet to cease. Rather, they seemed to have changed significantly. This current could not be compared to its initial stage. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress was not worried. Instead, she was shocked at the power of Lin Yuan's Fei that was currently evolving. This evolving Fei had already surpassed the level she currently comprehended. In the past, it was always her replying to Lin Yuan's questions. The Moon Empress still believed that there was a need to hold question and answer questions. But from now on, she would be the one asking and he would be the one answering. The Moon Empress had a strong desire for knowledge and wanted to learn about everything she did not know. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan watched Spring fend off attack after attack for Green Vine. However, she did not fully fend off the attacks, only enough so that a portion could be left for Green Vine to train its body. Green Vine's main body was destroyed and recovered repeatedly. Each time it recovered from destruction, its body's durability was fundamentally improved. Green Vine's miniature divine kingdom had already formed. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Green Vine. Fey name: Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fey species. Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature. Abilities: Forbidden growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it will be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long vine application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing vine sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound, brutally pushing out of soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed sprouting strength can be activated to help break past the opponent's defenses. Roots parasitic restraints. Pick a target and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting illusionary spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance wedge. Every time the Perfect Touch Wisteria is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Combined Vine's defense. Pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Climbing Vine Armor Transformation. Its body will transform into an armor, and its body will be linked to the target's energy source. In its armor state, its bloodline will be boosted, and the effects will show after the armor state is removed. Exclusive skill. Swallow Same Source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken Vine Replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn composed of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile Vine Wood World. All of the wood-type energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood-type energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Entire Body Medium. Sacrifice the item that the vine had absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source comprises of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. Vine Tempering Garrote. Use the long vines to garrote other life forms. If the target's bloodline is more elite than that of the Perfect Touch Wisteria, it can absorb the target's bloodline to strengthen its own bloodline. This will also strengthen every vine that has absorbed an entity through Swallow Same Source. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Bloodline Abundant Harvest. When the divine tree growing in the Divine Kingdom consumes a corpse and its bloodline, fruits bearing the bloodline power will grow on the tree. The concentration of bloodline power in the fruit will be linked to the faith power supplied to the tree by the divine tree. The more faith power is supplied, the stronger the concentration of bloodline power in the fruits. Lin Yuan saw that Green Vine was now a World Emperor I/Elementary Divine Kingdom expert. The grade of its Divine Kingdom was miniature. Normally, Green Vine's transformation would be complete, but the attacks descending from the sky were full of prying intentions. It was likely that Begin Lady and Celestial Sight's evolutions into fairies had caught the attention of an expert from the sky beyond the clouds, and this expert was now trying to interfere with this evolution. There was no way that Lin Yuan could use the Abyss Great Emperor to fend off any of these attacks. Lin Yuan could guess how Greenvine's evolution to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom would end up if Spring was not here to help. After all the attempts to spy were stopped by Spring, Lin Yuan said seriously, "Thank you, you." Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Spring had fallen to her knees from the moment he thanked her. "Lord Saint, I am your follower. Serving you is only the right thing to do. Your thanks gives me panic." Spring's reaction vexed Lin Yuan. He did not want an expert like Spring to produce such a reaction toward him at any time. Clearly, he could not be too polite toward the members of Epic God Palace from now on. When Spring saw Lin Yuan move to help her up, she hurriedly stood up on her own. Shame and humility hung on her face. Lin Yuan could sense that Spring was supplying him with a sea of faith power. The faith power from Spring alone made up 10% of all the faith power in his divine kingdom. This was enough to show just how devout her faith was. Previously, Lin Yuan was unable to sense the faith supplied by Spring because she had used a method to suppress her transmission of faith power.